Chapter 1, Eudoxus 146, Caesar 100, Strabo 50. Hanno the Carthaginian. Herodotus visits Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, Phoenicia, Arabia, Babylon, Persia, India, Media, Colchis, the Caspian Sea, Scythia, Thrace and Greece. Pythias explores the coasts of Iberia and Gaul, the English Channel, the Isle of Albion, the Orkney Islands, and the land of Thule. Nearchus visits the Asiatic coast, from the Indus to the Persian Gulf. Eudoxus reconnoitres the west coast of Africa. Caesar conquers Gaul and Great Britain. Strabo travels over the interior of Asia and Egypt, Greece and Italy. Chapter 2, Pliny, Hippalus, Arrian and Ptolemy. Pausanias visits Attica, Corinth, Laconia, Messenia, Elis, Achaea, Arcadia, Boeotia and Phocis. Farhyan explores Kantichiu, Tartary, northern India, the Punjab, Ceylon and Java. Cosmos Indicoplests and the Christian topography of the universe. Arculf describes Jerusalem, the valley of Jehoshaphat, the Mount of Olives, Bethlehem, Jericho, the river Jordan, Libanus, the Dead Sea, Capernaum, Nazareth, Mount Tabor, Damascus, Tyre, Alexandria and Constantinople. Willibald and the Holy Land. Soliman travels through Ceylon and Sumatra and crosses the Gulf of Siam and the China Sea. Chapter 3, The Scandinavians in the north, Iceland and Greenland. Benjamin of Tudela visits Marseille, Rome, Constantinople, the Archipelago, Palestine, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Damascus, Baalbek, Nineveh, Baghdad, Babylon, Bassor, Ispahan, Shiraz, Samarkand, Thibet, Malabar, Ceylon, the Red Sea, Egypt, Sicily, Italy, Germany and France. Carpini explores Turkestan. Manners and customs of the Tartars, Rubruquis and the Sea of Azov, the Volga, Karakoram, Astrakhan and Darbend. Chapter 4, The interest of the Genoese and Venetian merchants in encouraging the exploration of Central Asia. The family of Polo, and its position in Venice. Nicholas and Matteo Polo, the two brothers, they go from Constantinople to the court of the Emperor of China. Their reception at the court of Kublai Khan. The Emperor appoints them his ambassadors to the Pope. Their return to Venice, Marco Polo. He leaves his father Nicholas and his uncle Matteo for the residence of the King of Tartary, the new Pope Gregory X. The narrative of Marco Polo is written in French from his dictation by Rusticien of Pisa, Roman II, Armenia Minor, Armenia, Mount Ararat, Georgia, Mosul, Baghdad, Bassora, Tauris, Persia, the province of Kerman, Komadi, Ormuz, the old man of the mountain, Cheburgan, Balkh, Kashmir, Kashgar, Samarkand, Cotton, the desert, Tangun, Karakoram, Signanfu, the Great Wall, Changtu, the residence of Kublai Khan, Kambaluk, now Pekin, the emperor's fetes. His hunting, description of Pekin, Chinese mint and banknotes. The system of posts in the Empire, Roman III, Tsochu, Tai Yenfu, Pinyangfu, the Yellow River, Signanfu, Shutichuan, Qingtufu, Thibet, like Yangfu, Karajan, Yangtichang, Mean Bengal, Annam, Taiping, Sintingui, Sindafu, Taichu, Sainanfu, Linsinchu, Linsing, Mangi, Yangtichufu, towns on the coast, Quinsay or Hangtichufu. Fo-Keen, Roman IV, Japan, departure of the three Venetians with the emperor's daughter and the Persian ambassadors. Saigon, Java, Condor, Bintang, Sumatra, the Nicobar Islands, Ceylon, the Coromandel coast, the Malabar coast, the Sea of Oman, the island of Socotra, Madagascar, Zanzibar and the coast of Africa, Abyssinia, Yemen, Hadramaut and Oman, Ormuz, the return to Venice, a feast in the household of Polo, Marco Polo a Genoese prisoner. Death of Marco Polo about 1323. Chapter 5. Ibn Battuta, the Nile, Gaza, Tyre, Tiberias, Libanus, Baalbek, Damascus, Meshid, Bassora, Baghdad, Tabriz, Mecca and Medina. Yemen, Abyssinia, the country of the Berbers, Zanzibar, Ormuz, Syria, Anatolia, Asia Minor, Astrakhan, Constantinople, Turkestan, Herat, the Indus, Delhi, Malabar, the Maldives, Ceylon, the Coromandel Coast, Bengal, the Nicobar Islands, Sumatra, China, Africa, the Niger, Timbuktu. Chapter 6. Jean de Bethencourt, 1339 to 1425. The Norman Cavalier, his ideas of conquest, what was known of the Canary Islands, Cadiz, the Canary Archipelago, Graciosa, Lancerota, Forteventura, Jean de Bethencourt returns to Spain, revolt of Berneville, his interview with King Henry Roman III. Gadifer visits the Canary Archipelago, Canary Island or Gran Canaria, Faroe Island, Palmer Island Roman II. The return of Jean de Bethencourt, Gadifer's jealousy. Bethencourt visits his archipelago. Gadifer goes to conquer Gran Canaria. Disagreement of the two commanders, their return to Spain. Gadifer blamed by the king, return of Bethencourt. The natives of Forteventura are baptized. Bethencourt revisits Corks, returns to Lancerota, lands on the African coast, conquest of Gran Canaria, Faroe, and Palmer Islands. Maciot appointed governor of the archipelago. Bethencourt obtains the Pope's consent to the Canary Islands being made an episcopal see. His return to his country and his death. Chapter 7. Discovery of Madeira, Cape de Verde Islands, the Azores, Congo and Guinea, Bartholomew Dias, Cabot and Labrador, the geographical and commercial tendencies of the Middle Ages, the erroneous idea of the distance between Europe and Asia, birth of Christopher Columbus, his first voyages, his plans rejected, his sojourn at the Franciscan convent, his reception by Ferdinand and Isabella, Treaty of the 17th of April, 1492, the brothers Pinzon, 3 armed caravels at the port of Palos, departure on the 3rd of August, 1492, Roman II, first voyage, the Great Canary, Gomera, magnetic variation, symptoms of revolt, land, San Salvador, taking possession, Conception, Fernandina or Great Exuma, Isabella or Long Island, the Mucaras, Cuba, description of the island, archipelago of Notre Dame, Hispaniola or San Domingo, Tortuga Island, the cacique on board the Santa Maria. The caravel of Columbus goes aground and cannot be floated off, island of Monte Cristi. Return, tempest, arrival in Spain, homage rendered to Christopher Columbus Roman III, second voyage, flotilla of 17 vessels, island of Ferro, Dominica, Marie Galante, Guadeloupe, the cannibals, Montserrat, Santa Maria la Redonda, St. Martin and Santa Cruz, archipelago of the 11,000 virgins, the island of St. John Baptist or Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, the first colonists massacred, foundation of the town of Isabella, 12 ships laden with treasure sent to Spain, Fort St. Thomas built in the province of Cibao, Don Diego Columbus' brother, named governor of the island, Jamaica, the coast of Cuba, the remora returned to Isabella, the cacique made prisoner, revolt of the natives, famine, Columbus traduced in Spain, Juan Aguado sent as commissary to Isabella, gold mines, departure of Columbus, his arrival at Cadiz Roman IV. Third voyage, Madeira, Santiago in the Cape Verde Archipelago, Trinidad, first sight of the American coast in Venezuela, beyond the Orinoco, now the province of Cumana, Gulf of Paria, the gardens, Tobago, Grenada, Margarita, Cubaga, Hispaniola during the absence of Columbus, foundation of the town of San Domingo, arrival of Columbus, insubordination in the colony, complaints in Spain, Bobadilla sent by the king to inquire into the conduct of Columbus, Columbus sent to Europe in fetters with his 2 brothers, his appearance before Ferdinand and Isabella, Renewal of royal favour v. Fourth voyage, a flotilla of 4 vessels, Canary Islands, Martinique, Dominica, Santa Cruz, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Jamaica, Cayman Island, Pinos Island, Island of Guanaja, Cape Honduras, the American coast of Truxillo on the Gulf of Darien, the Limonare Islands, Huerta, the coast of Veragua, auriferous strata, revolt of the natives, the dream of Columbus, Portobello, the mulatas, putting into port at Jamaica, distress, revolt of the Spaniards against Columbus, lunar eclipse, arrival of Columbus at Hispaniola, return of Columbus to Spain, his death, on the 20th of March, 1506. Chapter 8. Covilham and Paiva, Vasco da Gama, the Cape of Good Hope is doubled, escales at Sambraz, Mozambique, Mombaz and Melinda, arrival at Calicut, treason of the Zamorin, battles, return to Europe, the scurvy, death of Paul da Gama, arrival at Lisbon, Roman II. Alves Cabral, discovery of Brazil, the coast of Africa, arrival at Calicut, Cochin, Canonor João da Nova, Gama's second expedition, the King of Cochin, the early life of Albuquerque, the taking of Goa, the siege and capture of Malacca, second expedition against Ormuz, Ceylon, the Moluccas, death of Albuquerque, fate of the Portuguese Empire of the Indies, second part. Chapter 9. Hojda Americus Vespucius, the New World named after him, Juan de la Cosa, Vincent Yanez Pinzon, Bastidas, Diego de Lepe, Diaz de Solis, Ponce de Leon and Florida, Balboa discovers the Pacific Ocean, Grijalva explores the coast of Mexico, Roman II. Ferdinand courts his character, his appointment, preparations for the expedition, and attempts of Velázquez to stop it, landing at Vera Cruz, Mexico and the Emperor Montezuma, the Republic of Tlaxcala, march upon Mexico, the Emperor is made prisoner, Narvaez defeated, the Noche Triste, Battle of Otumba, the second siege and taking of Mexico, expedition to Honduras, voyage to Spain, expeditions on the Pacific Ocean, second voyage of courts to Spain, his death Roman III, the Triple Alliance, Francisco Pizarro and his brothers Don Diego d'Almagro, first attempts Peru, its extent, people and kings, capture of Atahualpa, his ransom and death, Pedro de Alvarado, Almagro in Chile, strife among the conquerors, trial and execution of Almagro, expeditions of Gonzalo Pizarro and Orellana, assassination of Francisco Pizarro, rebellion and execution of his brother Gonzalo. Chapter 10. Magellan, his early history, his disappointment, his change of nationality, preparations for the expedition, Rio de Janeiro, St. Julian's Bay, revolt of a part of the squadron, terrible punishment of the guilty, Magellan's Strait, Patagonia, the Pacific, the Ladrone Islands, Cebu and the Philippine Islands, death of Magellan, Borneo, the Moluccas and their productions, separation of the Trinidad and Victoria, return to Europe by the Cape of Good Hope, last misadventures. Chapter 11. The Northmen, Eric the Red, the Zenos, John Cabot, Corterial, Sebastian Cabot, Willoughby, Chancellor, Roman II, John Verrazano, Jacques Cartier and his 3 voyages to Canada, the town of Hochelaga, tobacco, the scurvy, voyage of Roberval, Martin Frobisher and his voyages, John Davis, Barentz and Heemskirk, Spitzbergen, winter season at Nova Zembla, return to Europe, relics of the expedition. Chapter 12. Drake, Cavendish, de Noort, Walter Raleigh. Chapter 13. Distinguishing characteristics of the 17th century, the more thorough exploration of regions previously discovered, to the thirst for gold succeeds apostolic zeal. Italian missionaries in Congo, Portuguese missionaries in Abyssinia, Brew in Senegal and Flacourt in Madagascar, the apostles of India, of Indochina, and of Japan Roman II, the Dutch in the Spice Islands, Lemire and Schouten, Tasman, Mendana, Queiroz and Torres, Pirard de Laval, Pietro della Val, Tavernier, Savenot, Bernier, Robert Knox, Chardin, De Bruyne, Kempfer. Chapter 14. William Dampier, or a Sea King of the 17th century Roman II, the Pole and America, Hudson and Baffin, Champlain and La Salle, the English upon the coast of the Atlantic, the Spaniards in South America, summary of the information acquired at the close of the 17th century, the measure of the terrestrial degree, progress of cartography, inauguration of mathematical geography. Chapter 15. Eudoxus 146, Caesar 100, Strabo 50. Hanno the Carthaginian, Herodotus visits Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, Phoenicia, Arabia, Babylon, Persia, India, Media, Colchis, the Caspian Sea, Scythia, Thrace and Greece. Pythias explores the coasts of Iberia and Gaul, the English Channel, the Isle of Albion, the Orkney Islands, and the land of Thule. Nearchus visits the Asiatic coast, from the Indus to the Persian Gulf. Eudoxus reconnoitres the west coast of Africa. Caesar conquers Gaul and Great Britain. Strabo travels over the interior of Asia, and Egypt, Greece, and Italy. The first traveller of whom we have any account in history is Hanno, who was sent by the Carthaginian Senate to colonize some parts of the western coast of Africa. The account of this expedition was written in the Carthaginian language and afterwards translated into Greek. It is known to us now by the name of the Periplus of Hanno. At what period this explorer lived, historians are not agreed, but the most probable account assigns the date B.C. 505 to his exploration of the African coast. Hanno left Carthage with a fleet of 60 vessels of 50 oars each, carrying 30,000 persons and provisions for a long voyage. These emigrants, for so we may call them, were destined to people the new towns that the Carthaginians hoped to found on the west coast of Libya, or as we now call it, Africa. The fleet successfully passed the Pillars of Hercules, the rocks of Gibraltar and Ceuta which command the strait, and ventured on the Atlantic, taking a southerly course. 2 days after passing the straits, Hanno anchored on the coast and laid the foundation of the town of Thumieterion. Then he put to sea again, and doubling the Cape of Solares, made fresh discoveries, and advanced to the mouth of a large African river, where he found a tribe of wandering shepherds camping on the banks. He only waited to conclude a treaty of alliance with them before continuing his voyage southward. He next reached the island of Cerne, situated in a bay and measuring 5 stadia in circumference, or as we should say at the present day, nearly 925 yards. According to Hanno's own account, this island should be placed, with regard to the Pillars of Hercules, at an equal distance to that which separates these pillars from Carthage. They set sail again, and Hanno reached the mouth of the river Cretes, which forms a sort of natural harbour. But as they endeavoured to explore this river, they were assailed with showers of stones from the native Negro race, inhabiting the surrounding country, and driven back. And after this inhospitable reception, they returned to Cerne. We must not omit to add that Hanno mentions finding large numbers of crocodiles and hippopotami in this river. 12 days after this unsuccessful expedition, the fleet reached a mountainous region where fragrant trees and shrubs abounded, and it then entered a vast gulf which terminated in a plain. This region appeared quite calm during the day, but after nightfall it was illumined by tongues of flame, which might have proceeded from fires lighted by the natives, or from the natural ignition of the dry grass when the rainy season was over. In 5 days Hanno doubled the cape known as the Hesperacheiras. There, according to his own account, he heard the sound of fifes, cymbals and tambourines and the clamour of a multitude of people. The soothsayers who accompanied the party of Carthaginian explorers counselled flight from this land of terrors, and in obedience to their advice they set sail again, still taking a southerly course. They arrived at a cape which, stretching southwards, formed a gulf called Notukiras, and according to M. Davizak, this gulf must have been the mouth of the river Auero, which falls into the Atlantic almost within the Tropic of Cancer. At the lower end of this gulf, they found an island inhabited by a vast number of gorillas, which the Carthaginians mistook for hairy savages. They contrived to get possession of 3 female gorillas, but were obliged to kill them on account of their great ferocity. This Notukiras must have been the extreme limit reached by the Carthaginian explorers, and though some historians incline to the belief that they only went to Bojador, which is 2 degrees north of the tropics, it is more probable that the former account is the true one, and that Hanno, finding himself short of provisions, returned northwards to Carthage, where he had the account of his voyage engraved in the temple of Baal Moloch. After Hanno, the most illustrious of ancient travellers was Herodotus, who has been called the father of history, and who was the nephew of the poet Paniarses, whose poems ranked with those of Homer and Hesiod. It will serve our purpose better if we only speak of Herodotus as a traveller, not an historian, as we wish to follow him so far as possible through the countries that he traversed. Herodotus was born at Halicarnassus, a town in Asia Minor, in the year B.C. 484. His family were rich, and having large commercial transactions, they were able to encourage the taste for explorations which he showed. At this time there were many different opinions as to the shape of the earth, the Pythagorean school having even then begun to teach that it must be round, but Herodotus took no part in this discussion, which was of the deepest interest to learned men of that time, and still young, he left home with a view of exploring with great care all the then known world, and especially those parts of it of which there were but few and uncertain data. He left Halicarnassus in 464, being then 20 years of age, and probably directed his steps first to Egypt, visiting Memphis, Heliopolis and Thebes. He seems to have specially turned his attention to the overflow of the banks of the Nile, and he gives an account of the different opinions held as to the source of this river, which the Egyptians worshipped as one of their deities. When the Nile overflows its banks, he says, you can see nothing but the towns rising out of the water, and they appear like the islands in the Aegean Sea. He tells of the religious ceremonies among the Egyptians, their sacrifices, their ardour in celebrating the feasts in honour of their goddess Isis, which took place principally at Busiris, whose ruins may still be seen near Bushia, and of the veneration paid to both wild and tame animals, which were looked upon almost as sacred, and to whom they even rendered funeral honours at their death. He depicts in the most faithful colours the Nile crocodile, its form, habits, and the way in which it is caught, and the hippopotamus, the momot, the phoenix, the ibis, and the serpents that were consecrated to the god Jupiter. Nothing can be more lifelike than his accounts of Egyptian customs, and the notices of their habits, their games, and their way of embalming the dead, in which the chemists of that period seem to have excelled. Then we have the history of the country from Menes, its first king, downwards to Herodotus' time, and he describes the building of the pyramids under Cheops, the labyrinth that was built a little above the lake Moeris, of which the remains were discovered in A.D. 1799, Lake Moeris itself, whose origin he ascribes to the hand of man, and the two pyramids which are situated a little above the lake. He seems to have admired many of the Egyptian temples, and especially that of Minerva at Sais, and of Vulcan and Isis at Memphis, and the colossal monolith that was 3 years in course of transportation from Elephantina to Sais, though 2,000 men were employed on the gigantic work. After having carefully inspected everything of interest in Egypt, Herodotus went into Libya, little thinking that the continent he was exploring extended thence to the Tropic of Cancer. He made special inquiries in Libya as to the number of its inhabitants, who were a simple nomadic race principally living near the sea-coast, and he speaks of the Ammonians, who possessed the celebrated temple of Jupiter Ammon, the remains of which have been discovered on the northeast side of the Libyan desert, about 300 miles from Cairo. Herodotus furnishes us with some very valuable information on Libyan customs. He describes their habits, speaks of the animals that infest the country, serpents of a prodigious size, lions, elephants, bears, asps, horned asses, probably the rhinoceros of the present day, and cynocephaly, animals with no heads and whose eyes are placed on their chest, to use his own expression, foxes, hyenas, porcupines, wild zarus, panthers, etc. He winds up his description by saying that the only 2 aboriginal nations that inhabit this region are the Libyans and Ethiopians. According to Herodotus, the Ethiopians were at that time to be found above Elephantina, but commentators are induced to doubt if this learned explorer ever really visited Ethiopia, and if he did not, he may easily have learnt from the Egyptians the details that he gives of its capital, Meroe, of the worship of Jupiter and Bacchus, and the longevity of the natives. There can be no doubt, however, that he set sail for Tyre in Phoenicia, and that he was much struck with the beauty of the 2 magnificent temples of Hercules. He next visited Tarsus and took advantage of the information gathered on the spot to write a short history of Phoenicia, Syria, and Palestine. We next find that he went southward to Arabia, and he calls it the Ethiopia of Asia, for he thought the southern parts of Arabia were the limits of human habitation. He tells us of the remarkable way in which the Arabs kept any vow that they might have made, that their 2 deities were Uranius and Bacchus, and of the abundant growth of myrrh, cinnamon, and other spices, and he gives a very interesting account of their culture and preparation. We cannot be quite sure which country he next visited, as he calls it both Assyria and Babylonia, but he gives a most minute account of the splendid city of Babylon, which was the home of the monarchs of that country, after the destruction of Nineveh, and whose ruins are now only in scattered heaps on either side of the Euphrates, which flowed a broad, deep, rapid river, dividing the city into 2 parts. On one side of the river the fortified palace of the king stood, and on the other the temple of Jupiter Belus, which may have been built on the site of the Tower of Babel. Herodotus next speaks of the 2 queens, Semiramis and Nitocris, telling us of all the means taken by the latter to increase the prosperity and safety of her capital, and passing on to speak of the natural products of the country, the wheat, barley, millet, sesame, the vine, fig tree, and palm tree. He winds up with a description of the costume of the Babylonians and their customs, especially that of celebrating their marriages by the public crier. The marriage ceremony. After exploring Babylonia, he went to Persia, and as the express purpose of his travels was to collect all the information he could relating to the lengthy wars that had taken place between the Persians and Grecians, He was most anxious to visit the spots where the battles had been fought. He sets out by remarking upon the custom prevalent in Persia of not clothing their deities in any human form, nor erecting temples nor altars where they might be worshipped, but contenting themselves with adoring them on the tops of the mountains. He notes their domestic habits, their disdain of animal food, their taste for delicacies, their passion for wine, and their custom of transacting business of the utmost importance when they had been drinking to excess. Their curiosity as to the habits of other nations, their love of pleasure, their warlike qualities, their anxiety for the education of their children, their respect for the lives of all their fellow creatures, even of their slaves, their horror both of debt and lying, and their repugnance to the disease of leprosy, which they thought proved that the sufferer had sinned in some way against the sun. The India of Herodotus, according to M. Vivian de Saint Martin, only consisted of that part of the country that is watered by the 5 rivers of the Punjab, adjoining Afghanistan, and this was the region where the young traveller turned his steps on leaving Persia. He thought that the population of India was larger than that of any other country, and he divided it into 2 classes, the first having settled habitations, the second leading a nomadic life. Those who lived in the eastern part of the country killed their sick and aged people, and ate them, while those in the north, who were a finer, braver, and more industrious race, employed themselves in collecting the auriferous sands. India was then the most easterly extremity of the inhabited world, as he thought, and he observes that the 2 extremities of the world seem to have shared nature's best gifts, as Greece enjoyed the most agreeable temperature possible, and that was his idea of the western limits of the world. Media is the next country visited by this indefatigable traveller, and he gives the history of the Medes, the nation which was the first to shake off the Assyrian yoke. They founded the great city of Ecbatana and surrounded it with 7 concentric walls. They became a separate nation in the reign of Deioces. After crossing the mountains that separate Media from Colchis, the Greek traveller entered the country, made famous by the valour of Jason, and studied its manners and customs with the care and attention that were among his most striking characteristics. Herodotus seems to have been well acquainted with the geography of the Caspian Sea, for he speaks of it as a sea quite by itself, and having no communication with any other. He considered that it was bounded on the west by the Caucasian mountains and on the east by a great plain inhabited by the Massageti, who, both Arrian and Diodorus Siculus think, may have been Scythians. These Massageti worshipped the sun as their only deity, and sacrificed horses in its honour. He speaks here of 2 large rivers, one of which, the Araxes, would be the Volga, and the other, that he calls the Ister, must be the Danube. The traveller then went into Scythia, and he thought that the Scythians were the different tribes inhabiting the country that lay between the Danube and the Don, in fact a considerable portion of European Russia. He found the barbarous custom of putting out the eyes of their prisoners was practised among them, and he notices that they only wandered from place to place without caring to cultivate their land. Herodotus relates many of the fables that make the origin of the Scythian nation so obscure, and in which Hercules plays a prominent part. He adds a list of the different tribes that composed the Scythian nation, but he does not seem to have visited the country lying to the north of the Euxine or Black Sea. He gives a minute description of the habits of these people, and expresses his admiration for the Pontus Euxinus. The dimensions that he gives of the Black Sea, the Bosphorus, of the Propontes, the Palus Meotis, and of the Aegean Sea, are almost exactly the same as those given by geographers of the present day. He also names the large rivers that flow into these seas, the Ister or Danube, the Borysthenes or Dnieper, the Tanais or Don, and he finishes by relating how the alliance, and afterwards the union between the Scythians and Amazons took place, which explains the reason why the young women of that country are not allowed to marry before they have killed an enemy and established their character for valour. After a short stay in Thrace, during which he was convinced that the Getae were the bravest portion of this race, Herodotus arrived in Greece, which was to be the termination of his travels, to the country where he hoped to collect the only documents still wanting to complete his history, and he visited all the spots that had become illustrious by the great battles fought between the Greeks and Persians. He gives a minute description of the pass of Thermopylae, and of his visit to the plain of Marathon, the battlefield of Plataea, and his return to Asia Minor, whence he passed along the coast on which the Greeks had established several colonies. Herodotus can only have been 28 years of age when he returned to Halicarnassus in Caria, for it was in B.C. 456 that he read the history of his travels at the Olympic Games. His country was at that time oppressed by Lygdames, and he was exiled to Samos. But though he soon after rose in arms to overthrow the tyrant, the ingratitude of his fellow citizens obliged him to return into exile. In 444 he took part in the games at the Pantheon, and there he read his completed work, which was received with enthusiasm, and towards the end of his life he retired to Thurium in Italy, where he died, B.C. 406, leaving behind him the reputation of being the greatest traveller and the most celebrated historian of antiquity. After Herodotus we must pass over a century and a half, and only note in passing the physician Ctesias, a contemporary of Xenophon, who published the account of a voyage to India that he really never made. And we shall come in chronological order to Pythias, who was at once a traveller, geographer, and historian, one of the most celebrated men of his time. It was about the year B.C. 340 that Pythias set out from the columns of Hercules with a single vessel, but instead of taking a southerly course like his Carthaginian predecessors, he went northwards, passing by the coasts of Iberia and Gaul to the furthest points which now form the Cape of Finisterre, and then he entered the English Channel and came upon the English coast, the British Isles, of which he was to be the first explorer. He disembarked at various points on the coast, and made friends with the simple, honest, sober, industrious inhabitants who traded largely in tin. Pythias ventured still further north and went beyond the Orcades Islands to the furthest point of Scotland, and he must have reached a very high latitude, for during the summer the night only lasted 2 hours. After 6 days further sailing, he came to lands which he calls Thule, probably the Jutland or Norway of the present day, beyond which he could not pass, for he says, "There was neither land, sea, nor air there." He retraced his course, and changing it slightly, he came to the mouth of the Rhine, to the country of the Austrians, and further inland to Germany. Thence he visited the mouth of the Tanais, that is supposed to be the Elbe or the Oder, and he returned to Marseille, just a year after leaving his native town. Pythias, besides being such a brave sailor, was a remarkably scientific man. He was the first to discover the influence that the moon exercises on the tides, and to notice that the polar star is not situated at the exact spot at which the axis of the globe is supposed to be. Some years after the time of Pythias, about B.C. 326, a Greek traveller made his name famous. This was Nearchus, a native of Crete, one of Alexander's admirals, and he was charged to visit all the coast of Asia from the mouth of the Indus to that of the Euphrates. When Alexander first resolved that this expedition should take place, which had for its object the opening up of a communication between India and Egypt, he was at the upper part of the Indus. He furnished Nearchus with a fleet of 33 galleys, of some vessels with 2 decks, and a great number of transport ships and 2,000 men. Nearchus came down the Indus in about 4 months, escorted on either bank of the river by Alexander's armies, and after spending 7 months in exploring the delta, he set sail and followed the west line of what we call Baluchistan in the present day. He put to sea on the 2nd of October, a month before the winter storms had taken a direction that was favourable to his purpose, so that the commencement of his voyage was disastrous, and in 40 days he had scarcely made 80 miles in a westerly direction. He touched first at Stura and at Corestes, which do not seem to answer to any of the now existing villages on the coast, then at the island of Crocala, which forms the Bay of Caranthia. Beaten back by contrary winds, after doubling the Cape of Mons, the fleet took refuge in a natural harbour that its commander thought that he could fortify as a defence against the attacks of the barbarous natives, who, even at the present day, keep up their character as pirates. After spending 24 days in this harbour, Nearchus put to sea again on the 3rd of November. Severe gales often obliged him to keep very near the coast, and when this was the case he was obliged to take all possible precautions to defend himself from the attacks of the ferocious Belutchis, who are described by Eastern historians as a barbarous nation, with long dishevelled hair and long flowing beards, who are more like bears or satyrs than human beings. Up to this time, however, no serious disaster had happened to the fleet, but on the 10th of November in a heavy gale 2 galleys and a ship sank. Nearchus then anchored at Crocala, and there he was met by a ship laden with corn that Alexander had sent out to him, and he was able to supply each vessel with provisions for 10 days. After many disasters and a skirmish with some of the natives, Nearchus reached the extreme point of the land of the Aurorites, which is marked in modern geography by Cape Morant. Here he states in his narrative that the rays of the sun at midday are vertical, and therefore there are no shadows of any kind. But this is surely a mistake, for at this time in the southern hemisphere the sun is in the Tropic of Capricorn, and beyond this his vessels were always some degrees distant from the Tropic of Cancer. Therefore even in the height of summer this phenomenon could not have taken place, and we know that his voyage was in winter. Circumstances seemed now rather more in his favour, for the time of the eastern monsoon was over, when he sailed along the coast which is inhabited by a tribe called Ichthyophagi, who subsist solely on fish, and from the failure of all vegetation are obliged to feed even their sheep upon the same food. The fleet was now becoming very short of provisions, so after doubling Cape Posmi Nearchus took a pilot from those shores on board his own vessel, and with the wind in their favour they made rapid progress, finding the country less bare as they advanced, a few scattered trees and shrubs being visible from the shore. They reached a little town, of the name of which we have no record, and as they were almost without food Nearchus surprised and took possession of it, the inhabitants making but little resistance. Canacida, or Cherbar as we call it, was their next resting place, and at the present day the ruins of a town are still visible in the bay, but their corn was now entirely exhausted, and though they tried successively at Canate, Toire and Dagasira for further supplies, it was all in vain, these miserable little towns not being able to furnish more than enough for their own consumption. The fleet had neither corn nor meat, and they could not make up their minds to feed upon the tortoises that abound in that part of the coast. Just as they entered the Persian Gulf, they encountered an immense number of whales, and the sailors were so terrified by their size and number that they wished to fly. It was not without much difficulty that Nearchus at last prevailed upon them to advance boldly, and they soon scattered their formidable enemies. Nearchus leading on his followers against the monsters of the deep, having changed their westerly course for a northeasterly one, they soon came upon fertile shores, and their eyes were refreshed by the sight of cornfields and pasture lands, interspersed with all kinds of fruit trees except the olive. They put into Badis or Jask, and after leaving it and passing Maceta or Mussenden, they came in sight of the Persian Gulf, to which Nearchus, following the geography of the Arabs, gave the misnomer of the Red Sea. They sailed up the Gulf, and after one halt reached Harmosia, which has since given its name to the little island of Ormuz. There he learnt that Alexander's army was only 5 days' march from him, and he disembarked at once and hastened to meet it. No news of the fleet having reached the army for 21 weeks, they had given up all hope of seeing it again, and great was Alexander's joy when Nearchus appeared before him, though the hardships he had endured had altered him almost beyond recognition. Alexander ordered games to be celebrated and sacrifices offered up to the gods. Then Nearchus returned to Harmosia, as he wished to go as far as Susa with the fleet, and set sail again, having invoked Jupiter the Deliverer. He touched at some of the neighbouring islands, probably those of Arek and Kismes, and soon afterwards the vessels ran aground, but the advancing tide floated them again, and after passing Bistian they arrived at the island of Kaish, that is sacred to Mercury and Venus. This was the boundary line between Carmania and Persia. As they advanced along the Persian coast, they visited different places, Gilam, Indarabia, Shevu and Si, and at the last named was found a quantity of wheat which Alexander had sent for the use of the explorers. Some days after this they came to the mouth of the river Araxes, that separates Persia from Susiana, and thence they reached a large lake situated in the country now called Dagestan, and finally anchored near the village of Dejela, at the source of the Euphrates, having accomplished their project of visiting all the coast lying between the Euphrates and Indus. Nearchus returned a second time to Alexander, who rewarded him magnificently, and placed him in command of his fleet. Alexander's wish that the whole of the Arabian coast should be explored as far as the Red Sea was never fulfilled, as he died before the expedition was arranged. It is said that Nearchus became governor of Lycia and Pamphylia, but in his leisure time he wrote an account of his travels, which has unfortunately perished, though not before Arrian had made a complete analysis of it in his Historia Indica. It seems probable that Nearchus fell in the Battle of Ipsu, leaving behind him the reputation of being a very able commander. His voyage may be looked upon as an event of no small importance in the history of navigation. We must not omit to mention a most hazardous attempt made in B.C. 146 by Eudoxus of Cyzicus, a geographer living at the court of Euergetes Roman II, to sail round Africa. He had visited Egypt and the coast of India when this far greater project occurred to him, one which was only accomplished 1600 years later by Vasco da Gama. Eudoxus fitted out a large vessel and 2 smaller ones, and set sail upon the unknown waters of the Atlantic. How far he took these vessels we do not know, but after having had communication with some natives, whom he thought were Ethiopians, he returned to Mauritania. Thence he went to Tiberia and made preparations for another attempt to circumnavigate Africa, but whether he ever set out upon this voyage is not known. In fact, some learned men are even inclined to consider Eudoxus an impostor. We have still to mention two names of illustrious travellers living before the Christian era, those of Caesar and Strabo. Caesar, born B.C. 100, was preeminently a conqueror, not an explorer, but we must remember that in the year B.C. 58 he undertook the conquest of Gaul, and during the 10 years that were occupied in this vast enterprise, he led his victorious legions to the shores of Great Britain, where the inhabitants were of German extraction. As to Strabo, who was born in Cappadocia B.C. 50, he distinguished himself more as a geographer than a traveller, but he travelled through the interior of Asia and visited Egypt, Greece and Italy, living many years in Rome, and dying there in the latter part of the reign of Tiberius. Strabo wrote a geography in 17 books, of which the greater part has come down to us, and this work with that of Ptolemy are the two most valuable legacies of ancient to modern geographers. Chapter 16. Pliny, Hippalus, Arrian and Ptolemy. Pausanias visits Attica, Corinth, Laconia, Messenia, Illes, Achaea, Arcadia, Boeotia and Phocis. Farhyan explores Kantichiu, Tartary, northern India, the Punjab, Ceylon and Java, Cosmos, Indicopleustes, and the Christian topography of the universe. Arculf describes Jerusalem, the valley of Jehoshaphat, the Mount of Olives, Bethlehem, Jericho, the river Jordan, Libanus, the Dead Sea, Capernaum, Nazareth, Mount Tabor, Damascus, Tyre, Alexandria and Constantinople, Willibald and the Holy Land. Soliman travels through Ceylon and Sumatra and crosses the Gulf of Siam and the China Sea. In the first 2 centuries of the Christian era, the study of geography received a great stimulus from the advance of other branches of science, but travellers, or rather explorers of new countries, were very few in number. Pliny in the year A.D. 23 devoted the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th books of his natural history to geography, and in A.D. 50 Hippalus, a clever navigator, discovered the laws governing the monsoon in the Indian Ocean, and taught sailors how they might deviate from their usual course, so as to make these winds subservient to their being able to go to and return from India in 1 year. Arrian, a Greek historian, born A.D. 105, wrote an account of the navigation of the Euxine or Black Sea, and pointed out as nearly as possible the countries that had been discovered by explorers who had lived before his time, and Ptolemy the Egyptian about A.D. 175, making use of the writings of his predecessors, published a celebrated geography, in which for the first time places and cities were marked in their relative latitude and longitude on a mathematical plan. The first traveller of the Christian era, whose name has been handed down to us, was Pausanias, a Greek writer, living in Rome in the 2nd century, and whose account of his travels bears the date of A.D. 175. Pausanias did for ancient Greece what Joanne, the industrious and clever Frenchman, did for the other countries of Europe, in compiling the Traveller's Guide. His account, a most reliable one on all points and most exact even in details, was one upon which travellers of the 2nd century might safely depend in their journeys through the different parts of Greece. Pausanias gives a minute description of Attica, and especially of Athens and its monuments, tombs, temples, citadel, academy, columns, and of the Areopagus. From Attica Pausanias went to Corinth, and then explored the islands of Aegina and Methana, Sparta, the island of Serigo, Messine, Achaia, Arcadia, Boeotia and Phocis, the roads in the provinces and even the streets in the towns, are mentioned in his narrative, as well as the general character of the country through which he passed, although we can scarcely say that he added any fresh discoveries to those already made. He was one of those careful travellers whose object was more to obtain exact information than to make new discoveries. His narrative has been of the greatest use to all geographers and writers upon Greece and the Peloponnesus, and an author of the 16th century has truly said that this book is a most ancient and rare specimen of erudition. It was about 130 years after the Greek historian in the 4th century that a Chinese monk undertook the exploration of the countries lying to the west of China. The account of his travels is still extant, and we may well agree with M. Charton when he says that this is a most valuable work, carrying us beyond our ordinarily narrow view of Western civilization. Far Hien the traveller was accompanied by several monks, wishing to leave China by the west. They crossed more than one chain of mountains and reached the country now called Kantichiu, which is not far from the Great Wall. They crossed the river Chaho, and a desert that Marco Polo was to explore 800 years later. After 17 days' march, they reached the lake of Lobna in Turkestan. From this point, all the countries that the monks visited were alike as to manners and customs, the languages alone differing. Being dissatisfied with the reception that they met with in the country of the Awagaz, who are not a hospitable people, they took a southeasterly course towards a desert country where they had great difficulty in crossing the rivers, and after a 35 days' march, the little caravan reached Tartary in the kingdom of Cotton, which contained, according to Far Hien, many times 10,000 holy men. Here they met with a cordial welcome, and after a residence of 3 months were allowed to assist at the procession of the images, a great feast in which both Brahmins and Buddhists join, when all the idols are placed upon magnificently decorated cars and paraded through streets strewn with flowers, amid clouds of incense. The feast over, the monks left Cotton for Kukanya, and after resting there 15 days, we find them further south in the Balistan country of the present day, a cold and mountainous district where wheat was the only grain cultivated, and where Far Hien found in use the curious cylinders on which prayers are written, and which are turned by the faithful with the most extraordinary rapidity. Thence they went to the eastern part of Afghanistan. It took them 4 weeks to cross the mountains, in the midst of which, and the never-melting snow, they are said to have found venomous dragons. On the further side of this rocky chain, the travellers found themselves in northern India, where the country is watered by the streams which, further on, form the Sind or Indus. After traversing the kingdoms of Ontit Shang, Suhotu and Kayantho, they arrived at Foluchar, which must be the town of Peshawar, standing between Kabul and the Indus, and 24 leagues farther west. They came to the town of Hilo, built on the banks of a tributary of the river Kabout. In these towns, Far Hien specially notices the feasts and religious ceremonies practiced in the worship of Fo or Buddha. One of Far Hien's companions falls. When the monks left Quito, they were obliged to cross the Hindu Kush mountains, lying between Turkestan and the Gandhara, the cold being so intense that one of their party sank under it. After enduring great hardships, they reached Banu, a town that is still standing, and then, after again crossing the Indus, they entered the Punjab. Thence, descending towards the southeast, with a view of crossing the northern part of the Indian peninsula, they reached Mathura, a town in the province of Agra, and crossing the great salt desert which lies to the east of the Indus, travelled through a country that Farhayan calls a happy kingdom, where the inhabitants are good and honest, needing neither laws nor magistrates, and indebted to none for their support, without markets or wine merchants, and living happily with plenty of all that they required, where the temperature was neither hot nor cold. This happy kingdom was India. Farhayan followed a southeasterly route and came to Farrokhabad, where Buddha is said to have alighted as he came down from heaven, the Chinese traveller dwelling much upon the Buddhist creed. Thence he visited the town of Kanauji, standing on the right bank of the Ganges that he calls Heng, and this is the very centre of Buddhism. Wherever Buddha is supposed to have rested, his followers have erected high towers in his honour. The travellers visited the temple of Teechihwan, where for 25 years Fo practised the most severe mortifications, and where he is said to have given sight to 500 blind men. They are said to have been much moved by the sight of this temple. They set out again, passing Kapila and Gorakhpur on the frontier of Nepal, all made famous by Fo's miracles, and then reached the celebrated town of Palian Phu in the delta of the Ganges in the kingdom of Magadha. This was a fertile tract of country inhabited by a civilized, upright people who loved all philosophic researches. After climbing the peak of Vortua, which stands at the source of the Dyardanes and Banera rivers, Farhayan descended the Ganges, visited the temple of Issipatan that was frequented by magicians and astrologers, reached Benias, the kingdom of splendours, and a little lower down, the town of Tomolaitai, situated at the mouth of the river, a short distance from the site of Calcutta in the present day. Farhayan found a party of merchants just preparing to put to sea with the intention of going to Ceylon. He sailed with them, and in 14 days landed on the shores of the ancient Taprobana, of which the Greek merchant Jambulos had given a curious account some centuries previously. Here the Chinese monk found all the traditions and legends regarding the god Fo, and passed 2 years in searching ancient manuscripts. He left Ceylon for Java, where he landed after a very rough voyage, in the course of which, when the sky was overclouded, he says, "We saw nothing but great waves dashing one against another, lightning, crocodiles, tortoises, and monsters of the deep." He spent 5 months in Java and then set sail for Canton, but the winds were again unfavourable, and after undergoing great hardships he landed at the town of Chantown of the present day. Then, having spent some time at Nankin, he returned to Phayang Phu, his native town, after an absence of 18 months. Such is the account of Farhayan's travels, which have been well translated by M. Abel de Rémusat, and which give very interesting details of Indian and Tartar customs, especially those relating to their religious ceremonies. The next traveller to the Chinese monk in chronological order is an Egyptian called Cosmos Indicopleustes, a name that M. Charton renders as cosmographic traveller in India. He lived in the 6th century and was a merchant of Alexandria, who, on his return from visiting Ethiopia and part of Asia, entered a monastery. His narrative is called the Christian Topography of the Universe. It gives no details of its author's voyages, but begins with cosmographic discussions to prove that the world is square and enclosed in a great oblong coffer with all the other planets. This is followed by some dissertations on the function of the angels and a description of the dress of the Jewish priests. Cosmos also gives the natural history of the animals of India and Ceylon, and notices the rhinoceros and buffalo, which can be made of use for domestic purposes, the giraffe, the wild ox, the musk that is hunted for its perfumed blood, the unicorn, which he considers a real animal and not a myth, the wild boar, the hippopotamus, the phoca, the dolphin, and the tortoise. Afterwards, Cosmos describes the pepper plant as a frail and delicate shrub, like the smallest tendrils of the vine, and the cocoa tree, whose fruit has a fragrance equal to that of a nut. From the earliest times of the Christian era, there has been a great love for visiting the Holy Land, the cradle of the new religion. These pilgrimages became more and more frequent, and we have many names left to us of those who visited Palestine during the first centuries of Christianity. One of these pilgrims, the French bishop Arculf, who lived towards the end of the 7th century, has left us an account of his travels. He sets out by giving a topographical description of the site of Jerusalem, and describes the wall that surrounds the holy city, then the circular church built over the Holy Sepulchre, the tomb of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the stone that closed it, the church dedicated to the Virgin Mary, the church built upon Calvary, and the Basilica of Constantine on the site of the place where the real cross was found. These various churches are united in one building, which also encloses the tomb of Christ and Calvary, where our Lord was crucified. Arculf then descended into the valley of Jehoshaphat, which is situated to the east of the city, and contains the church that covers the tomb of the Virgin. He also saw that of Absalom, which he calls the Tower of Jehoshaphat. He describes the Mount of Olives that faces the city beyond the valley, and he prayed in the cave where Jesus prayed. He also went to Mount Zion, which stands outside the town on the south side. He notices the gigantic fig tree, on which, according to tradition, Judas Iscariot hanged himself, and he visited the church of the guest chamber now destroyed, Absalom's tomb, after making the tour of the city by the valley of Siloam, and ascending by the brook Cedron, the bishop returned to the Mount of Olives, which was covered with waving wheat and barley, grass and wild flowers, and he describes the place where Christ ascended from the summit of the mountain. On this spot a large church has been built with 3 arched porticos that are not roofed over or covered in any way, but are open to the sky. They have not roofed in this church, says the bishop, because it was the place whence our Saviour ascended upon a cloud, and the space open to heaven allows the prayers of the faithful to ascend thither. For when they paved this church, they could not lay the pavement over the place where our Lord's feet had rested, as when the stones were laid upon that spot, the earth, as though impatient of anything not divine resting upon it, threw them up again before the workmen. Beyond this the dust bears the impress of the divine feet, and though day by day the faithful who visit the spot efface the marks, they immediately reappear and may be seen perpetually. After having explored the neighbourhood of Bethany in the midst of the grove of olives, where the grave of Lazarus is said to be, and where the church, standing on the right hand, is supposed to mark the spot where our Lord usually conversed with his disciples, Arculf went to Bethlehem, which is a short distance from the holy city. He describes the birthplace of our Lord, a natural cave hollowed out of the rock at the eastern end of the village, the church built by St. Helena, the tombs of the 3 shepherds, upon whom the heavenly light shone at the birth of our Saviour, the burial places of the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and that of Rachel, and he visited the oak of Mamre, under which Abraham received the visit of the angels. Thence Arculf went to Jericho, or rather the place where the town once stood, whose walls fell at the sound of Joshua's trumpets. He explored the place where the children of Israel first rested in the land of Canaan after crossing the river Jordan, and he speaks of the church of Galgala, where the 12 stones are placed, which the children of Israel took from the river when they entered the promised land. He followed the course of the Jordan and found near one of the bends of the river on the right bank, and among the most beautiful scenery about an hour's walk from the Dead Sea, the place where our Lord was baptized by St. John the Baptist. A cross is placed to mark the spot, but when the river is swollen, it is covered by the water. After examining the banks of the Dead Sea and tasting its brackish water, he viewed the source of the Jordan at the foot of Libanus and explored the greater part of the Lake of Tiberias, visiting the well where the woman of Samaria gave our Lord the water he so much needed, seeing the fountain in the desert of which St. John the Baptist drank, and the great plain of Gaza, where our Lord blessed the 5 loaves and 2 fishes and fed the multitude. Next he went down to Capernaum, of which there are now no remains, then visited Nazareth, where our Lord spent his childhood, and ended his journey at Mount Tabor in Galilee. The bishop's narrative contains both geographical and historical accounts of other places, beyond those immediately connected with our Lord's life on earth. He visited the royal city of Damascus, which is watered by 4 large rivers. Also Tyre, the chief town of Phoenicia, which, though once separated from the mainland, was joined to it again by the jetty or pier made by the orders of Nabuchodonosor. He speaks of Alexandria, once the capital of Egypt, which he reached 40 days after leaving Jaffa, and lastly of Constantinople, where he often visited the large church in which the wood of the cross is preserved, upon which the Saviour suffered for the salvation of the human race. The account of this journey was written by the Abbé de St. Columban at the dictation of the bishop, and not many years afterwards the same journey was undertaken by an English pilgrim, and accomplished in much the same way. The name of this pilgrim was Willibald, a member of a rich family living at Southampton, who, on his recovery from a long illness, dedicated him to God's service. All his early life was spent in holy exercises in the monastery of Wooltheim. When he was grown up, he had the most intense wish to see St. Peter's at Rome, and was so set upon this that it induced his father, brother, and young sister to wish to go there also. They embarked at Southampton in the spring of 721, and making their way up the Seine, they landed at Rouen. We have but few details of the journey to Rome, but Willibald mentions that after passing through Cortona and Lucca, at which latter place his father sank under the fatigue of the journey and died, he reached Rome in safety with his brother and sister, and passed the winter there, but they were all in turn attacked with fever. When Willibald regained his health, he determined to continue his journey to the Holy Land. He sent his brother and sister back to England, while he joined some monks who were going in the same direction as himself. They went by Terracina and Gaeta to Naples, and set sail for Reggio in Calabria and Catania and Syracuse in Sicily, whence they again embarked, and after touching at Kos and Samos, landed at Ephesus in Asia Minor, where they visited the tombs of St. John the Evangelist, of Mary Magdalene, and of the 7 sleepers of Ephesus, that is, 7 Christians martyred in the time of the Emperor Decius. They made some stay at Patara and at Mytilene, and then went to Cyprus and Paphos. We next find the party, 7 in number, at Edessa, visiting the tomb of St. Thomas the Apostle. Here they were arrested as spies and thrown into prison by the Saracens, but the king, on the petition of a Spaniard, set them at liberty. As soon as they were set free, they left the town in great haste, and from that time their route is almost the same as that of the Bishop Arculf. They visited Damascus, Nazareth, Cana, where they saw a wonderful amphora on Mount Tabor, where our Lord was transfigured, and the lake of Tiberias, where St. Peter walked upon the water, Magdala, where Lazarus and his sister dwelt, Capernaum, where our Lord raised to life the son of the nobleman, Bethsaida in Galilee, the native place of St. Peter and St. Andrew, Chorazin, where our Lord cured those possessed with devils, Caesarea, and the spot where our Lord was baptized, as well as Jericho and Jerusalem. They also went to the valley of Jehoshaphat, the Mount of Olives, and to Bethlehem, the scene of the murder of the innocents by Herod, and Gaza. While they were at Gaza, Willibald tells us that he suddenly became blind while he was in the church of St. Matthias, and only recovered his sight 2 months afterwards as he entered the Church of the Holy Cross at Jerusalem. He went through the valley of Diospolis or Lydda, 10 miles from Jerusalem, and then went to Tyre and Sidon, and thence by Libanus, Damascus, Caesarea, and Emmaus back to Jerusalem, where the travellers spent the winter. This was not to be the limit of their exploration, for we hear of them at Ptolemais, Emesa, Jerusalem, Damascus, and Samaria, where St. John the Baptist is said to have been buried, and at Tyre, where it must be confessed that Willibald defrauded the revenue of that time by smuggling some balsam that was very celebrated, and on which a duty was levied. On quitting Tyre, they went to Constantinople, and lived there for 2 years before returning by Sicily, Calabria, Naples, and Capua. The English pilgrim reached the monastery of Monte Cassino just 10 years after his first setting out on his travels, but his time of rest had not yet come, as he was appointed to a bishopric in Franconia by Pope Gregory Roman III. He was 41 years of age when he was made bishop, and he lived 40 years afterwards. In 938, he was canonized by Leo Roman VII. We will conclude the list of celebrated travellers living between the 1st and 9th centuries by giving a short account of Soliman, a merchant of Bassora, who, starting from the Persian Gulf, arrived eventually on the shores of China. This narrative is in 2 distinct parts, one written in 851 by Soliman himself, who was the traveller, and the other in 878 by a geographer named Abu Zaid Hassan, with the view of completing the first. Renaud, the Orientalist, is of opinion that this narrative has thrown quite a new light on the commercial transactions that existed in the 9th century between Egypt, Arabia, and the countries bordering on the Persian Gulf on one side, and the vast provinces of India and China on the other. Soliman, as we have said, started from the Persian Gulf after having taken in a good supply of fresh water at Muscat, and visited first the Second Sea, or that of Oman. He noticed a fish of enormous size, probably a spermaceti whale, which the seamen endeavoured to frighten away by ringing a bell, then a shark, in whose stomach they found a smaller shark enclosing in its turn one still smaller, both alive, says the traveller, which is manifestly an exaggeration. Then, after describing the remora, the dactyloptera, and the porpoise, he speaks of the sea near the Maldive Islands, in which he counted an enormous number of islands. Among them he mentions Ceylon by its Arabian name, with its pearl fisheries, Sumatra, inhabited by cannibals and rich in gold mines, Nicobar and the Andaman Islands, where cannibalism still exists even at the present day. This sea, he says, is subject to fearful water spouts which wreck the ships, and throw on its shores an immense number of dead fish and sometimes even large stones. When these tempests are at their height, the sea seethes and boils. Soliman imagined it to be infested by a sort of monster who preyed upon human beings. This is thought to have been a kind of dogfish. Soliman noticed a shark in whose stomach they found a smaller shark. Arrived at Nicobar, Soliman traded with the inhabitants, bartering some iron for cocoa nuts, sugar cane, bananas, and sea. He then crossed the sea, and seems to have made for Singapore and northwards by the Gulf of Siam. Soliman put into a harbour near Cape Varela to revictual his ships, and thence he went by the China Sea to Jehanfu, the port of the present town of Titchikyang. The remainder of the account of Soliman's travels, written by Abu Zaid Hassan, contains a detailed account of the manners and customs of the Indians and Chinese, but it is not the traveller himself who is speaking, and we shall find the same subjects spoken of in a more interesting manner by later authors. We must add, in reviewing the discoveries made by travellers 16 centuries before and 9 centuries after the Christian era, that from Norway to the extreme boundaries of China, taking a line through the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean, and the Sea of China, the immense extent of coast bordering these seas had been in a great measure visited. Some explorations had been attempted in the interior of these countries. For instance, in Egypt as far as Ethiopia, in Asia Minor to the Caucasus, in India and China. And if these old travellers may not have quite understood mathematical precision as to some of the points they visited, at all events the manners and customs of the inhabitants, the productions of the different countries, the mode of trading with them, and their religious customs, were quite sufficiently understood. Ships could sail with more safety when the change of winds was no longer a subject of mere speculation. The caravans could take a more direct route in the interior of the countries, and the great increase of trade which took place in the Middle Ages is surely owing to the facilities afforded by the writings of travellers. Chapter 17. The Scandinavians in the north, Iceland and Greenland. Benjamin of Tudela visits Marseille, Rome, Constantinople, the Archipelago, Palestine, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Damascus, Baalbek, Nineveh, Baghdad, Babylon, Bassor, Ispahan, Shiraz, Samarkand, Thibet, Malabar, Ceylon, the Red Sea, Egypt, Sicily, Italy, Germany and France. Carpini explores Turkestan, manners and customs of the Tartars, Rubruquis and the Sea of Azov, the Volga, Karakoram, Astrakhan and Darbend. In the course of the 10th and at the beginning of the 11th century, a considerable amount of ardour for exploration had arisen in northern Europe. Some Norwegians and adventurous Gauls had penetrated to the northern seas, and, if we may trust to some accounts, they had gone as far as the White Sea and visited the country of the Samoyeds. Some documents say that Prince Madoc may have explored the American continent. At all events, we may be tolerably certain that Iceland was discovered about A.D. 861 by some Scandinavian adventurers, and that it was soon after colonized by Normans. About this same time, a Norwegian had taken refuge on a newly discovered land, and surprised by its verdure he gave it the name of Greenland. The communication with this portion of the American continent was difficult and uncertain, and one geographer says it took 5 years for a vessel to go from Norway to Greenland, and to return from Greenland to Norway. Sometimes in severe winters the Northern Ocean was completely frozen over, and a certain Hollerjate, guided by a goat, was able to cross on foot from Norway to Greenland. We should keep in mind that the period of which we are speaking is the time when legends and traditions were very plentiful, and gained ready credence. Let us return to well-authenticated facts and relate the journey of a Spanish Jew, whose truthfulness is beyond question. This Jew was the son of a rabbi of Tudela, a town in Navarre, and he was called Benjamin of Tudela. It seems probable that the object of his voyage was to make a census of his brother Jews scattered over the surface of the globe, but whatever may have been his motive, he spent 13 years, from 1160 to 1173, exploring nearly all the known world, and his narrative was considered the great authority on this subject up to the 16th century. Benjamin of Tudela left Barcelona, and travelling by Tarragona, Giant, Narbonne, Béziers, Montpellier, Sunol, Épausquiers, St. Gilles and Arles, reached Marseille. Here he visited the 2 synagogues in the town and the principal Jews, and then set sail for Genoa, arriving there in 4 days. The Genos were masters of the sea at that time, and were at war with the people of Pisa, a brave people, who, like the Genos, says the traveller, owned neither kings nor princes, but only the judges whom they appointed at their own pleasure. After visiting Lucca, Benjamin of Tudela went to Rome. Alexander Roman III was pope at that time, and according to this traveller he included some Jews among his ministers. Among the monuments of special interest in the Eternal City, he mentions St. Peter's and St. John Lateran, but his descriptions are not interesting. From Rome by Capua, and Pozzuoli then partly inundated, he went to Naples, where he seems to have seen nothing but the 500 Jews living there. Then by Salerno, Amalfi, Benevento, Ascoli, Trani, St. Nicholas of Bari and Brindisi, he arrived at Otranto, having crossed Italy and yet found nothing interesting to relate of this splendid country. The list of the places Benjamin of Tudela visited is not interesting, but we must not omit to mention one of them, for his narrative is most precise, and it is useful to follow his route by the maps specially prepared for this purpose by Lelwall. From Otranto to Zaitan, his halting places were Corfu, the Gulf of Arta, Aklis, an ancient town in Aetolia, Anatolia in Greece, on the Gulf of Patras, Lepanto, Crissa, at the foot of Mount Parnassus, Corinth, Thebes, whose 2,000 Jewish inhabitants were the best makers of silk and purple in Greece, Negropont and Zaitown. Here, according to the Spanish traveller, is the boundary line of Wallachia. He says the Wallachans are as nimble as goats, and come down from the mountains to pillage the neighbouring Greek towns. Benjamin of Tudela went on to Constantinople by way of Gardici, a small township on the Gulf of Volo Armiros, a port much frequented by the Venetians, and Genos, Bissina, a town of which no traces are left, Salonika, the ancient Thessalonica and Abydos. He gives us some details of Constantinople. The Emperor Emmanuel Comnenus was reigning at that time, and lived in a palace that he had built upon the seashore, containing columns of pure gold and silver, and the golden throne studded with precious stones, above which a golden crown is suspended by a chain of the same precious metal, which rests upon the monarch's head as he sits upon the throne. In this crown are many precious stones, and one of priceless worth. So brilliant are they, says this traveller, that at night there is no occasion for any further light than that thrown back by these jewels. He adds that there is a large population in the city, and for the number of merchants from all countries who assemble there, it can only be compared to Baghdad. The inhabitants are principally dressed in embroidered silk robes enriched with golden fringes, and to see them thus attired and mounted upon their horses, one would take them for princes, but they are not brave warriors, and they keep mercenaries from all nations to fight for them. One regret he expresses, and that is, that there are no Jews left in the city, and that they have all been transported to Galata, near the entrance of the port, where are nearly 2,500 of the sects, Rabbinites and Karaites, and among them many rich merchants and silk manufacturers, but the Turks have a bitter hatred for them and treat them with great severity. Only one of these rich Jews was allowed to ride on horseback. He was the emperor's physician, Solomon the Egyptian. As to the remarkable buildings of Constantinople, he mentions the Mosque of St. Sophia, in which the number of altars answers to the number of days in a year, and the columns and gold and silver candlesticks are too numerous to be counted. Also the hippodrome, which at the present day is used as a horse market, but was then the scene of combats between lions, bears, tigers, other wild beasts, and even birds. The approach to Constantinople. When Benjamin of Tudela left Constantinople, he visited Gallipoli and Kilia, a port on the eastern coast, and went to the islands in the archipelago Mytilene, Chios, whence there was much trade in the juice of the pistachio tree, Samos, Rhodes, and Cyprus. As he sailed towards the land of Aram, he passed by Messis by Antioch, where he admired the arrangements for supplying the city with water, and by Latakia on his way to Tripoli, which he found had been recently shaken by an earthquake that had been felt for miles round. We next hear of him at Beirut, at Sidon, and Tyre, celebrated for its glass manufactory, at Acre, at Jaffa near Mount Carmel, at Capernaum, at the beautiful town of Caesarea, at Cimmeria, which is built in the midst of a fertile tract, where are vineyards, gardens, orchards, and oliveyards, at Nablus, at Gibon, and then at Jerusalem. In the Holy City, it was but natural that the Jew could see nothing that would have interested a Christian visitor. For him, Jerusalem appeared only a small town, defended by 3 walls and peopled with Jews, Syrians, Greeks, Georgians, and Franks of all languages and nations. He found 400 horse soldiers in the city ready for war at any moment, a great temple in which is the tomb of that man, as the Talmud styles our Saviour, and a house in which the Jews had the privilege of carrying on the work of dyeing. But they were few in number, scarcely 200, and they lived under the Tower of David at one corner of the city. Outside Jerusalem, the traveller mentions the tomb of Absalom, the sepulchre of Ozias, the pool of Siloam, near the brook Cedron, the valley of Jehoshaphat, and the Mount of Olives, from whose summit one can see the Dead Sea. 2 leagues from it stands the pillar of Lot's wife, and the traveller adds that though the flocks and herds which pass this pillar of salt are continually licking it, yet it never diminishes in size. From Jerusalem, Benjamin of Tudela went to Bethlehem, and inscribed his name on Rachel's tomb, as it was customary for all Jews to do who passed by it. And from Bethlehem, after counting 12 Jewish dyeing establishments, he went on to Hebron, which is now deserted and in ruins. After visiting in the plain of Machpelah the tombs of Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebekah, Jacob, and Leah, and passing by Beth Jerim, Silo, Mount Moriah, Beth Nubai, Ramah, Joppa, Jabneh, Azotus, Ascalon, built by Esdras, Lud, Tiberias, where are some hot springs, Jish and Merom, which is still a spot visited by Jewish pilgrims, Kedesh and Laish, near the cavern where the Jordan takes its rise. The traveller left the land of Israel and entered Damascus. The following is his description of this city, where the Turkish rule begins. It is a very large and beautiful city, walled round, and outside the walls for 15 miles are gardens and orchards, and of all the surrounding country, this is the most fertile spot. The town stands at the foot of Mount Hermon, whence rise the 2 rivers, Abana and Pharpar. The first passes through the city, and its waters are taken into the larger houses by means of aqueducts, as well as through the streets and markets. This town trades with all the world. The river Pharpar fertilizes the orchards and gardens outside the town. There is an Ishmaelitish mosque called Gomen Damasek, meaning the synagogue of Damascus, and this building has not its equal. It is said to have been Ben-Hadad's palace, and it contains a glass wall built apparently by magic. This wall has 365 holes in it, answering to the days of the year. As the sun rises and sets, it shines through one or other of these holes, so that the hour of the day may thus always be known. Inside the palace or mosque are gold and silver houses, large enough to hold 2 or 3 persons at a time if they wish to wash or bathe in them. After going to Galad and Salca, which are 2 days' journey from Damascus, Benjamin reached Baalbek, the Heliopolis of the Greeks and Romans built by Solomon in the valley of the Libanus, then to Tadma, which is Palmyra, also built entirely of great stones. Then passing by Cariatin, he stopped at Hama, which was partially destroyed by an earthquake in 1157, which overthrew many of the Syrian towns. Now comes in the narrative a list of names which are of no great interest. We may mention among them Nineveh, whence the traveller returned towards the Euphrates, and finally that he reached Baghdad, the residence of the Caliph. Baghdad was of great interest to the Jewish traveller. He says it is a large town 3 miles in circumference, containing a hospital both for Jews and sick people of any nation. It is the centre for learned men, philosophers, and magicians from all parts of the world. It is the residence of the Caliph, who at this time was probably most aged, whose dominion included western Persia and the banks of the Tigris. He had a vast palace, standing in a park watered by a tributary of the Tigris and filled with wild beasts. He may be taken as a model sovereign on some points. He was a good and very truthful man, kind and considerate to all with whom he came in contact. He lived on the produce of his own toil, and made blankets which, marked with his own seal, were sold in the market by the princes of his court, to defray the expense of his living. He only left his palace once a year at the feast of Ramadan, when he went to the mosque near the Bassora gate, and there acting as imam, he explained the law to his people. He returned to his palace by a different route which was carefully guarded all the rest of the year, so that no other passer-by might profane the marks of his footsteps. All the brothers of the Caliph inhabit the same palace as he does. They are all treated with much respect, and have the government of provinces and towns in their hands, the revenues from them enabling them to pass a pleasant life. Only as they once rebelled against their sovereign, they are now all fettered with chains of iron, and have guards mounted before their houses. Benjamin of Tudela visited that part of Turkey in Asia which is watered by the Euphrates and Tigris, and saw the ruined city of Babylon, passing by what is said to be the furnace into which Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were thrown, and the Tower of Babel, which he describes as follows. The tower built by the tribes that were dispersed is of bricks. Its largest groundwork must be 2 miles in circumference. Its length is 240 cubits. At every 10 cubits there is a passage leading to a spiral staircase which goes to the upper part of the building. From the tower there is a view of the surrounding country for 20 miles, but the wrath of God fell upon it, and it is now only a heap of ruins. The Tower of Babel. From Babel the traveller went to the synagogue of Ezekiel, situated on the Euphrates, a real sanctuary where believers congregate to read the book written by the prophet. Then traversing Al-Katsonath and to Sura, once the site of a celebrated Jewish college, and Shafjathib, whose synagogue is built with stones from Jerusalem, and crossing the desert of Yemen he passed Thema, Tilima and Chebar, which contained a great number of Jewish inhabitants, to Wasath, and thence to Bassora on the Tigris, nearly at the end of the Persian Gulf. He gives no account of this important town, and thence he seems to have gone to Karna to visit the tomb of the prophet Esdras. Then he entered Persia and sojourned at Khuzestan, a large town partly in ruins, which the river Tigris divides into two parts, one rich, the other poor, joined by a bridge over which hangs the coffin of Daniel the prophet. He went to Ameria, which is the boundary of Media, where he says the impostor David Elroy appeared, the worker of false miracles, who is none other than our Lord Jesus Christ, but called among the Jews of that part by the former name. Then he went to Hamadan, where the tombs of Mordecai and Esther are found, and by Dabristan he reached Ispahan, the capital of the kingdom, a city measuring 12 miles in circumference. At this point the narrative of the traveller becomes somewhat obscure. According to his notes we find him at Shiraz, then at Samarkand, then at the foot of the mountains in Thibet. This seems to have been his farthest point towards the northeast. He must have come back to Nizapur and Khuzestan on the banks of the Tigris. Thence, after a sea voyage of 2 days to El Kachif, an Arabian town on the Persian Gulf where the pearl fishery is carried on. Then, after another voyage of 7 days and crossing the Sea of Oman, he seems to have reached Quilon on the coast of Malabar. He was at last in India, the kingdom of the worshippers of the sun and of the descendants of Cush. This country produces pepper, ginger, and cinnamon. 20 days after leaving Quilon he was among the fire worshippers in Ceylon, and thence perhaps he went to China. He thought this voyage a very perilous one, and says that many vessels are lost on it, giving the following singular expedient for averting the danger. You should take on board with you several skins of oxen, and if the wind rises and threatens the vessel with danger, all who wish to escape envelope themselves each in a skin. Sew up this skin so as to make it as far as possible watertight, then throw themselves into the sea, and flocks of the great eagles called griffins, thinking that they are really oxen, will descend and bear them on their wings to some mountain or valley, there to devour their prey. Immediately on reaching land the man will kill the eagle with his knife, and leaving the skin will walk towards the nearest habitation. Many people, he adds, have been saved by this means. We find Benjamin of Tudela again at Ceylon, then at the island of Socotra in the Persian Gulf, and after crossing the Red Sea he arrives in Abyssinia, which he styles the India that is on terra firma. Thence he goes down the Nile, crosses the country of Aswan, reaches the town of Holvan, and by the Sahara, where the sand swallows up whole caravans, he goes to Zela, Kuz, Fayouna, and Misraim or Cairo. This last is a large town containing fine squares and shops. It never rains there, but this want is supplied by the overflow of the Nile once a year, which waters the country and renders it very fertile. Benjamin of Tudela in the desert of Sahara. He passed Gizeh on leaving Misraim but does not mention the pyramids, and just names Ain Shams, Bautig, Zephita and Demira. He stopped at Alexandria, built by Alexander the Great, a city of great commerce, frequented by merchants from all parts of the world. Its squares and streets are thronged with people, and so long that one cannot see from one end to another. A dike or causeway runs out a mile into the sea, on which a high tower was built by the conqueror, and on the top of it a glass mirror was placed, by which all vessels could be seen while still 50 days' sail away, coming from Greece or the East on their way to make war upon or otherwise harm the town. This tower, if we may credit the writer, is still of use as a signal to vessels coming to Alexandria, for it can be seen night or day, a great flaming torch being kept lighted at night, visible 100 miles off. What are our lighthouses when even with the electric light they are only visible 30 miles away? From Damietta, the traveller visited several neighbouring towns. Then returning there he embarked on board a vessel, and 20 days afterwards landed at Messina. He wished to continue the census that he was making, so by way of Rome and Lucca he went to St. Bernard. He mentions visiting several towns both in Germany and France, where Jews had settled, and according to Chateaubriand's account, Benjamin of Tudella's computation brought the number of Jews to about 768,165. In conclusion, the traveller speaks of Paris, which he seems to have visited. He says, "This great town numbers among its inhabitants some remarkably learned men, who are unequalled for learning by any in the world. They spend all their time studying law, and at the same time are very hospitable to all strangers, but especially to all their Jewish brethren." Such is the account of Benjamin of Tudella's travels. They form an important part of the geographical science of the middle of the 12th century. As we have used the modern names, it is easy to follow the short account of his route that we have given on any atlas of the present day. Next, in order of succession, we come to the name of Jean Duplan de Carpin, or as some authors render it simply Carpini. He was a Franciscan or Grey Friar, born in 1182 at Perugia in Italy. It is well known what inroads the Mongolians had made under Genghis Khan, and in 1206 this chieftain had made Karakorum, an ancient Turkish town, his capital. This town was a little north of China. His successor Ojadai extended the Mongolian dominion into the centre of China, and after raising an army of 600,000 men, he even invaded Europe. Russia, Georgia, Poland, Moravia, Silesia and Hungary all became the scenes of sanguinary conflicts which almost always ended in favour of the invaders. The Mongols were looked upon as demons possessed with superhuman power, and Western Europe was terrified at their approach. Pope Innocent Roman IV sent an ambassador to the Tartars, but he was treated with arrogance. At the same time, he sent other ambassadors to the Tartars living in northeastern Tartary in the hope of stopping the Mongolian invasion, and as chief in this mission, the Franciscan Carpini was chosen, being known to be a clever and intelligent diplomatist. Carpini was accompanied by Stephen, a Bohemian. They set out on the 6th of April, 1245, and went first to Bohemia, where the king gave them letters to some relations living in Poland, who he hoped might facilitate their entrance into Russia. Carpini had no difficulty in reaching the territory of the Archduke of Russia, and by his advice they bought beaver and other furs as presents for the Tartar chiefs. Thus provided, they took a northeasterly route to Kiev, then the chief town of Russia and now the seat of government of that part, but they travelled in fear of the Lithuanians, who scoured the country at that time. The governor of Kiev advised the Pope's envoys to exchange their own for Tartar horses, who were accustomed to seek for their food under the snow, and thus mounted they had no difficulty in getting as far as Danilisha. There they both were attacked by severe illness. When nearly recovered they bought a carriage, and in spite of the intense cold set out again. Arrived at Kaniv on the Dnieper, they found themselves in the frontier town of the Mongol Empire, and hence they were conducted to the Tartar camp by one of the chiefs, whom they had made their friend by gifts. In the camp they were badly received at first, but being directed to the Duke of Korenza, who commanded an army of 60,000 men forming the advanced guard, this general sent them with an escort of 3 Tartars to Prince Bathy, the next in command to the emperor himself. Relays of horses were prepared for them on the road, They travelled night and day, and thus passed through the Comans country lying between the Dnieper, the Tanais, the Volga and the Yaik, frequently having to cross the frozen rivers, and finally reaching the court of Prince Bathy on the frontiers of the Comans country. As we were being conducted to the prince, says Carpini, we were told that we should have to pass between two fires in order to purify us from any infection we might carry, and also to do away with any evil designs we might have towards the prince, which we agreed to do that we might be freed from all suspicion. The prince was seated on his throne in the midst of his courtiers and officers in a magnificent tent made of fine linen. He had the reputation of being a just and kind ruler of his people, but very cruel in war. Carpini and Stephen were placed on the left of the throne, and the papal letters, translated into a language composed of Tartar and Arabic, were presented to the prince. He read them attentively and then dismissed the envoys to their tents, where their only refreshment was a little porringer full of millet. This interview took place on Good Friday, and the next day Bathy sent for the envoys and told them they must go to the emperor. They set out on Easter Day with 2 guides, but having lived upon nothing but millet, water and salt, the travellers were but little fit for a journey. Nevertheless, their guides obliged them to travel very quickly, changing horses 5 or 6 times in a day. They passed through almost a desert country, the Tartars having driven away nearly all the inhabitants. They came next to the country of the Kangites to the east of Comania, where there was a great deficiency of water. In this province the people were mostly herdsmen, under the hard yoke of the Mongolians. Carpini was travelling from Easter till Ascension Day through the land of the Kangites, and thence he came into the Byserium country, or what we call Turkestan in the present day. On all sides the eye rested on towns and villages in ruins. After crossing a chain of mountains, the envoys entered Karakati on the 1st of July. Here the governor received them very hospitably, and made his sons and the principal officers of his court dance before them for their amusement. On leaving Karakati, the envoys rode for some days along the banks of a lake lying to the north of the town of Zemun, which must be, according to M. de Remusat, the Lake Balkash. There lived Ordu, the eldest of the Tartar captains, and here Carpini and Stephen took a day's rest before encountering the cold and mountainous country of the Maimans, a nomadic people living in tents. After some days the travellers reached the country of the Mongols, and on the 22nd of July arrived at the place where the emperor was, or rather he who was to be emperor, the election having not yet taken place. This future emperor was named Cuneus. He received the envoys in a most friendly manner, a letter from Prince Bathy having explained to him the object of their visit. Not being yet emperor, he could not entertain them nor take any part in public affairs, but from the time of Ojadai's death, his widow, the mother of Prince Cuneus, had been regent. She received the travellers in a purple and white tent capable of holding 2,000 persons. Carpini gives the following account of the interview. When we arrived, we saw a large assembly of dukes and princes who had come from all parts with their attendants, who were on horseback in the neighbouring fields and on the hills. The first day they were all dressed in white and purple, on the second, when Cuneus appeared in the tent, in red, on the third day they wore violet, and on the fourth scarlet or crimson. Outside the tent, in the surrounding palisade, were 2 great gates, by one of which the emperor alone might enter. It was unguarded, but none dared to enter or leave by it, while the other, which was the general entrance, was guarded by soldiers with swords and bows and arrows. If anyone approached within the prescribed limits, he was beaten, or else shot to death with arrows. We noticed several horsemen there, on whose harness cannot have been less than 20 marks worth of silver. The Tartars. A whole month passed away before Cunius was proclaimed emperor, and the envoys were obliged to wait patiently for this before they could be received by him. Carpini turned this leisure time to account by studying the habits of the people. He has given much interesting information on the subject in his account of his travels. The country seemed to him to be principally very hilly and the soil sandy, with but little vegetation. There is scarce any wood, but all classes are content with dung for fuel. Though the country is so bare, sheep seem to do well. The climate is very changeable. In summer, storms are very frequent, many fall victims to the vivid lightning, and the wind is often so strong as even to blow over men on horseback. During the winter there is no rain, which all falls in the summer, and then scarcely enough to lay the dust, while the storms of hail are terrible. During Carpini's residence in the country, they were so severe that once 140 persons were drowned by the melting of the enormous mass of hailstones that had fallen. It is a very extensive country, but miserable beyond expression. Carpini, who seems to have been a man of great discernment, took a very just idea of the Tartars themselves. He says their eyes are set very far apart. They have very high cheekbones, their noses are small and flat, their eyes small, and their eyelashes and eyebrows seem to meet. They are of middle height with slender waists, they have small beards, some wear moustaches, and what are now called imperials. On the top of the head the hair is shaved off like monks, and to the width of 3 fingers between their ears they also shave off the hair, letting what is between the tonsure and the back of the head grow to some length. In fact, it is as long as a woman's in many cases, and plaited and tied in 2 tails behind the ear. They have small feet. He says there is but little difference perceptible in the dress of the men and women, all alike wearing long robes trimmed with fur, and high buckram caps enlarged towards the upper part. Their houses are built like tents of rods and stakes, so that they can be easily taken down and packed on the beasts of burden. Other larger dwellings are sometimes carried whole as they stand on carts, and thus follow their owner about the country. The Tartars believe in God as the creator of the universe and as the rewarder and avenger of all, but they also worship the sun, moon, fire, earth and water, and idols made in felt, like human beings. They have little toleration, and put Michael of Turnigu and Feoder to death for not worshipping the sun at midday at the command of Prince Bathy. They are a superstitious people, believing in enchantment and sorcery, and looking upon fire as the purifier of all things. When one of their chiefs dies, he is buried with a horse saddled and bridled, a table, a dish of meat, a cup of mare's milk, and a mare and foal. The Tartars are most obedient to their chiefs, and are truthful and not quarrelsome. Murders and deeds of violence are rare, there is very little robbery, and articles of value are never guarded. They bear great fatigue and hunger without complaint, as well as heat and cold, singing and dancing under the most adverse circumstances. They are much prone to drink to excess. They are very proud and disdainful to strangers, and have no respect for the lives of human beings. Carpini completes his sketch of the Tartar character by adding that they eat all kinds of animals, dogs, wolves, foxes, horses, and even sometimes their fellow creatures. Their principal beverage is the milk of the mare, sheep, goat, cow, and camel. They have neither wine cervisia, a beverage composed of grain and herbs, nor mead, but only intoxicating liquors. They are very dirty in their habits, scarcely ever washing their porringers, or only doing so in their broth. They hardly ever wash their clothes, more especially when there is thunder about, and they eat rats, mice, and sea. if they are badly off for other food. The men are not brought up to any manual labour, their whole occupation consisting in hunting, shooting with bow and arrows, watching the flocks and riding. The women and girls are very athletic and very brave. They prepare furs and make clothes, drive carts and camels, and as polygamy is practised among them, and a man buys as many wives as he can keep, there are enough women for all these employments. Such is the resume of Carpini's observations made during his residence at Sierra while he was awaiting the emperor's election. Soon he found that the election was about to take place. He noticed that the courtiers always sang before Cunius when he came out of his tent, and bowed down before him with beautiful little wands in their hands, having small pieces of scarlet wool attached to them. On a plain about 4 leagues from Sierra beside a stream, a tent was prepared for the coronation, carpeted with scarlet and supported on columns covered with gold. On St. Bartholomew's Day a large concourse of people assembled. Each one fell on his knees as he arrived, and remained praying towards the sun. But Carpini and his companion refused to join in this idolatrous worship of the sun. Then Cunius was placed on the imperial throne, and the dukes and all the assembled multitudes having done homage to him, he was consecrated. As soon as this ceremony was over, Carpini and Stephen were commanded to appear before the emperor. They were first searched, and then entered the imperial presence at the same time as other ambassadors, the bearers of rich presents. The poor papal envoys had nothing to present. Whether this had anything to do with the length of time they had to wait before His Imperial Majesty could attend to their affairs we do not know. But days passed slowly by, and they were nearly dying of hunger and thirst before they received a summons to appear before the secretary of the emperor, and letters to the Pope were given to them, ending with these words: "We worship God, and by his help we shall destroy the whole earth from east to west." The envoys had now nothing to wait for, and during the whole of the winter they travelled across icy deserts. About May they again arrived at the court of Prince Bathy, who gave them free passes, and they reached Kiev about the middle of June, 1247. On the 9th of October of the same year, the Pope made Carpini Bishop of Antivari in Dalmatia, and this celebrated traveller died at Rome about the year 1251. Carpini's mission was not of much use, and the Tartars remained much as they were before, a savage and ferocious tribe. But 6 years after his return another monk of the minor order of Franciscans, named William Rubruquis of Belgian origin, was sent to the barbarians who lived in the country between the Volga and the Don. The object of this journey was as follows. St. Louis was waging war against the Saracens of Syria at this time, and while he was engaging the infidels, Erkelty, a Mongol prince, attacked them on the side nearest to Persia, and thus caused a diversion that was in favour of the King of France. The report arose that Prince Erkelty had become a Christian, and St. Louis, anxious to prove the truth of it, charged Rubruquis to go into the prince's own country, and there make what observations he could upon the subject. In the month of June 1253, Rubruquis and his companions embarked for Constantinople. From thence they reached the mouth of the river Don on the Sea of Azov, where they found a great number of Goths. On their arrival among the Tartars, their reception was at first very inhospitable, but after presenting the letters with which they were furnished, Zagathal, the governor of that province, gave them wagons, horses, and oxen for their journey. Thus equipped they set out, and were much surprised next day by meeting a moving village. That is to say, all the huts were placed on wagons and were being moved away. During the 10 days that Rubruquis and his companions were passing through this part of the country, they were very badly treated, and had it not been for their own store of biscuits, they must have died of starvation. After passing by the end of the Sea of Azov, they went in an easterly direction and crossed a sandy desert on which neither tree nor stone was visible. This was the country of the Comans that Carpini had traversed, but in a more northerly part. Rubruquis left the mountains inhabited by the Circassians to the south, and after a wearisome journey of 2 months arrived at the camp of Prince Sartach on the banks of the Volga. This was the court of the prince, the son of Batu Khan. He had 6 wives, each of whom possessed a palace of her own, some houses, and a great number of chariots, some of them very large, being drawn by a team of 22 oxen harnessed in pairs. Sartach received the envoys of the King of France very graciously, and seeing their poverty, he supplied them with all that they required. They were to be presented to the prince in their sacerdotal dress when, bearing on a cushion a splendid Bible, the gift of the King of France, a psalter given by the Queen, a missal, a crucifix, and a censer, they entered the royal presence, taking good care not to touch the threshold of the door, which would have been considered profanation. Once in the royal presence, they sang the Salve Regina. After the prince and those of the princesses who were present at the ceremony had examined the books and see that the monks had brought with them, the envoys were allowed to retire, it being impossible for Rubruquis to form any opinion as to Sartach's being a Christian or not. But his work was not yet finished, the prince having pressed the envoys to go to his father's court. Rubruquis complied with the request, and crossing the country lying between the Volga and the Don, they arrived at their destination. There the same ceremonies had to be gone through as at the court of Prince Sartach. The monks had to prepare their books and see, and be presented to the Khan, who was seated on a large gilded throne, but not wishing to treat with the envoys himself, he sent them to Karakorum, to the court of Mangu Khan. They crossed the country of the Bashkirs and visited Kenchat, Talach, passed the Aksayats and reached Equius, a town of which the position cannot be accurately ascertained in the present day. Then by the land of Organum, by the lake of Balkash and the territory of the Uyghurs, they arrived at Karakorum, the capital of the Mongolian Empire, where Carpini had stopped without entering the town. This town, says Rubruquis, was surrounded with walls of earth, and had 4 gates in the walls. The principal buildings it contained were 2 mosques and a Christian church. While in this city, the monk made many interesting observations on the surrounding people, especially upon the Tangas, whose oxen of a remarkable race are no other than the yaks, so celebrated in Thibet. In speaking of the Thibetans, he notices their most extraordinary custom of eating the bodies of their fathers and mothers, in order to secure their having an honourable sepulture. When Rubruquis and his companions reached Karakorum, they found that the great Khan was not in his capital, but in one of his palaces, which was situated on the further side of the mountains which rise in the northern part of the country. They followed him there, and the next day after their arrival presented themselves before him with bare feet, according to the Franciscan custom, so securing for themselves frozen toes. Rubruquis thus describes the interview. Mangu Khan is a man of middle height with a flat nose. He was lying on a couch clad in a robe of bright fur which was speckled like the skin of a sea calf. He was surrounded with falcons and other birds. Several kinds of beverages, arrack punch, fermented mare's milk, and ball, a kind of mead, were offered to the envoys, but they refused them all. The Khan, less prudent than they, soon became intoxicated on these drinks, and the audience had to be ended, Without any result being arrived at, Rubruquis remained several days at Mangu Khan's court. He found there a great number of German and French prisoners, mostly employed in making different kinds of arms or in working the mines of Bokhol. The prisoners were well treated by the Tartars and did not complain of their lot. After several interviews with the great Khan, Rubruquis gained permission to leave, and he returned to Karakoram. Near this town stood a magnificent palace belonging to the Khan. It was like a large church with nave and double aisles. Here the sovereign sits at the northern end on a raised platform, the gentleman being seated on his right, and the ladies on his left hand. It is at this palace that twice every year splendid fêtes are given, when all the nobles of the country are assembled round their sovereign. While at Karakoram, Rubruquis collected many interesting documents relating to the Chinese, their customs, literature, and sea. Then, leaving the capital of the Mongols, he returned by the same route as he had come as far as Astrakhan. But there he branched to the south and went to Syria with a Turkish escort, which was rendered necessary by the presence of tribes bent on pillage. He visited Darbend, and went thence by Nakhchivan, Erzurum, Sivas, Caesarea, and Iconium, to the port of Kerch, whence he embarked for his own country. His route was much the same as that of Carpini, but his narrative is less interesting, and the Belgian does not seem to have been gifted with the spirit of observation which characterized the Italian monk. With Carpini and Rubruquis closes the list of celebrated travellers of the 13th century. But we have the brilliant career of Marco Polo now before us, whose travels extended over part of the 13th and 14th centuries. Chapter 18. The interest of the Genoese and Venetian merchants in encouraging the exploration of Central Asia, the family of Polo and its position in Venice. Nicholas and Matteo Polo, the two brothers, they go from Constantinople to the court of the Emperor of China, their reception at the court of Kublai Khan. The Emperor appoints them his ambassadors to the Pope. Their return to Venice, Marco Polo. He leaves his father Nicholas and his uncle Matteo for the residence of the King of Tartary, the new Pope Gregory X. The narrative of Marco Polo is written in French from his dictation by Rusticien of Pisa. The Genoese and Venetian merchants could not fail to be much interested in the explorations of the brave travellers in Central Asia, India and China, for they saw that these countries would give them new openings for disposing of their merchandise, and also the great benefit to be derived by the West from being supplied with the productions of the East. The interests of commerce stimulated fresh explorations, and it was this motive that actuated two noble Venetians to leave their homes and brave all the fatigue and danger of a perilous journey. These two Venetians belonged to the family of Polo, which had come originally from Dalmatia, and owing to successful trading, had become so opulent as to be reckoned among the patrician families of Venice. In 1260, the two brothers, Nicholas and Matteo, who had lived for some years in Constantinople, where they had established a branch house, went to the Crimea with a considerable stock of precious stones, where their eldest brother, Andrea Polo, had his place of business. Thence, taking a northeasterly direction and crossing the country of the Comans, they reached the camp of Barkari Khan on the Volga. This Mongol prince received the two merchants very kindly, and bought all the jewels they offered him at double their value. Niccolo and Matteo remained a year in the Mongolian camp, but a war breaking out at this time between Barkari and Hulagu, the conqueror of Persia, the two brothers, not wishing to be in the midst of a country where war was being waged, went to Bokhara, and there they remained 3 years. But when Barkay was vanquished and his capital taken, the partisans of Hulagu induced the two Venetians to follow them to the residence of the Grand Khan of Tartary, who was sure to give them a hearty welcome. This Kublai Khan, the fourth son of Genghis Khan, was Emperor of China, and was then at his summer palace in Mongolia, on the frontier of the Chinese Empire. The Venetian merchants set out, and were a whole year crossing the immense extent of country lying between Bokhara and the northern limits of China. Kublai Khan was much pleased to receive these strangers from the distant west. He feted them, and asked with much eagerness for any information that they could give him of what was happening in Europe, requiring details of the government of the various kings and emperors, and their methods of making war. And he then conversed at some length about the Pope and the state of the Latin Church. Matteo and Niccolo fortunately spoke the Tartar language fluently, so they could freely answer all the emperor's questions. Kublai Khan's feast on the arrival of the Venetian merchants. It had occurred to Kublai Khan to send messengers to the Pope, and he seized the opportunity to beg the two brothers to act as his ambassadors to His Holiness. The merchants thankfully accepted his proposal, for they foresaw that this new character would be very advantageous to them. The emperor had some charters drawn up in the Turkish language, asking the Pope to send 100 learned men to convert his people to Christianity. Then he appointed one of his barons named Kogatl to accompany them, and he charged them to bring him some oil from the sacred lamp, which is perpetually burning before the tomb of Christ at Jerusalem. The two brothers took leave of the Khan, having been furnished with passports by him, which put both men and horses at their disposal throughout the empire, and in 1266 they set out on their journey. Soon the Baron Kogatl fell ill, and the Venetians were obliged to leave him and continue their journey. But in spite of all the aid that had been given to them, they were 3 years in reaching the port of Layers in Armenia, now known by the name of Issus. Leaving this port, they arrived at Acre in 1269, where they heard of the death of Pope Clement Roman IV, to whom they were sent, but the legate Theobald lived in Acre and received the Venetians. Learning what was the object of their mission, he begged them to wait for the election of the new pope. The brothers had been absent from their country for 15 years, so they resolved to return to Venice, and at Negropont they embarked on board a vessel that was going direct to their native town. On landing there, Niccolo was met by news of the death of his wife, and of the birth of his son, who had been born shortly after his departure in 1254. This son was the celebrated Marco Polo. The two brothers waited at Venice for the election of the Pope, but at the end of 2 years, as it had not taken place, they thought they could no longer defer their return to the Emperor of the Mongols. Accordingly, they started for Acre, taking Marco Polo with them, who could not then have been more than 17. At Acre they had an interview with the legate Theobald, who authorized them to go to Jerusalem and there to procure some of the sacred oil. This mission accomplished, the Venetians returned to Acre and asked the legate to give them letters to Kublai Khan, mentioning the death of Pope Clement Roman IV. He complied with their request, and they returned to Layers or Issus. There, to their great joy, they learnt that the legate Theobald had just been made pope with the title of Gregory X. On the 1st of September, 1271, the newly elected pope sent at once for the Venetian envoys, and the king of Armenia placed a galley at their disposal to expedite their return to Acre. The pope received them with much affection and gave them letters to the Emperor of China. He added 2 preaching friars, Nicholas of Vicenza and William of Tripoli, to their party, and gave them his blessing on their departure. They went back to Layas, but had scarcely arrived before they were made prisoners by the soldiers of the Mameluke Sultan Bibars, who was then ravaging Armenia. The two preaching friars were so discouraged at this outset of the expedition that they gave up all idea of going to China and left the two Venetians and Marco Polo to prosecute the journey together as best they could. Marco Polo. Here begins what may properly be called Marco Polo's travels. It is a question if he really visited all the places that he describes, and it seems probable that he did not. In fact, in the narrative written at his dictation by Rusticien of Pisa, it is stated Marco Polo, a wise and noble citizen of Venice, saw nearly all herein described with his own eyes, and what he did not see he learnt from the lips of truthful and credible witnesses. But we must add that the greater part of the kingdoms and towns spoken of by Marco Polo he certainly did visit. We will follow the route he describes, simply pointing out what the traveller learnt by hearsay during the important missions with which he was charged by Kublai Khan. During this second journey, the travellers did not follow exactly the same road as on the first occasion of their visit to the Emperor of China. They had lengthened their route by passing to the north of the Celestial Mountains, but now they turned to the south of them, and though this route was shorter than the other, they were 3 years and a half in accomplishing their journey, being much impeded by the rains and the difficulty of crossing the great rivers. Their course may be easily followed with the help of a map of Asia, as we have substituted the modern names in place of the ancient ones used by Marco Polo in his narrative. Roman 2. Marco Polo. Armenia Minor, Armenia. Mount Ararat, Georgia, Mosul, Baghdad, Basora, Tauris, Persia, the province of Kerman, Komadi, Ormuz, the old man of the mountain, Cheburgan, Balkh, Kashmir, Kashgar, Samarkand, Cotton, the desert, Tangun, Karakoram, Signanfu, the Great Wall, Changtu, the residence of Kublai Khan, Kambaluk, now Pekin, the emperor's fetes, his hunting, description of Pekin, Chinese mint and banknotes, the system of posts in the empire. Marco Polo left the town of Issus. He describes Armenia Minor as a very unhealthy place, the inhabitants of which, though once valiant, are now cowardly and wretched, their only talent seeming to lie in their capacity for drinking to excess. From Armenia Minor he went to Turkomania, whose inhabitants, though somewhat of savages, are clever in cultivating pastures and breeding horses and mules, and the townspeople excel in the manufacture of carpets and silk. Armenia proper, that Marco Polo next visited, affords a good camping ground to the Tartar armies during the summer. There the traveller saw Mount Ararat, where Noah's Ark rested after the deluge. He noticed that the lands bordering on the Caspian Sea afford large supplies of naphtha, which forms an important item in the trade of that neighbourhood. When he left Armenia, he took a northeasterly course towards Georgia, a kingdom lying on the south side of the Caucasus, whose ancient kings, says the legend, were born with an eagle traced on their right shoulders. The Georgians he describes as good archers and men of war, and also as clever in working in gold and manufacturing silk. Here is a celebrated defile, 4 leagues in length, which lies between the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea, that the Turks call the Iron Door, and Europeans the Pass of Darbend, and here too is the miraculous lake, where fish are said to exist only during Lent. Hence the travellers descended towards the kingdom of Mosul, and arrived at the town of the same name on the right bank of the Tigris, thence going to Baghdad, the residence of the Caliph of all the Saracens. Marco Polo gives an account of the taking of Baghdad by the Tartars in 1255, mentioning a wonderful story in support of the Christian idea of faith, that can remove mountains, He points out the route from this town to the Persian Gulf, which may be reached in 18 days by the river, passing Bussorah, the country of dates. From this point to Tauris, a Persian town in the province of Azerbaijan, Marco Polo's route seems to be doubtful. He takes up his narrative at Tauris, which he describes as a large, flourishing town, built in the midst of beautiful gardens, and carrying on a great traffic in precious stones and other valuable merchandise, but its Saracen inhabitants are disloyal and treacherous. Here he seems to divide Persia geographically into 8 provinces. The natives of Persia, according to him, are formidable enemies to the merchants, who are obliged to travel armed with bows and arrows. The principal trade of the country seems to be in horses and asses, which are sent to Kis or Ormuz and thence to India. The natural productions of the country are wheat, barley, millet and grapes, which grow in abundance. Marco Polo went next to Yezd, the most easterly town of Persia proper. On leaving it after a ride of 7 days through magnificent forests abounding in game, he came to the province of Kerman. Here the mines yield large quantities of turquoise, as well as iron and antimony. The manufacture of arms and harness, as well as embroidery and the training of falcons for hunting, occupy a great number of the inhabitants. On leaving Kerman, Marco Polo and his 2 companions set out on a 9 days' journey across a rich and populous country to the town of Komadi, which is supposed to be the Memnon of the present day, and was even then sinking into decay. The country was superb. On all sides were to be seen fine fat sheep, great oxen, white as snow, with short strong horns, and thousands of domestic fowls and other birds. Also there were magnificent date, orange and pistachio trees. After travelling for 5 days they entered the beautiful and well-watered plain of Kormos or Ormuz, and after 2 days' further march they reached the shores of the Persian Gulf and the town of Ormuz, which forms the seaport of the kingdom of Kerman. This country they found very warm and unhealthy, but rich in date and spice trees, in grain, precious stones, silk and golden stuffs, and elephants' tusks, wine made from the date and other merchandise being brought into the town ready for shipment on board ships with but 1 mast, which came in numbers to the port. But many were lost on the voyage to India, as they were only built with wooden pegs, not iron nails, to fasten them together. From Ormuz, Marco Polo, going up again towards the northeast, visited Kerman. Then he ventured by dangerous roads across a sandy desert, where there was only brackish water to be found, the desert across which, 1500 years before, Alexander had led his army to meet Nearchus. 7 days afterwards he entered the town of Carbis. On leaving this town he crossed for 8 days the Great Plains to Tonokan, the capital of the province of Cumes, probably Damagan. At this point of his narrative, Marco Polo gives an account of the Old Man of the Mountain, the chief of the Mahometan sect called the Hashishins, who were noted for their religious fanaticism and terrible cruelty. He next visited the Khorasan town of Cheburgan, a city celebrated for its sweet melons, and then the noble city of Balkh, situated near the source of the Oxus. Next he crossed a country infested by lions to Taken, a great salt market frequented by a large number of merchants, and to Skasem. This town seems to be the Kashim spoken of by Marston, the Kishin or Krishin of Hiawant Sang, which Sir Henry Rawlinson has identified with the hill of Kharesm of Zendavesta, that some commentators think must be the modern Kunduz. In this part of the country, he says, porcupines abound, and when they are hunted they curl themselves up, darting out the prickles on their sides and backs at the dogs that are hunting them. We now know how much faith to put in this pretended power of defense said to be possessed by the porcupine. Marco Polo now entered the rocky mountainous kingdom of the Balks, whose kings claimed descent from Alexander the Great, a cold country producing good fast horses, excellent falcons and all kinds of game. Here too are prolific ruby mines worked by the king and which yield large quantities, but they are so strictly enclosed that no one on pain of death may set foot on the Cyanan mountain containing the mines. In other places silver is found, and many precious stones, of which he says they make the finest azure in the world, meaning lapis lazuli. His stay in this part of the country must have been a long one to have enabled him to observe so many of its characteristics. 10 days' journey from hence, he entered a province which must be the Peshawar of the present day, whose dark-skinned inhabitants were idolaters. Then after 7 days' further march, about midday he came to the kingdom of Kashmir, where the temperature is cool, and towns and villages are very numerous. Had Marco Polo continued his route in the same direction, he would soon have reached the territory of India. But instead of that he took a northerly course, and in 12 days was in Vacan, a land watered by the upper Oxus, which runs through splendid pastures, where feed immense flocks of wild sheep, called mufflons. Thence he went through a mountainous country, lying between the Altai and Himalayan ranges to Kashgar. Here Marco Polo's route is the same as that of his uncle and his father during their first voyage, when from Bokhara they were taken to the residence of the Great Khan. From Kashgar, Marco Polo diverged a little to the west, to Samarkand, a large town inhabited by Saracens and Christians, then to Yarkand, a city frequented by caravans trading between India and northern Asia, passing by Cotton, the capital of the province of that name, and by Pain, a town whose situation is uncertain, but in a part of the country where chalcedony and jasper abound. He came to the kingdom of Karachar, which extends along the borders of the desert of Job. Then after 5 days further travelling over sandy plains where there was no water fit to drink, he rested for 8 days in the city of Lob, a place now in ruins, while he prepared to cross the desert lying to the east, so great a desert, he says, that it would require a year to traverse its whole length, a haunted wilderness, where drums and other instruments are heard though invisible. After spending a year crossing this desert, Marco Polo reached Tchartchu in the province of Tangout, a town built on the western limits of the Chinese Empire. There are but few merchants here, the greater part of the population being agricultural. The custom that seems to have struck him the most in the province of Tangout was that of burning their dead only on a day fixed by the astrologers. All the time that the dead remain in their houses, the relations stay there with them, preparing a place at each meal as well as providing both food and drink for the corpse, as though it were still alive. Marco Polo and his companions made an excursion to the northeast, to the city of Amil, going on as far as Jinshintalas, a town inhabited by idolaters, Mahometans and Nestorian Christians, whose situation is disputed. From this town Marco Polo returned to Tchartchu, and went eastward across Tangout by the town of Sosiu over a tract of country particularly favourable to the cultivation of rhubarb, and by Kanpaisan, the Kantchiu of the Chinese, then the capital of the province of Tangout, an important town, whose numerous chiefs are idolaters and polygamists. The 3 Venetians remained a year in this large city. It is easy to understand from their long halts and deviations why they required 3 years for their journey across Central Asia. They left Kantchiu, and after riding for 12 days they reached the borders of a sandy desert and entered the city of Etzina. This was another detour, as it lay directly north of their route, but they wished to visit Karakorum, the celebrated capital of Tartary, where Rubruquis had been in 1254. Marco Polo was certainly an explorer by nature. Fatigue was nothing to him if he had any geographical studies to complete, which is proved by his spending 40 days crossing an uninhabited desert without vegetation in order to reach the Tartar town. When he arrived there, he found a city measuring 3 miles in circumference, which had been for a long time the capital of the empire, before it was conquered by Genghis Khan, the grandfather of the reigning emperor. Here Marco Polo makes an historical digression, in which he gives an account of the wars of the Tartar chiefs against the famous Prester John, who held all this part of the country under his dominion. Marco Polo, after returning to Khan Tichiu, left it again, marching 5 days towards the east and arriving at the town of Urginol. Thence he went a little to the south to visit Siningfu, across a tract of country where grazed great wild oxen and the valuable species of goat which is called the musk-bearer. Returning to Urginol, they went eastward to see Alice, where there is the best manufactory of cloth made from camel's hair in the world, to Tenduk, a town in the province of the same name, where a descendant of Prester John reigned, but who had given in his submission to the great Khan. This was a busy, flourishing town. From hence the travellers went to Sindatichu, and on beyond the Great Wall of China as far as Sayagana, which must be Tzin Balgassa, a pretty town where the emperor lives when he wishes to hawk. For cranes, storks, pheasants and partridges abound in this neighbourhood. At last Marco Polo, his father and his uncle, reached Sayandu or Tichan Tichu of the present day, called elsewhere in this narrative Clemenfu. Here Kublai Khan received the papal envoys, for he was occupying his summer palace beyond the Great Wall, north of Pekin, which was then the capital of the empire. The traveller does not tell us what reception he met with, but he describes most carefully the palace, the grandeur of the building of stone and marble, standing in the middle of a park surrounded by walls, enclosing menageries and fountains. Also a building made of reeds, so closely interlaced as to be impenetrable to water. It was a sort of movable kiosk that the great Khan inhabited during the fine months of June, July and August. The weather during the emperor's sojourn in this summer palace could not but be beautiful, for, according to Marco Polo, the astrologers who were attached to the Khan's court were charged to scatter all rain and fog by their sorcery, and the travellers seemed to believe in the power of these magicians. These astrologers, he says, belong to 2 races, both idolaters. They are learned in all magic and enchantments above any other men, and what they do is done by the aid of the devil, but they make others believe that they owe their power to the help of God and their own holiness. These people have the following strange custom. When a man has been condemned and put to death, they take the body, cook and eat it, but in the case of a natural death they do not eat the body. And you must know that these people of whom I am speaking, who know so many kinds of enchantments, work the wonder I am about to relate. When the great Khan is seated at dinner in the principal dining hall, the table of which is 8 cubits in length, and the cups are on the floor 10 paces from the table, filled with wine, milk, and other good beverages. These clever magicians by their arts make these cups rise by themselves, and without anyone touching them they are placed before the great Khan. This has been done before an immense number of people, and is the exact truth, and those skilled in necromancy will tell you that it is quite possible to do this. Marco Polo next gives a history of Kubla, whom he considers to possess more lands and treasures than any man since our first father, Adam. He tells how the great Khan ascended the throne in the year 1256, being then 85. He was a man of middle height, rather stout, but of a fine figure, with a good complexion and black eyes. He was a good commander in war, and his talents were put to the proof when his uncle Narayan, having rebelled against him, wished to dispute his power at the head of 400,000 cavalry. Kublai Khan collected in secret a force of 300,000 horsemen and 100,000 foot soldiers and marched against his uncle. The battle was a most terrible one, so many men being killed, but the Khan was victorious, and Narayan, as a prince of the blood royal, was condemned to be sewn up tightly in a carpet, and died in great suffering. After his victory, the Khan made a triumphal entry into Kasay, capital of Cambaluc, or as it is now called Pekin. When Marco Polo arrived at this city, he made a long stay there, remaining until the emperor needed his services to undertake various missions into the interior of China. The emperor had a splendid palace at Cambaluc, and the traveller gives so graphic an account of the riches and magnificence of the Mongol sovereigns that we give it word for word. The palace is surrounded by a great wall, a mile long each way, 4 miles in length altogether, very thick, 10 feet in height, all white and battlemented. At each corner of this wall is a palace beautiful and rich, in which all the trappings of war belonging to the great Khan are kept. His bows, quivers, the saddles and bridles of the horses, the bow strings, in fact everything that would be wanted in time of war. In the midst of each square is another building, like those at the corner, so that there are 8 in all, and each building contains one particular kind of harness or trapping. In the wall on the south side are 5 doors, the middle or large door only being opened when the emperor wishes to go in or out. Near this great gate on either side is a smaller one through which other people may pass, and 2 others for the same purpose. Inside this wall is another, having also 8 buildings to be used in the same manner. Plan of Pekin. Thus we see that all these buildings constituted the emperor's armoury and harness store. We shall not be surprised that there was so much harness to be kept when we know that the emperor possessed a race of horses white as snow, and among them 10,000 mares, whose milk was reserved for the sole use of princes of the blood royal. The emperor's palace at Pekin. Marco Polo continues his narrative thus. The inner wall has 5 gates on the south side, answering to those in the outer wall, but on the other sides the walls have only 1 gate each. In the centre of the enclosure made by these walls stands the palace, the largest in the world. It has no second story, but the ground floor is raised about 8 feet above the ground. The roof is very high. The walls of the rooms are covered with gold and silver, and on this gold and silver are paintings of dragons, birds, horses, and other animals, so that nothing can be seen but gilding and pictures. The dining hall is large enough to hold 6,000 men, and the number of other rooms is marvellous, and all is so well arranged that it could not be improved. The ceilings are painted vermilion, green, blue, yellow, and all kinds of colours, varnished so as to shine like crystal, and the roof is so well built that it will last for many years. Between the 2 walls the land is laid out in fields with fine trees in them, containing different species of animals, the muskox, white deer, roebuck, fallow deer, and other animals, who fill the space between the walls, except the roads reserved for human beings. On the northwestern side is a great lake, full of fishes of divers kinds, for the great Khan has had several species placed there, and each time that he desires it to be done, he has his will in it. A river rises in this lake and flows out from the grounds of the palace, but no fish escape in it, there being iron and brass nets to prevent their doing so. On the northern side, near an arched doorway, the emperor has had a mound made, 100 feet in height and more than a mile in circumference. It is covered with evergreen trees, and the emperor, being very fond of horticulture, whenever he hears of a fine tree, sends for it and has it brought by his elephants, with the roots and surrounding soil, the size of the tree being no impediment, and thus he has the finest collection of trees in the world. The hill is called Green Hill, from its being covered with evergreen trees and green turf, and on the top of the hill is a house. This hill is altogether so beautiful that it is the admiration of everyone. After Marco Polo has concluded his description of this palace, he gives one of that of the emperor's son and heir. Then he speaks of the town of Cambaluc, the old town which is separated from the modern town of Taidu by a canal, the same which divides the Chinese and Tartar quarters of Pekin. The traveller gives many particulars of the emperor's habits, and among other things he says that Kublai Khan has a bodyguard of 2,000 horse soldiers, but he adds, it is not fear that causes him to keep this guard. His meals are real ceremonies, and etiquette is most rigidly enforced. His table is raised above the others, and he always sits on the north side with his principal wife on his right, and lower down his sons, nephews, and relations. He is waited upon by noble barons, who are careful to envelop their mouths and noses in fine cloth of gold, so that their breath and their odour may not contaminate the food or drink of their lord. When the emperor is about to drink, a band of music plays, and when he takes the cup in his hand, all the barons and every one present fall on their knees. The principal fêtes given by the Grand Khan were on the anniversary of his birth, and on the first day of the year. At the first, 12,000 barons were accustomed to assemble round the throne, and to them were presented annually 150,000 garments made of gold and silk and ornamented with pearls, whilst the subjects, idolaters as well as Christians, offered up public prayers. At the second of these fêtes, on the first day of the year, the whole population, men and women alike, appeared dressed in white, following the tradition that white brings good fortune, and everyone brought gifts to the king of great value. 100,000 richly caparisoned horses, 5,000 elephants covered with handsome cloths and carrying the imperial plate, as well as a large number of camels, passed in procession before the emperor during the 3 winter months of December, January and February, when the Khan is living in his winter palace. All the nobles within a radius of 60 days' march are obliged to supply him with boars, stags, fallow deer, roes and bears. Besides, Kublai is a great huntsman himself, and his hunting train is superbly mounted and kept up. He has leopards, lynxes and fine lions trained to hunt for wild animals, eagles strong enough to chase wolves, foxes, fallow and roe deer, and, as Marco Polo says, often to take them too, and his dogs may be counted by thousands. It is about March when the emperor begins his principal hunting in the direction of the sea, and he is accompanied by no less than 10,000 falconers, 500 gerfalcons and many goshawks, peregrine and sacred falcons. During the hunting excursion, a portable palace, covered outside with lions' skins and inside with cloth of gold, and carried on 4 elephants harnessed together, accompanies the emperor everywhere, who seems to enjoy all this oriental pomp and display. He goes as far as the camp of Chakairimongu, which is situated on a stream, a tributary of the river Amur, and the tent is set up, which is large enough to hold 10,000 nobles. This is his reception saloon where he gives audiences, and when he wishes to sleep he goes into a tent which is hung all round with ermine and sable furs of almost priceless value. The emperor lives thus till about Easter, hunting cranes, swans, hares, stags, roebucks and sea, and then returns to his capital, Cambaluc. Marco Polo now completes his description of this fine city, and enumerates the 12 quarters it contains, in many of which the rich merchants have their palatial houses, for commerce flourishes in this town, and more valuable merchandise is brought to it than to any other in the world. It is the depot and market for the richest productions of India, such as pearls and precious stones, and merchants come from long distances round to purchase them. The Khan has established a mint here for the benefit of trade, and it is an inexhaustible source of revenue to him. The banknotes, sealed with the emperor's seal, are made of a kind of cardboard manufactured from the bark of the mulberry tree. The cardboard thus prepared is cut into various thicknesses according to the value of the money it is supposed to represent. The currency of this money is enforced, none daring to refuse it on pain of death, the emperor using it in all his payments and enforcing its circulation throughout his dominions. Besides this, several times in the year the possessors of precious stones, pearls, gold or silver are obliged to bring their treasures to the mint and receive in exchange for them these pieces of cardboard, so that, in fact, the emperor becomes the possessor of all the riches in his empire. According to Marco Polo, the system of the imperial government was wonderfully centralized. The kingdom is divided into 34 provinces and is governed by 12 of the greatest barons living in Cambaluc. In the same palace also reside the intendants and secretaries, who conduct the business of each province. From this central city, a great number of roads diverge to the various parts of the kingdom, and on these roads are now post-houses stationed at intervals of 22 miles, where well-mounted messengers are always ready to carry the emperor's messages. Besides this, at every 3 miles on the road there is a little hamlet of about 14 houses where the couriers live, who carry messages on foot. These men wear a belt round their waists and have a girdle with bells attached to it that are heard at a long distance. They start at a gallop, quickly accomplishing the 3 miles and giving the message to the courier who is waiting for it at the next hamlet. Thus the emperor receives news from places at long distances from the capital in a comparatively short time. This mode of communication also involved but small expense to Kublai Khan, as the only remuneration he gave these couriers was their exemption from taxation, and as to the horses, they were furnished gratuitously by the provinces. But if the emperor used his power in this manner to lay heavy burdens upon his subjects, he exerted himself actively for their good, and was always ready to help them. For instance, when their crops were damaged by hailstorms, he not only remitted all taxes, but gave them corn from his own stores, and when there was any great mortality among the flocks and herds in any particular province, he always replaced them at his own expense. He was careful to have a large quantity of wheat, barley, millet, and rice, stored up in years of abundant harvest, so as to keep the price of grain at a uniform rate when the harvest failed. He was particularly careful of the poor who lived in Cambaluc. He had a list made of all the poorest houses in the town, where they were usually short of food, and supplied them liberally with wheat and other grain according to the size of their families, and bread was never refused to any applying at the palace for it. It is computed that at least 30,000 persons avail themselves of this daily throughout the year. His kindness to his poor subjects makes them almost worship him. The whole affairs of the empire are administered with great care, the roads well kept up and planted with fine trees, so that from a distance their direction can easily be traced. There is no want of wood, and in Cathay they work a number of coal pits which supply abundance of coal. Marco Polo remained a long time at Cambaluc, and his intelligence, spirit, and readiness in adapting himself made him a great favourite with the emperor. He was entrusted with various missions, not only in China, but also to places on the coast of India, Ceylon, the Coromandel and Malabar coasts, and a part of Cochin China near Cambodia. And between the years 1277 and 1280 he was made governor of Yangtze, and of 27 other towns which were joined with it under the same government. Thanks to the missions on which he was sent, he travelled over an immense extent of country and gained a great amount of ethnological and geographical knowledge. We can now follow him map in hand through some of these journeys, which were of the greatest service to science. Roman 3. Marco Polo, Tsochu Tai Yenfu Pinyangfu, the Yellow River Signanfu, Shutichuan Qingtufu Thibet Like Yangfu, Karajan Yangtichang, Mean Bengal Annam, Taiping Sintingui Sindafu, Taichu Tsainanfu, Linsinchu, Linsing Mangi Yangtichufu, towns on the coast, Quinsay or Hangtichufu, Fo Keen. When Marco Polo had been at Cambaluc some time, he was sent on a mission that kept him absent from the capital for 4 months. 10 miles southwards from Cambaluc, he crossed the fine river Pihonor, which he calls the Pulisanghi, by a stone bridge of 24 arches and 300 feet in length, which was then without parallel in the world. 30 miles further on he came to the town of Tsochu, where a large trade in sandalwood is carried on. At 10 days' journey from hence he came to the modern town of Tai Yenfu, which was once the seat of an independent government. All the province of Shanxi seemed rich in vines and mulberry trees. The principal industry in the towns was the making of armour for the emperor's use. A fine bridge of stone built on 24 arches. 7 days' journey further on they came to the beautiful commercial city of Pianfu, now called Pinyangfu, where the manufacture of silk was carried on. He soon afterwards came to the banks of the Yellow River, which he calls Karamoran or Black River, probably on account of its waters being darkened by the aquatic plants growing in them. At 2 days' journey from hence he came to the town of Kashianfu, whose position is not now clearly defined. He found nothing remarkable in this town, and leaving it he rode across a beautiful country, covered with towns, country houses and gardens, and abounding in game. In 8 days he reached the fine city of Quanjianfu, the ancient capital of the Tang dynasty, now called Signanfu, and the capital of Shenxi. Here reigned Prince Mangalai, the emperor's son, an upright and amiable prince, much loved by his people. He lived in a magnificent palace outside the town, built in the midst of a park, of which the battlemented wall cannot have been less than 5 miles in circumference. From Signanfu, the traveller went towards Thibet, across the modern province of Shutichuan, a mountainous country intersected by deep valleys, where lions, bears, lynxes, and sea abounded, and after 28 days' march he found himself on the borders of the great plain of Akmilik Mangi. This is a fertile country and produces all kinds of vegetation. Ginger is especially cultivated. There is sufficient to supply all the province of Cathay, and so fertile is the soil that according to a French traveller, M. E. Simon, an acre is now worth 15,000 francs, or 3 francs the metre. In the 13th century, this plain was covered with towns and country houses, and the inhabitants lived upon the fruits of the ground and the produce of their flocks and herds, while the large quantity of game furnished hunters with abundant occupation. Marco Polo next visited the town of Sindafu, now Tiqingtufu, the capital of the province of Sichuan, whose population at the present day exceeds 1,500,000 souls. Sindafu, measuring at that time 20 miles round, was divided into 3 parts, each surrounded with its own wall, and each part had a king of its own before Kublai Khan took possession of the town. The great river Kiang ran through the town. It contained large quantities of fish, and from its size resembled a sea more than a river. Its waters were covered by a vast number of vessels. 5 days after leaving this busy, thriving town, Marco Polo reached the province of Thibet, which he says is very desolate, for it has been destroyed by the war. Thibet abounds in lions, bears, and other savage animals, from which the travellers would have much difficulty in defending themselves, had it not been for the quantity of large thick canes that grow there, which are probably bamboos. He says, "The merchants and travellers passing through these countries at night collect a quantity of these canes and make a large fire of them. For when they are burning they make such a noise and crackle so much, that the lions, bears, and other wild beasts take flight to a distance, and would not approach these fires on any account. Thus both men, horses, and camels are safe. In another way, too, protection is afforded by throwing a number of these canes on a wood fire, and when they become heated and split, and the sap hisses, the sound is heard at least 10 miles off. When anyone is not accustomed to this noise, it is so terrifying that even the horses will break away from their cords and tethers, so their owners often bandage their eyes and tie their feet together to prevent their running away. This method of burning canes is still used in countries where the bamboo grows, and indeed the noise may be compared to the loudest explosion of fireworks. According to Marco Polo, Thibet is a very large province, having its own language, and its inhabitants, who are idolaters, are a race of bold thieves. A large river, the Kinshark-yang, flows over auriferous sands through the province. A quantity of coral is found in it which is much used for idols and for the adornment of the women. Thibet was at this time under the dominion of the Great Khan. The traveller took a westerly direction when he left Sindafu, and crossing the kingdom of Gaindu he must have come to Yangfu, the capital of the country that is now called Saimong. In this province he visited a beautiful lake which produces pearl oysters. The fishing is the emperor's property. He also found great quantities of cinnamon, ginger, cloves, and other spices under cultivation. After leaving the province of Gaindu and crossing a large river, probably the Irrawaddy, Marco Polo took a southeasterly course to the province of Karajan, which probably forms the northwestern part of Yunnan. According to his account, all the inhabitants of this province, who are mostly great riders, live on the raw flesh of fowls, sheep, buffaloes, and oxen, the rich seasoning their raw meat with garlic sauce and good spices. This country is infested with great adders and serpents, hideous to look upon. These reptiles, probably alligators, were 10 feet long, had 2 legs armed with claws, and with their large heads and great jaws could at one gulp swallow a man. 5 days' journey west of Karajan, Marco Polo took a new route to the south, and entered the province of Zardandan, whose capital Noshian is the modern town of Yangchang. All the inhabitants of the city had teeth of gold, that is to say, they covered their teeth with little plates of gold which they removed before eating. The men of this province employed themselves only in hunting, catching birds, and making war, the hard work all devolving upon the women and slaves. These Zardanians have neither idols nor churches, but they each worship their ancestor, the patriarch of the family. Their tradesmen carry their goods about on barrows like the bakers in France. They have no doctors, but only enchanters, who jump, dance, and play musical instruments around the invalid's bed till he either dies or recovers. Marco Polo in the midst of the forests, leaving these people with gilded teeth, Marco Polo took the great road which conveys all the traffic between India and Indochina, and passed by Barmo, where a market is held 3 times a week, which attracts merchants from the most distant countries. After riding for 15 days through forests filled with elephants, unicorns, and other wild animals, he came to the great city of Meen, that is to say, to that part of Upper Burma of which the present capital, of recent erection, is called Amarapura. This city of Meen, which may be perhaps the old town of Ava now in ruins, or the old town of Pagans situated on the Irrawaddy, possessed a veritable architectural marvel in 2 towers, one built of fine stone and entirely covered with a coating of gold about an inch in thickness, and the other also of stone, coated with silver, both intended to serve as a tomb for the king of Meen, before his kingdom fell under the dominion of the Khan. After visiting this province, the traveller went to Bangala, the Bengal of the present day, which at this time, 1290, did not belong to Kublai Khan. The emperor's forces were then engaged in trying to conquer this fertile country, rich in cotton plants, in sugar canes and sea, and whose magnificent oxen were like elephants in height. From thence the traveller ventured as far as the city of Kanseeg in the province of the same name, probably the modern town of Kasay. The natives here tattooed their bodies, and with needles drew pictures of lions, dragons, and birds on their faces, necks, bellies, hands, legs, and bodies, and he who had the greatest number of these pictures they considered the most beautiful of human beings. Kanseeg was the most southerly point visited by Marco Polo during this journey. Leaving this city, he went towards the northeast, and by the country of Armu, Annam, and Tonkin, he reached Toloman, now called Taiping. After 15 days' march, there he found that fine race of men, of dark colour, who have crowned their mountains with strong castles, and whose ordinary food is the flesh of animals, milk, rice, and spices. On leaving Toloman, he followed the course of a river for 12 days, and found numerous towns on its banks. Here, as M. Charton truly observes, the traveller is leaving the country known as India beyond the Ganges, and returning towards China. In fact, Marco Polo, after leaving Toloman, visited the province of Gigwi with its capital of the same name, and what struck him most in this country, and we cannot but think that the bold explorer was also a keen hunter, was the great number of lions that were to be seen about its mountains and plains. Only, commentators are of opinion that the lions he speaks of must have been tigers, for no lions are found in China, but we will give his own words. He says, "There are so many lions in this country that it is not safe to sleep out of doors for fear of being devoured. And when you are on the river and stop for the night, you must be careful to anchor far from land, for otherwise the lions come to the vessel, seize upon a man and devour him. The inhabitants of this part of the country are well aware of this, and so take measures to guard against it. These lions are very large and very dangerous, but there are dogs in this country brave enough to attack these lions. It requires 2 dogs and a man to overcome each lion." From this province, Marco Polo returned to Sindafu, the capital of the province of Sichuan, whence he had started on his excursion into Thibet, and retracing the route by which he had set out, he returned to Kublai Khan, after having brought his mission to Indochina to a satisfactory termination. It was probably at this time that the traveller was first entrusted by the emperor with another mission to the southeast of China. M. Porthia, in his fine work upon the Venetian traveller, speaks of this southeasterly part of China as the richest and most flourishing quarter of this vast empire, and that also about which, since the 16th century, Europeans have had the most information. As we return to the route that M. Porthia has traced on his map, we find that Marco Polo went southwards to Siangli, probably the town of Taichu, and at 6 days' journey from thence he came to Kundinfu, the present city of Sainan, the capital of the province of Shantung, the birthplace of Confucius. It was at that time a fine town and much frequented by silk merchants, and its beautiful gardens produced abundance of excellent fruit. 3 days' march from hence, the traveller came to the town of Linsing, standing at the mouth of the Yuho Canal, the principal rendezvous for the innumerable boats that carry so much merchandise to the provinces of Mangi and Kasei. 8 days afterwards he passed by Ligui, which seems to correspond to the modern town of Linsin, and the town of Paisu, the first city in the province of Tichangshu. Then by the town of Singui, he arrived at Karamoran, the Yellow River, which he had crossed higher up when he was on his way to Indochina. Here Marco Polo was not more than a league from the mouth of this great river. After crossing it, he was in the province of Mangi, a territory included in the empire of the Soongs. Before this province of Mangi belonged to Kublai Khan, it was governed by a very pacific king, who shunned war, and was very merciful to all his subjects. Marco Polo describes him so well that we will quote his own words. This last emperor of the Soong dynasty was most generous, and I will cite but 2 noble traits to show this. Every year he had nearly 20,000 infants brought up at the royal charge, for it was the custom in these provinces, when a poor woman could not bring up a child herself, to cast it away as soon as it was born to die. The king had all these children taken care of, and a record kept of the sign and the planet under which each was born, and then they were sent to different places to be brought up, for there are a quantity of nurses. When a rich man had no sons, he came to the king and asked of him some of his wards, who were immediately given to him. As the children grew up they intermarried, and the king gave them sufficient incomes to live upon. When he went through his dominions and saw a small house among several much larger ones, he inquired why this house was smaller than those near it, and if he found it was on account of the poverty of the owner, he immediately had it made as large as the others at his own expense. He was always waited upon by 1,000 pages and 1,000 girls. He kept up such rigorous discipline throughout his kingdom that there was never any crime. At night, houses and shops remained open, and nothing was taken from them, and travelling was as safe by night as by day. Marco Polo came first to the town of Koigangui, now called Hongfu, on the banks of the Yellow River, where the principal industry is the preparation of the salt found in the salt marshes. 1 day's journey from this town he came to Powinchen, famous for its cloth of gold, and the town of Keiyu, now Kaoyu, whose inhabitants are clever fishermen and hunters, then to the city of Taichu, where numerous vessels are generally to be found, and at last to the city of Yangui. This town of Yangui, of which Marco Polo was the governor for 3 years, is the modern Yangtichu. It is a very populous and busy town, and cannot be less than 2 leagues in circumference. It was from Yangui that the traveller set out on the various expeditions which enabled him to see so much of the inland and seacoast towns. First the traveller went westward to Nankin, which must not be confounded with Nankin of the present day. Its modern name is Nganking, and it stands in the midst of a remarkably fertile province. Further on in the same direction he came to Seianfu, which is now called Xiangyang, and is built in the northern part of the province of Hupi. This was the last town in the province of Mangi that resisted the dominion of Kublai Khan. He besieged it for 3 years, and he owed his taking it at last to the help of the 3 Polos, who constructed some powerful balusters and crushed the besieged under a perfect hailstorm of stones, some of which weighed as much as 300 pounds. From Seianfu, Marco Polo retraced his steps that he might visit some of the towns on the sea coast. He visited Kuikiang on the river Kiang, which is very broad here, and upon which 5,000 ships can sail at the same moment, Kaingui, which supplies the emperor's palace with corn, Qingqiang, where are 2 Nestorian Christian churches, Jingguigui, now Tichangtichiu, a busy thriving city, and Singui, now called Suchu, a large town, which, according to the very exaggerated account of the Venetian traveller, has no less than 6,000 bridges. After spending some time at Viugui, probably Hutichiu, and at Siangan, now Kiahing, Marco Polo reached the fine city of Quinsay after 3 days' march. This name means the city of heaven, but it is now called Hangzhoufu. It is 6 leagues round. The river Tsintankiang flows through it, and by its constant windings makes Quinsay almost a second Venice. This ancient capital of the Soongs is almost as populous as Pekin. Its streets are paved with stones and bricks, and if we may credit Marco Polo's statement, it contained 600,000 houses, 4,000 bathing establishments, and 12,000 stone bridges. In this city dwell the richest merchants in the world with their wives, who are beautiful and angelic creatures. It is the residence of a viceroy who has besides 140 other cities under his dominion. Here was to be seen also the palace of the Mangi sovereigns, surrounded by beautiful gardens, lakes, and fountains, the palace itself containing more than 1,000 rooms. Kublai Khan draws immense revenues from this town and province, and it is by tens of thousands of pounds we must reckon the income derived from the sugar, salt, spices, and silk, which form the principal productions of this country. At 1 day's journey south from Quinsay, Marco Polo visited Kaohing, Viugui or Hutichiu, Gengui or Kuitichiu, Xianxian or Yo Tichiu Fu, according to M. Charton, and Soni Tichangfu, according to M. Porthia, and Kugui or Kiutichiu, the last town in the kingdom of Quinsay. Thence he entered the kingdom of Fugui, whose chief town of the same name is now called Futichiu Fu, the capital of the province of Fokien. According to Marco Polo, the inhabitants of this province are a cruel warlike race, never sparing their enemies, of whom, after they have killed them, they drink the blood and eat the flesh. After passing by Quenlifu, now Qinningfu, and Ungan, the traveller entered Fugui, probably the modern town of Quanttichiu, called Canton amongst us, and the chief town of the province, where a large trade in pearls and precious stones was carried on, and in 5 days he reached the port of Zatum, probably the Chinese town of Tsiuantichiu, which was the extreme point reached by him in this exploration of southeastern China. Roman 4. Marco Polo, Japan, departure of the 3 Venetians with the emperor's daughter and the Persian ambassadors. Saigon, Java, Condor, Bintang, Sumatra, the Nicobar Islands, Ceylon, the Coromandel coast, the Malabar coast, the Sea of Oman, the island of Socotra, Madagascar, Zanzibar and the coast of Africa, Abyssinia, Yemen, Hadramaut and Oman, Ormuz, the return to Venice, a feast in the household of Polo, Marco Polo a Genoese prisoner. Death of Marco Polo about 1323. Marco Polo returned to the court of Kublai Khan when he had finished the expedition of which we spoke in the last chapter. He was then entrusted with several other missions, in which he found his knowledge of the Turkish, Chinese, Mongolian and Manchurian languages of the greatest use. He seems to have taken part in an expedition to the islands in the Indian Ocean, and he brought back a detailed account of this hitherto little-known sea. There is a want of clearness as to dates at this part of his life, which makes it difficult to give a correct narrative of these voyages in their right order. He gives a circumstantial account of the island of Cipango, a name applying to the group of islands which make up Japan, but it does not appear that he actually entered that kingdom. This country was famous for its wealth, and about 1264, some years before Marco Polo arrived at the Tartar court, Kublai Khan had tried to conquer it and sent his fleet there with that purpose. They had taken possession of a citadel and put all its valiant defenders to the edge of the sword, but just at the moment of apparent victory, a storm arose and dispersed all the enemy's fleet, and thus the expedition was useless. Marco Polo gives a long account of this attempt and adds many curious particulars as to Japanese customs. Marco Polo, with his father and uncle, had now been 17 years in the service of Kublai Khan and even longer absent from their own country. They had a great wish to revisit it, but the emperor had become so much attached to them and valued their services so highly that he could not make up his mind to part with them. He tried in every way to shake their resolution, offering them riches and honour if only they would remain with him, but they still held to their plan of returning to Europe. The emperor then absolutely refused to allow them to go, and Marco Polo could find no means of eluding the surveillance of which he was the object, until circumstances arose which quite changed Kublai Khan's resolution. A Mongol prince named Arghun, whose dominions were in Persia, had sent an ambassador to the emperor to ask one of the princesses of the blood royal in marriage. Kublai Khan acceded to his request and sent off his daughter Kokoro to Prince Arghun, attended by a numerous suite. But the countries by which they endeavoured to travel were not safe. The caravan was soon stopped by disturbances and rebellions, and after some months was obliged to return to the emperor's palace. The Persian ambassadors had heard Marco Polo spoken of as a clever navigator who had had some experience of the Indian Ocean, and they begged the emperor to confide the Princess Kokoro to his care, that he might conduct her to her future husband, thinking that the voyage by sea would probably be attended by less danger than a land journey. After some demur, Kublai Khan acceded to their request and equipped a fleet of 44-masted vessels, provisioning them for 2 years. Some of these were very large, having a crew of 250 men, for this was an important expedition worthy of the opulent Emperor of China. Matteo, Niccolo and Marco Polo set out with the Chinese princess and the Persian ambassadors, and it was during this voyage, which lasted 18 months, that it seems most probable that Marco Polo visited the islands of Sunda and other islands in the Indian Ocean, as well as Ceylon and the towns on the coast of India. We will follow him in his voyage and give his description of the places that he visited in this hitherto little-known portion of the globe. Kublai Khan equips a fleet. It must have been about 1291 or 1292 that the fleet left the port of Zatem, under the command of Marco Polo. He steered first for Teach Champa, a great country situated at the south of Cochin, China, and which contains the present province of Saigon, belonging to France. This was not a new country to Marco Polo, as he had visited it about 1280 when he was on a mission for the emperor. At this time, Techampa was under the dominion of the Grand Khan and paid him an annual tribute in elephants. When Marco Polo visited this country before its conquest by Kublai Khan, he found the reigning king had no less than 326 children, of whom 150 were old enough to carry arms. Leaving the peninsula of Cambodia, the fleet went in the direction of Java, the rich island that Kublai Khan had never been able to subjugate, where abundance of pepper, cloves, nutmegs and sea grew. After putting into port at Condor and Sandua at the extremity of the peninsula of Cochin, China, they reached the island of Pentam Bintang, situated near the eastern entrance of the Straits of Malacca and the island of Sumatra called Little Java. This island is so much in the south, he says, that they never see there the polar star, which is true as far as the inhabitants of the southern part are concerned. It is very fertile, aloes growing most luxuriantly, and here wild elephants and rhinoceroses, called by Marco Polo unicorns, are found, and apes too in large numbers. The fleet was detained 5 months on these shores by contrary winds, and the traveller made the most of his time in visiting the principal provinces of the island, such as Samara, Dagrayan and Labrin, which boasts a great number of men with tails, evidently apes, and the island of Fandua or Panka, where the sago tree grows, from which a kind of flour is obtained that makes very good bread. At last the wind changed and enabled the vessels to leave Little Java, and after touching at Nekaran, which must be one of the Nicobar Islands, and at the Andaman group, whose inhabitants are still cannibals, as they were in the time of Marco Polo, the fleet took a southwesterly course and arrived on the coast of Ceylon. This island, says the traveller in his narrative, was once much larger, for according to the map of the world that the pilots of these seas carry, it was once 3,600 miles in circumference, but the north wind blows with such force in these parts that it caused a part of the island to be submerged. This tradition is still held by the inhabitants of Ceylon. Here are collected in abundance rubies, sapphires, topaz, amethysts and other precious stones, such as garnets, opals, agates and sardonyx. The king of the country was the possessor at this time of a most splendid ruby as long as the palm of the hand, as thick as a man's arm, and red as fire, which excited the envy of the Grand Khan, who vainly tried to induce its possessor to part with it, offering a whole city in exchange, but that could not tempt the king to let him have the jewel. 60 miles west of Ceylon the travellers came to Malabar, a great province on the coast of India. This must not be mistaken for Malabar, which is situated on the west coast of the Indian peninsula. This Malabar forms the southern part of the Coromandel coast and is celebrated for its pearl fisheries. Here the magicians are at work, and are said to render the monsters of the deep harmless to the fishermen. They are astrologers whose race is perpetuated even to modern times. Marco Polo gives some interesting details of the customs of the natives. One is that when a king dies, the nobles throw themselves into the fire in his honour. Another strange custom is that of the religious purifications twice every day, and their blind faith in astrologers and diviners. He also speaks of the frequency of religious suicides, and the sacrifice of widows whom the funeral pile awaits on the death of their husbands. He also notices the skill in physiognomy evinced by the natives. The next resting place of the fleet was Muftali, of which the capital is now called Masulipatam, the chief city of the kingdom of Golconda. This country was well governed by a queen, a widow for 40 years, who desired to remain faithful to the memory of her husband. The country contained many valuable diamond mines, but these were unfortunately among mountains where serpents abounded. The miners had recourse to a strange device when collecting the precious stones, to protect themselves from these reptiles, which we may believe or not as we choose. Marco Polo says, "They take several pieces of meat and throw them among the pointed rocks where no man can go, and the meat falling upon the diamonds they become attached to it. Now, among these mountains live a number of white eagles, who hunt the serpents, and when they see the meat at the foot of the precipices they swoop down and carry it away. At the moment the men who have been following the eagles' movements see them alight to eat the meat, they raise fearful cries. The meat is dropped and the eagles take to flight, and thus the men have no difficulty in taking the diamonds that are attached to the meat. Diamonds are often found on the mountains, mingled with the excrement of the eagles. After visiting the small town of St. Thomas, situated some miles to the south of Madras, where St. Thomas the Apostle is said to be buried, the travellers explored the kingdom of Malabar and especially the province of La, from whence spring all the Abrahamites of the world, probably the Brahmins. These men, he says, live to a great age, owing to their abstinence and sobriety. Some have been known to attain 150 and even 200 years of age. Their diet is principally rice and milk, and they drink a mixture of sulphur and quicksilver. These Abrahamites are clever merchants, superstitious, however, but remarkably sincere and never guilty of theft of any kind. They never kill any living thing, and they worship the ox, which is a sacred animal among them. The fleet now returned to Ceylon, where in 1284 Kublai Khan had sent an ambassador who had brought him back some pretended relics of Adam, and among other things 2 of his molar teeth. For if we can believe the Saracen traditions, the tomb of our first father must have been on the summit of one of the precipitous mountains, which forms the highest ground in the island. After losing sight of Ceylon, Marco Polo went to Kale, a port that we do not find marked on any of the modern maps, but a place where all the vessels touched coming from Ormuz, Kis, Aden and the coasts of Arabia. Thence doubling Cape Comorin they came to Coilum, now Quilon, which was a very thriving city in the 13th century. It is there that a great quantity of sandalwood and indigo is found, and merchants come in large numbers from the Levant and from the west to trade in both. The country of Malabar produces a great quantity of rice, and wild animals are found there such as leopards, which Marco Polo calls black lions, also peacocks of much greater beauty than those of Europe, as well as different kinds of paroquets. The fleet, leaving Coilum and advancing northwards along the Malabar coast, arrived at the shores of the kingdom of Maundalay, which derives its name from a mountain situated on the borders of Kanara and Malabar. Here pepper, ginger, saffron and other spices abound. To the north of this kingdom extended that country which the Venetian traveller calls Melibar, and which is situated to the north of Malabar proper. The vessels of the Mangalore merchants came here to trade with the natives of this part of India for cargoes of spices, a fine kind of cloth called buckram and other valuable wares. But their vessels were frequently attacked, and too often pillaged by the pirates who infested these seas, and who were justly regarded as formidable enemies. These pirates principally inhabit the peninsula of Gujarat, now called Gujarat, where the fleet was on its way after calling at Tana, a country where is collected the frankincense, and Canboat, now Cambay, a town where there is a great trade in leather. Visiting Sumanath, a city of the peninsula, whose inhabitants are cruel, ferocious, and idolaters, and Kesmikoran, the modern city of Kedge, the capital of Makran, situated on the Indus near the sea, and the last town in India on the northwest, Marco Polo went westward across the Sea of Oman instead of going to Persia, which was the destination of the princess. His insatiable love of exploration led him 500 miles away to the shores of Arabia, where he stopped at the male and female islands, so called from the men usually living on one island and their wives on the other. Thence they sailed to the south towards the island of Socotra, at the entrance of the Gulf of Aden, which Marco Polo partially explored. He speaks of the inhabitants of Socotra as clever magicians, who, by their enchantments, obtain the fulfillment of all their wishes as well as the power of stilling storms and tempests. Then, taking a southerly course of 1,000 miles, he arrived at the shores of Madagascar. This island appeared to him to be one of the grandest in the world. Its inhabitants are very much occupied with commerce, especially in elephants' tusks. They live principally upon camel's flesh, which is better and more wholesome food than any other. The merchants on their way from the coast of India are usually only 20 days crossing the Sea of Oman, but when they return they are often 3 months on the voyage on account of the opposing currents which take them always southwards. Nevertheless, they visit Madagascar very constantly, for there are whole forests of sandalwood, and amber is also found there, from which they can obtain great profit by bartering it for gold and silk stuffs. Wild animals and game are plentiful, according to Marco Polo. Leopards, bears, lions, wild boars, giraffes, wild asses, roebucks, deer, stags, and cattle were to be found in great numbers. But what seemed most marvellous of all to him was the fabulous griffin, the roc of which we hear so much in the 1001 Nights, which is not, he says, an animal, half lion and half bird, able to raise and carry away an elephant in its claws. It was probably the Epionis maximus, for some eggs of this bird are still to be found in Madagascar. This wonderful bird was probably the Epionis maximus. From this island Marco Polo went in a northwesterly direction to Zanzibar and the coast of Africa. The inhabitants seemed to him remarkably stout, but strong and able to carry the burdens of 4 ordinary men, which is not strange, he says, for they each eat as much as 5 other men. These natives were black and wore no clothing. They had large mouths and turned-up noses, thick lips and large eyes, a description that agrees exactly with that of the natives of that part of Africa now. They live upon rice, meat, milk, and dates, and make a kind of wine of rice, sugar, and spices. They are brave warriors and fearless of death. They are usually in war mounted on camels and elephants, and armed with a leathern shield, a sword, and a lance. They give their animals an intoxicating drink to excite them on going into action. In Marco Polo's time, says M. Charton, the countries comprised under the title of India were divided into 3 parts: Greater India or Hindustan, that is, the country lying between the Indus and the Ganges; Lesser India, that is, all the country lying beyond the Ganges, between the western coast of the peninsula and the coast of Cochin, China; lastly, Middle India, that is, Abyssinia and the Arabian coast to the Persian Gulf. After leaving Zanzibar, it was Middle India, whose coast Marco Polo explored, sailing towards the north, and first Abbassi or Abyssinia, a fertile country where the manufacture of fine cotton cloths and buckram is largely carried on. Then the fleet went to Zayla, almost at the entrance of the Straits of Bab el Mandeb, and at last by the coast of Yemen and Hadramaut they came to Aden, the port frequented by all the ships trading with India and China. Then to Essia, whence a great quantity of fine horses are exported, Dhafar, which produces incense of the finest quality, and Galatu, now Kalajate, on the coast of Oman. Then to Ormuz, that Marco Polo had visited once before when he was on his way from Venice to the court of Kublai Khan. This was the furthest point that the fleet had to reach, as the princess was now on the borders of Persia after a voyage of 18 months. But on their arrival they were met by the sad news of the death of Prince Arghun, the fiancé of the princess, and they found the country involved in civil war. The poor princess was put under the care of Prince Ghazan, the son of Prince Arghun, who did not ascend the throne until 1295, when his uncle, the usurper, was strangled. What became of the princess we do not hear, but on parting with Niccolo, Matteo, and Marco Polo, she bestowed on them great marks of favour. It was probably during Marco Polo's residence in Persia that he collected some curious documents upon Turkey in Asia. They are disconnected pieces, which he gives at the close of his narrative, and they form a genuine history of the Mongol Khans of Persia. His travels for exploration were at an end, and after taking leave of the Tartar princess, the 3 Venetians, well escorted and with all expenses paid, set out on their way home. They went to Trebizond, then to Constantinople, and thence to Negropont, where they embarked for Venice. It was in the year 1295, 24 years after leaving it, that Marco Polo and his companions returned to their native town. They were bronzed by exposure to the air and sun, coarsely clad in Tartar costume, and both in manners and language were so much more Mongolian than Venetian that even their nearest relatives failed to recognize them. Beyond this, a report had been widely spread that they were dead, and it had gained so much credence that their friends never expected to see them again. They went to their own house in the part of Venice called St. John Chrysostom, and found it occupied by different members of the Polo family, who received the travellers with every mark of distrust, which their pitiable appearance did not tend to lessen, and placed no faith in the somewhat marvellous stories related to them by Marco Polo. After some persuasion, however, they gained admittance into their own house. When they had been a few days in Venice, the 3 travellers gave a magnificent banquet, followed by a splendid fête, to do away with any remaining doubts as to their identity. They invited the nobility of Venice and all the members of their own family, and when all the guests were assembled, the 3 hosts appeared dressed in crimson satin robes. The guests then entered the dining room, and the feast began. After the first course was over, the 3 travellers retired for a few moments and then reappeared, clad in robes of splendid silk damask, which they proceeded to tear, and to present each of their guests with a piece. After the second course they dressed themselves in even more splendid robes of crimson velvet, which they wore until the feast was over, when they appeared in simple Venetian costume. The astonished guests marvelled at the magnificence of these garments, and wondered what their hosts would next show them. Then the coarse rough clothes that they had worn on the voyage were brought in, and when the linings and seams were undone, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, and carbuncles of great value were poured forth from them. Great riches had been hidden in these rags. This unexpected sight cleared away all doubt. The 3 travellers were recognized at once as Marco, Niccolo, and Matteo Polo, and congratulations upon their return were showered upon them. So celebrated a man as Marco Polo could not escape civic honours. He was made first magistrate in Venice, and as he was continually speaking of the millions of the Grand Khan, who commanded millions of subjects, he gained the sobriquet of Signor Million. It was about 1296 that a war broke out between Venice and Genoa. A Genoese fleet under the command of Lamba Doria crossed the Adriatic and threatened the sea coast. The Venetian Admiral Andrea Dandolo immediately manned a larger fleet and entrusted the command of a galley to Marco Polo, who was justly considered an able commander. The Venetians were beaten in a naval battle on the 8th of September, 1296, and Marco Polo, badly wounded, fell into the hands of the Genoese, who, knowing and appreciating the value of their prisoner, treated him with great kindness. He was taken to Genoa, and there met with a hearty welcome from the most distinguished people, who were anxious to hear the account of his travels. It was during his captivity in 1298 that he made acquaintance with Pisano Rusticien, and, tired of repeating his story again and again, dictated his narrative to him. About 1299 Marco Polo was set at liberty. He returned to Venice and there married. From this time we hear no more of the incidents of his life, and only know from his will that he left 3 daughters. He is thought to have died about the 9th of January, 1323, at the age of 70. Such is the life of this celebrated traveller, whose narrative had a marked influence on the progress of geographical science. He was gifted with great power of observation, and could see and describe equally well, and all later explorers have confirmed the truth of his statements. Until the middle of the 18th century, the documents founded on this narrative formed the basis of geographical books, and were used as a guide in commercial expeditions to China, India, and Central Asia. Posterity will concur in the suitability of the title that the first copyists gave to Marco Polo's work, that of the Book of the Wonders of the World, Chapter 19. Ibn Battuta, the Nile, Gaza, Tyre, Tiberias, Libanus, Baalbek, Damascus, Meshid, Basora, Baghdad, Tabriz, Mecca and Medina, Yemen, Abyssinia, the country of the Berbers, Zangbar, Ormuz, Syria, Anatolia, Asia Minor, Astrakhan, Constantinople, Turkestan, Herat, the Indus, Delhi, Malabar, the Maldives, Ceylon, the Coromandel Coast, Bengal, the Nicobar Islands, Sumatra, China, Africa, the Niger, Timbuktu. Marco Polo had returned to his native land now nearly 25 years, when a Franciscan monk traversed the whole of Asia, from the Black Sea to the extreme limits of China, passing by Trebizond, Mount Ararat, Babel, and the island of Java. But he was so credulous of all that was told him, and his narrative is so confused, that but little reliance can be placed upon it. It is the same with the fabulous travels of Jean de Mandeville. Cooley says of them, they are so utterly untrue that they have not their parallel in any language, but we find a worthy successor to the Venetian traveller in an Arabian theologian named Abdallah el-Lawati, better known by the name of Ibn Battuta. He did for Egypt, Arabia, Anatolia, Tartary, India, China, Bengal and Soudan what Marco Polo had done for Central Asia, and he is worthy to be placed in the foremost rank as a brave traveller and bold explorer. In the year 1324, the 725th year of the Hejira, he resolved to make a pilgrimage to Mecca, and starting from Tangier, his native town, he went first to Alexandria and thence to Cairo. During his stay in Egypt he turned his attention to the Nile and especially to the Delta. Then he tried to sail up the river, but being stopped by disturbances on the Nubian frontier, he was obliged to return to the mouth of the river and then set sail for Asia Minor. Ibn Battuta in Egypt, after visiting Gaza, the tombs of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, Tyre, then strongly fortified and unassailable on 3 sides, and Tiberias, which was in ruins and whose celebrated baths were completely destroyed, Ibn Battuta was attracted by the wonders of Lebanon, the centre for all the hermits of that day, who had judiciously chosen one of the most lovely spots in the whole world wherein to end their days. Then passing Baalbek, and going on to Damascus, he found the city, in the year 1345, decimated by the plague. This fearful scourge devoured 24,000 persons daily. If we may believe his report, and Damascus would have been depopulated, had not the prayers of all the people offered up in the mosque containing the stone with the print of Moses' foot upon it been heard and answered. On leaving Damascus, Ibn Battuta went to Mesjid, where he visited the tomb of Ali, which attracts a large number of paralytic pilgrims who need only to spend one night in prayer beside it to be completely cured. Battuta does not seem to doubt the authenticity of this miracle, well known in the East under the title of the Night of Cure. From Mesjid the traveller went to Bassora and entered the kingdom of Ispahan, and then the province of Shiraz, where he wished to converse with the celebrated worker of miracles, Magd Oddin. From Shiraz he went to Baghdad, to Tabriz, then to Medina, where he prayed beside the tomb of the Prophet, and finally to Mecca, where he remained 3 years. It is well known that from Mecca, caravans are continually starting for the surrounding country, and it was in company with some of these bold merchants that Ibn Battuta was able to visit the towns of Yemen. He went as far as Aden, at the mouth of the Red Sea, and embarked for Zayla, one of the Abyssinian ports. He was now once more on African ground, and advanced into the country of the Berbers, that he might study the manners and customs of those dirty and repulsive tribes. He found their diet consisted wholly of fish and camel's flesh, but in the town of Makdasbu there was an attempt at comfort and civilization, presenting a most agreeable contrast with the surrounding squalor. The inhabitants were very fat, each of them, to use Ibn's own expression, eating enough to feed a convent. They were very fond of delicacies, such as plantains boiled in milk, preserved, citrons, pods of fresh pepper and green ginger. After seeing all he wished of the country of the Berbers, chiefly on the coast, he resolved to go to Zangbar, and then, crossing the Red Sea and following the coast of Arabia, he came to Zafar, a town situated upon the Indian Ocean. The vegetation of this country is most luxuriant, the betel, cocoa-nut and incense trees forming their great forests. Still the traveller pushed on and came to Ormuz on the Persian Gulf, and passed through several provinces of Persia. We find him a second time at Mecca in the year 1332, 3 years after he had left it, but this was only to be a short rest for the traveller, for now, leaving Asia for Africa, he went to Upper Egypt, a region but little known, and thence to Cairo. He next visited Syria, making a short stay at Jerusalem and Tripoli, and thence he visited the Turkomans of Anatolia, where the confraternity of young men gave him a most hearty welcome. After Anatolia, the Arabian narrative speaks of Asia Minor. Ibn Battuta advanced as far as Erzurum, where he was shown an aerolite weighing 620 pounds. Then, crossing the Black Sea, he visited the Crimea, Kaffa and Bulgar, a town of sufficiently high latitude for the unequal length of day and night to be very marked. And at last he reached Astrakhan, at the mouth of the Volga, where the Khan of Tartary lived during the winter months. The Princess Baylan, the wife of the Khan and daughter of the Emperor of Constantinople, was wishing to visit her father, and it was an opportunity not to be lost by Ibn Battuta for exploring Turkey and Europe. He gained permission to accompany the princess, who set out attended by 5,000 men, and followed by a portable mosque, which was set up at every place where they stayed. The princess's reception at Constantinople was very magnificent, the bells being rung with such spirit that he says, even the horizon seemed full of the vibration. The welcome given to the theologian by the princes of the country was worthy of his fame. He remained in the city 36 days, so that he was able to study it in all its details. This was a time when communication between the different countries was both dangerous and difficult, and Ibn Battuta was considered a very bold traveller. Egypt, Arabia, Turkey in Asia, the Caucasian provinces had all in turn been explored by him. After such hard work he might well have taken rest and been satisfied with the laurels that he had gained, for he was without doubt the most celebrated traveller of the 14th century, but his insatiable passion for travelling remained, and the circle of his explorations was still to widen considerably. On leaving Constantinople, Ibn Battuta went again to Astrakhan, thence crossing the sandy wastes of the present Turkestan. He arrived at Khorasan, a large populous town, then at Bokhara, half destroyed by the armies of Genghis Khan. Some time after we hear of him at Samarkand, a religious town which greatly pleased the learned traveller, and then at Balkh, which he could not reach without crossing the desert of Khorasan. This town was all in ruins and desolate, for the armies of the barbarians had been there, and Ibn Battuta could not remain in it, but wished to go westward to the frontier of Afghanistan. The mountainous country near the Hindu Kush range confronted him, but this was no barrier to him, and after great fatigue which he bore with equal patience and good humour, he reached the important town of Herat. This was the most westerly point reached by the traveller. He now resolved to change his course for an easterly one, and in going to the extreme limits of Asia, to reach the shores of the Pacific. If he could succeed in this, he would pass the bounds of the explorations of the celebrated Marco Polo. He set out, and following the course of the river Kabul and the frontiers of Afghanistan, he came to the Sindhu, the modern Indus, and descended it to its mouth. From the town of Lahore he went to Delhi, which great and beautiful city had been deserted by its inhabitants, who had fled from the Emperor Mohammed. This tyrant, who was occasionally both generous and magnificent, received the Arabian traveller very well, made him a judge in Delhi, and gave him a grant of land with some pecuniary advantages that were attached to the post. But these honours were not to be of any long duration, for Ibn Battuta, being implicated in a pretended conspiracy, thought it best to give up his place, and make himself a fakir to escape the emperor's displeasure. Mohammed, however, pardoned him, and made him his ambassador to China. Fortune again smiled upon the courageous traveller, and he had now the prospect of seeing these distant lands under exceptionally good and safe circumstances. He was charged with presents for the Emperor of China, and 2,000 horse soldiers were given him as an escort, but Ibn Battuta had not thought of the insurgents who occupied the surrounding countries. A skirmish took place between the escort and the Hindus, and the traveller, being separated from his companions, was taken prisoner, robbed, garrotted, and carried off he knew not whither. But his courage and hopefulness did not forsake him, and he contrived to escape from the hands of these robbers. After wandering about for 7 days, he was received into his house by a Negro, who at length led him back to the Emperor's palace at Delhi. Mohammed fitted out another expedition, and again appointed the Arabian traveller as his ambassador. This time they passed through the enemy's country without molestation, and by way of Kanauj, Mercer, Gwalior and Bahran, they reached Malabar. Some time after, they arrived at the great port of Calicut, an important place which became afterwards the chief town of Malabar. Here they were detained by contrary winds for 3 months, and made use of this time to study the Chinese mercantile marine which frequented this port. Ibn speaks with great admiration of these junks which are like floating gardens where ginger and herbs are grown on deck. They are each like a separate village, and some merchants were the possessors of a great number of these junks. At last the wind changed. Ibn Battuta chose a small junk well fitted up, to take him to China, and had all his property put on board. 13 other junks were to receive the presents sent by the King of Delhi to the Emperor of China, but during the night a violent storm arose, and all the vessels sank. Fortunately for Ibn, he had remained on shore to attend the service at the mosque, and thus his piety saved his life, but he had lost everything except the carpet which he used at his devotions. After this second misfortune, he could not make up his mind to appear before the King of Delhi. This catastrophe was enough to weary the patience of a more long-suffering emperor than Mohammed. Ibn soon made up his mind what to do. Leaving the service of the emperor and the advantages attaching to the post of ambassador, he embarked for the Maldive Islands, which were governed by a woman, and where a large trade in cocoa was carried on. Here he was again made a judge, but this was only of short duration, for the vizier became jealous of his success, and after marrying 3 wives, Ibn was obliged to take refuge in flight. He hoped to reach the Coromandel coast, but contrary winds drove his vessel towards Ceylon, where he was very well received, and gained the king's permission to climb the sacred mountain of Serendid or Adam's Peak. His object was to see the wonderful impression of a foot at the summit, which the Hindus call Buddha's, and the Mahometans Adam's foot. He pretends in his narrative that this impression measures 11 hands in length, a very different account from that of an historian of the 9th century, who declared it to be 79 cubits long. This historian also adds that while one of the feet of our forefather rested on the mountain, the other was in the Indian Ocean. Ibn Battuta speaks also of large bearded apes, forming a considerable item in the population of the island, and said to be under a king of their own, crowned with leaves. We can give what credit we like to such fables as these, which were propagated by the credulity of the Hindus. From Ceylon, the traveller made his way to the Coromandel coast, but not without experiencing some severe storms. He crossed to the other side of the Indian peninsula and again embarked. Ibn Battuta's vessel was seized by pirates, and Ibn Battuta arrived at Calicut almost without clothes, robbed and worn out with fatigue. No misfortune could damp his ardour. His was one of those great spirits which seem only invigorated by trouble and disasters. As soon as he was enabled by the kindness of some Delhi merchants to resume his travels, he embarked for the Maldive Islands, went on to Bengal, there set sail for Sumatra, and disembarked at one of the Nicobar Islands after a very bad passage which had lasted 50 days. 15 days afterwards, he arrived at Sumatra, where the king gave him a hearty welcome and furnished him with means to continue his journey to China. A junk took him in 71 days to the port Kailuka, capital of a country somewhat problematical, of which the brave and handsome inhabitants excelled in making arms. From Kailuka, Ibn passed into the Chinese provinces, and went first to the splendid town of Zaitum, probably the present Xiantichiu of the Chinese, a little to the north of Nankin. He passed through various cities of this great empire, studying the customs of the people and admiring everywhere the riches, industry, and civilization that he found. But he did not get as far as the Great Wall, which he calls the obstacle of Gog and Magog. It was while he was exploring this immense tract of country that he made a short stay in the city of Tchensi, which is composed of 6 fortified towns standing together. It happened that during his wanderings he was able to be present at the funeral of a Khan, who was buried with 4 slaves, 6 of his favourites and 4 horses. In the meanwhile, disturbances had occurred at Zaytum, which obliged Ibn to leave this town, so he set sail for Sumatra, and then after touching at Calicut and Ormuz, he returned to Mecca in 1348, having made the tour of Persia and Syria. But the time of rest had not yet come for this indefatigable explorer. The following year he revisited his native place Tanya, and then after travelling in the southern countries of Europe he returned to Morocco, went to Soudan and the countries watered by the Niger, crossed the great desert and entered Timbuktu, thus making a journey which would have rendered illustrious a less ambitious traveller. This was to be his last expedition. In 1353, 29 years after leaving Tanya for the first time, he returned to Morocco and settled at Fez. He has earned the reputation of being the most intrepid explorer of the 14th century and well merits to be ranked next after Marco Polo, the illustrious Venetian. Chapter 20. Jean de Bethencourt, 1339 to 1425. The Norman Cavalier, his ideas of conquest, what was known of the Canary Islands, Cadiz, the Canary Archipelago, Graciosa, Lancerota, Forteventura. Jean de Bethencourt returns to Spain, revolt of Berneville, his interview with King Henry Roman III. Gadifer visits the Canary Archipelago, Canary Island or Gran Canaria, Ferro Island, Palmer Island. Jean de Bethencourt was born about the year 1339 at Eu in Normandy. He was of good family and Baron of St. Martin-le-Gaillard, and had distinguished himself both as a navigator and warrior. He was made chamberlain to Charles VI, but his tastes were more for travelling than a life at court. He resolved to make himself a still more illustrious name by further conquests, and soon an opportunity offered for him to carry out his plans. Jean de Bethencourt. On the coast of Africa there is a group of islands called the Canaries, which were once known as the Fortunate Islands. Juba, a son of one of the Numidian kings, is said to have been their first explorer, about the year of Rome 776. In the Middle Ages, according to some accounts, Arabs, Genos, Portuguese, Spaniards and Biscayans had partially visited this interesting group of islands. In 1393, a Spanish gentleman named Almonaster, who was commanding an expedition, succeeded in landing on Lancerota, one of these islands, and brought back, with several prisoners, some produce which was a sufficient guarantee of the fertility of this archipelago. The Norman Cavalier now found the opening that he sought, and he determined to conquer the Canary Islands and try to convert the inhabitants to the Catholic faith. He was as intelligent, brave, and full of resources as he was energetic, and leaving his house of Grainville-la-Teinturière at Corks, he went to La Rochelle, where he met the Chevalier Gadifer de la Salle, and having explained his project to him, they decided to go to the Canary Islands together. Jean de Bethencourt having collected an army and made his preparations, and had vessels fitted out and manned, Gadifer and he set sail. After experiencing adverse winds on the way to the Isle de Ré, and being much harassed by the constant dissensions on board, they arrived at Vivero and then at Corunna. Here they remained 8 days, then set sail again, and doubling Cape Finisterre, followed the Portuguese coast to Cape St. Vincent, and arrived at Cadiz, where they made a longer stay. Here Bethencourt had a dispute with some Genoese merchants who accused him of having taken their vessel, and he had to go to Seville, where King Henry Roman III heard his complaint and acquitted him from all blame. On his return to Cadiz, he found part of his crew in open mutiny, and some of his sailors so frightened that they refused to continue the voyage, so the Chevalier sent back the cowardly sailors, and set sail with those who were more courageous. The vessel in which Jean de Bethencourt sailed was becalmed for 3 days. Then, the weather improving, he reached the island of Graziosa, one of the smaller of the Canary group, in 5 days, and then the larger island of Lancerota, which is nearly the same size as the island of Rhodes. Lancerota has excellent pasturage and arable land, which is particularly good for the cultivation of barley. Its numerous fountains and cisterns are well supplied with excellent water. The orchilla, which is so much used in dyeing, grows abundantly here. The inhabitants of this island, who as a rule wear scarce any clothing, are tall and well made, and the women, who wear leathern greatcoats reaching to the ground, are very good-looking and honest. The traveller, prior to disclosing his plans of conquest, wished to possess himself of some of the natives, but his ignorance of the country made this a difficult matter, so, anchoring under the shelter of a small island in the archipelago, he called a meeting of his companions to decide upon a plan of action. They all agreed that the only thing to be done was to take some of the natives by fair means or foul. Guardafia, the king of the island, treated Bethencourt more as a friend than a subject. A castle, or rather fort, was built at the southwestern extremity of the island, and some men left there under the command of Berthin de Berneville, while Bethencourt set out with the rest of his followers for the island of Urbania or Forteventura. Gadifer counselled a debarkation by night, which was done, and then he took the command of a small body of men and scoured the island with them for 8 days without meeting one native, they having all fled to the mountains. Provisions failing, Gadifer was forced to return, and he went to the island of Lobos between Lancerota and Forteventura. But there his chief sailor mutinied, and it was not without difficulty that Gadifer and Bethencourt reached the fort on Lancerota. Bethencourt resolved to return to Spain to get provisions and a new contingent of soldiers, for his crew he could not depend upon, so he left Gadifer in command and set sail for Spain in one of Gadifer's ships. It will be remembered that Berthin de Berneville had been left in command of the fort on Lancerota Island. Unfortunately, he was Gadifer's bitter enemy, and no sooner had Bethencourt set out than he tried to poison the minds of Gadifer's men against him. He succeeded in inducing some, especially the Gascons, to revolt against the governor, who, quite innocent of Berneville's base designs, was spending his time hunting sea-wolves on the island of Lobos with Remonnet de Levedon and several others. Remonnet, having been sent to Lancerota for provisions, found no Berneville there, he having deserted the island with his accomplices for a port on Graziosa, where a coxswain, deceived by his promises, had placed his vessel at his disposal. From Graziosa, the traitor Berneville returned to Lancerota and put the finishing stroke to his villainy by pretending to make an alliance with the king of the island. The king, thinking that no officer of Bethencourt's in whom he had implicit confidence could deceive him, came with 24 of his subjects to see Berneville, who seized them when asleep, had them bound, and then carried them off to Graziosa. The king managed to break his bonds, set 3 of his men free, and succeeded in escaping, but the remainder of his unfortunate companions were still prisoners, and Berneville gave them up to some Spanish thieves, who took them away to sell in a foreign land. Berneville's evil deeds did not stop here. By his order, the vessel that Gadifer had sent to the fort at Lancerota was seized. Remonnet tried resistance, but his numbers were too small, and his supplications were useless to prevent Berneville's men, and even Berneville himself, from destroying all the arms, furniture, and goods which Bethencourt had placed in the fort at Lancerota. Insults were showered upon the governor, and Berneville cried, "I should like Gadifer de la Salle to know that if he were as young as I would kill him, but as he is not, I will spare him. If he is put above me, I shall have him drowned, and then he can fish for sea-wolves." Meanwhile, Gadifer and his 10 companions were in danger of perishing on the island of Lobos for want of food and fresh water, but happily the 2 chaplains of the fort of Lancerota had gone to Graziosa and met the coxswain who had been the victim of Berneville's treason, and he sent one of his men named Ximenes with them back to Lancerota. There they found a small boat which they filled with provisions, and embarking with 4 men who were faithful to Gadifer, they succeeded in reaching Lobos, 4 leagues off, after a most dangerous passage. Gadifer and his companions were suffering fearfully from hunger and thirst, when Ximenes arrived just in time to save them from perishing, and the governor, learning Berneville's treachery, embarked in the boat for Lancerota as soon as he was a little restored to health. He was grieved at Berneville's conduct towards the poor islanders whom Bethencourt and he had sworn to protect. No, he never could have expected such wickedness in one who was looked upon as the most able of the whole band. But what was Berneville doing meanwhile? After having betrayed his master, he did the same to the companions who had aided him in his evil deeds. He had 12 of them killed, and then he set out for Spain to rejoin Bethencourt and make his own case good by representing all that had happened in his own way. It was to his interest to get rid of inconvenient witnesses, and therefore he abandoned his companions. These unfortunate men at first meditated imploring the pardon of the governor. They confessed all to the chaplains, but then, fearing the consequences of their deeds, they seized a boat and fled towards Morocco. The boat reached the coast of Barbary, where 10 of the crew were drowned and the 2 others taken for slaves. While all this was happening at Lancerota, Bethencourt arrived at Cadiz, where he took strong measures against his mutinous crew, and had the ringleaders imprisoned. Then he sent his vessel to Seville, where King Henry Roman III was at that time, but the ship sank in the Guadalquivir, a great loss to Gadifer, her owner. Bethencourt, having arrived at Seville, met a certain Francisque Carve who had lately come from the Canaries, and who offered to return thither with all the things needed by the governor, but Bethencourt could not agree to this proposal before he had seen the king. Just at this time, Berneville arrived with some of his accomplices, and some islanders whom he intended to sell as slaves. He hoped to be able to deceive Bethencourt, but he had not reckoned upon a certain Courtil who was with him, who lost no time in denouncing the villainy of Berneville, and on whose word the traitors were all imprisoned at Cadiz. Courtil also told of the treatment that the poor islanders had received. As Bethencourt could not leave Seville till he had had an audience with the king, he gave orders that they should receive every kindness, but while these preliminaries were being concluded, the vessel that contained them was taken to Aragon, and they were sold for slaves. Bethencourt obtained the audience that he sought with the King of Castile, and after telling him the result of his expedition, he said, "Sire, I come to ask your assistance and your leave to conquer the Canary Islands for the Catholic faith and as you are king and lord of all the surrounding country and the nearest Christian king to these islands, I beg you to receive the homage of your humble servant." The king was very gracious to him and gave him dominion over these islands, and beyond this, a fifth of all the merchandise that should be brought from them to Spain. He gave him 20,000 maravedis, about 600 L, to buy all that he needed, and also the right to coin money in the Canary Islands. Most unfortunately, these 20,000 maravedis were confided to the care of a dishonest man who fled to France carrying the money with him. However, Henry Roman III gave Bethencourt a well-rigged vessel manned by 80 men and stocked with provisions, arms and sea. He was most grateful for this fresh bounty and sent Gadifer an account of all that had happened and his extreme disappointment and disgust at Berneville's conduct, in whom he had so much confidence, announcing at the same time the speedy departure of the vessel given by the King of Castile. Plan of Jerusalem, but meanwhile very serious troubles had arisen on Lancerota. King Guardafia was so hurt at Berneville's conduct that he had revolted, and some of Gadifer's companions had been killed by the islanders. Gadifer insisted upon these subjects being punished when one of the king's relations named Ake came to him proposing to dethrone the king and put himself in his place. This Ake was a villain who, after having betrayed his king, proposed to betray the Normans and to chase them from the country. Gadifer had no suspicion of his motives. Wishing to avenge the death of his men, he accepted Ake's proposal, and a short time afterwards, on the vigil of St. Catherine's Day, the king was seized and conveyed to the fort in chains. Some days afterwards, Ake, the new king of the island, attacked Gadifer's companions, mortally wounding several of them, but the following night Guardafia, having made his escape from the fort, seized Ake, had him stoned to death, and his body burnt. The governor, Gadifer, was so grieved by these scenes of violence, which were renewed daily, that he resolved to kill all the men on the island, and save only the women and children whom he hoped to have baptized. But just at this time, the vessel that Bethencourt had freighted for the governor arrived, and brought besides the 80 men provisions and sea. A letter which told him among other things that Bethencourt had done homage to the King of Castile for the Canary Islands. The governor was not well pleased at this news, for he thought that he ought to have had his share in the islands, but he concealed his displeasure and gave the newcomers a hearty welcome. The arms were at once disembarked, and then Gadifer went on board the vessel to explore the neighbouring islands. Remonnet and several others joined him in this expedition, and they took 2 of the islanders with them to serve as guides. They arrived safely at Forteventura Island. A few days after landing on the island, Gadifer set out with 35 men to explore the country, but soon the greater part of his followers deserted him, only 13 men, including 2 archers, remaining with him. But he did not give up his project. After wading through a large stream, he found himself in a lovely valley shaded by numberless palm trees. Here, having rested and refreshed himself, he set out again and climbed a hill. At the summit he found about 50 natives, who surrounded the small party and threatened to murder them. Gadifer and his companions showed no signs of fear, and succeeded in putting their enemies to flight. By the evening they were able to regain their vessel, carrying away 4 of the native women as prisoners. Gadifer found himself in a lovely valley. The next day Gadifer left the island and went to the Gran Canaria island, anchoring in a large harbour lying between Telda and Argony. 500 of the natives confronted them, but apparently with no hostile intentions. They gave them some fish hooks and old iron in exchange for some of the natural productions of the island, such as figs and dragon's blood, a resinous substance taken from the dragon tree, which has a very pleasant balsamic odour. The natives were very much on their guard with the strangers, for 20 years before this some of Captain Lopez's men had invaded the island, so they would not allow Gadifer to land. The governor was obliged to weigh anchor without exploring the island. He went to Ferro Island, and coasting along it arrived next at Gomera. It was night, and the sailors were attracted by the fires that the natives had lighted on the shore. When day broke, Gadifer and his companions wished to land, but the islanders would not allow them to proceed when they reached the shore, and drove them back to their vessel. Much disappointed by his reception, Gadifer determined to make another attempt at Ferro Island. There he found that he could land without opposition, and he remained on the island 22 days. The interior of the island was very beautiful. Pine trees grew in abundance, and clear streams of water added to its fertility. Quails were found in large numbers, as well as pigs, goats, and sheep. From this fertile island the party of explorers went to Palma, and anchored in a harbour situated to the right of a large river. This is the furthest island of the Canary group. It is covered with pine and dragon trees. From the abundance of fresh water the pasturage is excellent, and the land might be cultivated with much profit. Its inhabitants are a tall, robust race, well made, with good features and very white skin. Gadifer remained a short time on this island. On leaving it he spent 2 days and 2 nights sailing round the other islands, and then returned to the fort on Lancerota. They had been absent 3 months. In the meantime, those of the party who had been left in the fort had waged a petty war with the natives, and had made a great number of prisoners. The Canarians, demoralized, now came daily to cast themselves on their mercy, and to pray for the consecration of baptism. Gadifer was so pleased to hear of this that he sent one of his companions to Spain to inform Bethencourt of the state of the colony. Roman II, Jean de Bethencourt. The return of Jean de Bethencourt, Gadifer's jealousy. Bethencourt visits his archipelago. Gadifer goes to conquer Gran Canaria. Disagreement of the 2 commanders, their return to Spain. Gadifer blamed by the king, return of Bethencourt. The natives of Forteventura are baptized. Bethencourt revisits Corks, returns to Lancerota, lands on the African coast, conquest of Gran Canaria, Ferro, and Palma Islands. Maciot appointed governor of the archipelago. Bethencourt obtains the Pope's consent to the Canary Islands being made an episcopal see. His return to his country and his death. The envoy had not reached Cadiz when Bethencourt landed at the fort on Lancerota. Gadifer gave him a hearty welcome, and so did the Canary Islanders who had been baptized. A few days afterwards, King Guardafia came and threw himself on their mercy. He was baptized on the 20th of February, 1404, with all his followers. Bethencourt's chaplains drew up a very simple form of instruction for their use, embracing the principal elements of Christianity: the creation, Adam and Eve's fall, the history of Noah, the lives of the patriarchs, the life of our Saviour and his crucifixion by the Jews, finishing with an exhortation to believe the 10 Commandments, the holy sacrament of the altar, Easter, confession, and some other points. Bethencourt was an ambitious man. Not content with having explored and, so to speak, gained possession of the Canary Islands, he desired to conquer the African countries bordering on the ocean. This was his secret wish in returning to Lancerota, and meanwhile, he had full occupation in establishing his authority in these islands, of which he was only the nominal sovereign. He gave himself wholly to the task, and first visited the islands which Gadifer had explored. But before he set out, a conversation took place between Gadifer and himself, which we must not omit to notice. Gadifer began boasting of all he had done, and asked for the gift of Forteventura, Tenerife, and Gomera Islands as a recompense. "My friend," replied Bethencourt, "the islands that you ask me to give you are not yet conquered, but I do not intend you to be at any loss for your trouble, nor that you should be unrequited. But let us accomplish our project, and meanwhile remain the friends we have always been." "That is all very well," replied Gadifer, "but there is one point on which I do not feel at all satisfied, and that is that you have done homage to the King of Castile for these islands, and so you call yourself absolute master over them." "With regard to that," said Bethencourt, "I certainly have done homage for them, and so I am their rightful master, but if you will only patiently wait the end of our affair, I will give you what I feel sure will quite content you." "I shall not remain here," replied Gadifer. "I am going back to France and have no wish to be here any longer." Upon this they separated, but Gadifer gradually cooled down and agreed to accompany Bethencourt in his exploration of the islands. They set out for Forteventura well armed and with plenty of provisions. They remained there 3 months, and began by seizing a number of the natives and sending them to Lancerota. This was such a usual mode of proceeding at that time that we are less surprised at it than we should be at the present day. The whole island was explored, and a fort named Richeroque built on the slope of a high mountain. Traces of it may still be found in a hamlet there. Just at this time, and when he had scarcely had time to forget his grievances and ill humour, Gadifer accepted the command of a small band of men who were to conquer Gran Canaria. He set out on the 25th July, 1404, but this expedition was not fated to meet with any good results. Winds and waves were against it. At last they reached the port of Telda, but as it was nearly dark and a strong wind blowing, they dared not land, and they went on to the little town of Adjinmes, where they remained 11 days at anchor. The natives, encouraged by their king, laid an ambush for Gadifer and his followers. There was a skirmish, blood was shed, and the Castilians, feeling themselves outnumbered, went to Telda for 2 days, and thence to Lancerota. Gadifer was much disappointed at his want of success, and began to be discontented with everything around him. Above all, his jealousy of Bethencourt increased daily, and he gave way to violent recriminations, saying openly that the chief had not done everything himself, and that things would not have been in so advanced a stage as they were if others had not aided him. This reached Bethencourt's ears. He was much incensed and reproached Gadifer. High words followed. Gadifer insisted upon leaving the country, and as Bethencourt had just made arrangements for returning to Spain, he proposed to Gadifer to accompany him, that their cause of disagreement might be inquired into. This proposal being accepted, they set sail, but each in his own ship. When they reached Seville, Gadifer laid his complaints before the king, but as the king gave judgment against him, fully approving of Bethencourt's conduct, he left Spain, and returning to France, never revisited the Canary Islands which he had so fondly hoped to conquer for himself. Bethencourt took leave of the king almost at the same time, for the new colony demanded his immediate presence there. But before he left, the inhabitants of Seville, with whom he was a great favourite, showed him much kindness. What he valued more highly than anything else was the supply of arms, gold, silver, and provisions that they gave him. He went to Forteventura, where his companions were delighted to see him. Gadifer had left his son Hannibal in his place, but Bethencourt treated him with much cordiality. The first days of the installation of Bethencourt were far from peaceful. Skirmishes were of constant occurrence, the natives even destroying the fortress of Richeroque after burning and pillaging a chapel. Bethencourt was determined to overcome them and in the end succeeded. He sent for several of his men from Lancerota and gave orders that the fortress should be rebuilt. In spite of all this, the combats began again, and many of the islanders fell, among others a giant of 9 feet high, whom Bethencourt would have liked to have made prisoner. The governor could not trust Gadifer's son nor the men who followed him, for Hannibal seemed to have inherited his father's jealousy, but as Bethencourt needed his help, he concealed his distrust. Happily, Bethencourt's men outnumbered those who were faithful to Gadifer, but Hannibal's taunts became so unbearable that Jean de Courtois was sent to remind him of his oath of obedience and to advise him to keep it. Courtois was very badly received, he having a crow to pick with Hannibal with regard to some native prisoners whom Gadifer's followers had kept and would not give up. Hannibal was obliged to obey the orders, but Courtois represented his conduct to Bethencourt on his return in the very worst light, and tried to excite his master's anger against him. "No, sir," answered the upright Bethencourt, "I do not wish him to be wronged. We must never carry our power to its utmost limits. We should always endeavour to control ourselves, and preserve our honour rather than seek for profit." In spite of these intestine discords, the war continued between the natives and the conquerors, but the latter, being well armed, always came off victorious. The kings of Forteventura sent a native to Bethencourt saying that they wished to make peace with him and to become Christians. This news delighted the conqueror, and he sent word that they would be well received if they would come to him. Almost immediately on receiving this reply, King Maxorata, who governed the northwesterly part of the island, set out and with his suite of 22 persons was baptized on the 18th of January 1405. 3 days afterwards, 22 other natives received the sacrament of baptism. On the 25th of January, the king who governed the peninsula of Handia, the southeastern part of the island, came with 26 of his subjects and was baptized. In a short time, all the inhabitants of Forteventura had embraced the Christian religion. The king of Maxorata arrived with his suite. Bethencourt was so elated with these happy results that he arranged to revisit his own country, leaving Courtois as governor during his absence. He set out on the last day of January amid the prayers and blessings of his people, taking with him 3 native men and 1 woman, to whom he wished to show something of France. He reached Harfleur in 21 days, and 2 days later was at his own house, where he only intended making a short stay, and then returning to the Canary Islands. He met with a very warm reception from everybody. One of his chief motives in returning to France was the hope of finding people of all classes ready to return with him, on the promise of grants of land in the island. He succeeded in finding a certain number of emigrants, amongst whom were 28 soldiers, of whom 23 took their wives. 2 vessels were prepared to transport the party, and the 6th of May was the day named for them to set out. On the 9th of May they set sail, and landed on Lancerota just 4 mouths and a half after Bethencourt had quitted it. He was received with trumpets, clarionets, tambourines, harps, and other musical instruments. Thunder could scarcely have been heard above the sound of this music. The natives celebrated his return by dancing and singing, and crying out, "Here comes our king." Jean de Courtois hastened to welcome his master, who asked him how everything was going on. He replied, "Sir, all is going on as well as possible." Bethencourt's companions stayed with him at the fort of Lancerota. They appeared much pleased with the country, enjoying the dates and other fruits on the island, and nothing seemed to harm them. After they had been a short time at Lancerota, Bethencourt went with them to see Forteventura, and here his reception was as warm as it had been at Lancerota, especially from the islanders and their 2 kings. The kings supped with them at the fortress of Richeroque, which Courtois had rebuilt. Bethencourt announced his intention of conquering Gran Canaria Island, as he had done Lancerota and Forteventura. His hope was that his nephew Maciot, whom he had brought with him from France, would succeed him in the government of these islands, so that the name of Bethencourt might be perpetuated there. He imparted his project to Courtois, who highly approved of it, and added, "Sir, when you return to France I will go with you. I am a bad husband. It is 5 years since I saw my wife, and by my troth she did not much care about it." The 6th of October, 1405, was the day fixed for starting for Gran Canaria, but contrary winds carried the ships towards the African coast, and they passed by Cape Bojador, where Bethencourt landed. He made an expedition 24 miles inland, and seized some natives and a great number of camels that he took to his vessels. They put as many of the camels as possible on board, wishing to acclimatize them in the Canary Islands, and the Baron set sail again, leaving Cape Bojador, which he had the honour of seeing 30 years before the Portuguese navigators. During this voyage from the coast of Africa to Gran Canaria, the 3 vessels were separated in stormy weather, one going to Palma and another to Forteventura, but finally they all reached Gran Canaria. This island is 60 miles long and 36 miles broad. At the northern end it is flat, but very hilly towards the south. Firs, dragon trees, olive, fig and date trees form large forests, and sheep, goats and wild dogs are found here in large numbers. The soil is very fertile, and produces 2 crops of corn every year, and that without any means of improving it. Its inhabitants form a large body of people, and consider themselves all on an equality. When Bethencourt had landed, he set to work at once to conquer the island. Unfortunately, his Norman soldiers were so proud of their success on the coast of Africa that they thought they could conquer this island with its 10,000 natives with a mere handful of men. Bethencourt, seeing that they were so confident of success, recommended them to be prudent, but they took no heed of this, and bitterly they rued their confidence. After a skirmish, in which they seem to have got the better of the islanders, they had left their ranks when the natives surprised them, massacring 22 of them, including Jean de Courtois and Hannibal, Gadifer's son. After this sad affair, Bethencourt left Gran Canaria and went to try to subdue Palma. The natives of this island were very clever in slinging stones, rarely missing their aim, and in the encounters with these islanders many fell on both sides, but more natives than Normans, whose loss, however, amounted to 100. After 6 weeks of skirmishing, Bethencourt left Palma and went to Ferro for 3 months, a large island 21 miles long and 15 broad. It is a flat table-land, and large woods of pine and laurel trees shade it in many places. The mists, which are frequent, moisten the soil and make it especially favourable for the cultivation of corn and the vine. Game is abundant. Pigs, goats and sheep run wild about the country. There are also great lizards in shape like the iguana of America. The inhabitants, both men and women, are a very fine race, healthy, lively, agile and particularly well made. In fact, Ferro is one of the pleasantest islands of the group. Bethencourt returned to Forteventura with his ships after conquering Ferro and Palma. This island is 51 miles in length by 24 in breadth, and has high mountains as well as large plains, but its surface is less undulating than that of the other islands. Large streams of fresh water run through the island. The euphorbia, a deadly poison, grows largely here, and date and olive trees are abundant, as well as a plant that is invaluable for dyeing, and whose cultivation would be most remunerative. The coast of Forteventura has no good harbours for large vessels, but small ones can anchor there quite safely. It was in this island that Bethencourt began to make a partition of land to the colonists, and he succeeded in doing it so evenly that everyone was satisfied with his portion. Those colonists whom he had brought with him were to be exempted from taxes for 9 years. The question of religion and religious administration could not fail to be of the deepest interest to so pious a man as Bethencourt, so he resolved to go to Rome and try to obtain a bishop for this country, who would order and adorn the Roman Catholic faith. Before setting out, he appointed his nephew Massiot as lieutenant and governor of the islands. Under his orders 2 sergeants were to act and enforce justice. He desired that twice a year news of the colony should be sent to him in Normandy, and the revenue from Lanzarote and Forteventura was to be devoted to building 2 churches. He said to his nephew Massiot, "I give you full authority in everything to do whatever you think best, and I believe you will do all for my honour and to my advantage. Follow as nearly as possible Norman and French customs, especially in the administration of justice. Above all things, try and keep peace and unity among yourselves, and care for each other as brothers, and specially try that there shall be no rivalry among the gentlemen. I have given to each one his share, and the country is quite large enough for each to have his own sphere. I can tell you nothing further beyond again impressing the importance of your all living as good friends together, and then all will be well." Bethencourt remained 3 months in Forteventura and the other islands. He rode about among the people on his mule, and found many of the natives beginning to speak Norman French. Massiot and the other gentlemen accompanied him, he pointing out what was best to be done and the most honest way of doing it. Then he gave notice that he would set out for Rome on the ensuing 15th of December. Returning to Lanzarote, he remained there till his departure, and ordered all the gentlemen he had brought with him, the workmen and the 3 kings, to appear before him 2 days before his departure, to tell them what he wished done, and to commend himself and them to God's protection. None failed to appear at this meeting. They were all received at the fort on Lanzarote and sumptuously entertained. When the repast was over, he spoke to them, especially impressing the duty of obedience to his nephew Massiot upon them, the retention of the 5th of everything for himself, and also the exercise of all Christian virtues and of fervent love to God. This done, he chose those who were to accompany him to Rome, and prepared to set out. His vessel had scarcely set sail when cries and groans were heard on all sides, both Europeans and natives alike regretting this just master, who they feared would never return to them. A great number waded into the water and tried to stop the vessel that carried him away from them, but the sails were set and Bethencourt was really gone. "May God keep him safe from all harm," was the utterance of many that day. In a week he was at Seville. From thence he went to Valladolid, where the king received him very graciously. He related the narrative of his conquests to the king, and requested from him letters recommending him to the Pope, that he might have a bishop appointed for the islands. The king gave him the letters, and loaded him with gifts, and then Bethencourt set out for Rome with a numerous retinue. He remained 3 weeks in the Eternal City, and was admitted to kiss Pope Innocent VII's foot, who complimented him on his having made so many proselytes to the Christian faith, and on his bravery in having ventured so far from his native country. When the bulls were prepared as Bethencourt had requested, and Albert des Masons was appointed Bishop of the Canary Islands, the Norman took leave of the Pope after receiving his blessing. The new prelate took leave of Bethencourt and set out at once for his diocese. He went by way of Spain, taking with him some letters from Bethencourt to the king. Then he set sail for Forteventura and arrived there without any obstacle. Massiot gave him a cordial reception, and the bishop at once began to organize his diocese, governing with gentleness and courtesy, preaching now in one island, now in another, and offering up public prayers for Bethencourt's safety. Massiot was universally beloved, but especially by the natives. This happy, peaceful time only lasted for 5 years, for later on, Massiot began to abuse his unlimited power, and levied such heavy exactions that he was obliged to fly the country to save his life. Bethencourt, after leaving Rome, went to Florence and to Paris, and then to his own chateau, where a great number of people came to pay their respects to the King of the Canary Islands, and if on his return the first time he was much thought of, his reception this second time far exceeded it. Bethencourt established himself at Grainville. Although he was an old man, his wife was still young. He had frequent accounts from Massiot of his beloved islands, and he hoped one day to return to his kingdom, but God willed otherwise. One day in the year 1425, he was seized with what proved to be fatal illness. He was aware that the end was near, and after making his will, and receiving the last sacraments of the Church, he passed away. May God keep him and pardon his sins, says the narrative of his life. He is buried in the church of Grainville-la-Teinturière, in front of the high altar. Jean de Bethencourt makes his will. Chapter 21. Discovery of Madeira, Cape de Verde Islands, the Azores, Congo and Guinea, Bartholomew Dyers, Cabot and Labrador, the geographical and commercial tendencies of the Middle Ages, the erroneous idea of the distance between Europe and Asia, birth of Christopher Columbus, his first voyages, his plans rejected, his sojourn at the Franciscan convent, his reception by Ferdinand and Isabella, Treaty of the 17th of April, 1492, the brothers Pinzon, 3 armed caravels at the port of Palos, departure on the 3rd of August, 1492. The year 1492 is an era in geographical annals. It is the date of the discovery of America. The genius of one man was fated to complete the terrestrial globe, and to show the truth of Gagliuffi's saying, Unius erat mundus, duo sint, 8 ist, fura. The old world was to be entrusted with the moral and political education of the new. Was it equal to the task, with its ideas still limited, its tendencies still semi-barbarous and its bitter religious animosities? We must leave the answer to these questions to the facts that follow. Between the year 1405, when Bethencourt had just accomplished the colonization of the Canary Islands, and the year 1492, what had taken place? We will give a short sketch of the geographical enterprise of the intervening years. A considerable impetus had been given to science by the Arabs, who were soon to be expelled from Spain, and had spread throughout the peninsula. In all the ports, but more especially in those of Portugal, there was much talk of the continent of Africa and the rich and wonderful countries beyond the sea. 1,000 anecdotes, says Michelet, stimulated curiosity, valour and avarice, every one wishing to see these mysterious countries, where monsters abounded, and gold was scattered over the surface of the land. A young prince, Don Henry, Duke of Visu, third son of John I, who was very fond of the study of astronomy and geography, exercised a considerable influence over his contemporaries. It is to him that Portugal owes her colonial power and wealth and the expeditions so repeatedly made, which were vividly described, and their results spoken of as so wonderful that they may have aided in awakening Columbus' love of adventure. Don Henry had an observatory built in the southern part of the province of Algarve, at Sagres, commanding a most splendid view over the sea, and seeming as though it must have been placed there to seek for some unknown land. He also established a naval college, where learned geographers traced correct maps and taught the use of the mariner's compass. The young prince surrounded himself with learned men, and especially gathered all the information he could as to the possibility of circumnavigating Africa, and thus reaching India. Though he had never taken part in any maritime expedition, his encouragement and care for seamen gave him the sobriquet of the navigator, by which name he is known in history. Two gentlemen belonging to Don Henry's court, Juan Gonzalez Zarco and Tristram Vaz Teixeira, had passed Cape Nun, the terror of ancient navigators, when they were carried out to sea and passed near an island to which they gave the name of Porto Santo. Some time afterwards, as they were sailing towards a black point that remained on the horizon, they came to a large island covered with splendid forests. This was Madeira. Prince Henry of Portugal, the navigator, in 1433, Cape Bojador, which had for long been such a difficulty to navigators, was first doubled by the two Portuguese sailors, Gillians and Gonzales Baldea, who passed more than 40 leagues beyond it. Encouraged by their example, Antonio Gonzales and Nuno Tristram in 1441 sailed as far as Cape Blanco, a feat, says Faria y Souza, that is generally looked upon as being little short of the labours of Hercules, and they brought back with them to Lisbon some gold dust taken from the Rio del Aouro. In a second voyage Tristram noticed some of the Cape de Verde Islands, and went as far south as Sierra Leone. In the course of this expedition he bought from some Moors off the coast of Guinea 10 negroes, whom he took back with him to Lisbon and parted with for a very high price, they having excited great curiosity. This was the origin of the slave trade in Europe, which for the next 400 years robbed Africa of so many of her people, and was a disgrace to humanity. In 1441, Carda Mosto doubled Cape Verde, and explored a part of the coast below it. About 1446, the Portuguese, advancing further into the open sea than their predecessors, came upon the group of the Azores. From this time all fear vanished, for the formidable line had been passed, beyond which the air was said to scorch like fire. Expeditions succeeded each other without intermission, and each brought home accounts of newly discovered regions. It seemed as if the African continent was really endless, for the further they advanced towards the south, the further the cape they sought appeared to recede. Some little time before this King John Roman II had added the title of Seigneur of Guinea to his other titles, and to the discovery of Congo had been added that of some stars in the southern hemisphere hitherto unknown, when Diogo Cam, in 3 successive voyages, went further south than any preceding navigator, and bore away from Dyers the honour of being the discoverer of the southern point of the African continent. This cape is called Cape Cross, and here he raised a monument called a padrao or padron in memory of his discovery, which is still standing. On his way back he visited the King of Congo in his capital, and took back with him an ambassador and numerous suite of natives, who were all baptized, and taught the elements of the Christian religion, which they were to propagate on their return to Congo. A short time after Diogo Cam's return in the month of August, 1487, 3 caravels left the Tagus under the command of Bartholomew Dias, a gentleman attached to the king's household and an old sailor on the Guinea seas. He had an experienced mariner under him, and the smallest of the 3 vessels freighted with provisions was commanded by his brother Pedro Dias. We have no record of the earlier part of this expedition. We only know from João de Barros, to whom we owe nearly all we learn of Portuguese navigation, that beyond Congo he followed the coast for some distance, and came to an anchorage that he named Das Voltas, on account of the manner in which he had to tack to reach it, and there he left the smallest of the caravels under the care of 9 sailors. After having been detained here 5 days by stress of weather, Dias stood out to sea and took a southerly course, but for 13 days his vessels were tossed hither and thither by the tempest. As he went further south, the temperature fell and the air became very cold. At last the fury of the elements abated, and Dias took an easterly course hoping to sight the land, but after several days had passed, and being in about 42 degrees south latitude, he anchored in the Bay dos Vaqueiros, so named from the numbers of horned animals and shepherds who fled inland at the sight of the 2 vessels. At this time Dias was about 120 miles east of the Cape of Good Hope, which he had doubled without seeing it. They then went to Sam Braz, now Mossel Bay, and coasted as far as Algoa Bay and to an island called Dar Cruz, where they set up a padrao. But here the crews, being much discouraged by the dangers they had passed through, and feeling much the scarcity and bad quality of the provisions, refused to go any farther. Besides, they said, as the land is now on our left, let us go back and see the Cape, which we have doubled without knowing it. Dias called a council, and decided that they should go forwards in a northeasterly direction for 2 or 3 days longer. We owe it to his firmness of purpose that he was able to reach a river, 75 miles from Dar Cruz, that he called Rio Infante, but then the crew refusing to go farther, Dias was obliged to return to Europe. Barros says, when Dias left the pillar that he had erected, it was with such sorrow and so much bitterness that it seemed almost as though he were leaving an exiled son, and especially when he thought of all the dangers that he and his companions had passed through, and the long distance which they had come with only this memorial as a remembrance. It was indeed painful to break off when the task was but half completed. At last they saw the Cape of Good Hope, or as Dias and his followers called it then, the Cape of Torments, in remembrance of all the storms and tempests they had passed through before they could double it with the foresight which so often accompanies genius. John Roman II substituted for the Cape of Torments the name of the Cape of Good Hope, for he saw that now the route to India was open at last, and his vast plans for the extension of the commerce and influence of his country were about to be realized. On the 24th of August, 1488, Dias returned to Angra das Voltas, where he had left his smallest caravel. He found 6 of his 9 men dead, and the 7th was so overcome with joy at seeing his companions again that he died also. No particular incident marked the voyage home. They reached Lisbon in December, 1488, after staying at Benin, where they traded, and at La Mina to receive the money gained by the commerce of the colony. It is strange but true that Dias not only received no reward of any kind for this voyage which had been so successful, but he seemed to be treated rather as though he had disgraced himself, for he was not employed again for 10 years, More than this, the command of the expedition that was sent to double the cape which Diaz had discovered was given to Vasco da Gama, and Diaz was only to accompany it to La Mina holding a subordinate position. He was to hear of the marvellous campaign of his successful rival in India, and to see what an effect such an event would have upon the destiny of his country. He took part in Cabral's expedition which discovered Brazil, but he had not the pleasure of seeing the shores to which he had been the pioneer, for the fleet had only just left the American shore when a fearful storm arose. 4 vessels sank, and among them the one that Diaz commanded. It is in allusion to his sad fate that Camoens puts the following prediction into the mouth of Adamastor, the spirit of the Cape of Tempests: "I will make a terrible example of the first fleet that shall pass near these rocks, and I will wreak my vengeance on him who first comes to brave me in my dwelling." In fact, it was only in 1497, maybe 5 years after the discovery of America, that the southern point of Africa was passed by Vasco da Gama, and it may be affirmed that if this latter had preceded Columbus, the discovery of the new continent might have been delayed for several centuries. The navigators of this period were very timorous and did not dare to sail out into mid-ocean. Not liking to venture upon seas that were but little known, they always followed the coastline of Africa rather than go further from land. If the Cape of Tempests had been doubled, the sailors would have gone by this route to India, and none would have thought of going to the land of spices, that is to say Asia, by venturing across the Atlantic. Who, in fact, would have thought of seeking for the East by the route to the West? But in truth this was the great idea of that day, for Cooley says, "The principal object of Portuguese maritime enterprise in the 15th century was to search for a passage to India by the ocean." The most learned men had not gone so far as to imagine the existence of another continent to complete the equilibrium and balance of the terrestrial globe. Some parts of the American continent had been already discovered, for an Italian navigator, Sebastian Cabot, had landed on Labrador in 1487, and the Scandinavians had certainly disembarked on this unknown land. The colonists of Greenland, too, had explored Winland, but so little disposition was there at this time to believe in the existence of a new world, that Greenland, Winland, and Labrador were all thought to be a continuation of the European continent. The main question before the navigators of the 15th century was the opening up of an easier communication with the shores of Asia. The route to India, China, and Japan, countries already known through the wonderful narrative of Marco Polo, via Asia Minor, Persia, and Tartary, was long and dangerous. The transport of goods was too difficult and costly for these ways terrestrial ever to become roads for commerce. A more practicable means of communication must be found. Thus all the dwellers on the coasts from England to Spain, as well as the people living on the shores of the Mediterranean, seeing the great Atlantic Ocean open to their vessels, began to inquire whether indeed this new route might not conduct them to the shores of Asia. The sphericity of the globe being established, this reasoning was correct, for going always westward, the traveller must necessarily at last reach the east, and as to the route across the ocean, it would certainly be open. Who could indeed have suspected the existence of an obstacle 9750 miles in length, lying between Europe and Asia, and called America? We must observe also that the scientific men of the Middle Ages believed that the shores of Asia were not more than 6,000 miles distant from those of Europe. Aristotle supposed the terrestrial globe to be smaller than it really is. Seneca said, "How far is it from the shores of Spain to India?" a very few days' sail should the wind be favourable. This was also the opinion of Strabo, so it seemed that the route between Europe and Asia must be short, and there being such places for ships to touch at as the Azores and Antilles, of which the existence was known in the 15th century, the transoceanic communication promised not to be difficult. This popular error as to distance had the happy effect of inducing navigators to try to cross the Atlantic, a feat which, had they been aware of the 15,000 miles of ocean separating Europe from Asia, they would scarcely have dared to attempt. We must in justice allow that certain facts gave, or seemed to give, reason to the partisans of Aristotle and Strabo for their belief in the proximity of the eastern shores. Thus, a pilot in the service of the King of Portugal, while sailing at 1350 miles distance from Cape St. Vincent, the southwestern point of the Portuguese province of Algarve, met with a piece of wood ornamented with ancient sculptures, which he considered must have come from a continent not far off. Again, some fishermen had found near the island of Madeira a sculptured post and some bamboos, which in shape resembled those found in India. The inhabitants of the Azores also often picked up gigantic pine trees of an unknown species, and one day 2 human bodies were cast upon their shores, corpses with broad faces, says the chronicler Herrera, and not resembling Christians. These various facts tended to inflame imagination, as in the 15th century men had no knowledge of that great Gulf Stream, which in nearing the European coasts brings with it waifs and strays from America, so they could only imagine that these various debris must come from Asia. Therefore, they argued, Asia could not be far off, and the communication between these 2 extremes of the old continent must be easy. One point must be clearly borne in mind. No geographer of this period had any notion of the existence of a new world. It was not even a desire of adding to geographical knowledge which led to the exploration of the western route. It was the men of commerce who were the leaders in this movement, and who first undertook to cross the Atlantic. Their only thought was of traffic, and of carrying it on by the shortest road. The mariner's compass, invented, according to the generally received opinion, about 1302, by one Flavio Gioja of Amalfi, enabled vessels to sail at a distance from the coasts, and to guide themselves when out of sight of land. Martin Behaim, with 2 physicians in the service of Prince Henry of Portugal, had also added to nautical science by discovering the way of directing the voyager's course according to the position of the sun in the heavens, and by applying the astrolabe to the purposes of navigation. These improvements being adopted, the commercial question of the western route increased daily in importance in Spain, Portugal, and Italy, countries in which 3/4 of the science is made up of imagination. There was discussion, there were writings. The excited world of commerce disputed with the world of science. Facts, systems, doctrines were grouped together. The time was come when there was needed one single intelligence to collect together and assimilate the various floating ideas. This intelligence was found. At length all the scattered notions were gathered together in the mind of one man, who possessed in a remarkable degree genius, perseverance, and boldness. Christopher Columbus. This man was no other than Christopher Columbus, born, probably near Genoa, about the year 1436. We say probably, for the towns of Cogoreo and Nervi dispute with Savona and Genoa the honour of having given him birth. The date of his birth varies with different biographers from 1430 to 1445, but the year 1436 would appear to be the correct one, according to the most reliable documents. The family of Columbus was of humble origin. His father, Dominic Columbus, a manufacturer of woolen stuffs, seems, however, to have been in sufficiently easy circumstances to enable him to give his children a more than ordinarily good education. The young Christopher, the eldest of the family, was sent to the University of Pavia, there to study grammar, Latin, geography, astronomy, and navigation. At 14 years of age, Christopher left school and went to sea. From this time until 1487, very little is known of his career. It is interesting to give the remark of Humboldt on this subject, as reported by M. Charton. He said that he regretted the more this uncertainty about the early life of Columbus, when he remembered all that the chroniclers have so minutely preserved for us upon the life of the dog Bicirillo, or the elephant Abulababat, which Haraunal Raskid sent to Charlie Magny. The most probable account to be gathered from contemporary documents and from the writings of Columbus himself is that the young sailor visited the Levant, the West, the North, England several times, Portugal, the coast of Guinea, and the islands of Africa, perhaps even Greenland, for by the age of 40 he had sailed to every part that had ever been sailed to before. He was looked upon as a thoroughly competent mariner, and his reputation led to his being chosen for the command of the Genos galleys in the war which that republic was waging against Venice. He afterwards made an expedition in the service of René, King of Anjou, to the coasts of Barbary, and in 1477 he went to explore the countries beyond Iceland. This voyage being successfully terminated, Christopher Columbus returned to his home at Lisbon. He there married the daughter of an Italian gentleman, Bartolomeo Munez Perestrello, a sailor like himself and deeply interested in the geographical ideas of the day. The wife of Columbus, Dona Philippa, was without fortune, and Columbus, having none himself, felt he must work for the support of himself and his family. The future discoverer, therefore, set to work to make picture books, terrestrial globes, maps, and nautical charts, and continued in this employment until 1481, but without at the same time abandoning his scientific and literary pursuits. It seems probable even that during this period he studied deeply and attained to knowledge far beyond that possessed by most of the sailors of his time. Can it have been that at this time the great idea first arose in his mind? It may well have been so. He was following assiduously the discussions relative to the western routes and the facility of communication by the West between Europe and Asia. His correspondence proves that he shared the opinion of Aristotle as to the relatively short distance separating the extreme shores of the old continent. He wrote frequently to the most distinguished savants of his time. Martin Behaim, of whom we have already spoken, was amongst his correspondents, and also the celebrated Florentine astronomer Toscanelli, whose opinions in some degree influenced those of Columbus. A Spanish port. At this time Columbus, according to the portrait of him given by his biographer Washington Irving, was a tall man of robust and noble presence. His face was long, he had an aquiline nose, high cheek-bones, eyes clear and full of fire. He had a bright complexion, and his face was much covered with freckles. He was a truly Christian man, and it was with the liveliest faith that he fulfilled all the duties of the Catholic religion. At the time when Christopher Columbus was in correspondence with the astronomer Toscanelli, he learnt that the latter, at the request of Alfonso V, King of Portugal, had sent to the king a learned memoir upon the possibility of reaching the Indies by the western route. Columbus was consulted and supported the ideas of Toscanelli with all his influence, but without result, for the King of Portugal, who was engaged at the time in war with Spain, died without having been able to give any attention to maritime discoveries. His successor, John Roman II, adopted the plans of Columbus and Toscanelli with enthusiasm. At the same time, with most reprehensible cunning, he tried to deprive these two savants of the benefit of their proposition. Without telling them, he sent out a caravel to attempt this great enterprise, and to reach China by crossing the Atlantic, but he had not reckoned upon the inexperience of his pilots, nor upon the violence of the storms which they might encounter. The result was that some days after their departure, a hurricane brought back to Lisbon the sailors of the Portuguese king. Columbus was justly wounded by this unworthy action, and felt that he could not reckon upon a king who had so deceived him. His wife being dead, he left Spain with his son Diego. Towards the end of the year 1484, it is thought that he went to Genoa and to Venice, where his projects of transoceanic navigation were but badly received. Columbus knocks at a convent door. However it may have been, in 1485 we find him again in Spain. This great man was poor, without resources. He travelled on foot, carrying Diego, his little son of 10 years old, in his arms. From this period of his life, history follows him step by step. She no more loses sight of him, and she has preserved to posterity the smallest incidents of this grand existence. We find Columbus arrived in Andalusia, only half a league from the port of Palos. Destitute and dying of hunger, he knocked at the door of a Franciscan convent, dedicated to Santa Maria de Rabida, and asked for a little bread and water for his poor child and for himself. The superior of the convent, Juan Perez de Marchena, gave hospitality to the unfortunate traveller. He questioned him and was surprised by the nobleness of his language, but still more astonished was he by the boldness of the ideas of Columbus, who made the good father the confidant of his aspirations. For several months the wandering sailor remained in this hospitable convent. Some of the monks were learned men, and interested themselves about him and his projects. They studied his plans. They mentioned him to some of the well-known navigators of the time, and we must give them the credit of having been the first to believe in the genius of Christopher Columbus. Juan Perez showed still greater kindness. He offered to take upon himself the charge of the education of Diego, and he gave to Columbus a letter of recommendation addressed to the confessor of the Queen of Castile. This confessor, prior of the monastery of Prado, was deep in the confidence of Ferdinand and Isabella, but he did not approve of the projects of the Genoese navigator, and he rendered him no service whatever with his royal penitent. Columbus must still resign himself to wait. He went to live at Cordova, where the court was soon to come, and for livelihood he resumed his trade of picture seller. Is it possible to quote from the lives of illustrious men an instance of a more trying existence than this of the great navigator? Could ill fortune have assailed any man with more cruel blows? But this indomitable, indefatigable man of genius, rising up again after each trial, did not despair. He felt within him the sacred fire of genius. He worked on unceasingly. He visited influential persons, spreading his ideas and defending them, and combating all objections with the most heroic energy. At length he obtained the protection of the great Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, Pedro González de Mendoza, and thanks to him was admitted into the presence of the King and Queen of Spain. Christopher Columbus must have imagined himself now at the end of all his troubles. Ferdinand and Isabella received his project favourably, and caused it to be submitted for examination to a council of learned men, consisting of bishops and monks who were gathered together ad hoc in a Dominican convent at Salamanca. But the unfortunate pleader was not yet at the end of his vicissitudes. In this meeting at Salamanca, all his judges were against him. The truth was that his ideas interfered with the intolerant religious notions of the 15th century. The fathers of the Church had denied the sphericity of the earth, and since the earth was not round, they declared that a voyage of circumnavigation was absolutely contrary to the Bible, and could not therefore, on any logical theory, be undertaken. Besides, said these theologians, if anyone should ever succeed in descending into the other hemisphere, how could he ever mount up again into this one? This manner of arguing was a very formidable one at this period, for Christopher Columbus saw himself in consequence almost accused of heresy, the most unpardonable crime which could be committed in these intolerant countries. He escaped any evil consequences from the hostile disposition of the council, but the execution of his project was again adjourned. Building a caravel, long years passed away. The unfortunate man of genius, despairing of success in Spain, sent his brother to England to make an offer of his services to the king, Henry VII. But it is probable that the king gave no answer. Then Christopher Columbus turned again with unabated perseverance to Ferdinand, but Ferdinand was at this time engaged in a war of extermination against the Moors, and it was not until 1492, when he had chased the Moors from Spain, that he was able again to listen to the solicitations of the Genoa sailor. This time the affair was thoroughly considered, and the king consented to the enterprise. But Columbus, as is the manner of proud natures, wished to impose his own conditions. They bargained over that which should enrich Spain. Columbus, in disgust, was without doubt ready to quit, and for ever this ungrateful country, but Isabella, touched by the thought of the unbelievers of Asia, whom she hoped to convert to the Catholic faith, ordered Columbus to be recalled, and then acceded to all his demands. Columbus was in the 56th year of his age when he signed a treaty with the King of Spain at Santa Fita on the 17th of April, 1492, being 18 years after he had first conceived his project, and 7 years from the time of his quitting the monastery of Palos. By this solemn convention, the dignity of High Admiral was to belong to Columbus in all the lands which he might discover, and this dignity was to descend in perpetuity to his heirs and successors. He was named Viceroy and Governor of the new possessions which he hoped to conquer in the rich countries of Asia, and 1/10 part of the pearls, precious stones, gold, silver, spices, provisions, and merchandise of whatever kind, which might be acquired in any manner whatsoever, within the limits of his jurisdiction, was of right to belong to him. All was arranged, and at length Columbus was to put his cherished projects in execution. But let us repeat, he had no thought of meeting with the New World, of the existence of which he had not the faintest suspicion. His aim was to explore the East by the West, and to pass by the way of the West to the land whence come the spices. One may even aver that Columbus died in the belief that he had arrived at the shores of Asia, and never knew himself that he had made the discovery of America. But this in no way lessens his glory. The meeting with the new continent was but an accident. The real cause of the immortal renown of Columbus was that audacity of genius which induced him to brave the dangers of an unknown ocean, to separate himself afar from those familiar shores, which until now navigators had never ventured to quit, to adventure himself upon the waves of the Atlantic Ocean in the frail ships of the period, which the first tempest might engulf, to launch himself, in a word, upon the deep darkness of an unknown sea. The preparations began, Columbus entering into an arrangement with some rich navigators of Palos, the three brothers Pinzon, who made the necessary advances for defraying the expenses of fitting out the ships. 3 caravels named the Gallega, the Nina and the Pinta were equipped in the port of Palos. The Gallega was destined to carry the admiral, who changed her name to the Santa Maria. The Pinta was commanded by Martin Alonso Pinzon, and the Nina by his 2 brothers Francis Martin and Vincent Yanez Pinzon. It was difficult to man the ships, sailors generally being frightened at the enterprise, but at last the captains succeeded in getting together 120 men, and on Friday, August 3, 1492, the admiral crossing at 8 o'clock in the morning the bar of Soltes, off the town of Huelva in Andalusia, adventured himself with his 3 half-decked caravels upon the Atlantic waves. Roman II. Christopher Columbus, first voyage, the Great Canary, Gomera, magnetic variation, symptoms of revolt, land, San Salvador, taking possession, Conception, Fernandina or Great Exuma, Isabella or Long Island, the Mucaras, Cuba, description of the island archipelago of Notre Dame, Hispaniola or San Domingo, Tortuga Island, the cacique on board the Santa Maria. The caravel of Columbus goes aground and cannot be floated off, island of Monte Cristi. Return, Tempest, arrival in Spain, homage rendered to Christopher Columbus. During the first day's voyage, the Admiral, the title by which he is usually known in the various accounts of his exploits, bearing directly southwards, sailed 45 miles before sunset. Turning then to the southeast, he steered for the Canaries in order to repair the Pinta, which had unshipped her rudder, an accident caused perhaps by the ill will of the steersman who dreaded the voyage. 10 days later Columbus cast anchor before the Great Canary Island, where the rudder of the caravel was repaired. 19 days afterwards he arrived before Gomera, where the inhabitants assured him of the existence of an unknown land in the west of the archipelago. He did not leave Gomera until the 6th of September. He had received warning that 3 Portuguese ships awaited him in the open sea, with the intention of barring his passage. However, without taking any heed of this news, he put to sea, cleverly avoided meeting his enemies, and steering directly westward, he lost all sight of land. During the voyage, the admiral took care to conceal from his companions the true distance traversed each day. He made it appear less than it really was in the daily abstracts of his observations, that he might not add to the fear already felt by the sailors, by letting them know the real distance which separated them from Europe. Each day he watched the compasses with attention, and it is to him we owe the discovery of the magnetic variation, of which he took account in his calculations. The pilots, however, were much disturbed on seeing the compasses all northwesters, as they expressed it, Christopher Columbus on board his caravel. On the 14th of September the sailors saw a swallow and some tropic birds. The sight of these birds was an evidence of land being near, for they do not usually fly more than about 70 miles out to sea. The temperature was very mild, the weather magnificent. The wind blew from the east and wafted the caravels in the desired direction, but it was exactly this continuance of east wind which frightened the greater part of the sailors, who saw in this persistence, so favourable for the outward voyage, the promise of a formidable obstacle to their return home. On the 16th of September some tufts of seaweed, still fresh, were seen floating on the waves, but no land was to be seen, and this seaweed might possibly indicate the presence of submarine rocks, and not of the shores of a continent. On the 17th, 35 days after the departure of the expedition, floating weeds were frequently seen, and upon one mass of weed was found a live crayfish, a sure sign this of the proximity of land. During the following days, a large number of birds, such as gannets, sea swallows, and tropic birds, flew around the caravels. Columbus turned their presence to account as a means of reassuring his companions, who were beginning to be terribly frightened at not meeting with land after 6 weeks of sailing. His own confidence never abated, but putting firm trust in God, he often addressed energetic words of comfort to those around him, and made them each evening chant the Salve Regina or some other hymn to the Virgin. At the words of this heroic man, so noble, so sure of himself, so superior to all human weaknesses, the courage of the sailors revived, and they again went onwards. We can well imagine how anxiously both officers and men scanned the western horizon towards which they were steering. Each one had a pecuniary motive for wishing to be the first to descry the new continent, King Ferdinand having promised a reward of 10,000 maravedis, or £400 sterling, to the first discoverer. The latter days of the month of September were enlivened by the presence of numerous large birds, petrels, man-of-war birds, and damiers, flying in couples, a sign that they were not far away from home. So Columbus retained his unshaken conviction that land could not be far off. On the 1st of October, the admiral announced to his companions that they had made 1272 miles to the west since leaving Ferro. In reality, the distance traversed exceeded 2,100 miles, and of this Columbus was quite aware, but persisted in his policy of disguising the truth in this particular. On the 7th of October, the crews were excited by hearing discharges of musketry from the Nina, the commanders of which, the 2 brothers Pinzon, thought they had descried the land. They soon found, however, that they had been mistaken. Still, on their representing that they had seen some paroquets flying in a southwesterly direction, the admiral consented to change his route so far as to steer some points to the south, a change which had happy consequences in the future, for had they continued to run directly westward, the caravels would have been aground upon the great Bahama bank, and would probably have been altogether destroyed. Still, the ardently desired land did not appear. Each evening the sun as it went down dipped behind an interminable horizon of water. The crews who had several times been the victims of an optical illusion now began to murmur against Columbus, the Genos, the foreigner, who had enticed them so far away from their country. Some symptoms of mutiny had already shown themselves on board the vessels, when, on the 10th of October, the sailors openly declared that they would go no further. In treating of this part of the voyage, the historians would seem to have drawn somewhat upon their imagination. They narrate scenes of serious import which took place upon the admiral's caravel, the sailors going so far as even to threaten his life. They say also that the recriminations ended by a kind of arrangement, granting a respite of 3 days to Columbus, at the end of which time, should land not have been then discovered, the fleet was to set out on its return to Europe. All these statements we may look upon as pure fiction. There is nothing in the accounts given by Columbus himself which lends them the smallest credibility, but it has been needful to touch upon them, for nothing must be omitted relating to the great Genos navigator, and some amount of legend mixed up with history does not ill beseem the grand figure of Christopher Columbus. Still, it is an undoubted fact that there was much murmuring on board the caravels, but it would seem that the crews, cheered by the words of the admiral, and by his brave attitude in the midst of uncertainty, did not refuse to do their duty in working the ships. On the 11th of October, the admiral noticed alongside of his vessel a reed still green floating upon the top of a large wave. At the same time, the crew of the Pinta hoisted on board another reed, a small board and a little stick, which appeared to have been cut with an instrument of iron. It was evident that human hands had been employed upon these things. Almost at the same moment, the men of the Nina perceived a branch of some thorny tree covered with blossoms. At all this everyone rejoiced exceedingly. There could be no doubt now of the proximity of the coast. Night fell over the sea. The Pinta, the best sailor of the three vessels, was leading. Already Columbus himself and one Rodrigo Sanchez, comptroller of the expedition, had thought they had seen a light moving amidst the shadows of the horizon, when a sailor named Rodrigo on board the Pinta cried out, "Land, land!" What must have been the feelings in the breast of Columbus at that moment? What must have been the feelings in the breast of Columbus at that moment? Never had any man, since the first creation of the human race, experienced a similar emotion to that now felt by the great navigator. Perhaps even it is allowable to think that the eye which first saw this new continent was indeed that of the admiral himself. But what matters it? The glory of Columbus consisted not in the having arrived. His glory was in the having set out. It was at 2 o'clock in the morning that the land was first seen, when the caravels were not 2 hours' sail away from it. At once all the crews deeply moved, joined in singing together the Salve Regina. With the first rays of the sun they saw a little island, 6 miles to windward of them. It was one of the Bahama group. Columbus named it San Salvador, and immediately falling on his knees, he began to repeat the hymn of St. Ambrose and St. Augustine. Te Deum laudamus, Te Deum confitma. At this moment some naked savages appeared upon the newly discovered coast. Columbus had his long boat lowered, and got into it with Alonso and Yanez Pinzon, the comptroller Rodrigo, the secretary Discovido, and some others. He landed upon the shore, carrying in his hand the royal banner, whilst the 2 captains bore between them the green banner of the cross, upon which were interlaced the initials of Ferdinand and Isabella. Then the admiral solemnly took possession of the island in the name of the King and Queen of Spain, and caused a record of the act to be drawn up. During this ceremony the natives came round Columbus and his companions. M. Charton gives the account of the scene in the very words of Columbus. Desiring to inspire them, the natives, with friendship for us, and being persuaded on seeing them that they would confide the more readily in us, and be the better disposed towards embracing our holy faith, if we used mildness in persuading them rather than if we had recourse to force, I caused to be given to several amongst them coloured caps, and also glass beads, which they put around their necks. I added various other articles of small value. They testified great joy, and showed so much gratitude that we marvelled greatly at it. When we were re-embarking, they swam towards us, to offer us paroquets, balls of cotton thread, zagues, or long darts, and many other things. In exchange we gave them some small glass beads, little bells, and other objects. They gave us all they had, but they appeared to me to be very poor. The men and women both were as naked as when they were born. Amongst those whom we saw, one woman was rather young, and none of the men appeared to be more than 30 years of age. They were well made, their figures handsome, and their faces agreeable. Their hair, coarse as that of a horse's tail, hung down in front as low as their eyebrows. Behind it formed a long mass which they never cut. There are some who paint themselves with a blackish pigment, their natural colour being neither black nor white, but similar to that of the inhabitants of the Canary Islands. Some paint themselves with white, some with red or any other colour, either covering the whole body with it or the whole face, or perhaps only the eyes or the nose. They do not carry arms like our people and do not even know what they are. When I showed them some swords, they laid hold of them by the blades and cut their fingers. They have no iron. Their zages are sticks. The tip is not of iron, but sometimes made of a fish tooth or of some other hard substance. They have much grace in their movements. I remarked that several had scars upon their bodies, and I asked them by means of signs how they had been wounded. They answered in the same manner, that the inhabitants of the neighbouring islands had come to attack them and make them prisoners, and that they had defended themselves. I thought then, and I still think, that they must have come from the mainland to make them prisoners for slaves. They would be faithful and gentle servants. They seem to have the power of repeating quickly what they hear. I am persuaded that they might be converted to Christianity without difficulty, for I believe that they belong to no sect. When Columbus returned on board, several of the savages swam after his boat. The next day, the 13th, they came in crowds around the ships, on board of enormous canoes shaped out of the trunks of trees. They were guided by means of a kind of baker's shovel, and some of the canoes were capable of holding 40 men. Several natives wore little plates of gold hanging from their nostrils. They appeared much surprised at the arrival of the strangers, and quite believed that these white men must have fallen from the skies. It was with a mixture of respect and curiosity that they touched the garments of the Spaniards, considering them doubtless a kind of natural plumage. The scarlet coat of the admiral excited their admiration above everything, and it was evident they looked upon Columbus as a paraquet of a superior species. At once they seemed to recognize him as the chief amongst the strangers. So Columbus and his followers visited this new island of San Salvador. They were never tired of admiring the beauty of its situation, its magnificent groves, its running streams and verdant meadows. The fauna of the island offered little variety. Parakeets of radiant plumage abounded amongst the trees, but they appeared to be the only species of birds upon the island. San Salvador presented an almost flat plateau of which no mountain broke the uniformity. A small lake occupied the centre of the island. The explorers imagined that San Salvador must contain great mineral riches, since the inhabitants were adorned with ornaments of gold. But was this precious metal derived from the island itself? Upon this point the admiral questioned one of the natives, and succeeded in learning from him by means of signs that in turning the island and sailing towards the south, the admiral would find a country of which the king possessed great vessels of gold and immense riches. The next morning at daybreak, Columbus gave orders to have the ships prepared for sea. He set sail and steered towards the continent of which the natives had spoken, which, as he imagined, could be none other than Cipango. Here an important observation must be made, showing the state of geographical knowledge at this period, viz., that Columbus now believed himself to have arrived at Asia, Cipango being the name given by Marco Polo to Japan. This error of the admiral, shared in by all his companions, was not rectified for many years afterwards, and thus, as we have already remarked, the great navigator, after 4 successive voyages to the islands, died without knowing that he had discovered a new world. It is beyond doubt that the sailors of Columbus and Columbus himself imagined that they had arrived during that night of the 12th October, 1492, either at Japan or China or the Indies. This is the reason why America so long bore the name of the Western Indies, and why the aborigines of this continent, in Brazil and in Mexico, as well as in the United States, are still classed under the general appellation of Indians. So Columbus dreamt only of reaching the shores of Japan. He coasted along San Salvador, exploring its western side. The natives, running down to the shore, offered him water and cassava bread made from the root of a plant called the yucca. Several times the admiral landed upon the coast at different points, and with a sad want of humanity, he carried away some of the natives that he might take them with him to Spain. Poor men, already the strangers began to tear them from their country. It would not be long before they began to sell them. At last the caravels lost sight of San Salvador and were again upon the wide ocean. Fortune had favoured Columbus in thus guiding him into the centre of one of the most beautiful archipelagos which the world contains. These new lands which he discovered were as a casket of precious stones, which needed only to be opened, and the hands of the discoverer were full of treasures. On the 15th October at sunset, the flotilla came to anchor near the western point of a second island, at a distance of only 15 miles from San Salvador. This island was named Conception. On the morrow the admiral landed upon the shore, having his men well armed for fear of surprise. The natives, however, proved to be of the same race as those of San Salvador, and gave a kind welcome to the Spaniards. A southeasterly wind having arisen, Columbus soon put to sea again, and 27 miles further westward, he discovered a third island which he called Fernandina, but which now goes by the name of the Great Exuma. All night they lay to, and next day, the 17th October, large native canoes came off to the vessels. The relations with the natives were excellent, the savages peacefully exchanging fruit and small balls of cotton for glass beads, tambourines, needles, which took their fancy greatly, and some molasses, of which they appeared very fond. These natives of Fernandina wore some clothing, and appeared altogether more civilized than those of San Salvador. They inhabited houses made in the shape of tents and having high chimneys. The interiors of these dwellings were remarkably clean and well kept. The western side of the island, with its deeply indented shore, formed a grand natural harbour, capable of containing 100 vessels, but Fernandina did not afford the riches so much coveted by the Spaniards as spoils to take back to Europe. There were no gold mines here. The natives who were on board the flotilla always spoke, however, of a larger island, situated to the south and called Sayamito, in which the precious metal was found. Columbus steered in the direction indicated, and during the night of Friday, the 19th of October, he cast anchor near this Sayamito, calling it Isabella. In modern maps it goes by the name of Long Island. According to the natives of San Salvador, there was a powerful king in this island, but the admiral for several days awaited in vain the advent of this great personage. He did not show himself. The island of Isabella was beautiful of aspect, with its clear lakes and thick forests. The Spaniards were never tired of admiring the new type of nature presented to their view, and of which the intense verdure was wonderful to European eyes. The paroquets in innumerable flocks were flying amongst the thick trees, and great lizards, doubtless iguanas, glided with rapid movements in the high grass. The inhabitants of the island fled at first at the sight of the foreigners, but soon becoming bolder, they trafficked with the Spaniards in the productions of their country. Still Columbus held firmly to the notion of reaching the shores of Japan. The natives had mentioned to him a large island a little to the west which they called Cuba, and this the admiral supposed must form part of the kingdom of Cipango. He felt little doubt but that he would soon arrive at the town of Quinsay or Hangti-Shufu, formerly the capital of China. With this object, as soon as the winds permitted, the fleet weighed anchor. On Thursday, the 25th of October, 7 or 8 islands lying in a straight line were sighted. These were probably the Mukaras. Columbus did not stop to visit them, and on the Sunday he came in sight of Cuba. The caravels were moored in a river, to which the Spaniards gave the name of San Salvador. After a short stay, they sailed again towards the west, and entered a harbour situated at the mouth of a large river, which was afterwards called the harbour of Las Nuvitas del Principe. Numerous palm trees were growing upon the shores of the island, having leaves so broad that only one was required for roofing a native hut. The natives had fled at the approach of the Spaniards, who found upon the shore idols of female form, tame birds, bones of animals, also dumb dogs and some fishing instruments. The Cuban savages, however, were ready to be enticed like the others, and they consented to barter their goods with the Spaniards. Columbus believed himself to be now on the mainland, and only a few leagues from Hangti-Shufu, this idea being so rooted in his mind that he even busied himself in dispatching some presents to the great Khan of China. On the 2nd of November, he desired one of the officers of his ship, and a Jew who could speak Hebrew, Chaldee, and Arabic, to set out to seek this native monarch. The ambassadors, carrying with them strings of beads, and having 6 days given to them for the fulfillment of their mission, started, taking a route leading towards the interior of this so-called continent. In the meantime, Columbus explored for nearly 6 miles a splendid river which flowed beneath the shade of woods of odoriferous trees. The inhabitants freely bartered their goods with the Spaniards, and frequently mentioned to them a place named Bohio, where gold and pearls might be obtained in abundance. They added that men lived there who had dogs' heads, and who fed upon human flesh. The admiral's envoys returned to the port on the 6th of November, after a 4 days' absence. 2 days had sufficed to bring them to a village composed of about 50 huts, where they were received with every mark of respect, the natives kissing their feet and hands, and taking them for deities descended from the skies. Among other details of native customs, they reported that both men and women smoked tobacco by means of a forked pipe, drawing up the smoke through their nostrils. These savages were acquainted with the secret of obtaining fire by rubbing briskly 2 pieces of wood against each other. Cotton was found in large quantities in the houses, made up into the form of tents, one of these containing as much as 11,000 pounds of the material. As to the Grand Khan, they saw no vestige of him. Another consequence of the error of Columbus must be noticed here, one which, according to Irving, changed the whole series of his discoveries. He believed himself to be on the coast of Asia, and therefore looked upon Cuba as a portion of that continent. In consequence, he never thought of making the tour of Cuba, but decided on returning towards the east. Now, had he not been deceived on this occasion, and had he continued to follow the same direction as at first, the results of his enterprise would have been greatly modified. He might then have drifted towards Florida at the southeastern point of North America, or he might have run direct to Mexico. In this latter case, instead of ignorant and savage natives, what would he have found? The inhabitants of the great Aztec Empire, of the half-civilized kingdom of Montezuma. There he would have seen towns, armies, enormous wealth, and his role would no doubt have been the same as that afterwards played by Fernando Cortes. But it was not to be thus, and the admiral, persevering in his mistake, directed his flotilla towards the east, weighing anchor on the 12th of November, 1492, Columbus tacked in and out along the Cuban coast. He saw the two mountains, Crystal and Moa. He explored a harbour to which he gave the name of Puerto del Principe, and an archipelago which he called the Sea of Nuestra Senora. Each night the fishermen's fires were seen upon the numerous islands, the inhabitants of which lived upon spiders and huge worms. Several times the Spaniards landed upon different points of the coast, and there planted the cross as a sign of taking possession of the country. The natives often spoke to the admiral about a certain island of Playback where gold abounded, and thither Columbus resolved to go, but Martin Alonso Pinzon, the captain of the Pinta, the best sailor of the three ships, was beforehand with him, and at daybreak on the 21st of November he had completely disappeared from sight. The admiral was very angry at this separation, his feelings on the subject appearing plainly in his narrative, where he says, "Pinzon has said and done to me many like things." Continuing his exploration of the coast of Cuba, Columbus discovered the Bay of Moa, the point of Mangle, Point V's, and the harbour of Baracoa, but nowhere did he meet with cannibals, although the huts of the natives were often to be seen adorned with human skulls, a sight which appeared to give great satisfaction to the islanders on board the fleet. On the following days they saw the Boma River, and the caravels, doubling the point of Los Azules, found themselves upon the eastern part of the island, whose coast they had now reconnoitred for a distance of 375 miles. But Columbus, instead of continuing his route to the south, turned off to the east, and on the 5th of December perceived a large island, called by the natives Bohio. This was Haiti or San Domingo. In the evening the Nina, by the admiral's orders, entered a harbour which was named Port Mary. It is situated at the northwestern extremity of the island, and with the cape near which it lies is now called St. Nicholas. The next day the Spaniards discovered a number of headlands and an islet called Tortuga Island. Everywhere on the appearance of the ships, the Indian canoes took to flight. The island, along which they were now coasting, appeared very large and very high, from which latter peculiarity it gained, later on, its name of Haiti, which signifies high land. The coast was explored by the Spaniards as far as Mosquito Bay. Its natural features, its plains and hills, its plants and the birds which fluttered amongst the beautiful trees of the island, all recalled to the memory the landscapes of Castile, and for this reason Columbus named it Hispaniola, or Spanish Island. The inhabitants were extremely timid and distrustful. They fled away into the interior, and no communication could be held with them. Some sailors, however, succeeded in capturing a young woman whom they carried on board with them. She was young and rather pretty. The admiral gave her, besides rings and beads, some clothing of which she had great need, and after most generous treatment he sent her back to shore. This good conduct had the result of taming the natives, and the next day, when 9 of the sailors, well armed, ventured as far as 16 miles inland, they were received with respect, the savages running to them in crowds and offering them everything which their country produced. The sailors returned to the ships enchanted with their excursion. The interior of the island they had found rich in cotton plants, mastic trees and aloes, while a fine river, named afterwards the Three Rivers, flowed gently along its limpid course. On December 15th, Columbus again set sail, and was carried by the wind towards Tortuga Island, upon which he saw a navigable stream of water, and a valley so beautiful that he called it the Vale of Paradise. The day following, having tacked into a deep gulf, an Indian was seen who, notwithstanding the violence of the wind, was skilfully manoeuvring a light canoe. This Indian was invited to come on board, was loaded with presents by the admiral, and then put on shore again at one of the harbours of Hispaniola, now called the Puerto de Paz. This kindness tended to attach the natives to the admiral, and from that day they came in numbers round the caravels. Their king came with them, a strong, vigorous, and somewhat stout young man of 20 years of age. He was naked like his subjects of both sexes, who showed him much respect, but with no appearance of servility. Columbus ordered royal honours to be rendered to him, and in return the king, or rather cacique, informed the admiral that the provinces to the east abounded in gold. Columbus named it the Vale of Paradise. Next day another cacique arrived, offering to place all the treasures of his country at the service of the Spaniards. He was present at a fete in honour of the Virgin Mary, that Columbus caused to be celebrated with great pomp on board his vessel, which was gaily dressed with flags on the occasion. The cacique dined at the admiral's table, apparently enjoying the repast. After he had himself tasted of the different viands and beverages, he sent the dishes and goblets to the members of his suite. He had good manners, spoke little, but showed great politeness. After the feast, he gave the admiral some thin leaves of gold, while Columbus, on his side, presented him with some coins, upon which were engraved the portraits of Ferdinand and Isabella, and after explaining to him by signs that these were the representations of the most powerful sovereigns in the world, he caused the royal banners of Castile to be displayed before the savage prince. When night fell, the cacique retired, highly delighted with his visit, and on his departure he was saluted with a salvo of artillery. On the day following, the crews, before quitting this hospitable coast, set up a large cross in the middle of the little town. In issuing from the gulf formed by Tortuga Island and Hispaniola, they discovered several harbours, capes, bays, and rivers. At the point of Limbé, a small island which Columbus named St. Thomas, and finally an enormous harbour safe and sheltered, hidden between the island and the Bay of Acull, and to which access was given by a canal surrounded by high mountains covered with trees. The admiral often disembarked upon this coast, the natives receiving him as an ambassador from heaven, and imploring him to remain among them. Columbus gave them quantities of little bells, brass rings, glass beads, and other toys, which they eagerly accepted. A cacique named Guacanagari, reigning over the province of Marion, sent to the admiral a belt adorned with the figure of an animal with large ears, of which the nose and tongue were made of beaten gold. Gold appeared to be abundant in the island, and the natives soon brought a considerable quantity of it to the strangers. The inhabitants of this part of Hispaniola seemed to be superior in intelligence and appearance to those of that portion of the island which had been first visited. In the opinion of Columbus, the paint, red, black, or white, with which the natives covered their bodies, served to protect them from sunstroke. The huts of these savages were pretty and well built. Upon Columbus questioning them as to the country which produced gold, they always indicated one towards the east, a country which they called Cibao, and which the admiral continued to identify with Cipango or Japan. On Christmas Day, a serious accident occurred to the admiral's caravel, the first damage sustained in this hitherto prosperous voyage. An inexperienced steersman was at the helm of the Santa Maria during an excursion outside the Gulf of St. Thomas. Night came on, and he allowed the vessel to be caught in some currents which threw her upon the rocks. The caravel grounded and her rudder stuck fast. The admiral, awakened by the shock, ran upon deck. He ordered an anchor to be fastened forward, by which the ship might warp herself off and so float again. The master and some of the sailors charged with the execution of this order jumped into the long boat, but seized with a sudden panic, they rowed away in haste to the Nina. Meantime the tide fell and the Santa Maria ran further aground. It became necessary to cut away the masts to lighten her, and soon it was evident that everything on board must be removed to the other ship. The cacique Guacanagari, quite understanding the dangerous situation of the caravel, came with his brothers and other relations, accompanied by a great number of the Indians, and helped in unlading the ship. Thanks to this prince, not a single article of the cargo was stolen, and during the whole night armed natives kept watch around the stores of provisions. The next day Guacanagari went on board the Nina to console the admiral and to place all his own possessions at his disposal, at the same time offering him a repast of bread, doe's flesh, fish, roots and fruit. Columbus, much moved by these tokens of friendship, formed the design of founding an establishment on this island. With this purpose in view, he addressed himself to gain the hearts of the Indians by presents and kindness, and wishing also to give them an adequate notion of his power, he ordered the discharge of an arquebuse and a small cannon, of which the reports frightened the poor savages terribly. On December 26th, the Spaniards commenced the construction of a fort upon this part of the coast, the intention of the admiral being to leave there a certain number of men, with a year's provision of bread, wine and seed, and to give them the long boat belonging to the Santa Maria. The works at the fort were pushed forward with rapidity. It was also on the 26th that they received news of the Pinta, which had been separated from the flotilla since November 21st. The natives announced that she was at anchor in a river at the extreme point of the island, but a canoe dispatched by Guacanagari returned without having found her. Then Columbus, not wishing to continue his explorations under the present conditions, since the loss of the Santa Maria, which could not be floated again, left him but one caravel, decided to return to Spain, and preparations for the departure began. On the 2nd of January Columbus caused his soldiers to act a mimic battle, greatly to the admiration of the cacique and his subjects. Afterwards the admiral chose out 39 men to form the garrison of the fortress during his absence, naming Rodrigo de Escovedo as their commander. The greater part of the cargo of the Santa Maria was to be left behind with them, for their year's provision. Amongst these first colonists of the New World were included a writer, an alguazil, a cooper, a doctor, and a tailor. These Spaniards were charged with the mission of seeking for gold mines, and of choosing a suitable site for the building of a town. On the 3rd of January, after solemn leave-takings of the cacique and the new colonists, the Nina weighed anchor and sailed out of the harbour. An island was soon discovered, having upon it a very high mountain. To this was given the name of Monte Cristi. Columbus had already sailed for 2 days along the coast, when he was aware of the approach of the Pinta, and very soon her captain, Martin Alonso Pinzon, came on board the Nina, endeavouring to excuse his conduct. The real truth was that Pinzon had taken the lead with the view of being the first to reach the pretended island of Playback, of which the riches had been described in glowing colours by the natives. The admiral was very ready to accept the bad reasons given him by Captain Pinzon, and learnt from him that the Pinta had done nothing but coast along the shores of Hispaniola, without discovering any new island. On the 7th of January the ships lay to stop a leak which had sprung in the hold of the Nina. Columbus profited by this delay to explore a wide river, situated about 3 miles from Monte Cristi, and which carried so much gold dust along with it, that he gave it the name of the Golden River. The admiral would have desired to visit this part of Hispaniola with greater care, but the crews were in haste to return home, and under the influence of the brothers Pinzon, began to murmur against his authority. On the 9th of January the caravels set sail and steered towards the east-southeast, skirting the coast and distinguishing by names even its smallest sinuosities. Of such were Point Isabella, the Cape of La Roca, French Cape, Cape Cabron and the Bay of Samana, situated at the eastern extremity of the island, where was a port in which the fleet, being becalmed, came to anchor. At first the relations between the foreigners and the natives were excellent, but a change was suddenly perceived, the savages ceasing to barter and making some hostile demonstrations, which left no doubt of the bad intentions entertained by them. On the 13th of January the savages made a sudden and unexpected attack upon the Spaniards, who, however, put a bold face on the matter, and by the aid of their weapons put their enemies to flight after a few minutes' combat. Thus, for the first time, the blood of the Indian flowed beneath the hand of the European. On the morrow Columbus again set sail, having on board 4 young natives, whom, notwithstanding their objections, he persisted in carrying off with him. His crews, embittered and fatigued, caused him great uneasiness, and in his narrative of the voyage this great man, superior though he were to all human weaknesses, and a being whom adverse fate could not humble, bemoans himself bitterly over this trial. It was on the 16th of January that the homeward voyage commenced in good earnest, and Cape Samana, the extreme point of Hispaniola, disappeared below the horizon. The passage proved a quick one, and no incident is recorded until the 12th of February, when the vessels encountered a fearful storm lasting 3 days, with furious wind, enormous waves, and much lightning from the north-northeast. 3 times did the terrified sailors make a vow of pilgrimage to St. Mary of Guadalupe, to Our Lady of Loreto, and to St. Clara of Moga, and at length, in extremity of fear, the whole crew swore to go and pray in their shirts, and with naked feet in some church dedicated to the Virgin. But in spite of all, the storm raged with redoubled fury, and even the admiral feared for the result. In case of a catastrophe, he thought it well hastily to write upon a parchment an abstract of his discoveries, with a request that whoever should find the document would forward it to the King of Spain. Wrapping the parchment in oilcloth, he enclosed it in a wooden barrel, which was thrown into the sea. At sunrise on the 15th of February the hurricane abated. The 2 caravels which had been separated by the storm again joined company, and after 3 days they cast anchor at the island of St. Mary, one of the Azores. As soon as they arrived there, the admiral sought to further the accomplishment of the vows made during the storm, and with this object sent half of his people on shore. But these were unhappily made prisoners by the Portuguese, who did not restore them to liberty for 5 days, notwithstanding the urgent remonstrances made by Columbus. The admiral put to sea again on the 23rd of February. Again the winds were contrary, and again, amidst a violent tempest, he took fresh vows in company with all his crew, promising to fast on the first Saturday which should follow their arrival in Spain. At last, on the 4th of March, the pilot sighted the mouth of the Tagus, in which the Nina took refuge, whilst the Pinta, caught by the wind, was carried away into the Bay of Biscay. The Portuguese welcomed the admiral kindly, the king even admitting him to an audience. Columbus was in haste to return to Spain. As soon as the weather permitted, the Nina again set sail, and at midday on the 15th of March, she cast anchor in the port of Palos after 7 months and a half of navigation, during which Columbus had discovered the islands of San Salvador, Conception, Great Exuma, Long Island, the Mucaras, Cuba, and San Domingo. The court of Ferdinand and Isabella was then at Barcelona, whither the admiral was summoned. He set out immediately, taking with him the Indians whom he had brought from the New World. The enthusiasm he excited was extreme. From all parts the people ran to look at him as he passed, rendering him royal honours. His entry into Barcelona was magnificent. The king and queen, with the grandees of Spain, received him with great pomp at the palace of the deputation. He there gave an account of his wonderful voyage, and presented the specimens of gold which he had brought with him. Then all the assembly knelt down and chanted the Te Deum. Christopher Columbus was afterwards ennobled by letters patent, and the king granted him a coat of arms bearing this device: "To Castile and Leon, Columbus gives a new world." The fame of the Genos navigator rang through the whole of Europe. The Indians whom he had brought with him were baptized in presence of the whole court, and thus the man of genius, so long poor and unknown, had now risen to the highest point of celebrity. Roman 3. Christopher Columbus. Second voyage, flotilla of 17 vessels, Island of Ferro, Dominica, Marie Galante, Guadeloupe, the Cannibals, Montserrat, Santa Maria la Redonda, St. Martin and Santa Cruz, Archipelago of the 11,000 Virgins, the island of St. John Baptist or Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, the first colonists massacred, foundation of the town of Isabella, 12 ships laden with treasure sent to Spain, Fort St. Thomas built in the province of Cibao, Don Diego, Columbus' brother, named governor of the island, Jamaica, the coast of Cuba, the remora returned to Isabella, the cacique made prisoner, revolt of the natives, famine, Columbus traduced in Spain, Juan Aguado sent as commissary to Isabella, gold mines, departure of Columbus, his arrival at Cadiz. The narrative of the adventures of the great Genos navigator had overexcited the minds of the hearers. Imagination already caught glimpses of golden continents situated beyond the seas. All the passions which are engendered by cupidity were seething in the people's hearts. The admiral, under pressure of public opinion, must set forth again with the most brief delay. He was himself also eager to return to the theatre of his conquests and to yet enrich the maps of the day with more new discoveries. He declared himself, therefore, ready to start. The king and queen placed at his disposal a flotilla composed of 3 large ships and 14 caravels. 1,200 men were to sail in them. Several Castilian nobles, with firm faith in the lucky star of Columbus, decided to try their fortune with him beyond seas. In the holds of the vessels were horses, cattle, instruments of all kinds for collecting and purifying gold, grain of various kinds. In a word, everything that might be needful in the establishing an important colony. Of the 10 natives brought to Europe, 5 returned to their country, 3 who were ill remained behind in Europe, the other 2 were dead. Columbus was named Captain General of the squadron with unlimited powers. On the 25th of September, 1493, the 17 ships left Cadiz with all sails set amidst the acclamations of an immense crowd of people, and on the 1st of October they cast anchor at the island of Ferro, the most westerly of the Canary group. On sailing again, the fleet was favoured by wind and sea, and after 23 days of navigation came in sight of new land. At sunrise on the 3rd of November, being the Sunday in the octave of All Saints, the pilot of the flagship, the Marie Galante, cried out, "Good news, there is land." This land proved to be an island covered with trees. The admiral, thinking it uninhabited, did not stop, but after passing several scattered islets he arrived before a second island. The first he named Dominica, the second Marie Galante, names which they retain to the present day. The next day a still larger island was in sight, and says the narrative of this voyage given by Peter Martyr, the contemporary of Columbus, when they were arrived, they saw it was the island of the infamous cannibals, or Caribbees, of whom they had only heard a rumour during the first voyage. The Spaniards, well armed, landed upon the shore, where they found about 30 circular houses built of wood and covered with palm leaves. In the interior of the huts were suspended hammocks made of cotton. In the centre of the village were placed 2 trees or posts around which were entwined the dead bodies of 2 serpents. At the approach of the strangers, the natives fled in haste, leaving behind them several prisoners whom they were preparing to devour. The sailors searched the houses and found both leg and arm bones, heads so newly cut off that the blood was still moist, and other human remains, which left no doubt as to the food consumed by these Caribbees. This island, which, with its principal rivers, the admiral caused to be partially explored, was named Guadeloupe, on account of the resemblance it bore to one of the Spanish provinces. Some Indian women were carried off by the sailors, but after having been kindly treated on board the admiral's ship, they were sent back to land, Columbus hoping that this conduct towards the females would induce the men of the place to come on board, but in this he was disappointed. The sailors find some recently severed heads. On the 8th of November the signal for departure was given, and the whole fleet sailed for Hispaniola, the present San Domingo, and the island upon which Columbus had left 39 of the companions of his first voyage. In turning again towards the north, a large island was discovered, to which the natives who had been kept on board after having been saved from the jaws of the Caribbees gave the name of Mandanino. They declared that it was inhabited only by women, and as Marco Polo had mentioned an Asiatic country which possessed an exclusively feminine population, Columbus was confirmed in the idea that he was sailing upon the coast of Asia. He felt a great desire to explore this island, but the contrary winds completely prevented his doing so. 30 miles from thence an island was seen surrounded by high mountains. It received the name of Montserrat. On the next day another, which was called Santa Maria la Redonda, and on the day following 2 more islands, St. Martin and Santa Cruz. The squadron anchored before Santa Cruz to take in water. There occurred a scene of grave import, reported by Peter Martyr in such expressive words that we cannot do better than quote them. The admiral, he says, ordered 30 men from his ship to go ashore and explore the island, and these men being landed on the coast were aware of 4 dogs and as many young men and women coming towards them, extending their arms in supplication and praying for help and deliverance from the cruel people. The cannibals on seeing this fled, as in the island of Guadeloupe, and all retired into the forests, and our people remained 2 days on the island to visit it. During that time, those who had remained with the boat saw a canoe coming towards them from a distance, containing 8 men and as many women. To these our people made signs, but they on approaching began to transpierce ours with their arrows, before they had time to cover themselves with their bucklers, so that one Spaniard was killed by a shaft aimed by a woman, who also transfixed another with a second arrow. These savages had poisoned arrows, the poison being contained in the tip. Amongst them was a woman whom all the others obeyed, bowing before her, and this was, as they conjectured, a queen, having a son of cruel appearance, robust, and with the face of a lion, who followed her. Ours then, considering that it was better to fight hand to hand, than to wait for greater evils in thus fighting at a distance, advanced their boat by rowing, and by so great violence did they make it move forward, that the stern of the said boat came with such velocity, it caused the enemy's canoe to founder. But these Indians, being very good swimmers, without moving themselves either more slowly or more rapidly, did not cease, both men and women, to shoot arrows with all their might at our people, and they succeeded in reaching, by swimming, a rock covered with the water, upon which they mounted and still fought manfully. Nevertheless they were finally taken, and one of them slain, and the son of the queen pierced in 2 places. When they were taken to the admiral's ship, they showed no less ferociousness and atrocity of mien than if they had been lions of Libya who felt themselves taken in the net, and such were they that no man could have even looked upon them without his heart trembling with horror, so greatly was their look hideous, terrible, and infernal. From all this it is clear that the strife between the Indians and the Europeans was beginning to be serious. Columbus sailed again towards the north, going in the midst of islands, pleasant and innumerable, covered with forests overshadowed by mountains of various hues. This collection of islands was called the archipelago of the 11,000 Virgins. Soon appeared the island of St. John Baptist, now Puerto Rico, a place infested by Caribbees, but cultivated with care, and appearing truly superb from its immense woods. Some sailors landed upon the shore, but only found there a dozen uninhabited huts. The admiral put to sea again, and sailed along the southern coast of Puerto Rico for about 150 miles. On Friday, the 12th of November, Columbus at last reached the island of Hispaniola. With what emotions must he not have been agitated in revisiting the theatre of his first success, in seeking to behold that fortress in which he had left his companions. What might not have happened in the course of a year to those Europeans left alone in this barbarous land? Soon a great canoe, bringing the brother of the cacique Guacanagari, came alongside of the Marie Galante, and the Indian prince, springing on board, offered 2 images of gold to the admiral. Still Columbus sought for his fortress, but although he had anchored opposite its site, there was no trace whatever to be seen of it. With feelings of the deepest anxiety as to the fate of his companions, he went on shore. What was his dismay when he found nothing left of the fortress but a few ashes! What could have become of his compatriots? Had their lives been the forfeit of this first attempt at colonization? The admiral ordered the simultaneous discharge of the cannon from all the ships to announce his arrival at Hispaniola, but none of his companions appeared. Columbus, in despair, immediately dispatched messengers to the cacique Guacanagari, who, on their return, brought sad news. If Guacanagari might be believed, some other caciques, irritated by the presence of the foreigners in their island, had attacked the unfortunate colonists and had massacred them to the last man. Guacanagari himself had received a wound in endeavouring to defend them, and to corroborate his story he showed his leg enveloped in a cotton bandage. Columbus did not believe in this intervention of the cacique, but resolving to dissimulate, he welcomed Guacanagari kindly when he came on board the next day. The cacique accepted an image of the Virgin, suspending it on his bosom. He appeared astonished at the sight of the horses which they showed, him these animals having been hitherto quite unknown to himself and his companions. When his visit was over, he returned to the shore, regained the region of mountains, and was seen no more. The admiral then dispatched one of his captains with 300 men under his orders to scour the country and carry off the cacique. This captain penetrated far into the interior, but found no traces of the cacique, nor of the unfortunate colonists. During this excursion, a great river was discovered, and also a fine sheltered harbour, which was named Port Royal. However, in spite of the bad success of his first attempt, Columbus had resolved to found a new colony upon this island, which appeared to be rich both in gold and silver. The natives constantly spoke of mines situated in the province of Cibao, and in the month of January 2 gentlemen, Alonso de Hojda and Corvalan, set out accompanied by a numerous escort to verify these assertions. They discovered 4 rivers having auriferous sands, and brought back with them a nugget which weighed 9 ounces. The admiral, on seeing these riches, was confirmed in his idea that Hispaniola was the famous Ophir, spoken of in the Book of Kings. After looking for a site upon which to build a town, he laid the foundation of Isabella in a spot at the mouth of a river which formed a harbour, and at a distance of 30 miles east from Monte Cristi. On the feast of the Epiphany, 13 priests officiated in the church, in presence of an immense crowd of natives. Columbus was now anxious to send news of the colony to the King and Queen of Spain. 12 ships laden with gold collected in the island, and with various specimens of the produce of the soil, were prepared to return to Europe under the command of Captain Torres. This flotilla set sail on the 2nd of February, 1494, and a short time afterwards Columbus sent back one more of the 5 ships which remained to him, with the Lieutenant Bernard of Pisa, against whom he had cause of complaint. As soon as order was established in the colony of Isabella, the admiral, leaving his brother behind as governor, set out, accompanied by 500 men, to visit the mines of Cibao. The country they traversed seemed to be splendidly fertile. Vegetables came to perfection in 13 days. Corn sown in February was in full ear in April, and each year yielded 2 abundant harvests. They crossed successively mountains and valleys, where often the pickaxe had to be used to clear a way over these still virgin lands. At last the Spaniards arrived at Cibao. There the admiral caused a fort to be constructed of wood and stone on a hill near the brink of a large river. It was surrounded with a deep ditch, and Columbus bestowed upon it the name of St. Thomas, in derision of some of his officers who were incredulous upon the subject of the gold mines. It ill became them to doubt, for from all parts the natives brought nuggets and gold dust, which they were eager to exchange, for beads and above all for the hawk's bells, of which the silvery sound excited them to dance. This country was not only a land of gold, it was also a country rich in spices and aromatic gums, the trees which bore them forming quite large forests. The Spaniards considered the conquest of this wealthy island a cause of unmixed congratulation. Columbus left 56 men to guard the fort of St. Thomas under the command of Don Pedro de Margarita, while he returned to Isabella towards the beginning of April, being much hindered on the road by excessive rain. On his arrival he found the infant colony in great disorder. Famine was threatening from the want of flour, which could not be obtained, for there were no mills. Both soldiers and workmen were exhausted with fatigue. Columbus sought to oblige the gentlemen to aid them, but these proud hidalgos, anxious as they were to conquer fortune, would not stoop to pick it up, and refused to perform any manual labour. The priests upholding them in this conduct, Columbus, who was forced to act with vigour, was obliged to place the churches under an interdict. He could not spare time to remain any longer at Isabella, but was in haste to make further discoveries. Therefore, having formed a council composed of 3 gentlemen and the chief of the missionaries, under the presidency of Don Diego, to govern the colony, He set out on the 24th of April with 3 vessels to complete the cycle of his discoveries. The flotilla sailing towards the south, a new island was soon discovered, which was called by the natives Jamaica. The highest point of the island was a mountain of which the sides sloped gently down. The inhabitants appeared clever and much given to the mechanical arts, but they were far from pacific in character, and several times opposed the landing of the Spaniards, who, however, repulsed them, and at length the savages were induced to conclude a treaty of alliance with the admiral. From Jamaica, Columbus pushed his researches more towards the west. He imagined himself to be arrived at the point where the old geographers placed the golden region of the west, Chersonesus. Strong currents carried him towards Cuba, along whose coast he sailed for a distance of 666 miles. During this dangerous navigation amongst shallows and narrow passages, he named more than 700 islands, discovered a great number of harbours, and often entered into communication with the natives, fishermen on the coast of Cuba. In the month of May, the lookout men on board the ships descried a large number of grassy islands, fertile and inhabited. Columbus, on approaching the shore, entered a river, of which the water was so warm that the hand could not remain in it, a fact evidently of exaggeration, and one which later researches have not authenticated. The fishermen of this coast employed a certain fish called the remora or sucking fish, which fulfilled for them the same office as the dog does for the hunter. This fish was of an unknown species, having a body like a great eel, and upon the back of his head a very tenacious skin in fashion like a purse, wherewith to take the fishes. They keep this fish fastened by a cord to the boat, always in the water, for it cannot bear the look of the air. And when they see a fish or a turtle which there are larger than great bucklers, then they loose the fish by slackening the rope. And when he feels himself at liberty, suddenly and more rapidly than the flight of an arrow, he, the remora, assails the said fish or turtle, throws over him his skin in the manner of a purse, and holds his prey so firmly, be it fish or turtle, by the part visible beyond the shell, that none can wrest it from him, if he be not drawn to the surface of the water. The cord is therefore pulled up, and gathered in little by little, and no sooner does he see the splendour of the air than incontinent he lets go of his prey, and the fishermen descend as far as is necessary to take the prey, and they put it on board the boat, and fasten the fish-hunter with as much of rope as is necessary for him to regain his old position and place. Then, by means of another rope, they give him for reward a small piece of the flesh of his prey. The exploration of the coasts continued towards the west. The admiral visited several countries, in which abounded goslings, ducks, herons, and those dumb dogs which the natives eat, as we should kids, and which were probably either olmigui or raccoons. As the ships advanced, the sandy channels became narrower and narrower, and navigation more and more difficult, but the admiral adhered to his resolution of continuing the exploration of these coasts. One day he imagined he saw upon a point of land some men dressed in white, whom he took for brothers of the Order of Santa Maria de la Merced. He sent some sailors to open communication with them, when it proved to be simply an optical illusion, these so-called monks turning out to be great tropical herons, to whom distance had lent the appearance of human beings. During the first days of June, Columbus was obliged to stop to repair the ships, of which the keels were much damaged by the shallow water on the coast. On the 7th day of the month he caused a solemn mass to be celebrated on the shore. During the service an old cacique arrived, who, the ceremony being over, offered the admiral some fruits, And then this native sovereign pronounced some words which the interpreters thus translated. It hath been told us after what manner thou hast invested and enveloped with thy power these lands, which were to you unknown, and how thy presence has caused great terror to the people and the inhabitants. But I hold it my duty to exhort and to warn thee that two roads present themselves before the souls, when they are separated from the bodies. The one, filled with shadows and sadness destined for those who are harmful and hurtful to the human species. The other, pleasant and delightful, reserved for those who in their lifetime have loved peace and the repose of the people. Therefore, if thou rememberest that thou art mortal, and that the future retribution will be meted out according to the works of the present life, thou wilt take care to do harm to nobody. What philosopher of ancient or modern time could have spoken better or in sounder language? All the human side of Christianity is expressed in these magnificent words, and they came from the mouth of a savage. Columbus and the cacique separated, charmed with one another, and the more astonished of the two was not perhaps the old native. The rest of his tribe appeared to live in the practice of the excellent precepts indicated by their chief. Land was common property amongst the natives, as much so as sun, air, and water. The meum and tuum, cause of all strife, did not exist amongst them, and they lived content with little. They enjoy the golden age, says the narrative. They protect not their possessions with ditches and hedges, they leave their gardens open. Without laws, without books, without judges, they by nature follow what is right, and hold as bad and unjust whatever sins against or causes harm to another. Leaving Cuba, Columbus returned towards Jamaica, and sailed along the whole of the southern coast as far as the eastern extremity of the island. His intention was to attack the islands of the Caribbees and destroy that mischievous brood. But the admiral was at this time seized with an illness, brought on by watching and fatigue, which obliged him to suspend his projects. He was forced to return to Isabella, where, under the influence of good air and repose, and the care of his brother and his friends, he recovered his health. The colony greatly needed his presence. The governor of St. Thomas had aroused the indignation of the natives by his cruel exactions, and had refused to listen to the remonstrances upon the subject addressed to him by Don Diego, the brother of Columbus. He had returned to Isabella from St. Thomas during the absence of the admiral, and he embarked for Spain upon one of the ships which had just brought Don Bartolomeo, the second brother of Columbus, to Hispaniola. When the admiral regained his health, he resolved to punish the cacique who had revolted against the governor of St. Thomas, feeling that it would be unwise to allow his authority, in the person of his delegates, to be set at naught. In the first place, he sent 9 men well armed to take prisoner a bold cacique named Cayanabo. The leader Hojda, with an intrepidity of which we shall have further instances in the future, carried off the cacique from the midst of his own people and brought him prisoner to Isabella. Columbus afterwards sent Cayanabo to Europe, but the ship in which he sailed was wrecked during the voyage, and he was never heard of more. In the meantime, Antonio de Torres, sent by the King and Queen of Spain to compliment Columbus in their names, arrived at San Domingo with 4 vessels. Ferdinand declared himself highly content with the successes of the admiral and informed him that he was about to establish a monthly service of transport between Spain and Hispaniola. The carrying off of Cayanabo had excited a general revolt amongst the natives, who burned to revenge the chief, so deeply insulted and unjustly carried away. The cacique Guacanagari, notwithstanding the share he had had in the murder of the first colonists, alone remained faithful to the Spaniards. Columbus, accompanied by his brother Bartolomeo and the cacique, marched against the rebels and soon met with an army of natives, the numbers of which, with manifest exaggeration, he places at 100,000 men. However numerous it may have been, this army was quickly routed by a small detachment, composed of 200 infantry, 25 cavalry and 25 dogs. This victory to all appearance re-established the admiral's authority. The Indians were condemned to pay tribute to the Spaniards. Those living near the mines were ordered to furnish every 3 months a small quantity of gold, while the others, more distant, were to contribute 25 pounds of cotton, but rebellion had been only curbed, not extinguished. At the voice of a woman, Anacaona, widow of Cayanabo, the natives rose a second time, and even succeeded in drawing over the hitherto faithful Guacanagari to their side. The rebels destroyed all the fields of maize and everything else which had been planted, and then retired into the mountains. The Spaniards, seeing themselves thus reduced to all the horrors of famine, indulged their anger by terrible reprisals against the natives. It is calculated that 1/3 of the island population perished from hunger, sickness, and the weapons of the companions of Columbus. These unfortunate Indians paid dearly indeed for their intercourse with the conquering Europeans. The good fortune of Columbus was by this time on the wane. While his authority in Hispaniola was continually more and more compromised, his reputation and his character were the objects of violent attack in Europe. The officers whom he had sent back to the mother country loudly accused him of injustice and cruelty. They even insinuated that he sought to render himself independent of the king, and against all these attacks, Columbus, being absent, could not defend himself. Ferdinand, influenced by this unworthy discourse, chose a commissioner, whom he ordered to proceed to the West Indies and to examine into the truth of the accusations. This gentleman was named Juan d'Aguado, and the choice of such a man to fulfil such a mission, possessing as he did a mind both prejudiced and partial, was not a happy one. Aguado arrived at Isabella in the month of October, at the time when the admiral was absent on an exploring expedition, and began at once to treat the brother of Columbus with extreme haughtiness, while Diego on his side, relying upon his title of Governor-General, refused to submit to the commands of the royal commissioner. Aguado soon considered himself ready to return to Spain, although the examination he had made was a most incomplete one, when a fearful hurricane occurred, which sank the vessels which had brought him over in the harbour. There now remained only 2 caravels at Hispaniola, but Columbus, who had returned to the colony, acting with a greatness of soul which cannot be too much admired, placed one of these ships at the disposal of the commissioner, with the proviso that he himself would embark in the other, to plead his cause in person before the king. So matters stood, when the news arriving of the discovery of fresh gold mines in Hispaniola caused the admiral to put off his departure. Covetousness was a power strong enough to cut short all discussions. There was no longer any mention of the King of Spain, nor of the inquiry which he had ordered. Officers were sent off to the new auriferous ground, finding their nuggets, of which some weighed as much as 20 ounces, and a lump of amber of the weight of 300 pounds. Columbus ordered 2 fortresses to be erected for the protection of the miners, one on the boundary of the province of Cibao, the other upon the banks of the river Haina. Having taken this precaution, he set out for Europe, full of eagerness to justify himself. The 2 caravels sailed from the harbour of St. Isabella on the 10th of March, 1496. On board of the admiral's ship were 225 persons and 30 Indians. On the 9th of April he touched at Marie Galante, and on the 10th at Guadeloupe to take in water. Here there occurred a sharp skirmish with the natives. On the 20th he left this inhospitable island, and for a whole month he had to contend with contrary winds. On the 11th of June land was sighted in Europe, and on the next day the caravels entered the harbour of Cadiz. This second return of the great navigator was not welcomed, as the first had been, by the acclamations of the populace. To enthusiasm had succeeded coldness and envy. The companions even of the admiral took part against him. Discouraged as they were, with illusions destroyed, and not bringing back that wealth, for the acquisition of which they had encountered so many dangers and submitted to so much fatigue, they became unjust, and forgot that it was not the fault of Columbus if the mines hitherto worked had been a source of expense rather than of profit. However, the admiral was received at court with a certain measure of favour, the narrative of his second voyage doing much to reinstate him in public opinion. And who could deny that during that expedition he had discovered the islands of Dominica, Marie Galante, Guadeloupe, Montserrat, Santa Maria, Santa Cruz, Puerto Rico, Jamaica? Had he not also carried out a new survey of Cuba and San Domingo? Columbus fought bravely against his adversaries, even employing against them the weapon of irony. To those who denied the merit of his discoveries, he proposed the experiment of making an egg remain upright while resting upon one end, and when they could not succeed in doing this, the admiral, breaking the top of the shell, made the egg stand upon the broken part. "You had not thought of that," said he, "but behold, it is done." Roman 4, Christopher Columbus, third voyage, Madeira, Santiago in the Cape Verde archipelago, Trinidad, first sight of the American coast in Venezuela, beyond the Orinoco, now the province of Cumana, Gulf of Paria, the gardens Tobago, Grenada, Margarita, Cubaga, Hispaniola during the absence of Columbus, foundation of the town of San Domingo, arrival of Columbus, insubordination in the colony, complaints in Spain, Bovadilla sent by the king to inquire into the conduct of Columbus, Columbus sent to Europe in fetters with his 2 brothers, his appearance before Ferdinand and Isabella, renewal of royal favour. Columbus had not yet given up the hope of pursuing his conquests on the further side of the Atlantic Ocean. No fatigue, no injustice from his fellow-men could stop him. After having triumphed, although not without difficulty, over the malice of his enemies, he succeeded in organizing a third expedition under the auspices of the Spanish government. The king granted him 8 vessels, 40 cavalry soldiers and 100 infantry, 60 sailors, 20 miners, 50 labourers, 20 workmen of various trades, 30 women, some doctors, and even some musicians. The admiral obtained the concession besides, that all the punishments in use in Spain should be changed into transportation to the islands. He was thus the precursor of the English in the intelligent idea of peopling new colonies with convicts, whom labour was to reform. Embarkation of Christopher Columbus. Columbus put to sea on the 30th of May, 1498, although he was still suffering from gout, and from the various mental trials which he had experienced since his return. Before starting, he learnt that a French fleet was lying in wait off Cape St. Vincent with the purpose of hindering the expedition. To avoid it, Columbus made for Madeira and anchored there. From that island he dispatched all his vessels except 3 to Hispaniola under the command of the captains Pedro de Arana, Alonso Sanchez of Carabajal, and Juan Antonio Columbus, one of his own relations. while he, with a large ship and 2 caravels, bore down to the south with the intention of crossing the equator and seeking for more southern countries, which, according to the general opinion, must be even richer in all kinds of productions. On the 27th of June, the small flotilla touched at the islands of Celle and of Santiago, which form part of the Cape Verde group. It sailed again on the 4th of July and made 360 miles to the southwest, experiencing long calms and intense heat. On arriving abreast of Sierra Leone, it steered due west, and at midday on the 31st of July, one of the sailors raised the cry of land. It was an island situated at the northeastern extremity of South America and very near the coast. The admiral gave it the name of Trinidad, and all the crews chanted the Salve Regina in sign of thankfulness. On the morrow, the 1st of August, at 15 miles from the part of the land which had been first seen, the 3 vessels were moored near to the point of Alcatraz, and the admiral sent some of his sailors ashore to obtain water and wood. The coast appeared to be uninhabited, but numerous footprints of animals were observed, made, as was thought, by goats. On the 2nd of August, a long canoe manned by 24 natives came towards the ships. These Indians, tall of stature and paler in colour than those of Hispaniola, wore upon the head a turban formed of a cotton scarf of brilliant colours, and a small skirt of the same material around the body. The Spaniards endeavoured to entice them on board by showing them mirrors and glass trinkets, the sailors even executing lively dances in the hope of inspiring them with confidence. But the savages, taking fright at the sound of a tambourine, which seemed to them a sign of hostility, discharged a flight of arrows and directed their canoe towards one of the caravels, whose pilot endeavoured to reassure them by steering towards them. But in vain. The canoe soon made off and was seen no more. Columbus again set sail and discovered a new island which he called Gracia. But what he imagined to be an island was in reality a portion of the American coast, and that part of the shore of Venezuela, which, being intersected by the numerous branches of the Orinoco, forms the delta of that river. On this day the continent of America, although unknown to him, was really discovered by Christopher Columbus in that part of Venezuela which goes by the name of the province of Cumana. Between this coast and the island of Trinidad there is a dangerous gulf, the Gulf of Paria, in which a ship can with difficulty resist the currents which flow towards the west with great rapidity. The admiral, who believed himself to be in the open sea, was exposed to great peril in this gulf, where the rivers, falling into the sea from the continent, and being swollen at that time by an accidental flood, poured great masses of water upon the ships. Columbus, in writing to the King and Queen, describes this incident in the following terms: "Being up on deck at an advanced hour of the night, I heard a kind of terrible roaring. I tried to see through the darkness, and all at once I beheld a sea like a hill, as high as the ship, advancing slowly from the south towards my vessels. Opposing this great wave was a current, which met it with a frightful noise. I had no doubt then that we should be engulfed, and even now the remembrance causes me a feeling of horror. By good fortune, however, the current and the wave passed us, going towards the mouth of the canal, where, after long strife, they gradually sank to rest. Notwithstanding the difficulties of the navigation, Columbus continued to explore this sea, of which the waters became gradually calmer as he sailed northwards. He discovered various headlands. One of them was to the east of the island of Trinidad, and called the Cape of Pira Blanca. Another was on the west of the promontory of Paria, and named Cape Lapa. Several harbours were also noticed, amongst others one situated at the mouth of the Orinoco, to which was given the name of the Port of Monkeys. Columbus landed on the shore west of Point Cumana and received a kindly welcome from the numerous inhabitants. Towards the west, beyond the point of Alcatraz, the country was magnificent, and there, according to the natives, much gold and pearls were to be obtained. Here the admiral would gladly have remained for some time if he could have found a safe anchorage, but as this was impossible, he felt it best to make for Port Isabella, especially as his crews were worn down by fatigue, and his own health much affected, besides the sufferings he experienced from the bad state of his eyesight. So he sailed onwards along the Venezuelan coast, making friends as far as possible with the natives. These Indians were agreeable in feature and of magnificent physique. Their dwellings displayed a certain amount of taste, their houses being built with facades in front and containing articles of furniture ingeniously made. The natives wore plates of gold as ornaments upon their necks. As to the country, it was superb. The rivers, the mountains, the immense forests made it a real land of delight. So the admiral gave this beautiful country the name of Gracia, and by many arguments he tried to prove that in this spot was situated that terrestrial paradise once inhabited by Adam and Eve, being the cradle of the whole human race. To explain to a certain degree this idea of the great navigator, we must not forget that he imagined himself all this time to be on the shores of Asia. This spot which delighted him so much he called the Gardens. On the 23rd of August, after having at the expense of much danger and fatigue overcome the perils of this bay, Columbus issued from the Gulf of Paria by the narrow strait to which he gave the name, retained to this day, of the Dragon's Mouth. Arrived in the open sea, the Spaniards discovered the island of Tobago situated to the northeast of Trinidad, and then more to the north the island of Conception, now known as Grenada. They next steered to the southwest and returned towards the American coast. After sailing along which for 120 miles, they discovered on the 25th of August the populous island of Margarita, and afterwards the island of Cubaga, situated very close to the mainland. At this place the natives had established a pearl fishery, and busied themselves in collecting this valuable product. Columbus sent a boat on shore when a very profitable traffic was carried on, the natives giving in exchange for broken pottery or hawks' bells, pounds weight of pearls, some of which were very large and of the finest water. Pearl fishers. The admiral stopped at this point of his discoveries. The temptation was strong to explore this country, but both officers and crews were exhausted. Orders were therefore given to start for San Domingo, where matters of the gravest moment demanded the presence of Columbus. Before his departure from Hispaniola, he had authorized his brother to lay the foundations of a new town. With this end, Don Bartolomeo had explored the different portions of the island, and having discovered at the distance of 150 miles from Isabella a magnificent harbour at the mouth of a fine river, he there marked out the first streets of a town, which became later on the city of San Domingo. Here Don Bartolomeo fixed his residence, while Don Diego remained as governor of Isabella. By this arrangement Columbus, two brothers had the whole administration of the colony in their hands, but there were many malcontents who were ready to revolt against their authority, and it was while this bad spirit was abroad that the admiral arrived at San Domingo. He approved of all that his brothers had done, their administration having been in fact marked by great wisdom, and he published a proclamation recalling to their obedience the Spaniards who had revolted. On the 18th of October he dispatched 5 ships to Spain, and with them an officer commissioned to inform the king of the new discoveries and of the state of the colony, endangered by the fomenters of disorder. Meanwhile, the affairs of Columbus had taken a bad turn in Europe. Since his departure, calumnies against himself and his brothers had been ever on the increase. Some rebels who had been expelled the colony denounced the encroaching dynasty of the Columbus family, thus exciting the jealousy of a vain and ungrateful monarch. Even the Queen, until now the constant patroness of the Genos navigator, was indignant at the arrival on board the vessels of 300 Indians who had been torn from their country and who were treated as slaves. Isabella did not know that this abuse of power had been carried out unknown to Columbus, and during his absence he was held responsible for it, and to inquire into his conduct, the court sent to Hispaniola a commander of the Order of Calatrava, named Francis de Bobadilla, to whom were given the titles of Governor-General and Intendant of Justice. He was in reality meant to supersede Columbus. Bobadilla, invested with discretionary powers, set out with 2 caravels towards the end of June 1500. On the 23rd of August, the colonists sighted the 2 ships, which were then endeavouring to enter the harbour of San Domingo. At this time Christopher Columbus and his brother Bartolomeo were absent, engaged in superintending the erection of a fort in the province of Zaragua. Don Diego was commanding in their absence. Bobadilla landed and went to hear Mass, displaying during the ceremony a very significant ostentation. Then, having summoned Don Diego before him, he ordered him to resign his office into his hands. The admiral, warned by a messenger of what was occurring, arrived in great haste. He examined the letters patent brought by Bobadilla, and having read them, he declared his willingness to recognize him as Intendant of Justice, but not as Governor-General of the colony. Then Bobadilla gave him a letter from the King and Queen, couched in the following terms: Don Christopher Columbus, our Admiral in the ocean, we have ordered Commander Don Francis Bobadilla to explain to you our intentions. We command you to give credit to and to execute whatever he shall order on our part. I, the King, I, the Queen. In this letter, the title of Viceroy appertaining to Columbus by the solemn conventions signed by Ferdinand and Isabella was not even mentioned. Columbus, suppressing his just indignation, quietly submitted. Then arose against the fallen admiral a whole host of false friends. All those who owed their fortune to Columbus turned against him, accusing him of having desired to render himself independent. Foolish calumnies! How could this idea have occurred to the mind of a foreigner, a Genos, alone in the midst of a Spanish colony? Bobadilla found the moment propitious for harsh measures. Don Diego was already imprisoned, and the governor soon ordered Don Bartolomeo and Christopher Columbus himself to be put in fetters. The admiral, accused of high treason, was placed with his 2 brothers on board a vessel bound for Spain, under the command of Alfonso de Valijo. That officer, a man of feeling and ashamed of the treatment to which Columbus was exposed, wished to strike off his chains, but Columbus refused. He, the conqueror of a new world, would arrive loaded with chains in that kingdom of Spain, which he had so greatly enriched. Columbus bound like a felon. The admiral judged rightly in thus acting, for public opinion was revolted by the sight of him in this depth of humiliation, bound like a felon, and treated as a criminal. Gratitude towards the man of genius asserted itself against the bad passions which had been so unjustly excited, and there arose a cry of indignation against Bobadilla. The King and Queen, swayed by the feelings of the people, loudly blamed the conduct of the commander and addressed an affectionate letter to Columbus, inviting him to present himself at court. Thus a bright day again dawned for Columbus. He appeared before Ferdinand not as the accused, but as himself the accuser. Then, his fortitude giving way under the remembrance of the unworthy treatment he had experienced, this unfortunate great man wept, and caused those around to weep with him. He pointed proudly to the story of his life. He showed himself to be almost without resources, he whom they accused of ambition and of enriching himself out of the government of the colony. Verily, the man who had made the discovery of a world did not possess a roof to shelter his own head. Isabella, ever good and compassionate, wept in company with the old sailor, and for some time could not make him any answer, so choked was she with her tears. At length she was able to utter some affectionate words. In assuring Columbus of her protection, she promised to avenge him of his enemies. She excused the bad choice they had made in sending this Bovadilla to the islands, and she declared he should expiate his guilt by an exemplary punishment. In addition, she desired the admiral to allow some time to elapse before returning to his government, in order that the minds prejudiced against him might return to sentiments of honour and justice. The mind of Christopher Columbus was calmed by the gracious words of the Queen. He showed himself content with his reception, and admitted the necessity of the delay enjoined upon him by Isabella. The chief wish of his heart was again to serve his adopted country and its sovereigns, and he sketched out grand designs of what still remained to be attempted in the way of discovery. His third voyage, in spite of its short duration, had not been without fruit, but had enriched the map with such new names as Trinidad, the Gulf of Paria, the coast of Cumana, the islands of Tobago, of Grenada, of Margarita, and of Cubaga. V. Christopher Columbus, fourth voyage, a flotilla of 4 vessels, Canary Islands, Martinique, Dominica, Santa Cruz, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Jamaica, Cayman Island, Pinos Island, Island of Guanaja, Cape Honduras, the American coast of Truxillo on the Gulf of Darien, the Limonare Islands, Huerta, the coast of Veragua, auriferous strata, revolt of the natives, the dream of Columbus, Portobello, the mulattas putting into port at Jamaica, distress, revolt of the Spaniards against Columbus, lunar eclipse, arrival of Columbus at Hispaniola, return of Columbus to Spain, his death on the 20th of March, 1506. Christopher Columbus saw himself now reinstated in favour, as he deserved to be, at the court of Ferdinand and Isabella. Perhaps the king may have still evinced a certain degree of coldness towards him, but the Queen was his avowed and enthusiastic protectress. His official title as Viceroy had not, however, been restored to him, but the Admiral, with his usual magnanimity, did not demand it. He had the satisfaction of seeing Bovadilla deposed, partly for his abuse of power, and partly because his conduct towards the Indians had become atrocious, his inhuman proceedings towards them being pushed to such a length that under his administration the native population of Hispaniola sensibly decreased. During this time the island began to fulfill the hopes of Columbus, who had prophesied that in 3 years the crown would derive from it a revenue of 60 millions. Gold was obtained in abundance from the best worked mines. A slave had dug up on the banks of the Haina a mass equal in weight to 3,600 golden crowns. It was easy to foresee that the new colonies would yield incalculable riches. The admiral, who could not bear to remain inactive, earnestly demanded to be sent on a 4th voyage, although he was by this time 66 years of age. In support of his request, he adduced some very plausible reasons. 1 year before the return of Columbus, the Portuguese navigator Vasco da Gama had returned from the Indies after having doubled the Cape of Good Hope. Columbus felt certain that by sailing to India by the much safer and shorter western route, the Spaniards might enter into profitable competition with the Portuguese traders. He constantly maintained, believing as he did that he had been alongside the Asiatic territory, that the islands and continents discovered by him were only separated by a strait from the Moluccas. He therefore wished, without even returning to Hispaniola and the colonies already settled, to direct his course at once to the Indies. It is evident that the ex-viceroy had again become the hardy navigator of his earlier years. The king agreed to the admiral's request and placed him in command of a flotilla composed of 4 vessels, the Santiago, Gallego, Vizcaino and a caravel, as admiral's galley. These ships were of small tonnage, the largest being only of 70 tons and the smallest of 50. They were in fact little better than coasting vessels. Columbus left Cadiz on the 9th of May, 1502, with crews numbering in all 150 men. He took with him his brother Bartolomeo and his son Fernando, the child of his second marriage, and at this time scarcely 13 years old. On the 20th of May the vessels stopped at Gran Canaria, and on the 15th of June arrived at Martinique, one of the Windward Islands. Afterwards they touched at Dominica, Santa Cruz and Puerto Rico, and at length, after a prosperous voyage, reached Hispaniola on the 29th of June. The intention of Columbus, acting on the Queen's advice, was not to land upon the island whence he had been so unworthily expelled, but his badly constructed ship was scarcely seaworthy, and repairs to the keel were greatly needed. Therefore the admiral demanded permission of the governor to enter the harbour. The new governor, successor to Bovadilla, was a just and moderate man, a knight of the Order of Alcantara named Nicholas Ovando. His excessive caution, however, made him fear that the presence of Columbus in the colony might be a cause of disorder. He therefore thought it right to refuse the request. The admiral concealed the indignation which such treatment could not but cause him, and returned good for evil, by offering wise counsel to the governor in the following instance. The fleet which was to take Bovadilla back to Europe, and to bear with it, besides the enormous lump of gold already mentioned, other treasures of great value, was ready to put to sea. But the weather was very threatening, and Columbus, with a sailor's penetration, having observed the signs of an approaching storm, implored the governor not to expose the ships and passengers to such danger. Ovando would not listen to the advice, and the ships put to sea. Scarcely had they reached the eastern point of the island before a terrible hurricane arose, causing 21 of the ships to founder with all on board. Bovadilla was drowned, and with him the greater part of the enemies of Columbus, but by an exception which may be called providential, the ship which carried the poor remains of the admiral's fortune escaped destruction. In this storm 10 millions worth of gold and precious stones was engulfed by the ocean. Meanwhile, the 4 caravels of Columbus, denied access to the harbour, had been driven before the storm. They were separated one from the other and disabled, but they succeeded in meeting together again, and by the 14th of July the squall had carried them within sight of Jamaica. Arrived there, strong currents bore them towards the islands called the Queen's Garden, and then in the direction of east-southeast. The little flotilla contended for 60 days against the wind, without making more than 210 miles, and at length was driven towards the coast of Cuba, which led to the discovery of Cayman and Pinos Islands. Columbus then steered to the southwest, sailing upon seas hitherto unvisited by any European ship, and throwing himself once more into the course of discovery with all the passionate ardour of a navigator. Chance conducted him towards the southern coast of America. He discovered the island of Guanaja on the 30th of July, and on the 14th of August he touched at Cape Honduras, that narrow strip of land which, prolonged by the Isthmus of Panama, unites the two continents of America. Thus, for the second time Columbus, without being aware of it, approached the real soil of America. For more than 9 months he followed the windings of these shores, in the face of all kinds of perils and difficulties, and succeeded in laying down the chart of the coast from the part since named Truxillo, as far as the Gulf of Darien. Each night he cast anchor, that he might not be driven far from the shore, and at length reached that eastern extremity of the coast where it ends abruptly in the Cape Gracias a Dios. This cape was doubled on the 14th of September, but the ships encountered contrary winds so violent that even the admiral himself, the oldest sailor of the cruise, had never before experienced the like. He relates this terrible episode in his letter to the King of Spain in the following terms: "During 84 days the waves continued their assaults, nor did my eyes perceive sun, nor stars, nor any planet. The seams of my vessels gaped, my sails were torn, tackle, boats, rigging, all were lost. My sailors, ill and frightened, devoted themselves to the pious duties of religion. No one failed to promise pilgrimages, and all confessed to each other, thinking that each moment might prove their last. I have seen many tempests, but never have I experienced any of such duration and violence. Many of my men who passed for intrepid sailors lost courage, but that which broke my heart was the pain of my son, whose tender age added to my despair, and whom I saw the prey of greater suffering, greater torments than fell to the lot of any one amongst us. But it was doubtless no other than God who bestowed upon him such energy, that it was he alone who animated the courage and reawakened the patience of the sailors under their severe toil. In a word, looking upon him, one might have fancied him a sailor who had grown old in contending with storms, an astonishing fact, almost incredible, but one which awakened some gleam of joy amidst the sorrows which overwhelmed me. I was ill, and several times I thought my last hour was near. To complete my misery comes the thought that 20 years of service, of fatigues and perils, have brought me no profit, and I find myself today unpossessed of even a roof to shelter me in Spain, and forced to betake myself to an inn when I would obtain repose or food, and when there I often find myself unable to pay my reckoning. Do not these lines indicate clearly the intensity of sorrow which overwhelmed the soul of Columbus? In the midst of such dangers and anxieties, how could he preserve the energy needful to command an expedition? Throughout the duration of the storm, the ships had been following the line of coast which successively bears the names of Honduras, Mosquito, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Veragua, and Panama, the 12 Liminaire Islands being also discovered at this time, and at last, on the 25th of September, Columbus cast anchor between the small island of Huerta and the continent. On the 5th of October he again set sail, and after having taken the bearings of the Bay of Almirante, he anchored opposite to the village of Carias. There he remained until the 15th of October, the repairs of the vessels meanwhile going actively forward. Columbus now believed himself to be arrived near the mouth of the Ganges, and from the natives speaking of a certain province of Sigara which was surrounded by the sea, he felt himself confirmed in this opinion. They declared that it was a country containing rich gold mines, of which the most important was situated 75 miles to the south. When the admiral again set sail, he followed the wooded coast of Veragua, where the Indians appeared to be very wild. On the 26th of November, the flotilla entered the harbour of El Retreat, which is now the port of Escribanos. The ships, battered by the winds, were now in a most miserable plight. It was absolutely necessary to repair the damage they had sustained, and for this purpose to prolong the stay at El Retreat. Upon quitting this harbour, Columbus was met by a storm even more dreadful than those which had preceded it. During 9 days, he says, I remained without hope of being saved. Never did any man see a more violent or terrible sea. It was covered with foam. The wind permitted no ships to advance nor to steer towards any cape. I was kept in that sea, of which the waves seemed to be of blood, and the surges boiled as though heated by fire. Never have I seen so appalling an aspect of the heavens. On fire during one whole day and night like a furnace, they sent forth thunder and flame incessantly, and I feared each moment that the masts and sails would be carried away. The growling of the thunder was so horrible that it appeared sufficient to crush our vessels, and during the whole time the rain fell with such violence that one could scarcely call it rain, but rather a second deluge. My sailors, overcome by so much trouble and suffering, prayed for death as putting a term to their miseries. My ships opened in all directions, and boats, anchors, ropes, and sails were once again lost. During this long and painful navigation, the admiral had sailed 1,050 miles. His crews were by this time quite exhausted. He was therefore obliged to turn back and to regain the river of Veragua, but not being able to find safe shelter there for his ships, he went a short distance off to the mouth of Bethlehem River, now called the Yebra, in which he cast anchor on the feast of the Epiphany in the year 1503. On the morrow the tempest was again renewed, and on the 24th of January, a sudden increase of water in the river caused the cables which held the ships to snap, and the vessels were only saved with great trouble. In spite of all this, the admiral, who never forgot the principal object of his mission in these new countries, had succeeded in establishing regular intercourse with the natives. The cacique of Bethlehem showed a friendly disposition and pointed out a country 15 miles inland, where he said the gold mines were very rich. On the 6th of February, Columbus dispatched a force of 70 men to the spot indicated, under the command of his brother Bartolomeo, after travelling through a very undulating country, watered by rivers so winding that one of them had to be crossed 39 times. The Spaniards arrived at the auriferous tracts. They were immense, and extended quite out of sight. Gold was so abundant that one man alone could collect enough of it in 10 days to fill a measure. In 4 hours, Bartolomeo and his men had picked up gold to an enormous amount. They returned to the admiral, who, when he heard their narrative, resolved to settle upon this coast, and to have some wooden barracks constructed. Gold mines in Cuba, from an old print. The mines of this region were indeed of incomparable richness. They appeared to be inexhaustible, and quite made Columbus forget Cuba and San Domingo. His letter to King Ferdinand evinces his enthusiasm on the subject. One may feel some astonishment at reading the following sentiment from the pen of this great man, one indeed which is neither that of a philosopher nor of a Christian. Gold, gold! Excellent thing! It is from gold that spring riches. It is by means of gold that everything in the world is done, and its power suffices often to place souls in paradise. The Spaniards set to work with ardour to store up this gold in their ships. Hitherto the relations with the natives had been peaceable, although these people were of fierce disposition, But after a time the cacique, irritated by the usurpation of the foreigners, resolved to murder them and burn their dwellings. One day the natives suddenly attacked the Spaniards in considerable force, and a very severe battle ensued, ending in the repulse of the Indians. The cacique had been taken prisoner with all his family, but he succeeded with his children in escaping from custody, and took refuge in the mountains in company with a great number of his followers. In the month of April, a considerable troop of the natives again attacked the Spaniards, who exterminated a large proportion of them. Meanwhile, the health of Columbus became more and more enfeebled. The wind failed him for quitting the harbour, and he was in despair. One day, exhausted by fatigue, he fell asleep, and heard a pitying voice which addressed him as follows. Words which shall be given verbatim, for they bear the imprint of that kind of ecstatic religious fervour which gives a finishing touch to the picture of the great navigator. O foolish man! Why such unwillingness to believe in and to serve thy God, the God of the universe? What did he more for Moses his servant, and for David? Since thy birth has he not had for thee the most tender solicitude? And when he saw thee of an age in which his designs for thee could be matured, has he not made thy name resound gloriously through the world? Has he not bestowed upon thee the Indies, the richest part of the earth? Has he not set thee free to make an offering of them to him according to thine own will? Who but he has lent thee the means of executing his designs? Bounds were placed at the entrance of the ocean. They were formed of chains which could not be broken through. To thee were given the keys. Thy power was recognized in distant lands, and thy glory was proclaimed by all Christians. Did God even show himself more favorable to the people of Israel when he rescued them from Egypt? Did he favor David more when from a shepherd boy he made him king of Judah? Turn to him, confessing thy fault, for his compassion is infinite. Thine old age will prove no obstacle in the great actions which await thee. He holds in his hands a heritage the most brilliant. Was not Abraham 100 years old, and had not Sarah already passed the flower of her youth when Isaac was born? Thou seekest an uncertain help. Answer me, who has exposed thee so often to so many dangers? Is it God or the world? God never withholds the blessings promised to his servants. It is not his manner after receiving a service to pretend that his intentions have not been carried out, and to give a new interpretation to his desires. It is not he who seeks to give to arbitrary acts a favourable colour. His words are to be taken literally. All that he promises he gives with usury. Thus does he ever. I have told thee all that the Creator has done for thee. At this very moment he is showing thee the prize and the reward of the perils and sufferings to which thou hast been exposed in the service of thy fellow-men. And I listened to this voice, overcome though I were with suffering, but I could not muster strength to reply to these assured promises. I contented myself by deploring my fault with tears. The voice concluded with these words, Take confidence, hope on, the record of thy labours will, with justice, be engraved on marble. Columbus, as soon as he recovered, was anxious to leave this coast. He had desired to found a colony here, but his crews were not sufficiently numerous to justify the risk of leaving a part of them on land. The 4 caravels were full of wormholes, and one of them had to be left behind at Bethlehem. On Easter Day the admiral put to sea, but scarcely had he gone 90 miles before a leak was discovered in one of the ships. It was necessary to steer for the coast with all speed, and happily Portobello was reached in safety, where the ship was abandoned, her injuries being irreparable. The flotilla consisted now of but 2 caravels without boats, almost without provisions, and with 7,000 miles of ocean to traverse. It sailed along the coast, past the port of El Retreat, discovered the group of islands called the Mulatas, and at length entered the Gulf of Darien. This was the farthest point east reached by Columbus. On the 1st of May the admiral steered for Hispaniola. By the 10th he was in sight of the Cayman Islands, but he found it impossible to make head against the winds which drove him to the northwest nearly as far as Cuba. There, while in shallow water, he encountered a storm, during which anchors and sails were carried away, and the two ships came into collision during the night. The hurricane then drove them southwards, and the admiral at length reached Jamaica with his shattered vessels, casting anchor on the 23rd of June in the harbour of San Gloria, now called the Bay of Don Christopher. Columbus wished to have gone to Hispaniola, where he would have found the stores needful for revictualling the ships, resources which were absolutely wanting in Jamaica. But his two caravels, full of worm-holes, like to beehives, could not without danger attempt the 90 miles voyage. The question now arose how to send a message to Ovando, the governor of Hispaniola. The admiral is obliged to run the caravels aground. The caravels let in water in every direction, and the admiral was obliged to run them aground. He then tried to organize a life in common upon shore. The Indians at first gave him assistance, and furnished the crews with the provisions of which they were in need, but the miserable and much-tried sailors showed resentment against the admiral. They were ready for revolt, while the unfortunate Columbus, exhausted by illness, was confined to a bed of pain. It was in these trying circumstances that two brave officers, Mendez and Fieschi, proposed to the admiral to attempt to cross from Jamaica to Hispaniola in Indian canoes. This was in reality a voyage of 600 miles, for it was necessary to row along the coast as far as the port where the colony was established. But these courageous officers were ready to face every peril when it was a question of saving their companions. Columbus, appreciating the boldness of a proposal, which under other circumstances he would himself have been the first to make, gave the required permission to Mendez and Fieschi, who set out, while he, without ships, almost without provisions, remained with his crew upon this uncultivated island. Indian boats, from an old print, soon the misery of the shipwrecked people, for so we may fairly call them, became so great that a revolt ensued. The admiral's companions, blinded by their sufferings, imagined that their chief dared not return to the harbour in Hispaniola, to which Ovando had already denied him entrance. They thought this prescription applied to them equally with the admiral, and said among themselves that the governor, in excluding the flotilla from the harbours of the colony, must have acted under orders from the king. These absurd reasonings irritated minds already badly disposed, and at length on the 2nd of January, 1504, two brothers named Porras, one the captain of one of the caravels and the other the military treasurer, placed themselves at the head of the malcontents. Their wish was to return to Europe, and they rushed towards the admiral's tent, crying, "Castile, Castile." Columbus was ill and in bed. His brother and his son threw themselves between him and the mutineers to defend him. At the sight of the aged admiral, the rebels stopped, and their violence abated. But they would not listen to the admiral's remonstrances and counsels. They did not understand that nothing could save them but general concord, and each, in unselfish forgetfulness, working for the public good. No, their decision was taken to quit the island, no matter by what means. Porras and his followers ran down to the shore, took possession of the canoes of the natives, and steered for the eastern extremity of the island. Arrived there with no respect left for anything, and drunk with fury, they pillaged the Indians' dwellings, thus rendering the admiral responsible for their deeds of violence, and they dragged some unfortunate natives on board of the canoes which they had stolen. Porras and his companions continued their navigation, but when several leagues from shore they were struck by a gust of wind which placed them in peril. With the object of lightening the canoes, they threw their prisoners overboard. After this barbarous execution, the canoes endeavoured, following the example of Mendez and Fieschi, to gain the island of Hispaniola, but in vain. They were continually thrown back upon the coasts of Jamaica. Meanwhile the admiral, left alone with his friends and the sick, succeeded in establishing order in his little world. But the distress increased, and famine threatened. The natives wearied of providing food for these foreigners, whose sojourn upon their island was so prolonged. Besides, they had seen the Spaniards fighting amongst themselves, a sight which had much destroyed their prestige, and convinced the Indians that these Europeans were nothing more than ordinary mortals. Thus they no longer respected nor feared them. The authority of Columbus over the native population was diminishing day by day, and an accidental circumstance was needed, of which the admiral cleverly took advantage, to bring back a renown which was necessary for the safety of his companions. A lunar eclipse, foreseen and calculated by Columbus, was due on a certain day. On the morning of this day, the admiral sent to request an interview with the caciques of the island. They accepted the invitation, and when they were assembled in the tent of Columbus, the latter announced to them that God, desirous of punishing them for their inhospitable conduct, and their bad feeling towards the Spaniards, would that evening refuse them the light of the moon. All came to pass as the admiral had foretold. The shadow of the earth began to conceal the moon, whose disk had the appearance of being eaten away by some formidable monster. The savages in terror cast themselves at the feet of Columbus, praying him to intercede with heaven on their behalf, and promising to place all they had at his disposal. Columbus, after some well-feigned hesitation, pretended to yield to the prayers of the natives. Under pretext of supplicating the deity, he remained in his tent during the whole time of the eclipse, only reappearing at the moment when the phenomenon was nearly over. Then he told the caciques that God had heard his prayer, and extending his arm he commanded the moon to reappear. Soon the disk was seen to issue from the cone of the shadow, and the Queen of Night shone forth in all her splendour. From that day forward, the grateful and submissive Indians accepted the admiral's authority as one manifestly delegated to him by the celestial powers. While these events were passing at Jamaica, Mendez and Fieschi had long ago arrived at their destination. These brave officers had reached Hispaniola after a voyage of 4 days, little short of miraculous, accomplished as it was in a frail canoe. They immediately made the governor acquainted with the desperate condition of Columbus and his companions. Ovando, in a spirit of malice and injustice, detained these officers, and after a delay of 8 months under pretext of ascertaining the real condition of affairs, he dispatched to Jamaica one of his own followers, a man named Diego Escobar, who was an especial enemy to Columbus. Escobar, on his arrival at Jamaica, would not communicate with Columbus. He did not even land, but contented himself with putting on shore, for the use of the distressed crews, a side of pork and a barrel of wine. Then he again set sail without having allowed a single person to come on board. This infamous behaviour is but too real, although humanity almost refuses to believe in it. The admiral was indignant over this cruel mockery, but he showed no violence, used no recrimination. The arrival of Escobar somewhat reassured the shipwrecked men, for at least it proved that their situation was known. Deliverance was therefore only a matter of time, and the morale of the Spaniards gradually improved. The admiral was desirous of bringing about a reconciliation with Porras and the rebels, who, since their separation, had incessantly ravaged the island, and been guilty of odious cruelties towards the unfortunate natives. Columbus proposed to restore them to favour, but these foolish people only answered his generous overtures by advancing to attack him in his retreat. Those Spaniards who had remained faithful to the cause of order were obliged to take up arms, and they valiantly defended the admiral, losing but one man in this sad affair. They took both the brothers Porras prisoners and remained masters of the field of battle. Then the rebels threw themselves on their knees before Columbus, who, in compassion for their sufferings, granted them pardon. At length, just 1 year after the departure of Mendez and Fieschi, a ship appeared, equipped by them at the expense of Columbus, which was destined to restore the shipwrecked company to their homes. On the 24th of June, 1504, everyone went on board, and quitting Jamaica, the theatre of accumulated miseries both moral and physical, they set sail for Hispaniola. Arrived in harbour after a prosperous voyage, Columbus, to his no small surprise, found himself at first received with much respect, the governor Ovando, as a shrewd man not willing to go against public opinion doing him honour. But this happy temper did not last. Soon the quarrels recommenced, and then Columbus, unable as well as unwilling to hear more, humiliated and even maltreated, freighted 2 ships, of which he shared the command with his brother Bartolomeo, and on the 12th of September, 1504, he for the last time set out for Europe. His 4th voyage had increased geographical knowledge by the discovery of the Cayman Islands, Martinique, Guanaja, the Limonare Islands, with the coasts of Honduras, Mosquito, Nicaragua, Veragua, Costa Rica, Portobello and Panama, the Mulatas Islands and the Gulf of Darien. During this, his last voyage across the ocean, Columbus was destined to be again tried by storms. His own vessel was disabled, and he and his crew were obliged to go on board his brother's ship. On the 19th of October, another fearful hurricane broke the mast of this vessel, which had then to make more than 2,000 miles with incomplete sails. At last, on the 7th of November, the admiral entered the harbour of San Lucar. Here a sad piece of news was awaiting him. Isabella, his generous protectress, was dead. Who was there now to take an interest in the old Genos? The admiral was coldly received by the ungrateful and jealous King Ferdinand, who did not even disdain to use subterfuges and delays, hoping thus to evade the solemn treaties given under his sign manual. He ended by proposing to Columbus the acceptance of a small Castilian town, Camon de los Condes, in exchange for his titles and dignities. This ingratitude and faithlessness overwhelmed the aged man. His health, already so much impaired, did not improve, and grief carried him to the grave. On the 20th of May, at Valladolid, at the age of 70, he rendered up his soul to God with these words, O Lord, into thy hands I resign my soul and body. The remains of Columbus were at first laid in the monastery of St. Francis. In 1513 they were removed to the Carthusian monastery of Seville. But it seemed as if, even after death, repose were to be denied to the great navigator, for in 1536 his body was transported to the Cathedral of San Domingo. Local tradition affirms that when, after the Treaty of Basel in 1795, the Spanish government, before giving up to France the eastern portion of the island of San Domingo, ordered the removal of the ashes of the great sailor to Havana, A canon substituted some other remains for those of Christopher Columbus, and that the latter were deposited in the choir of the cathedral to the left of the altar. Thanks to this manoeuvre of the canon, whether dictated by a sentiment of local patriotism or by respect to the last wishes of Columbus, who had indicated San Domingo as his chosen place of sepulture, it is not the dust of the illustrious navigator which Spain possesses at Havana, but probably that of his brother Diego. The discovery so lately made in the Cathedral of San Domingo, on the 10th of September, 1877, of a leaden chest containing human bones and bearing an inscription stating that it encloses the remains of the discoverer of America, seems to confirm in every particular the tradition which has been just mentioned. But after all, it matters little whether the body of Columbus be at San Domingo or at Havana. His name and his glory are everywhere. Chapter 22. Covilham and Paiva, Vasco da Gama, the Cape of Good Hope is doubled, escales at San Bras, Mozambique, Mombaz and Melinda, arrival at Calicut, treason of the Zamorin, battles, return to Europe, the scurvy death of Paul da Gama, arrival at Lisbon. At the same time that the King of Portugal, John Roman II, dispatched dyers to seek in the south of Africa the route to the Indies, he ordered 2 gentlemen of his court to find out if it would not be possible to attain the same end by an easier, safer, and more rapid means, by way of the Isthmus of Suez, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. For carrying out such a mission there was needed a clever, enterprising man, well acquainted with the difficulties of a journey in those regions, and possessing a knowledge of the Oriental languages, or at the very least of Arabic. This agent must be of a versatile disposition and able to dissemble, capable, in a word, of concealing the real meaning of projects which aimed at nothing less than withdrawing all the commerce of Asia from the hands of the Mussulmans and Arabs, and through them from the Venetians, in order to enrich Portugal with it. There was living at this time an experienced navigator, Pedro de Covilham, who had served with distinction under Alonso V. in the war with Castile, and who had made a long stay in Africa. It was upon him that John Roman II cast his eye, and Alonso de Paiva was given him as a colleague. They left Lisbon in the month of May, 1487, furnished with detailed instructions, and with a chart drawn according to Bishop Calsadilla's map of the world, by the help of which the tour of Africa might be made. The 2 travellers reached Alexandria and Cairo, where they were much gratified at meeting with some Moorish traders from Fez and Tlemcen, who conducted them to Tor, the ancient Ezion Geber, at the foot of Sinai, where they were able to procure some valuable information upon the trade of Calicut. Covilham resolved to take advantage of this fortunate circumstance to visit a country which, for more than a century, had been regarded by Portugal with covetous longing, while Paiva set out to penetrate into those regions then so vaguely designated as Ethiopia, in quest of the famous Prester John, who, according to old travellers, reigned over a marvellously rich and fertile country in Africa. Paiva doubtless perished in his adventurous enterprise, being never again heard of. As for Covilham, he travelled to Aden, whence he embarked for the Malabar coast. He visited in succession Cannanore, Calicut and Goa, and collected accurate information upon the commerce and productions of the countries bordering on the Indian Ocean, without arousing the fears of the Hindus, who could not suspect that the kind and friendly welcome they accorded to the traveller would bring about in the future the enthralment and ruin of their country. Covilham, not considering that he had yet done enough for his country, quitted India, and went to the eastern coast of Africa, where he visited Mozambique Sofala, long famous for its gold mines, of which the reputation by means of the Arabs had even reached Europe, and Zyla, the Avalites' portus of the ancients and the principal town of the Adel coast, upon the Gulf of Oman, at the entrance of the Arabian Sea. After a somewhat long stay in that country, he returned by Aden. Then the principal entrepot of the commerce of the East went as far as Ormuz at the entrance of the Persian Gulf, and then again passing up the Red Sea, he arrived at Cairo. John Roman II had sent to Cairo 2 learned Jews to await the arrival of Covilham, and to one of these the Rabbi Abraham Bidjah, the traveller, gave his notes, the itinerary of his journey and a map of Africa given to him by a Mussulman, charging Bidjah to carry them all to Lisbon with the least possible delay, for himself not content with all that he had done hitherto, and wishing to execute the mission which death had prevented Paiva from accomplishing. He went into Abyssinia, where the Negus or king, known by the name of Prester John, flattered by seeing his alliance sought by one of the most powerful sovereigns of Europe, received him with the greatest kindness and gave him a high position at his court, but to make sure of retaining his services, he constantly refused him permission to leave the country. Although he had married there and had some children, Covilham still longed for his native country, and when in 1525 a Portuguese embassy, of which Alves was a member, came into Abyssinia, he witnessed the departure of his countrymen with the deepest regret, and the chaplain of the expedition has naively re-echoed his complaints and his grief. M. Ferdinand Denis says, by furnishing precise information upon the possibility of circumnavigating Africa, by indicating the route to the Indies, by giving more positive and extended ideas upon the commerce of these countries, and above all by describing the gold mines of Sofala, and so exciting the cupidity of the Portuguese, Covilham contributed greatly to accelerate the expedition of Gama. Vasco da Gama, from an old print, if one may believe an old tradition, but one which is unsupported by any authentic document, Gama was descended by an illegitimate line from Alfonso Roman III, King of Portugal. His father, Estevam Inés da Gama, Grand Alcalde of Signs and of Silves in the Kingdom of Algarve and commander of Cecil, occupied a high position at the court of John Roman II. He enjoyed great reputation as a sailor, so much so that just at the moment when his own unexpected death occurred, King John was thinking of giving Gama the command of the fleet which he was desirous of sending to the Indies. By his marriage with Dona Isabella Cedré, daughter of Juan de Rezende, proveditor of the fortifications of Santiam, he had several children, and amongst them Vasco, who first reached India by doubling the Cape of Good Hope, and Paul, who accompanied him in that memorable expedition. It is known that Vasco was born at Signs, but the date of his birth is uncertain. The year 1469 is that generally given, but besides the fact that if this be the correct date, Gama would have been very young, not more than 28, when the important command of the expedition to the Indies was confided to him. There was discovered 20 years ago, amongst the Spanish archives, a safe conduct to Tangya granted in 1478 to 2 persons, Vasco da Gama and Lemos. It is scarcely probable that such a passport would have been given to a child of 9 years of age, so that this discovery would appear to carry back the birth of the celebrated voyager to an earlier date. It seems that from an early period of his life, Vasco da Gama was destined to follow the career of a sailor, in which his father had distinguished himself. The first historian of the Indies, Lopez de Castaneda, delights in recalling the fact that he had signalized himself upon the African seas. At one time, he was ordered to seize all the French ships lying in the Portuguese ports, in revenge for the capture by French pirates during a time of peace of a rich Portuguese galleon returning from Mina. Such a mission would only have been confided to an active, energetic and well-tried captain, a clear proof that Gama's valour and cleverness were highly appreciated by the king. About this time, he married Dona Catarina de Atteride, one of the highest ladies about the court, and by her he had several children, amongst others Estevam da Gama, who became governor of the Indies, and Dom Christovam, who, says Gorcha, by his struggle with Ahmed Gurad in Abyssinia, and by his romantic death, deserves to be reckoned amongst the famous adventurers of the 16th century. All doubt as to the precise date of Gama's first voyage is now at an end, thanks to the document in the public library at Oporto, a paper with which Castaneda must have been acquainted, and of which M. Ferdinand Denis has published a translation in the Ancient and Modern Travellers of M. E. Charton. The date may be fixed with certainty for Saturday, the 8th of July, 1497. This expedition had been long ago determined upon, and all its details were minutely arranged. It was to be composed of 4 vessels of medium size, in order, says Pacheco, that they may enter everywhere and again issue forth rapidly. They were solidly constructed, and provided with a triple supply of sails and hawsers. All the barrels destined to contain water, oil, or wine had been strengthened with iron hoops. Large provisions of all kinds had been made, such as flour, wine, vegetables, drugs, and artillery. The personnel of the expedition consisted of the best sailors, the cleverest pilots, and the most experienced captains. Gama, who had received the title of Capitam Mor, hoisted his flag upon the Sam Gabriel of 120 tons. His brother Paul da Gama was on board the Sam Raphael of 100 tons. A caravel of 50 tons, the Berrio, so named in memory of the pilot Berrio, who had sold her to Emmanuel I, was commanded by an experienced sailor, Niccolo Sealho, while Pedro Nunes was the captain of a large bark, laden with provisions and merchandise, destined for exchange with the natives of the countries which should be visited. Piero de Alemca, who had been pilot to Bartholomew Dias, was to regulate the course of the vessels. The crews, including 10 criminals who were put on board to be employed on any dangerous service, amounted to 160 persons. What feeble means these, what almost absurd resources, compared with the grandeur of the mission which these men were to accomplish. On the 8th of July at sunrise, Gama advanced towards the vessels, followed by his officers through an immense crowd of people. Around him were a number of monks and religious persons, who chanted sacred hymns, and besought heaven's protection for the voyagers. This departure from Rassello must have been a singularly moving scene, all, whether actors or spectators, mingling their chants, their cries, their adieus, and their tears, while the sails, filled by a favourable breeze, bore away Gama and the fortune of Portugal towards the open sea. A large caravel and a smaller bark, which were bound for Mina under the command of Bartholomew Dias, sailed in company with Gama's fleet. On the following Saturday, the ships were in sight of the Canaries and passed the night windward of Lancerota. When they arrived parallel with the Rio de Auaro, a thick fog separated Paul da Gama, Sealho, and Dias from the rest of the fleet, but they joined again near the Cape de Verde Islands, which were soon reached. At Santiago, fresh stores of meat, water, and wood were taken on board, and the ships were again put into good sailing order. La Mina, from an old print, they quitted the shore of Santa Maria on the 3rd of August. The voyage was accomplished without any remarkable incidents, and on the 4th of November, anchors were dropped upon the African coast in a bay which received the name of Santa Elena. 8 days were spent there in shipping wood, and in putting everything in order on board the vessels. It was there that they saw for the first time the Bushmen, a miserable and degraded race of people who fed upon the flesh of sea wolves and whales, as well as upon roots. The Portuguese carried off some of these natives and treated them with kindness. The savages knew nothing of the value of the merchandise which was offered to them. They saw the objects for the first time and were ignorant of their use. Copper was the only thing which they appeared to prize. Wearing in their ears small chains of that metal, they understood well the use of the zagues, a kind of javelin, of which the point is hardened in the fire, of which 3 or 4 of the sailors and even Gama himself had unpleasant experience, while endeavouring to rescue from their hands a certain Veloso, a man who had imprudently ventured into the interior of the country. This incident has furnished Camoens with one of the most charming episodes of the Lusiad. On leaving Santa Elena, Piero de Alemca, formerly pilot to Dyers, declared his belief that they were then 90 miles from the Cape, but in the uncertainty the fleet stood off to sea. On the 18th of November the Cape of Good Hope was seen, and the next day it was doubled by the fleet sailing before the wind. On the 25th the vessels were moored in the Bay of Sam Braz, where they remained 13 days, during which time the boat which carried the stores was demolished, and her cargo divided amongst the 3 other vessels. During their stay the Portuguese gave the Bushmen some hawks' bells and other objects, which, to their surprise, were accepted, for in the time of Dyers the Negroes had shown themselves timid and even hostile, and had thrown stones to prevent the crews from procuring water. Now they brought oxen and sheep, and to show their pleasure at the visit of the Portuguese, they began, says Nicolas Velho, to play upon 4 or 5 flutes, some set high, some low, a wonderful harmony for Negroes from whom one scarcely looks for music. They danced also as dance the blacks, and the Capitan more commanded the trumpets to sound, and we in our boats danced too, the Capitan more himself dancing as soon as he had returned amongst us. What shall we say to this little fete and this mutual serenade between the Portuguese and the Negroes? Would anyone have expected to behold Gama, a grave man, as his portraits represent him, initiating the Negroes into the charms of the pavane? Unhappily these favourable dispositions were transient, and it was found necessary to have recourse to some hostile demonstrations by means of repeated discharges of artillery. In this bay of Sam Braz, Gama erected a padrao, which was thrown down as soon as he was gone. The fleet soon passed the Rio Infante, the furthest point reached by Dyers. Here the ships experienced the effects of a strong current, but of which the violence was neutralized thanks to a favourable wind. On the 25th of December, Christmas Day, the country of Natal was discovered. The ships had sustained some damage, and fresh water was needed. It was therefore urgent for them to find some harbour, which they succeeded in doing on the 10th of January, 1498. The blacks whom the Portuguese saw here upon landing were people of greater stature than those whom they had hitherto met with. Their arms were a large bow with long arrows, and a zague tipped with iron. They were Kaffirs, a race very superior to the Bushmen. Such happy relations were quickly established with them that Gama gave the country the name of the land of good people, Terra da bon gent. A little further on, while still sailing up the coast, 2 Mussulman traders, one wearing a turban, the other a hood of green satin, came to visit the Portuguese with a young man who, from what could be understood from their signs, belonged to a very distant country, and who said he had already seen ships as large as ours. Vasco da Gama took this as a proof that he was now approaching those Indian lands which had been so long and so eagerly sought. For this reason he named the river which flowed into the sea at this place Rio dos Bonis Signes, river of good tokens. Unhappily, the first symptoms of scurvy appeared at this time amongst the crews, and soon there were many sailors upon the sick list. On the 10th of March, the expedition cast anchor before the island of Mozambique, where, as Gama learnt through his Arab interpreters, there were several merchants of Mahometan extraction who carried on trade with India. Gold and silver, cloth and spices, pearls and rubies formed the staple of their commerce. Gama at the same time was assured that in pursuing the line of the coast he would find numerous cities. Whereat we were so joyful, says Velho in his naive and valuable narrative, that we wept for pleasure, praying God to grant us health, that we might see all that which we had so much desired. Mozambique Channel. The Viceroy Collietam, who imagined he was dealing with Mussulmen, came on board several times and was magnificently entertained. He returned the civility by sending presents and even furnished Gama with 2 skilful pilots, but when some Moorish merchants who had traded in Europe told him that these foreigners, far from being Turks, were in reality the worst enemies of the Mahometans, the Viceroy, disgusted at his mistake, made preparations for seizing the Portuguese by treachery and killing them. Gama was obliged to point his artillery at the town and threaten to reduce it to ashes before he could obtain the water needed for the prosecution of his voyage. Blood flowed, and Paul da Gama captured 2 barks, whose rich cargo was divided amongst the sailors. The ships quitted this inhospitable town on the 29th of March, and the voyage continued, a close surveillance being kept over the Arab pilots, whom Gama was obliged to cause to be flogged. On the 4th of April the coast was seen, and on the 8th Mombasa or Mombaz was reached, a town, according to the pilots, inhabited by Christians and Mussulmen. The fleet dropped anchor outside the harbour and did not enter it, notwithstanding the enthusiastic reception given to them. Already the Portuguese were reckoning upon meeting at Mass the next day with the Christians of the island, when during the night the flagship was approached by a Zacra, having on board 100 armed men, who endeavoured to enter the ships in a body, which was refused them. The King of Mombaz was informed of all that had occurred at Mozambique, but pretending ignorance, he sent presents to Gama, proposing to him to establish a factory in his capital, and assuring him that so soon as he should have entered the port, he might take on board a cargo of spices and aromatics. The Capitan Moor, suspecting nothing, immediately sent 2 men to announce his entry for the morrow. Already they were weighing anchor when the flagship, refusing to tack, the anchor was let fall again. In graceful and poetic fiction, Camoens affirms that it was the Nereids led by Venus, the protectress of the Portuguese, who stayed their ships when on the point of entering the port. At this moment all the Moors on board the fleet quitted it simultaneously, whilst the Mozambique pilots threw themselves into the sea. 2 Moors who were put to the question with a drop of hot oil confessed that the intention was to take all the Portuguese prisoners as soon as they should be inside the harbour. During the night the Moors endeavoured several times to climb on board and to cut the cables in order to run the ships aground, but each time they were discovered. Under these circumstances no prolonged stay was possible at Mombaz, but it had been long enough for all those ill of scurvy to recover their health. At the distance of 24 miles from land, the fleet captured a bark richly laden with gold, silver, and provisions. The next day Gama arrived at Melinda, a rich and flourishing city, whose gilded minarets sparkling in the sunshine and whose mosques of dazzling whiteness stood out against a sky of the most intense blue. The reception of the Portuguese at Melinda was at first very cold, the capture of the bark the evening before being already known there, but as soon as explanations had been given, the people became cordial. The king's son came to visit the admiral, accompanied by a train of courtiers splendidly dressed and a choir of musicians who played upon various instruments. The greatest astonishment was shown at the artillery practice, for the invention of gunpowder was not yet known on the east coast of Africa. A solemn treaty was made, ratified by oaths upon the Gospel and the Koran, and cemented by an interchange of presents. From this moment the ill will, the treachery, the difficulties of all kinds which had hitherto beset the expedition ceased as if by magic. This must be attributed to the generosity of the King of Melinda, and to the aid which he furnished to the Portuguese. Faithful to the promise which he had made to Vasco da Gama, the king sent him a Gujarat pilot named Malimo Kana, a man well instructed in navigation, understanding the use of charts, of the compass and the quadrant, and who rendered the most important service to the expedition. After a stay of 9 days, the fleet weighed anchor for Calicut. The coasting plan hitherto pursued was now to be abandoned, and the time was come when, in reliance upon the blessing of God, the Portuguese must venture out upon the wide ocean, without other guide than an unknown pilot furnished by a king whose kind welcome had not sufficed to lull to sleep the suspicions of the foreigners. And yet, thanks to the ability and loyalty of this pilot, thanks also to the clemency of the sea, and to the wind being constantly in its favour, the fleet, after a 23 days' voyage, reached the land on the 17th May, and the next day anchored at the distance of 6 miles below Calicut. The enthusiasm on board was great. At last they had arrived in those rich and wonderful countries. Fatigues, dangers, sickness, all were forgotten. The object of their long labours was attained, or rather it seemed to be so, for there was still needed the possession of the treasures and rich productions of India. Scarcely were the anchors dropped when 4 boats came off from the shore, performing evolutions around the fleet and apparently inviting the sailors to disembark. But Gama, rendered cautious by the occurrences at Mozambique and Mombaz, sent on shore one of the criminals who were on board to act as a scout, ordering him to walk through the town and endeavour to ascertain the temper of its inhabitants. Surrounded by an inquisitive crowd, assailed by questions to which he could not reply, this man was conducted to the house of a Moor named Mausaida, who spoke Spanish, and to whom he gave a short account of the voyage of the fleet. Mausaida returned with him on board, and his first words on setting foot on the ship were "Good luck, good luck, quantities of rubies, quantities of emeralds," whereupon Mausaida was at once engaged as interpreter. The king of Calicut was at this time at a distance of 45 miles from his capital, so the Capitan Moor dispatched 2 men to announce the arrival of an ambassador from the King of Portugal, being the bearer of letters to him from his sovereign. The king at once sent a pilot, with orders to take the Portuguese ships into the safer roadstead of Pandarany, and promised to return himself on the morrow to Calicut. This he did, and ordered his intendant or Catwal to invite Gama to land and open negotiations. In spite of the supplications of his brother, Paul da Gama, who represented to him the dangers which he might incur, and those to which his death would expose the expedition, the Capitam more set out for the shore, upon which an enormous crowd of people were awaiting him. The idea that they were in the midst of a Christian population was so rooted in the minds of all the members of the expedition that Gama, on passing by a pagoda on the way, entered it to perform his devotions. One of his companions, however, Juan de Sa, noticing the hideous pictures upon the walls, was less credulous, and whilst throwing himself upon his knees, said aloud, "If that be a devil, I intend nevertheless to adore only the true God." A mental reservation which caused amusement to the admiral. Near the gates of the town the crowd was even more closely packed. Gama and his companions, under the guidance of the Catwal, had some difficulty in reaching the palace, where the king, who in the narrative is called the Zamorin, was awaiting them with extreme impatience. Ushered into halls splendidly decorated with silken stuffs and carpets, and in which burned the most exquisite perfumes, the Portuguese found themselves in the presence of the Zamorin. He was magnificently attired and loaded with jewels, the pearls and diamonds which he wore being of extraordinary size. The king ordered refreshments to be served to the strangers, and permitted them to be seated, a peculiar mark of favour in a country where the sovereign is usually only addressed with the most lowly prostrations. The Zamorin afterwards passed into another apartment, to hear with his own ears, as was proudly demanded by Gama, the reasons for the embassy and the desire felt by the King of Portugal to conclude a treaty of commerce and alliance with the King of Calicut. The Zamorin listened to Gama's discourse, and replied that he should be happy to consider himself the friend and brother of King Emmanuel, and that he would, by the aid of Gama, send ambassadors to Portugal. Gama's interview with the Zamorin. From an old print, there are certain proverbs of which the force is not affected by change of latitude, and the truth of that one which says, "The days succeed each other and have no similarity," was proved the next day at Calicut. The enthusiasm which had been aroused in the mind of the Zamorin by the ingenious discourse of Gama, and the hope it had awakened of the establishment of a profitable trade with Portugal, vanished at the sight of the presents which were to be given him: 12 pieces of striped cloth, 12 cloaks with scarlet hoods, 6 hats and 4 branches of coral, accompanied by a box containing 6 large basins, a chest of sugar and 4 kegs, 2 filled with oil and 2 with honey, certainly did not constitute a very magnificent offering. At sight of it the Prime Minister laughed, declaring that the poorest merchant from Mecca brought richer presents, and that the king would never accept of such ridiculous trifles. After this affront Gama again visited the Zamorin, but it was only after long waiting in the midst of a mocking crowd that he was admitted to the presence of the king. The latter reproached him in a contemptuous manner for having nothing to offer him, while pretending to be the subject of a rich and powerful king. Gama replied with boldness, and produced the letters of Emmanuel, which were couched in flattering terms, and contained a formal promise to send merchandise to Calicut. The Zamorin, pleased at this prospect, then inquired with interest about the productions and resources of Portugal, and gave permission to Gama to disembark and sell his goods. But this abrupt change in the humour of the Zamorin was not at all agreeable to the Moorish and Arab traders, whose dealings made the prosperity of Calicut. They could not look on quietly whilst foreigners were endeavouring for their own advantage to turn aside the commerce which had been hitherto entirely in their hands. They resolved, therefore, to leave no stone unturned to drive away once for all these formidable rivals from the shores of India. Their first care was to gain the ear of the Catwal. Then they painted in the blackest colours these insatiable adventurers, these bold robbers, whose only object was to spy out the strength and resources of the town, that they might return in force to pillage it, and to massacre those who should venture to oppose their designs. Upon arriving at the roadstead of Pandarany, Gama found no boat to take him off to the ships, and was forced to sleep on shore. The Katwal never left him, continually seeking to prove to him the necessity of bringing the ships nearer to the land, and when the admiral positively refused to consent to this, he declared him to be his prisoner. He had very little idea as yet of the firmness of Gama's character. Some armed boats were sent to surprise the ships, but the Portuguese, having received secret intelligence from the admiral of all that had happened, were on their guard, and their enemies dared not use open force. Gama, still a prisoner, threatened the Katwal with the anger of the Zamorin, whom he imagined could never thus have violated the duties of hospitality, but seeing that his menaces produced no effect, he tried bribery, presenting the minister with several pieces of stuff, who thereupon at once altered his demeanour. If the Portuguese, said he, had but kept the promise they had made to the king of disembarking their merchandise, the admiral would long ago have returned on board his ships. Gama at once sent an order to bring the goods to land, opened a shop for their sale, of which the superintendence was given to Diego Diaz, brother to the discoverer of the Cape of Good Hope, and was then allowed to go back to his ships. The Mussulmen placed obstacles in the way of the sale of the merchandise by depreciating its value. Gama sent his agent Diaz to the Zamorin to complain of the perfidy of the Moors and of the bad treatment to which he had been subjected, requesting at the same time permission to move his place of sale to Calicut, where he hoped that the goods would be more easily disposed of. This request was favourably received, and friendly relations were maintained, in spite of the Moorish intrigues, until the 10th of August, 1498. On that day Diaz went to announce Gama's impending departure to the king, reminding him of his promise to send an embassy to Portugal, and asking him to allow Gama a specimen of each of the productions of the country. These were to be paid for on the first sale of goods, which should take place after the departure of the fleet, it being intended that the employees of the factory should remain at Calicut during Gama's absence. The Zamorin, instigated by the Arab traders, not only refused to execute his promise, but demanded the payment of 600 seraphins as customs duty, ordering at the same time the seizure of the merchandise, and making prisoners of the men employed in the factory. Such an outrage, such contempt for the rights of nations, called for prompt vengeance, but Gama understood the art of dissimulation. However, on receiving a visit on board from some rich merchants, he detained them and sent to the Zamorin to demand an exchange of prisoners. The king's reply not being sent within the time specified by the admiral, the latter set sail and anchored at the distance of 16 miles from Calicut. After another fruitless attack by the Hindus, the two agents returned on board, and a portion of the hostages whom Gama had secured were given up. Diaz brought back with him a curious letter from the Zamorin to the King of Portugal. It was written upon a palm leaf, and shall be quoted in all its strange laconicism, so different from the usual grandiloquence of the Oriental style. Vasco da Gama, a noble of thy palace, is come into my country which I have permitted. In my kingdom there is much cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, with many precious stones, and what I desire from thy country is gold, silver, coral, and scarlet. Adieu. On the morrow, Mausaida the Moor of Tunis, who had served as interpreter to the Portuguese, and had been a great assistance to them in their negotiations with the Zamorin, came to seek an asylum on board the ships. The merchandise had not been brought back on the appointed day, and the Capitan more now resolved to carry away with him the men whom he had kept as hostages. But the fleet was becalmed at several miles' distance from Calicut, and was attacked by 20 armed boats, which were with difficulty kept at a distance by the artillery, until they were forced by a violent storm to take shelter under the coast. The admiral was sailing along the coast of the Deccan, and had permitted some of the sailors to go on shore to gather fruit and collect cinnamon bark, when he perceived 8 boats which appeared to be coming towards him. Gama recalled the men and sailed forward to meet the Hindus, who made the greatest haste to flee from him, but not without leaving a boat laden with cocoa and provisions in the hands of the Portuguese. On arriving at the Laccadive archipelago, Gama had the Berrio recalked, and his own ship drawn up on shore for repairs. The sailors were busy over this work when they were again attacked, but without more success than heretofore. The next day witnessed the arrival of an individual 40 years of age, dressed in Hindu style, who began to speak to the Portuguese in excellent Italian, telling them that he was a native of Venice, and had been torn from his country while still young, that he was a Christian, but without the possibility of practicing his religion. He was in a high position at the court of the king of the country, who had sent him to them, to place at their disposal all that the country contained which could minister to their comfort. These offers of service, so different from the welcome accorded to them hitherto, excited the suspicions of the Portuguese, and they were not long in discovering that this adventurer was in command of the boats which had attacked them the day before. Upon this they had him scourged until he confessed that he had come to discover whether it were possible to attack the fleet with advantage, and he ended by affirming that all the inhabitants of the seashore were in league to destroy the Portuguese. He was retained on board, the work upon the ships was hurried forward, and as soon as water and provisions had been taken in, sail was made for a return to Europe. In consequence of dead calms and contrary winds, the expedition was 3 months, all but 3 days, in reaching the African coast. During this long voyage the crews suffered terribly from scurvy, and 30 sailors perished. In each ship only 7 or 8 men were in a condition to work the vessel, and very often the officers themselves were forced to lend a hand. Whence I can affirm, says Velho, that if the time in which we sailed across those seas had been prolonged a fortnight, nobody from hence would have navigated them after us. And the captains having held a council upon the matter, it was resolved that in case of similar winds catching us again, to return towards India, there to take refuge. On the 2nd of February 1499, the Portuguese found themselves at last abreast of a great town on the coast of Agen, called Magadoxo, distant 300 miles from Melinda. Gama, dreading another reception like the one given to him at Mozambique, would not stop here, but while passing within sight of the town, ordered a general discharge of the guns. A few days afterwards, the rich and salubrious plains of Melinda came in sight, and here they cast anchor. The king hastened to send off fresh provisions and oranges for the invalids on board. The reception given by him to the Portuguese was in every particular most affectionate, and the friendship which had arisen during Gama's first visit to Melinda was greatly strengthened. The Sheikh of Melinda sent for the King of Portugal a horn made of ivory and a number of other presents, entreating Gama at the same time to receive a young Moor on board his ship, that through him the king might learn how earnestly he desired his friendship. The 5 days' rest at Melinda was of the greatest benefit to the Portuguese, At its expiration they again set sail. Soon after passing Mombaz they were obliged to burn the San Rafael, the crews being too much reduced to be able to work 3 ships. They discovered the island of Zanzibar, anchored in the Bay of San Bras, and on the 20th February a favourable wind enabled them to double the Cape of Good Hope, when they again found themselves upon the Atlantic Ocean. The breeze remaining favourable helped forward the return of the mariners, and at the end of 27 days they had arrived in the neighbourhood of the island of Santiago. On the 25th of April, Nicholas Seelhoe, captain of the Berrio, eager to be the first to carry to Emmanuel the news of the discovery of the Indies, separated himself from his chief, and without touching, as had been arranged, at the Cape de Verde Islands, made sail direct for Portugal, arriving there on the 10th of July. During this time the unfortunate Gama was plunged in the most profound sorrow, for his brother Paul da Gama, who had shared his fatigues and sufferings, and who was to be a partaker of his glory, seemed to be slowly dying. At Santiago, Vasco da Gama, now returned to well-known and much frequented seas, gave up the command of his ships to João da Sá, and chartered a fast-sailing caravel to hasten as much as possible his beloved invalid's return to his native country. But all hope was vain, and the caravel only arrived at Terceira in time to inter there the body of the brave and sympathizing Paul da Gama. Upon his arrival in Portugal, which must have taken place during the early part of September, the admiral was received with stately festivals. Of the 160 Portuguese whom he had taken with him, 55 only returned with him. The loss was great, certainly, but what was it compared with the great advantages to be hoped for? The public realized this, and gave the most enthusiastic reception to Gama. The king, Emmanuel Roman II, added to his own titles that of Lord of the Conquests and of the navigation of Ethiopia, Arabia, Persia, and the Indies, but he allowed 2 years to pass before rewarding Gama. He then bestowed upon him the title of Admiral of the Indies, and authorized him to use the prefix of Dom before his name, a privilege then rarely granted. Also, doubtless to make Vasco da Gama forget the tardiness with which his services had been rewarded, the king gave him 1,000 crowns, a considerable sum for that period, and also conceded to him certain privileges in connection with the commerce of the Indies, which were likely speedily to make his fortune. Roman II, the conquest of India and of the Spice Countries. Alves Cabral, discovery of Brazil, the coast of Africa, arrival at Calicut, Cochin, Cananor, João da Nova, Gama's second expedition, the king of Cochin, the early life of Albuquerque, the taking of Goa, the siege and capture of Malacca, second expedition against Ormuz, Ceylon, the Moluccas, death of Albuquerque, fate of the Portuguese Empire of the Indies. On the 9th of March 1500, a fleet of 13 vessels left Racello, under the command of Pedro Alves Cabral. On board as a volunteer was Luis de Camões, who in his poem The Lusiad was to render illustrious the valour and adventurous spirit of his countrymen. But little is known of Cabral, and nothing of the reason which had gained him the command of this important expedition. Cabral belonged to one of the most illustrious families in Portugal, and his father, Fernando Cabral, Lord of Zuarara da Beira, was Alcalde Mor of Belmont. Pedro Alves Cabral had married Isabel de Castro, first lady-in-waiting to the Infanta Dona Maria, daughter of John Roman III. If it be asked whether Cabral had made himself famous by some important maritime discovery, we answer there is no reason to think so, for in that case the historians would have recorded it. but it is difficult to believe that he owed to court favour alone the command of an expedition in which such men as Bartholomew Diaz, Nicholas Seelho the companion of Gama, and Sancho de Thovar sailed under his orders. Why had not this mission been confided to Gama, who had been at home for 6 months, and whose knowledge of the countries to be visited and of the manners of their inhabitants seemed to point him out as the fittest man for the service? Had he not yet recovered from the fatigues of his first voyage, or had his grief for the loss of a brother who had died almost within sight of the coasts of Portugal so deeply affected him that he desired to remain in retirement? May it not rather have been that King Emmanuel was jealous of the fame of Gama, and did not wish to give him the opportunity of increasing his renown? These are problems which perhaps history may be forever unable to solve. It is easy to believe in the realization of those things which we ardently desire. Emmanuel imagined that the Zamorin of Calicut would not object to the establishment of Portuguese shops and factories in his country, and Cabral, the bearer of presents of such magnificence as to obliterate the memory of the shabbiness of those offered by Gama, received orders to obtain from the Zamorin an interdict, forbidding any more to carry on trade in his capital. The new Capitan Moor was in the first place to visit Melinda, to offer rich presents to its king, and to restore to him the Moor who had come to Portugal with Gama. 16 friars were sent out on board the fleet, charged to carry the knowledge of the gospel to the distant countries of Asia. The fleet had sailed for 13 days and had passed the Cape de Verde Islands, when it was discovered that one of the ships, under the command of Vasco d'Ataide, was no longer in company. The rest of the ships lay to for some time to await her, but in vain, and the 12 vessels then continued their navigation upon the open sea, and not, as had been the manner hitherto, steering simply from cape to cape along the shores of Africa. Cabral hoped by this means to avoid the calms in the Gulf of Guinea, which had proved so great a cause of delay to the preceding expeditions. Perhaps even the Capitan Moor, who must, in common with the rest of his countrymen, have been acquainted with the discoveries of Christopher Columbus, may have had the secret hope, by keeping to the west, of arriving at some region unvisited by the great navigator. The fact remains, whether it is to be accounted for by a storm or by some secret design, that the fleet was out of the right way for doubling the Cape of Good Hope when, on the 22nd of April, a high mountain was seen, and soon afterwards a long stretch of coast which received the name of Vera Cruz, changed afterwards to that of Santa Cruz. This was Brazil, and the point where now stands Porto Seguro. On the 28th, after a skilful reconnaissance of the coasts had been made by Seelho, the Portuguese sailors landed upon the American shores, and became aware of a delicious mildness of temperature, with a luxuriance of vegetation greatly exceeding anything which they had seen on the coasts of Africa or of Malabar. The natives formed themselves in groups around the sailors, without showing the least sign of fear. They were almost naked, and bore upon the wrist a tame paroquet, after the fashion in which the gentlemen of Europe carry their hawks or their gerfalcons. On Easter Sunday, the 26th of April, a solemn mass was celebrated on the shore in sight of the Indians, whose silence and attitude of respect excited the admiration of the Portuguese. On the 1st of May, a large cross and a padrao were erected on the shore, and Cabral formally took possession of the country in the name of the King of Portugal. His first care after this formality was accomplished was to dispatch Gaspard de Lemos to Lisbon to announce the discovery of this rich and fertile country. Lemos took with him the narrative of the expedition written by Pedro Vaz de Caminha, and an important astronomical document, the work of Master Joao, in which was doubtless stated the exact situation of the new conquest. Before setting out for Asia, Cabral put on land 2 criminals, whom he ordered to ascertain the resources and riches of the country, as well as the manners and customs of the inhabitants. These wise and far-sighted measures speak much for Cabral's prudence and sagacity. Cabral takes formal possession of Brazil. It was the 2nd of May when the fleet lost sight of Brazil. All on board, rejoicing over this happy commencement of the voyage, believed in the prospect of an easy and rapid success, when the appearance of a brilliant comet on 8 consecutive days struck the ignorant and simple minds of the sailors with terror. They considered it must be a bad omen, and for this once events appeared to justify superstition. A fearful storm arose, waves mountains high broke over the ships, whilst the wind blew furiously and rain fell without ceasing. When the sun at length succeeded in piercing the thick curtain of clouds which almost entirely intercepted his rays, a horrible scene was disclosed. The water looked thick and black, large patches of a livid white colour flecked the foaming, crested waves, while during the night phosphorescent lights, streaking the immense plain of water, marked out the course of the ships with a train of fire. For 22 days, without truce or mercy, the Portuguese ships were battered by the furious elements. The terrified sailors were utterly prostrate. They vainly exhausted their prayers and vows, and obeyed the orders of their officers only from the force of habit. From the first day they had given up any hope of their lives being spared, and only awaited the moment when they should all be submerged. When light at length returned and the billows became calm, each crew, thinking themselves to be perhaps the sole survivors, looked eagerly over the sea in search of their companions. 3 ships met together again with a joy which the sad reality soon abated. 8 vessels were missing. 4 had been engulfed by a gigantic water-spout during the last days of the storm. One of these had been commanded by Bartholomew Dyers, the discoverer of the Cape of Good Hope. He had been drowned by these murderous waves, the defenders, according to Camoens, of the Empire of the East against the nations of the West, who had for so many centuries coveted her marvellous riches. During this long series of storms the Cape had been doubled, and the fleet was approaching the coast of Africa. On the 20th of July, Mozambique was signalled. The Moors of this place showed a more agreeable disposition than they had done when Gama was there, and furnished the Portuguese with 2 pilots, who conducted them to Quiloa, an island famed for the trade in gold dust which was carried on with Sofala. There Cabral found 2 of the missing ships, which had been driven to this island by the wind. A plot was on foot in Quiloa for a wholesale massacre of the Europeans, but this was frustrated by a prompt departure from the island, and the ships arrived at Melinda without any untoward incident. The stay of the fleet in this port was the occasion of fêtes and rejoicings without number, and soon revictualled, repaired, and furnished with excellent pilots, the Portuguese vessels sailed for Calicut, where they arrived on the 13th of December, 1500. View of Quiloa, from an old print. This time, thanks to the power of their arms as well as to the richness of the presents offered to the Zamorin, the reception was different, and the versatile prince agreed to all the demands of Cabral, namely, a monopoly of the trade in aromatics and spicery, and the right of seizure upon all vessels which should infringe this privilege. For some time the Moors dissembled their resentment, but when they had succeeded in thoroughly exasperating the population against the foreigners, they rushed at a given signal into the factory which was under the direction of Ayres Correa, and massacred 50 of the Portuguese whom they surprised in it. Vengeance for this outrage was not slow. 10 boats moored in the port were taken, pillaged, and burnt before the eyes of the Hindus, who were powerless to render opposition. Afterwards the town was bombarded and was half buried under its ruins. When this affair was concluded, Cabral, continuing the exploration of the Malabar coast, arrived at Cochin, where the Rajah, a vassal of the Zamorin, hastened to conclude an alliance with the Portuguese, eagerly seizing this opportunity to declare himself independent. Although by this time his fleet was richly laden, Cabral made a visit to Cannanore, where he entered into a treaty with the Rajah of the country. Then, being impatient to return home, he set sail for Europe. While coasting along that shore of Africa, which is washed by the Indian Ocean, he discovered Sofala, a place which had escaped the observation of Gama. On the 13th of July, 1501, Cabral arrived at Lisbon, where he had the joy of finding the 2 remaining ships which he had imagined to be lost. It is pleasant to believe that he received the welcome merited by the important results obtained in this memorable expedition, although contemporary historians are silent upon the incidents of his life after his return. Recent research has been rewarded by the discovery of his tomb at Santiam, and M. Ferdinand Denis has happily proved that, like Vasco da Gama, he received the title of Dom as a reward for his glorious deeds. Whilst he was returning to Europe Alvarez, Cabral might have encountered a fleet of 4 caravels under the command of João da Nova, which King Emmanuel had dispatched to give fresh vigour to the commercial relations which Cabral had been charged to establish in the Indies. This new expedition doubled the Cape of Good Hope without misadventure, discovered between Mozambique and Quiloa an unknown island, which was named after the commander of the fleet, and arrived at Melinda, where da Nova was informed of the events which had taken place at Calicut. He felt that he had not forces at his disposal sufficient to justify him in going to punish the Zamorin, and not wishing to endanger the prestige of Portuguese arms by the risk of a reverse, he steered for Cochin and Cannanore, of which the kings, although tributaries of the Zamorin, had entered into alliance with Alvarez Cabral. Da Nova had already taken on board 1,000 hundredweights of pepper, 50 of ginger, and 450 of cinnamon, when he received warning that a considerable fleet, coming apparently from Calicut, was advancing with hostile intentions. If he had hitherto been more concerned with trade than with war, he did not the less in these critical circumstances display a bold and courageous spirit worthy of his predecessors. He accepted the combat, notwithstanding the apparent superiority of the Hindus, and partly by the skilful arrangements which he made, partly by the power of his guns, he managed to disperse, to take, or to sink the hostile vessels. Perhaps da Nova ought to have profited by the terror which his victory had spread along the coast, and the temporary exhaustion of the Moorish resources, to strike a great blow by the taking of Calicut. But we are too far removed in time from the events, and know too little of their details, to appreciate with impartiality the reasons which induced the admiral to return immediately to Europe. It was during this latter part of his voyage that Nova discovered the small island of St. Helena in the midst of the Atlantic. A curious story attaches to this discovery. A certain Fernando Lopez had followed Gama to the Indies. This man, wishing to marry a Hindu, was forced for this purpose to renounce Christianity and become a Mahometan. Upon Nova's visit, having had enough either of his wife or of her religion, he begged to be taken back to his country and returned to his old creed. Upon arriving at St. Helena, Lopez, in obedience to a sudden idea, which he regarded as an inspiration from on high, requested to be landed there, in order, as he said, to expiate his detestable apostasy, and to atone for it by his devotion to humanity. His will appeared so fixed that Da Nova was forced to consent, and he left him there, having given him at his request various seeds of fruits and vegetables. It must be added that this singular hermit worked for 4 years at the clearing and planting of the island with such success, that ships were soon able to call there to revictual during their long passage from Europe to the Cape of Good Hope. The successive expeditions of Gama, Cabral, and Da Nova had conclusively proved that an uninterrupted commerce must not be reckoned upon, nor a continued exchange of merchandise, with the population of the Malabar coast, who, while their own independence and liberty were respected, had each time leagued together against the Portuguese. That trade with Europeans which they so persistently refused must be forced upon them, and for that purpose permanent military establishments must be formed, capable of overawing the malcontents, and even in case of necessity of taking possession of the country. But to whom should such an important mission be entrusted? The choice could scarcely be doubtful, and Vasco da Gama was unanimously chosen to take the command of the powerful armament which was in preparation. Vasco had 10 ships under his own immediate command, while his second brother Stephen da Gama and his cousin Vincent Sodrez had each 5 ships under his orders, but they were both to recognize Vasco da Gama as their chief. The ceremonies which preceded the departure of the fleet from Lisbon were of a particularly grave and solemn character. King Emmanuel, followed by the whole court, repaired to the cathedral in the midst of an enormous crowd, and there called down blessings from heaven upon this expedition, partly religious, partly military, while the archbishop blessed the banner which was entrusted to Gama. The admiral's first care was to visit Sofala and Mozambique, towns of which he had had reason to complain in the course of his first voyage. Being anxious to establish harbours for refuge and revictualling of ships, he established their merchants' offices and laid the foundations of forts. He also levied a heavy tribute upon the Sheikh of Quiloa, and then sailed for the coast of Hindustan. When Gama had arrived off Calicut, he perceived on the 3rd of October a vessel of large tonnage, which appeared to him to be richly laden. It was the Miri bringing back from Mecca a great number of pilgrims belonging to all the countries of Asia. Gama attacked the ship without provocation, captured her, and put to death more than 300 men who were on board. 20 children alone were saved and taken to Lisbon, where they were baptized, and entered the army of Portugal. This frightful massacre, besides being quite in accordance with the ideas of the period, was calculated, according to Gama, to strike terror into the Hindu mind. It did nothing of the sort. This hateful and useless cruelty has left a stain of blood upon the hitherto pure fame of the admiral. As soon as he arrived at Cannanore, Gama obtained an audience of the Rajah, who authorized him to establish a counting house and to build a fort. At the same time, a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, was concluded. After setting the labourers to work and installing his agent, the admiral set sail for Calicut, where he intended to summon the Zamorin to a reckoning for his disloyalty, as well as for the murder of the Portuguese who had been surprised in the factory. Although the Rajah of Calicut had been informed of the arrival in the Indies of his formidable enemies, he had taken no military precautions, and thus, when Gama presented himself before the town, he was able to seize some vessels anchored in the port and to make 100 prisoners, without encountering any resistance. Afterwards, he granted the Zamorin a respite of 4 days, in which to make atonement to the Portuguese for the murder of Correa and to refund the value of the merchandise which had been stolen on that occasion. The time specified had scarcely elapsed when the bodies of 50 of the prisoners were strung up at the yardarms of the vessels, where they remained exposed to the view of the town during the whole day. In the evening, the feet and hands of these expiatory victims were cut off and taken on shore, with a letter from the Admiral, declaring that his vengeance would not be limited to this execution. Accordingly, under cover of the night, the broadsides of the vessels were brought to bear upon the town, which was bombarded for the space of 3 days. It will never be known what was the exact number of the slain, but it must have been considerable. Without reckoning those killed by the fire of the cannon and the muskets, a great number of Hindus were buried beneath the ruins of the buildings, or perished in the conflagration, which destroyed a portion of the town of Calicut. The Rajah had been one of the first to take flight, and fortunate was it for him that he had done so, for his palace was amongst the buildings which were demolished. At length, satisfied with having transformed this heretofore rich and populous city into a heap of ruins, and considering his vengeance satiated, and that the lesson so taught would be profitable, Gama set sail for Cochin, leaving behind him Vincent Sodres with several ships to continue the blockade. Triumpara, the sovereign of Cochin, informed the admiral that he had been eagerly solicited by the Zamorin to take advantage of the confidence reposed in him by the Portuguese, to surprise and seize them, in consequence of which intelligence, and to reward the integrity of the king whose loyalty had exposed him to the enmity of the Rajah of Calicut, Gama, when starting for Lisbon with a valuable cargo, left with Triumpara ships sufficient to enable him to await in safety the arrival of another squadron. During Gama's return voyage, the only noteworthy incident that occurred was the defeat of another Malabar fleet. The admiral arrived in Europe on the 20th of December, 1503. Once more the eminent services rendered by this great man went unrecognized, or rather they were not appreciated as they deserved. Gama, who had just laid the foundations of the colonial empire of Portugal in India, remained for 21 years without employment, and it was only through the intercession of the Duke of Braganza that he obtained the title of Count de Vidigueira. A too common instance this of ingratitude, but one which it is never mal apropos to stigmatize as it deserves. Scarcely had Gama set out for Europe before the Zamorin, at the instigation of the Mussulmen, who saw their commercial supremacy more and more compromised, assembled his allies at Pani with the object of attacking the King of Cochin and of punishing him for the counsel and assistance which he had given to the Portuguese. The unfortunate Rajah's fidelity was now put to a hard proof. Besieged in his capital by a large force, he saw himself all at once deprived of the aid of those for whose advantage he had incurred so great a risk. Sodres and several of his captains had deserted the post, where both honour and gratitude required them to remain, and if need were, to die in the discharge of their duty. They forsook Triumpara to go and cruise in the neighbourhood of Ormuz, and at the entrance to the Red Sea, where they calculated that the annual pilgrimage to Mecca was likely to ensure them some rich booty. The Portuguese agent vainly represented to them the unworthiness of their conduct. They set out in haste to escape from these inconvenient reproaches. The King of Cochin, betrayed by some of the Nairs military nobles of his palace, who had been gained over by the Zamorin, soon saw his capital carried by assault, and was obliged to seek refuge upon an inaccessible rock in the little island of Viopia, with those Portuguese who had remained faithful to him. When he was reduced to the last extremity, an emissary was sent to him by the Zamorin, to promise him pardon and oblivion of his offences if he would give up to him the Portuguese. But Triumpara, whose fidelity cannot be sufficiently commended, answered that the Zamorin might use his rights of victory, that he was not ignorant of the perils by which he was menaced, but that it was not in the power of any man to make him a traitor and a perjurer. No one could have made a nobler return than this for the desertion and cowardice of Sodrez. Vincent Sodrez had arrived at the Straits of Bab el Mandeb when a fearful tempest occurred, in which his ship split upon the rocks, and he and his brother perished. The survivors regarded this event as a judgment of Providence for their bad conduct, and they made haste, with all sails set, to return to Cochin. They were detained by contrary winds at the Laccadive Islands, and were there joined by another Portuguese squadron under the command of Francisco d'Albuquerque, who had sailed from Lisbon almost at the same time as his cousin Alfonso d'Albuquerque, the most distinguished captain of the period, who with the title of Capitan Mor had started from Belém at the beginning of April, 1503. The arrival of Francisco d'Albuquerque placed the Portuguese affairs, which had been so gravely compromised by the criminal conduct of Sodrez, upon a better footing, and at the same time effected the rescue of Triumpara, their sole and faithful ally. The besiegers fled at the sight of the Portuguese squadron without even a show of resistance, and the Europeans, in conjunction with the troops of the King of Cochin, ravaged the Malabar coast. As a consequence of these events, Triumpara allowed his allies to construct a second fortress in his dominions, and authorized an augmentation of the number and importance of their mercantile houses. This was the moment that witnessed the arrival of Alfonso d'Albuquerque, the man destined to be the real creator of the Portuguese Empire in the Indies. Diaz, Cabral and Gama had prepared the way, but Albuquerque was the leader of large views who was needed to determine which were the principal towns that must be seized in order to place the Portuguese dominion upon a solid and lasting basis. Thus every particular of the history of this man, who showed so great a genius for colonization, is of the deepest interest, and it is well worth while to record some particulars of his family, his education, and his early exploits. Alfonso d'Albuquerque or d'Albuquerque was born in 1453 at Alhandra, 18 miles from Lisbon. Through his father Gonzalo d'Albuquerque, the Lord of Villaverde, he was descended but illegitimately from King Diniz, and through his mother from the Menezes, the great explorers. Brought up at the court of Alfonso V, he there received as liberal and thorough an education as was possible at the period. He made an especial study of the great writers of antiquity, whose influence may be traced in the majesty and accuracy of his own style, and of mathematics, of which he knew as much as could be learnt at that time. After staying for some years at Arzilla, an African town which was under the dominion of Alfonso V, he returned to Portugal and was appointed Master of the Horse to John Roman II, a prince whose chief anxiety was to extend the name and power of Portugal beyond the seas. It is evident that it was to the constant attendance upon the king imposed upon him by the duties of his office that Albuquerque owed the inclination of his mind towards geographical studies, and his anxious desire to find the means of giving to his country the empire of the Indies. He had already taken part in an expedition sent to the succour of the King of Naples against an incursion of the Turks, and in 1489 had been charged with the commission of revictualling and defending the fortress of Graciosa upon the coast of Larraque. We must now return from this digression and take up the history of Albuquerque from the time of his arrival in India in 1503. It took him but a few days to become thoroughly aware of the position of affairs. He perceived that the commerce of Portugal must depend upon conquest for its power of development, but his first enterprise was proportioned to the feebleness of his resources. He laid siege to Raphaelim, which he wished to make a military station for his countrymen, and then with 2 ships he undertook a reconnaissance of the coast of Hindustan. Being attacked quite unexpectedly both by land and sea, he was on the point of yielding when the fortunate arrival of his cousin Francisco turned the combat and put the Zamorin's troops to flight. The importance of this victory was considerable. The conquerors remained masters of an immense booty and quantities of precious stones, which had the result of stimulating the Portuguese spirit of covetousness. At the same time it confirmed Albuquerque in his designs, for the execution of which the consent of the king was needful, and also more considerable resources. He therefore set out on his return to Lisbon, where he arrived in July 1504. This same year, King Emmanuel, wishing to organize a regular government in the Indies, had made Tristan da Cunha his viceroy, but da Cunha, having become temporarily blind, was obliged to resign his power before he had exercised it. The king's choice next fell upon Francisco d'Olmeida, who set out with his son in 1505. It will be soon seen what were the means which he considered should be employed to assure the triumph of his countrymen. On the 6th of March 1506, 16 vessels left Lisbon under the command of Tristan da Cunha, who had by that time regained his health. With him went Alfonso Albuquerque, carrying with him, but unknown to himself, his patent of Viceroy of India. He was ordered not to open the sealed packet until 3 years should have expired, when Olmeida would have completed the term of his mission. This numerous fleet, after having stopped at the Cape de Verde Islands and discovered Cape St. Augustine in Brazil, steered directly for the unexplored parts of the South Atlantic, and went so far south that the old chroniclers assert that several sailors being too lightly clad died from cold, while the others were scarcely able to work the ships. In 37 degrees 8 south latitude and 14 degrees 21 west longitude, da Cunha discovered 3 small uninhabited islands, of which the largest still bears his name. A storm prevented a landing there, and so completely dispersed the fleet that the admiral could not get his vessels together again before he arrived at Mozambique. In sailing along this African coast, he explored the island of Madagascar or San Lorenzo, which had just been discovered by Soares, who was in command of 8 vessels which Olmeida was sending back to Europe. It was not thought advisable to make a settlement upon the island. After having wintered at Mozambique, da Cunha landed 3 ambassadors at Melinda, who were to reach Abyssinia by travelling overland. Then he anchored at Brava, which Coutinho, one of his lieutenants, had been unable to subjugate. The Portuguese now laid siege to this town, which resisted bravely but which yielded in the end, thanks to the courage of the enemy and the perfection of their arms. The population was massacred without mercy, and the town pillaged and burnt. Upon Magadoxo, another town on the African coast, Cunha tried but in vain to impose his authority. The strength of the town and the stubborn resolution shown by the numerous population as well as the approach of winter forced him to raise the siege. He then turned his arms against Socotra, at the entrance of the Gulf of Aden, where he carried the fortress. The whole of the garrison were put to the sword, the only man spared being an old blind soldier, who was discovered hidden in a well. When asked how he had been able to get down there, he answered, "The blind only see the road which leads to liberty." At Socotra, the 2 Portuguese chiefs constructed the fort of Socorro, intended by Albuquerque to command the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea by the Strait of Bab el Mandeb, thus cutting one of the lines of communication with the Indies, which was the most used by the Venetians. Here Da Cunha and Albuquerque separated, the former going to India to obtain a cargo of spices, the latter officially invested with the title of Capitam Mor, and bent on the realization of his vast schemes, setting out on the 10th of August, 1507, for Ormuz, having left his nephew Alfonso da Noronha in charge of the new fortress, he took in succession, and as if to get his hand in for the work, Calayati, where were found immense stores, Curiati and Mascati, which he gave up to pillage, fire and destruction, in order to avenge a series of acts of treachery easily understood by those who know the duplicity of these Eastern people. The success which he had just gained at Mascati, important as it was, did not content Albuquerque. He dreamed of other and grander projects, of which the execution was, however, much compromised by the jealousy of the captains under his orders, and notably of João da Nova, who contemplated abandoning his chief, and whom Albuquerque was obliged to place under arrest on board his own ship. After having suppressed these beginnings of disobedience and rebellion, the Capitam Mor reached Orfacati, which was taken after a vigorous resistance. It is a curious fact that Albuquerque had long heard Ormuz spoken of, but that as yet he was ignorant of its position. He knew that this town served as an entrepot for all the merchandise passing from Asia into Europe. Its riches and power, the number of its inhabitants and the beauty of its monuments were at that time celebrated throughout the East, so much so that there was a common saying, "If the world be a ring, Ormuz is the precious stone set in it." Albuquerque had resolved to take this town, not only because in itself it was a prize worth having, but also because it commanded the whole of the Persian Gulf, which was the second of the great commercial roads between the East and West, without saying anything to the captains of his fleet, who without doubt would have rebelled at the idea of attacking so strong a town, and the capital of a powerful empire. Albuquerque gave orders to double Cape Mussendom, and the fleet soon entered the Strait of Ormuz, the door of the Persian Gulf, from whence was seen rising in all its magnificence a busy town built upon a rocky island, provided with formidable artillery, and protected by an army amounting to not less than from 15 to 20,000 men, while its harbour enclosed a fleet more numerous than could have been suspected at first sight. At this sight, the captains made urgent representations upon the danger that Albuquerque would run in attacking so well-prepared a town, and made the most of the plea how very bad an influence a reverse would exercise. To this discourse Albuquerque answered that indeed it was a very great affair, but that it was too late to draw back, and that he had greater need of determination than of good advice. Albuquerque before Ormuz, scarcely was the anchor dropped before Albuquerque declared his ultimatum. Although the forces under his orders were very disproportionate in numbers, the Capitam more imperiously demanded that Ormuz should recognize the suzerainty of the King of Portugal and submit to his envoy, if it did not wish to share the same fate as Mascati. The king, Sayf ed-Din, who was then reigning over Ormuz, was still a child, and his prime minister, Kodjarata, a skillful and cunning diplomatist, governed in the king's name. Without denying in principle the pretensions of Albuquerque, the Prime Minister wished to gain time, to allow contingents to arrive for the help of the capital. But the admiral who guessed his object did not hesitate, after waiting 3 days, to attack the formidable fleet at anchor under the guns of Ormuz, with his 5 vessels and the Flor de la Mar, the finest and largest ship of that time. The combat was bloody and long undecided, but when they saw fortune was against them, the Moors, abandoning their vessels, endeavoured to swim on shore. The Portuguese upon this jumped into their boats, pursuing the Moors vigorously and causing horrible carnage. Albuquerque next directed his efforts against a large wooden jetty defended by numerous guns and by archers, whose well-aimed arrows wounded a number of the Portuguese and the general himself, who, however, was not hindered thereby from landing and proceeding to burn the suburbs of the town, convinced that resistance would soon be impossible, and that their capital was in danger of being destroyed. The Moors hoisted a flag of truce, and signed a treaty, by which Sayf ed-Din declared himself the vassal of King Emmanuel, promised to pay him an annual tribute of 15,000 seraphins or zarafins, and gave to the conquerors a site for a fortress, which, in spite of the repugnance and reproaches of the Portuguese captains, was soon put into a condition of resistance. Unfortunately, some deserters quickly brought these unworthy dissensions to the knowledge of Codgerata, who profited by them to avoid, under various pretexts, fulfilling the execution of the articles of the new treaty. Some days afterwards, João da Nova and 2 other captains, jealous of the successes of Albuquerque, and trampling in the dust every sentiment of honour, discipline, and patriotism, left him to go to the Indies, while Albuquerque was obliged by this cowardly desertion to withdraw without being able even to guard the fortress which he had been at so much pains to construct. He went to Socotra, where the garrison was in need of help, and then returned to cruise before Ormuz, but thinking himself too weak to undertake anything, he retired for a time to Goa, arriving there at the end of the year 1508. What had been occurring on the Malabar coast during this long and adventurous campaign? The answer may be summed up in a few lines. It will be remembered that Almeida had set out from Belém in 1505 with a fleet of 22 sail, carrying soldiers to the number of 1,500 men. First he seized Quiloa and then Mombaz, of which the cavaliers, as the inhabitants loved to repeat, did not yield as easily as the chicken hearts of Quiloa. Out of the enormous booty, which by the fall of this town fell into the hands of the Portuguese, Almeida only took 1 arrow as his share of the spoil, thus giving a rare example of disinterestedness. After having stopped at Melinda, he went on to Cochin, where he delivered to the Rajah the golden crown sent to him by Emmanuel, whilst he himself, with the presumptuous vanity of which he gave so many proofs, assumed the title of viceroy. Then, after commencing a fortress at Sofala, destined to overawe the Mussulmen of that coast, Almeida and his son Lorenzo scoured the Indian seas, destroying the Malabar fleets, capturing some trading vessels and causing great injury to the enemy, whose accustomed commercial roads were thus intercepted. But for this cruising warfare, a numerous fleet of light vessels was needed, for there was scarcely any other harbour of refuge except Cochin upon the Asiatic coast. How preferable was Albuquerque's system of establishing himself in the country in a permanent manner, by constructing fortresses in all directions, by seizing upon the most powerful cities, whence it was easy to branch off into the interior of the country, by rendering himself master of the keys of the straits, and thus ensuring with much less risk and more solidity the monopoly of the Indian commerce. Meantime, the victories of Almeida and the conquests of Albuquerque had much disquieted the Sultan of Egypt. The abandonment of the Alexandrian route caused a great diminution in the amount of imposts and dues of customs, anchorage and transit, which were laid upon the merchandise of Asia as it passed through his states. Therefore, with the help of the Venetians, who furnished him with the wood for ship-building as well as with skilful sailors, he fitted out a squadron of 12 large ships, which came as far as Cochin, seeking the fleet of Lorenzo d'Almeida and defeating it in a bloody combat in which Lorenzo was killed. If the sorrow of the viceroy were great at this sad news, at least he did not let it appear outwardly, but set to work to make all preparations for taking prompt vengeance upon the Raumis, an appellation which shows the lasting terror attaching to the name of the Romans, and commonly used at this time upon the Malabar coast, for all Mussulman soldiers coming from Byzantium. With 19 sail, Almeida appeared before the fort where his son had been killed, and gained a great victory, but one sullied, it must be confessed, by most frightful cruelties, so much so that it soon became a common saying, "May the anger of the Franks fall upon thee as it fell upon Dabao." Not content with this first success, Almeida, some weeks later, annihilated the combined forces of the Sultan of Egypt and the Rajah of Calicut before Diu. This victory made a profound impression in India, and put an end to the power of the Mahumetists of Egypt. Joao da Nova and the other captains, who had abandoned Albuquerque before Ormuz, had decided to rejoin Almeida. They had excused their disobedience by calumnies, in consequence of which a judicial process was about to be instituted against Albuquerque, when the viceroy received the news of his being replaced in his office by Albuquerque. At first Almeida declared that obedience must be rendered to this sovereign decree, but afterwards, influenced by the traitors, who feared that they would be severely punished when the power had passed into the hands of Albuquerque, he repaired to Cochin in the month of March, 1509, with the fixed determination not to give up the command to his successor. There were disagreeable and painful disputes between these two great men, in which all the wrong done was on the side of Almeida. Albuquerque was about to be sent to Lisbon with chains on his feet, when a fleet of 15 sail entered the harbour, under the command of the Grand Marshal of Portugal, Ferdinand Coutinho. The latter took the part of the prisoner, whom he immediately released, notifying again to Almeida the powers held by Albuquerque from the king, and threatening him with the great anger of Emmanuel if he refused to obey. Almeida could do nothing but yield, and he then did it nobly. As for Joao da Nova, the author of these sad misunderstandings, he died some time afterwards, forsaken by everybody, and had scarcely anyone to follow him to the grave except the new viceroy, who thus generously forgot the injuries done to Alfonso Albuquerque. Immediately after the departure of Almeida, the Grand Marshal Coutinho declared that, having come to India with the intention of destroying Calicut, he intended to turn to account the absence of the Zamorin from his capital. In vain the new viceroy endeavoured to modify his zeal and induce him to take the wise measures recommended by experience. Coutinho would listen to nothing, and Albuquerque was obliged to follow him. Calicut, taken by surprise, was easily set on fire, but the Portuguese, having lingered to pillage the Zamorin's palace, were fiercely attacked in rear by the Nairs, who had succeeded in rallying their troops. Coutinho, whose impetuous valour led him into the greatest danger, was killed, and it required all the skill and coolness of the viceroy to effect a re-embarkation of the troops under the enemy's fire, and to preserve the soldiers of the King of Portugal from total destruction. On his return to Cintagara, a seaport which was a dependency of the King of Narration, with whom the Portuguese had been able to form an alliance, Albuquerque learnt that Goa, the capital of a powerful kingdom, was a prey to political and religious anarchy. Several chiefs were contending there for power. One of them, Melek Sufigugi, was just on the point of seizing the throne, and it was important to profit by the circumstances of the moment and attack the town before he should have been able to gather a force capable of resisting the Portuguese. The viceroy perceived all the importance of this counsel. The situation of Goa, giving access as it did to the kingdom of Narration and to the Deccan, had already struck him forcibly. He did not delay, and soon the Portuguese reckoned one conquest more. Goa the Golden, a cosmopolitan town where were mingled with all the various sects of Islam Parsis, the worshippers of fire and even some Christians, submitted to Albuquerque, and soon became, under a wise and strict government which understood how to conciliate the sympathies of opposing sects, the capital, the chief fortress, and the principal seat of trade of the Portuguese Empire of the Indies. By degrees, and with the course of years, the knowledge of these rich countries had increased. Much information had been gathered together by all those who had ploughed these sunny seas in their gallant vessels, and it was now known what was the centre of production of those spices which people went so far to seek, and for whose acquisition they encountered so many perils. It was already several years since Almeida had founded the first Portuguese factories in Ceylon, the ancient Taprobane, the islands of Sunda and the peninsula of Malacca were now exciting the desires of King Emmanuel, who had already been surnamed the Fortunate. He resolved to send a fleet to explore them, for Albuquerque had enough to do in India to restrain the trembling Rajahs and the Mussulmen, Moors as they were then called, who were always ready to shake off the yoke. This new expedition was under the command of Diego Lopez Sequeira, and according to the traditional policy of the Moors, was at first amicably received at Malacca, but when the suspicions of Lopez Sequeira had been lulled to sleep by reiterated protestations of alliance, the whole population suddenly rose against him, and he was forced to return on board, but not without leaving 30 of his companions in the hands of the Malays. These events had already happened some time when the news of the taking of Goa arrived at Malacca. The Bendara, or Minister of Justice, who exercised regal power in the name of his nephew, who was still a child, fearing the vengeance which the Portuguese would doubtless exact for his treachery, resolved to pacify them. He went to visit his prisoners, excused himself to them by swearing that all had been done unknown to him and against his will, for he desired nothing so much as to see the Portuguese establish themselves in Malacca. Also, he was about to order the authors of the treason to be sought out and punished. The prisoners naturally gave no credence to these lying declarations, but profiting by the comparative liberty which was henceforth granted to them, they cleverly succeeded in conveying to Albuquerque some valuable information upon the position and strength of the town. Albuquerque with much trouble collected a fleet of 19 men of war, carrying 1,400 men, amongst whom there were only 800 Portuguese. This being the case, ought he to venture in obedience to the wish of King Emmanuel to steer for Aden, the key of the Red Sea, which it was important to master in preparation for opposing the passage of a new squadron, which the Sultan of Egypt was intending to send to India. Albuquerque hesitated when a change in the trade winds occurred which put an end to his irresolution. In fact, it was impossible to reach Aden in the teeth of the prevailing wind, while it was favourable for a descent upon Malacca. This town, at that time in its full splendour, did not contain less than 100,000 inhabitants, if many of the houses were built of wood and roofed with the leaves of the palm tree, yet they were equalled in number by the more important buildings, such as mosques and towers built of stone, which stretched out in a long panorama for the distance of 3 miles. The ships of India, China, and of the Malay kingdoms of the Sunda Islands met in its harbour, where numerous vessels coming from the Malabar coast, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the coast of Africa traded in merchandise of all kinds and of every country. When the Rajah of Malacca saw the Portuguese fleet arrive in his waters, he felt that it was necessary to appear to give satisfaction to the foreigners by sacrificing the minister who had excited their anger and caused their arrival. His ambassador therefore came to the viceroy to announce the death of the Bendara, and to find out what were the intentions of the Portuguese. Albuquerque answered by demanding the prisoners who had remained in the hands of the Rajah, but the latter, desirous of gaining time to allow for the expected change in the trade wind, a change which would force the Portuguese to regain the Malabar coast, or else would oblige them to remain at Malacca, where he hoped to be able to exterminate them, invented 1,000 pretexts for delay, and in the meantime, according to the old narratives, he prepared a battery of 8,000 cannon and collected troops to the number of 20,000. At length Albuquerque lost his patience and ordered some houses and several Gujarat vessels to be set on fire, a beginning of execution which speedily brought about the restoration of the prisoners. He then claimed 20,000 crusades as indemnity for the damage caused to the fleet of Lopez Sequeira, and finally he demanded to be allowed to build a fortress within the town itself, which should also serve as a counting house for the merchants. This demand could not be complied with, as Albuquerque well knew. But upon the refusal he resolved to seize the town, fixing upon St. James' Day for the attack. The town was taken quarter by quarter, house by house, after a truly heroic struggle and a most vigorous defence, which lasted for 9 whole days, notwithstanding the employment of extraordinary devices, such as elephants of war, poisoned sabres and arrows, barricades, and skilfully concealed troops. An enormous booty was divided amongst the soldiers, Albuquerque only reserving to himself 6 lions, of gold according to some accounts, of iron according to others, which he intended for the adornment of his tomb, to perpetuate the memory of his victory. The door which gave access to Oceania and to Upper Asia was henceforth open. Many nations unknown till this time would now have intercourse with Europeans. The strange manners and fabulous history of many people were about to be disclosed to the astonished West. A new era had commenced, and these great results were due to the unbridled audacity and indomitable courage of a nation whose country was scarcely discernible upon the map of the world. It was in part owing to the religious toleration which Albuquerque displayed, a toleration which contrasts strangely with the cruel fanaticism of the Spaniards, and in part to the skilful measures which he took, that the prosperity of Malacca resisted the rude shock which it had received. In the course of a few months no trace remained of the trials which the town had experienced, except the sight of the Portuguese banner floating proudly over this great city, which had now become the head and vanguard of the colonial empire of this people, small in numbers, but rendered great by their courage and their spirit of enterprise. Great and wonderful as this new conquest might be, it had not made Albuquerque forget his former projects. If he had appeared to have renounced them, it was only because circumstances had not hitherto seemed favourable for their execution with that tenacity of determination which formed the basis of his character, while still at the southern extremity of the empire which he was founding. His thoughts were fixed upon the northern part of it, upon Ormuz, which the jealousy and treachery of his subordinates had obliged him to abandon at the beginning of his career, at the very moment when success was about to crown his persevering efforts. It was Ormuz which tempted him still. The fame of his exploits and the terror inspired by his name had decided Kodjarata to make some advances to Albuquerque, to ask for a treaty, and to send the arrears of the tribute which had been formally imposed. Although the viceroy placed no belief on these repeated declarations of friendship, on that Moorish faith which deserves to be as notorious as Punic faith, he nevertheless welcomed them, whilst waiting for the power to establish his dominion after a permanent manner in these countries, in 1513 or 1514. The exact date is not ascertained, when his fleet and soldiers were set at liberty by the conquest of Malacca and the tranquillity of his other possessions, Albuquerque set sail for the Persian Gulf. Immediately upon his arrival, although a series of revolutions had changed the government of Ormuz, and the power was then in the hands of a usurper named Rais Nordim or Nureddin, Albuquerque demanded that the fortress, which had been formally begun, should be immediately placed in his hands. After having had it repaired and finished, he took part against the pretender Rais named, in the quarrel which was then dividing the town of Ormuz and preparing it to fall under the dominion of Persia. He seized upon the town and bestowed it upon the aspirant who had accepted his conditions beforehand, and who appeared to Albuquerque to present the most solid guarantees of submission and fidelity. Besides, it would not be difficult in the future to make this certain, for Albuquerque left in the new fortress a garrison perfectly able to bring Rais Nordim to repentance for the slightest attempt at revolt, or the least desire of independence. A well-known anecdote is related of this expedition to Ormuz, but one which, even from its notoriety, we should be blamed for omitting. When the king of Persia sent to Nureddin to demand the tribute which the sovereigns of Ormuz had been in the habit of paying to him, Albuquerque gave orders that a quantity of bullets, cannon balls and shells should be brought from his ships, and showing them to the ambassadors, he told them that such was the coin in which the King of Portugal was accustomed to pay tribute. It does not appear that the Persian ambassadors repeated their demand. Albuquerque had a quantity of bullets brought from his vessels. With his usual wisdom, the viceroy did not wound the feelings of the inhabitants, who speedily returned to the town. Far from squeezing all he could from them, as his successors were destined soon to do, he established an upright system of government which caused the Portuguese name to be loved and respected, at the same time that he was himself accomplishing these marvellous labours. Albuquerque had desired some of his lieutenants to explore the unknown regions to which access had been given by the taking of Malacca. For this purpose he gave to Antonio and Francisco D'Abreu the command of a small squadron carrying 220 men, with which they explored the whole of the Sunda archipelago, Sumatra, Java, Anjom, Simbala, Jola, Galam and Sea. Then being not far from the coast of Australia, they sailed back again to the north, and arrived at the islands of Bureau and Amboyna, which form part of the Molucca group. After having made a voyage of more than 1,500 miles amongst dangerous archipelagos strewn with rocks and coral reefs, and amidst populations often hostile, and after loading their ships there with cloves, nutmegs, sandalwood, mace, and pearls, they set sail for Malacca in 1512. This time the veritable land of spices had been reached. It now only remained to found establishments there and to take possession of it definitely, which was not likely to be long postponed. It has been often remarked that the Tarpeian Rock is not far from the capital. Of this Albuquerque was destined to make experience, and his last days were to be saddened by unmerited disgrace, the result of calumnies and lies, and of a skillfully woven plot which, although it succeeded in temporarily clouding his reputation with King Emmanuel, has not availed to obscure the glory of this great man in the eyes of posterity. Already there had been an effort made to persuade the king that the taking possession of Goa had been a grave error. Its unhealthy climate must, it was said, decimate the European population in a short time. But the king, with perfect confidence in the experience and prudence of his lieutenant, had refused to listen to his enemies, for which Albuquerque had publicly thanked him, saying, "I think more is owing to King Emmanuel for having defended Goa against the Portuguese than to myself for having twice conquered it." But in 1514, Albuquerque had asked the king to bestow upon him as a reward for his services the title of Duke of Goa, and it was this imprudent step which gave an advantage to his adversaries, Soares d'Albigavia and Diogo Mendes, whom Albuquerque had sent as prisoners to Portugal after they had publicly declared themselves his enemies, had succeeded not only in clearing themselves from the accusation brought against them by the viceroy, but in persuading Emmanuel that he wished to constitute an independent duchy, of which Goa should be the capital, and they ended by obtaining his disgrace. The news of the appointment of Albigavia to the post of Captain General of Cochin reached Albuquerque as he was issuing from the Strait of Ormuz on his return to the Malabar coast, and at a time when he was suffering much from disease. He raised his hands towards heaven, says M. F. Denys in his excellent History of Portugal, and pronounced these few words, "Behold, I am in disgrace with the king on account of my love to men, and with men on account of my love to the king. Turn thee, old man, to the church and prepare to die, for it behoves thine honour that thou shouldest die, and never haste thou neglected to do aught which thine honour demands." Whereupon, being arrived in the roadstead of Goa, Alfonso Albuquerque set in order the affairs of his conscience with the church, caused himself to be clad in the dress of the Order of St. Iago of which he was a commander, and then, on Sunday the 16th of December, an hour before daybreak, he rendered up his soul to God. Thus ended all his labours, without their having ever brought him any satisfaction. Albuquerque was buried with great pomp. The soldiers who had been the faithful companions of his wonderful adventures and the witnesses of his manifold tribulations, disputed amidst their tears for the honour of carrying his remains to their last resting place, which their commander had himself chosen. The Hindus in their grief refused to believe that he was dead, declaring that he was gone to command the armies of the sky. A letter of King Emmanuel has been comparatively lately discovered which proves that, although he were deceived for a time by the false reports of the enemies of Albuquerque, he soon discovered his mistake, and rendered him full and entire justice. Unfortunately, this letter of reparation never reached the unfortunate second viceroy of the Indies. It would have sweetened his last moments, whereas he had the pain of dying in the belief that the sovereign for whose glory and the increase of whose power he had consecrated his life had in the end proved ungrateful towards him. With Albuquerque, says Michelet, all humanity and all justice disappeared from amongst the conquerors. Long years after his death, the Indians would repair to the tomb of the great Albuquerque to demand justice of him against the oppressions of his successors. Many causes may be adduced as bringing about the rapid decay and dismemberment of that great colonial empire with which Albuquerque had enriched his country, and which even amidst its ruins has left ineffaceable traces upon India. With Michelet, we may cite the distance and dispersion of the various factories, the smallness of the population of Portugal, but little suited to the wide extension of her establishments, the love of brigandage, and the exactions of a bad government, but beyond all that indomitable national pride, which forbade any mingling of the victors with the vanquished. The fall of the colonial empire was hindered for a time by the influence of two heroic men. The first was Juan de Castro, who, after having had the control of untold riches, remained so poor that he had not even the wherewithal to buy a fowl in his last illness, and the second, Attalide, who once again gave the corrupt eastern populations an example of the most manly virtues and of the most upright administration. But after their time, the empire began to drop to pieces and fell by degrees into the hands of the Spaniards and the Dutch, who in their turn were unable to preserve it intact. All passes away, all is changed. What can be said but to repeat the Spanish saw in applying it to the case of empires? Life is but a dream. End of the first part. Part Roman 2, Chapter 23. Hogedor Americus Vespucius, the New World named after him, Juan de la Cosa, Vincent Yanez Pinzon, Bastidas Diego de Lepe, Diaz de Solis, Ponce de Leon and Florida, Balboa discovers the Pacific Ocean, Grijalva explores the coast of Mexico. The letters and narratives of Columbus and his companions, especially those dwelling upon the large quantity of gold and pearls found in the recently discovered countries, had inflamed the imagination of eager traders and of numbers of gentlemen who loved adventure. On the 10th of April, 1495, the Spanish government had issued an order allowing anyone who might wish to do so to go and discover new countries. But this privilege was so much abused, and Columbus complained so bitterly of its trenching upon established rights, that the permission was withdrawn on the 2nd of June, 1497, and 4 years later, it became necessary to repeat the prohibition with more severe penalties attached to its infringement. The effect of the royal decree was at once to produce a kind of general rush to the Indies, and this was favoured by Bishop Fonseca of Badajoz, through whose hands passed all business connected with the Indies, and of whom Columbus had had so much reason to complain. The admiral had but just left San Lucar on his third voyage, when 4 expeditions of discovery were fitted out almost at the same moment, at the cost of some rich shipowners, foremost among whom we find the Pinzons and Americus Vespucius. The first of these expeditions, which left the port of Santa Maria on the 20th of May, 1499, consisted of 4 vessels and was commanded by Alonso Hogedor. Juan de la Cosa sailed with him as pilot. Americus Vespucius was also on board without any very clearly defined duties, but he would seem to have been astronomer to the fleet. Americus Vespucius, facsimile of an old print. Before entering on a brief account of this voyage, we will glance for a few moments at the 3 men whom we have just named. The last of the 3 especially plays a most important part in the discovery of the New World, which received its name from him. Hogedor, born at Cuenca about 1465 and brought up in the household of the Duke of Medinaceli, had gained his first experience in arms in the wars against the Moors. Columbus enrolled him amongst the adventurers whom he recruited for his second voyage, when Hojdeh distinguished himself alike by his cool courage and his readiness in surmounting all difficulties. What caused his complete rupture with Columbus remains a mystery. It appears still more inexplicable when we think of the distinguished services that Hojdeh had rendered, especially in 1495, at the Battle of La Viga, when the Caribbean Confederation was annihilated. All we know is that on Hojdeh's return to Spain, he found shelter and protection with Bishop Fonseca. It is said even that the Indian minister supplied him with the journal of the Admiral's last voyage, and the map of the countries which Columbus had discovered. The first pilot employed by Hojdeh was Juan de la Cosa, born probably at Santona in the Biscayan country. He had often sailed along the coast of Africa before accompanying Columbus on his first voyage, while in the second expedition he filled the post of hydrographer, Maestro de Hesa Cartas. As specimens of La Cosa's talent in drawing maps may be mentioned two very curious ones still extant, one showing all the territory that had been acquired in Africa in 1500, the other on vellum, and enriched with colour like the first, giving the discoveries made by Columbus and his successors. The second pilot was Bartholomew Roldan, who had likewise sailed with Columbus on his voyage to Paria. As to Americus Vespucius, his duties were not, as we have said, very clearly defined. He was there to aid in making discoveries, per adjutera discopria, says the Italian text of his letter to Sodrini. Born at Florence on the 9th of March, 1451, Amerigo Vespucci belonged to a family of distinction and wealth. He had made mathematics, natural philosophy, and astrology, as it was then called, his special studies. His knowledge of history and literature, judging from his letters, appears to have been somewhat vague and ill-digested. He left Florence in 1492 without any special aim in view, and went to Spain, where he occupied himself at first in commercial pursuits. We hear of him in Seville acting as factor in the powerful trading house of his fellow countryman, Juanoto Berardi. As this house had advanced money to Columbus for his second voyage, it is not unlikely that Vespucius had become acquainted with the admiral at this period of his career. On Juanoto's death in 1495, Vespucius was placed by his heirs at the head of the financial department of the house. Whether he may have been tired of a situation that he thought below his powers, or been seized in his turn with the fever for making new discoveries, or whether he hoped to make his fortune rapidly in the new countries reputed to be so rich. Whatever in short may have been the motive that actuated him, at least this we know, that he joined Hojdeh's expedition in 1499, this fact being so stated in Hojdeh's deposition in the lawsuit instituted by the Treasury with the heirs of Columbus. The flotilla, consisting of 4 vessels, set sail on the 20th of May from Santa Maria, taking a southwesterly course, and in 27 days the American continent was sighted at the place which was named Venezuela, because the houses being built upon piles reminded the beholders of Venice. Hojdeh, after some ineffectual attempts to hold intercourse with the natives, with whom he had several skirmishes, next saw the island of Margarita. After sailing about 250 miles to the east of the river Orinoco, he reached the Gulf of Paria and entered a bay called the Bay of Las Perlas, from the natives of that part being employed in the pearl fisheries. Guided by the maps of Columbus, Hojdeh passed by the Dragon's Mouth, which separates Trinidad from the continent, and returned westward to Cape La Vela. Then, after touching at the Caribbee Islands, where he made a number of prisoners, whom he hoped to sell for slaves in Spain, he was obliged to cast anchor at Yaquimo in Hispaniola on the 5th of September, 1499. Columbus, knowing Hojdeh's courage and his restless spirit only too well, feared that he would introduce a new element of discord into the colony. He therefore dispatched Francesco Roldan with 2 caravels to inquire into his motives in coming to the island, and if necessary to prevent his landing. The admiral's fears were but too well grounded. Hojdeh had scarcely landed before he had an interview with some of the malcontents, inciting them to a rising at Zaragua and to a determination to expel Columbus. After some skirmishes which had not ended to Hojdeh's advantage, a meeting was arranged for him with Roldan, Diego d'Escobar, and Juan de la Cosa when they prevailed upon him to leave the island. He took with him, says Las Casas, a prodigious cargo of slaves whom he sold in the market at Cadiz for enormous sums of money. He returned to Spain in February 1500, where he had been preceded by Americus Vespucius and B. Roldan on the 18th of October, 1499. The most southerly point that Hojdeh had reached in this voyage was 4 degrees north latitude, and he had only spent 14 weeks on the voyage of discovery, properly so called. If we appear to have dwelt at some length upon this voyage, it is because it was the first one made by Vespucius. Some authors, Varnhagen for instance, and quite recently Mr. H. Major, in his History of Prince Henry the Navigator, assert that Vespucius' first voyage was in 1497, and consequently that he must have seen the American continent before Columbus, but we prefer to follow Humboldt, who spent so many years in studying the history of the discovery of America, in his opinion that 1499 was the right date. Also M. Ed. Charton and M. Jules Codine, the latter of whom discussed this question in the report of the Geographical Society for 1873, apropos of Mr. Major's book. If it were true, says Voltaire, that Vespucius had discovered the American continent, yet the glory would not be his. It belongs undoubtedly to the man who had the genius and courage to undertake the first voyage to Columbus. As Newton says in his argument with Leibniz, the glory is due only to the inventor. But we agree with M. Codine when he says, how can we allow that there was an expedition in 1497 which resulted in the discovery of above 2,500 miles of the coastline of the mainland, when there is no trace of it left either among the great historians of that time, or in the legal depositions in connection with the claims made by the heir of Columbus against the Spanish government, in which the priority of the discoveries of each leader of an expedition is carefully mentioned, with the part of the coast explored by each. Finally, the authentic documents extracted from the archives of the Casa de Contratación make it evident that Vespucius was entrusted with the preparation of the vessels destined for the 3rd voyage of Columbus at Seville and at San Lucar from the middle of August, 1497, till the departure of Columbus on the 30th of May, 1498. The narratives of the voyages of Vespucius are very diffuse and wanting in precision and order. The information they give upon the places he visited is so vague that it might apply to one part of the coast as well as to another. As to the localities treated of, as well as of the companions of Vespucius, there are no indications given of a nature to aid the historian. Not a single name is given of any well-known person, and the dates are contradictory in those famous letters which have given endless work to commentators. Humboldt says of them, "There is an element of discord in the most authentic documents relating to the Florentine navigator. We have given an account of Hojd's first voyage, which coincides with that of Vespucius according to Humboldt, who has compared the principal incidents of the two narratives." Varnhagen asserts that Vespucius, having started on the 10th of May, 1497, entered the Gulf of Honduras on the 10th of June, coasted by Yucatan and Mexico, sailed up the Mississippi, and at the end of February 1498 doubled the Cape of Florida. After anchoring for 37 days at the mouth of the St. Lawrence, he returned to Cadiz in October 1498. If Vespucius had really made this marvellous voyage, he would have far outstripped all the navigators of his time, and would have fully deserved that his name should be given to the newly discovered continent, whose coastline he had explored for so great a distance. But nothing is less certain, and Humboldt's opinion has hitherto appeared to the best writers to offer the largest amount of probability. Americus Vespucius made 3 other voyages. Humboldt identifies the first with that of Vincent Yanez Pinzon, and M. d'Avezac with that of Diego de Lepe, 1499 to 1500. At the close of this latter year, Giuliano Bartolomeo di Giacondo induced Vespucius to enter the service of Emmanuel, King of Portugal, and he accomplished 2 more voyages at the expense of his new master. On the first of these 2 voyages, he was no higher in command than he had been in his earlier ones, and only accompanied the expedition as one whose intimate acquaintance with all nautical matters might prove of service under certain circumstances. During this voyage, the ships coasted along the American shores from Cape St. Augustine to 52 degrees of south latitude. The 4th voyage of Vespucius was marked by the wreck of the flagship off the island of Fernando de Noronha, which prevented the other vessels from continuing their voyage towards Malacca by way of the Cape of Good Hope, and obliged the crews to land at All Saints Bay in Brazil. This 4th voyage was unquestionably made with Gonzalo Sealho, but we are quite ignorant as to who was in command on the 3rd voyage. These various expeditions had not tended to enrich Vespucius, while his position at the Portuguese court was so far from satisfactory that he determined to re-enter the service of the King of Spain. By him he was made Piloto Mayor on the 22nd of March, 1508. There were some valuable emoluments attached for his advantage to this appointment, which enabled him to end his days, if not as a rich man, at least as one far removed from want. He died at Seville on the 22nd of February, 1512, with the same conviction as Columbus that he had reached the shores of Asia. Americus Vespucius is especially famous from the New World having been named after him, instead of being called Columbia, as in all justice it should have been, but with this Vespucius had nothing to do. He was for a long time charged, though most unjustly, with impudence, falsehood, and deceit, it being alleged that he wished to veil the glory of Columbus, and to arrogate to himself the honour of a discovery which did not belong to him. This was an utterly unfounded accusation, for Vespucius was both loved and esteemed by Columbus and his contemporaries, and there is nothing in his writings to justify this calumnious assertion. 7 printed documents exist which are attributed to Vespucius. They are the abridged accounts of his 4 voyages, 2 narratives of his 3rd and 4th voyages in the form of letters, addressed to Lorenzo de Pier Francesco de Medici, and a letter addressed to the same nobleman, relative to the Portuguese discoveries in the Indies. These documents, printed and bound up as small thin volumes, were soon translated into various languages and distributed throughout Europe. It was in the year 1507 that a certain Hylacolymus, whose real name was Martin Waldseemüller, first proposed to give the name of America to the new part of the world. He did so in a book printed at St. Dié and called Cosmographia Introductio. In 1509, a small geographical treatise appeared at Strasbourg, adopting the proposal of Hylacolymus, and in 1520, an edition of Pomponius Mela was printed at Basel, giving a map of the New World with the name of America. From this time, the number of works employing the denomination proposed by Waldseemüller increased perpetually. Some years later, when Waldseemüller was better informed as to the real discoverer of America and of the value to be placed upon the voyages of Vespucius, he eliminated from his book all that related to the latter, and substituted everywhere the name of Columbus for that of Vespucius. But it was too late. The same error has prevailed ever since. As to Vespucius himself, it seems very unlikely that he was at all aware of the excitement which prevailed in Europe, nor of what was passing at St. Dié. The testimony that has been unanimously borne to his honourable and upright conduct should surely clear him from the unmerited accusations which have for too long a time clouded his memory. 3 other expeditions left Spain almost at the same time as that of Hojdeh. The first of these, consisting of but one vessel, sailed from Barra Soltes in June 1499. Pier Alonso Nino, who had served under Columbus in his 2 last voyages, was its commander, and he was accompanied by Cristobal Guerra, a merchant of Seville who probably defrayed the expenses of the expedition. This voyage to the coast of Paria seems to have been dictated more by the hope of lucrative commerce than by the interests of science. No new discoveries were made, but the 2 voyagers returned to Spain in April 1500, bringing with them so large a quantity of valuable pearls as to excite the cupidity of their countrymen, who became anxious to try their own fortunes in the same direction. The second expedition was commanded by Vincent Yañez Pinzon, the younger brother of Alonso Pinzon, who had been captain of the Pinta and had shown so much jealousy of Columbus, even adopting the following mendacious device: a Castilla, via Leon Nuevo Mundo Dio Pinzon, Yañez Pinzon, whose devotion to the admiral equalled his brother's jealousy, had advanced an 1/8 part of the funds required for the expedition of 1492, and had on that occasion been in command of the Nina. He set out in December 1499 with 4 vessels, of which only 2 returned to Palos at the end of September 1500. He touched the coast of the newly discovered continent at a point near the shore visited by Hojdeh some months before, and explored the coast for some 2,400 miles, discovering Cape St. Augustine at 8 degrees 20 south latitude, following the coastline in a northwesterly direction to Rio Grande, which he named Santa Maria de la Mar Dulce, and continuing in the same direction as far as Cape St. Vincent. Diego de Lepe explored the same coasts with 2 caravels from January to June 1500. There is nothing particular to record of this voyage beyond the very important observation that was made on the direction of the coastline of the continent starting from Cape St. Augustine. Lepe had but just returned to Spain when 2 vessels left Cadiz, equipped by Rodrigo M. Bastidas, a wealthy and highly respectable man, with the view of making some fresh discoveries, but above all with the object of collecting as large a quantity of gold and pearls as possible, for which were to be bartered glass beads and other worthless trifles. Juan de la Cosa, whose talents as a navigator were proverbial, and who knew these coasts well from having explored them, was really at the head of this expedition. The sailors went on shore and saw the Rio Sinu, the Gulf of Eurabia, and reached the Puerto del Retreat or de los Escribanos in the Isthmus of Panama. This harbour was not visited by Columbus till the 26th of November, 1502. It is situated about 17 miles from the once celebrated, but now destroyed town of Nombre de Dios. In fact, this expedition, which had been organized by a merchant, became, thanks to Juan de la Cosa, one of the voyages the most fertile in discoveries. But alas, it came to a sad termination. The vessels were lost in the Gulf of Zaragua, and Bastidas and La Cosa were obliged to make their way by land to St. Domingo. When they arrived there, Bobadilla, the upright man and model governor, whose infamous conduct to Columbus we have already mentioned, had them arrested on the plea that they had bought some gold from the Indians of Zaragua. He sent them off to Spain, which was only reached after a fearfully stormy voyage, some of the vessels being lost on the way. After this expedition, so fruitful in results, voyages of discovery became rather less frequent for some years, the Spaniards being occupied in asserting their supremacy in the countries in which they had already founded colonies. Indians devoured by dogs. From an old print, the colonization of Hispaniola had commenced in 1493, when the town of Isabella was built. 2 years afterwards, Christopher Columbus had travelled over the island and had subjugated the poor savages by means of those terrible dogs which had been trained to hunt Indians, and unaccustomed as the natives were to any hard work, he had forced them to toil in the mines. Both Bovadilla and Ovando, treating the Indians as a herd of cattle, had divided them among the colonists as slaves. The cruelty with which this unfortunate people was treated became more and more unbearable. By means of a despicable ambush, Ovando seized the Queen of Zaragua and 300 of her principal subjects, and at a given signal they were all put to the sword without there being any crime adduced against them. For some years, says Robertson, the gold brought into the royal treasury of Spain amounted to about 460,000 pesos, 2,400,000 livres of the currency of Tours, an enormous sum if we take into consideration the great increase in the value of money since the beginning of the 16th century. In 1511, Diego Velázquez conquered Cuba with 300 men, and here again were enacted the terrible scenes of bloodshed and pillage which have rendered the Spanish name so sadly notorious. They cut off the thumbs of the natives, put out their eyes, and poured boiling oil or melted lead into their wounds, even when they did not torture them by burning them over a slow fire to extract from them the secret of the treasures of which they were believed to be the possessors. It was only natural under these circumstances that the population rapidly decreased, and the day was not far off when it would be wholly exterminated. To understand fully the sufferings of this race thus odiously persecuted, the touching and horrible narrative of Las Casas must be read, himself the indefatigable defender of the Indians. Indians burnt alive, from an old print. In Cuba, the cacique Hatui was made prisoner and condemned to be burnt. When he was tied to the stake, a Franciscan monk tried to convert him, promising him that if he would only embrace the Christian faith, he would be at once admitted to all the joys of paradise. "Are there any Spaniards in that land of happiness and joy of which you speak?" asked Hatui. "Yes," replied the monk, "but only those who have been just and good in their lives." "The very best among them can have neither justice nor mercy," said the poor cacique. "I do not wish to go to any place where I should meet a single man of that accursed race." Does not this fact suffice to paint the degree of exasperation to which these unfortunate people had been driven? And these horrors were repeated wherever the Spaniards set foot. We will throw a veil over these atrocities practiced by men who thought themselves civilized, and who pretended that they wished to convert to Christianity, the religion preeminently of love and mercy, a race who were in reality less savage than themselves. In 1504 and 1505 4 vessels explored the Gulf of Eurabia. This was the first voyage in which Juan de la Cosa had the supreme command. This seems, too, to have been about the date of Hojda's third voyage, when he went to the territory of Coquibacoa, a voyage that certainly was made, as Humboldt says, but of which we have no clear account. In 1509, Juan Diaz de Solis, in concert with Vincent Yanez Pinzon, discovered a vast province, since known by the name of Yucatan, though this expedition was not a very remarkable one in itself, says Robertson. It deserves to be noticed as it led to discoveries of the utmost importance. For the same reason we must mention the voyage of Diego d'Ocampo, who, being charged to sail round Cuba, was the first to ascertain the fact that it was a large island, Columbus having always regarded it as part of the continent. 2 years later, Juan Diaz de Solis and Vincent Pinzon, sailing southwards towards the equinoctial line, advanced as far as the 40 degrees of south latitude, and found, to their surprise, that the continent extended on their right hand even to this immense distance. They landed several times, and took formal possession of the country, but could not found any colonies there, on account of the small resources they had at their command. The principal result of this voyage was the more exact knowledge which it gave of the extent of this part of the globe. Alonso de Hojda, whose adventures we have narrated above, was the first to think of founding a colony on the mainland. Although he had no means of his own, his courage and enterprising spirit soon gained him associates, who furnished him with the funds needed for carrying out his plans. With the same object, Diego de Nicusa, a rich colonist of Hispaniola, organized an expedition in 1509. King Ferdinand, who was always lavish of encouragements which cost little, gave both Hojda and Nicusa honourable titles and patents of nobility, but not a single maravedis, a Spanish coin. He also divided the newly discovered continent into 2 governments, of which one was to extend from Cape La Vela to the Gulf of Darien, and the other from the Gulf of Darien to Cape Gracias a Dios. The first was given to Hojda, the second to Nicusa. These 2 conquistadors had to deal with a population far less easy to manage than that of the Antilles. Determined to resist to the utmost the invasion of their country, they adopted means of resistance hitherto unknown to the Spaniards. Thus the strife became deadly. In a single engagement, 70 of Hojda's companions fell under the arrows of the savages, fearful weapons steeped in curia, so fatal a poison that the slightest wound was followed by death. Nicusa, on his side, had much difficulty in defending himself, and in spite of 2 considerable reinforcements from Cuba, the greater number of his followers perished during the year from wounds, fatigue, privations, or sickness. The survivors founded the small colony of Santa Maria el Antigua upon the Gulf of Darien, and placed it under the command of Balboa. Before we speak of Balboa's wonderful expedition, we must notice the discovery of a country that forms the most northerly side of that arc, cut so deeply into the continent, and which bears the name of the Gulf of Mexico. In 1502, Juan Ponce de Leon, a member of one of the oldest families in Spain, had arrived in Hispaniola with Ovando. He had assisted in its subjugation, and in 1508 had conquered the island of San Juan de Puerto Rico, having learnt from the Indians that there existed a fountain in the island of Bimini, which possessed the miraculous power of restoring youth to all who drank of its waters. Ponce de Leon resolved to go in search of it. Infirmities must have been already creeping on him at 50 years of age, or he would scarcely have felt the need of trying this fountain. Ponce de Leon equipped 3 vessels at his own expense and set out from Saint Germain in Puerto Rico on the 1st of March, 1512. He went first to the Lucayan Islands, which he searched in vain, and then to the Bahamas. If he did not succeed in finding the fountain of youth which he sought so credulously, at least he had the satisfaction of discovering an apparently fertile tract of country which he named Florida, either from his landing there on Palm Sunday, Pax Fleuris, or perhaps from its delightful aspect. Such a discovery would have contented many a traveller, but Ponce de Leon went from one island to another, tasting the water of every stream that he met with, without the satisfaction of seeing his white hair again becoming black or his wrinkles disappearing. After spending 6 months in this fruitless search, he was tired of playing the dupe, so giving up the business he returned to Puerto Rico on the 5th of October, leaving Perez de Ortubia and the pilot Antonio de Alaminos to continue the search. Pierre Charlevoix says, he was the object of great ridicule when he returned in much suffering, and looking older than when he set out. This voyage, so absurd in its motive but so fertile in its results, might well be considered to be simply imaginary, were it not vouched for by historians of such high repute as Peter Martyr, Ovidio, Herrera, and Garcilaso de la Vega. Vasco Núñez de Balboa, who was 15 years younger than Ponce de Leon, had come to America with bastardas and had settled in Hispaniola. He was only anxious for a safe refuge from his numerous creditors, being, as were so many of his fellow countrymen, deeply in debt, in spite of the repartimiento of Indians which had been allotted to him. Unfortunately for Balboa, a law had been passed forbidding any vessels bound for the mainland taking insolvent debtors on board, but his ingenuity was equal to this emergency, for he had himself rolled in an empty barrel to the vessel which was to carry Encisco to Darien. The chief of the expedition had no choice but to receive the brave adventurer who had joined him in this singular manner, and who never fled except from duns, as he soon proved on landing. The Spaniards, accustomed to find but little resistance from the natives of the Antilles, could not subjugate the fierce inhabitants of the mainland. On account of the dissensions that had arisen among themselves, they were obliged to take refuge at Santa Maria el Antigua, a settlement which Balboa, now elected commandant in place of Encisco, founded in Darien. If the personal bravery of Balboa or the ferocity of Leoncillo his bloodhound, who was more dreaded than 20 armed men and received the same pay as a soldier, could have awed the Indians, Balboa would have also won their respect by his justice and comparative moderation, for he allowed no unnecessary cruelty. In the course of some years, he collected a great mass of most useful information with regard to that El Dorado, that land of gold, which he was destined never to reach himself, but the acquisition of which he did much to facilitate for his successors. It was in this way that he learnt the existence 6 suns away, 6 days' journey, of another sea, the Pacific Ocean, which washed the shores of Peru, a country where gold was found in large quantities. Balboa's character, which was as grand as those of Cortes and Pizarro, but who had not as they the time or opportunity to show the extraordinary qualities which he possessed, felt convinced that this information was most valuable, and that if he could carry out such a discovery, it would shed great lustre on his name. He assembled a body of 190 volunteers, all valiant soldiers, and like himself, accustomed to all the chances of war, as well as acclimatized to the unhealthy effluvia of a marshy country, where fever, dysentery, and complaints of the liver were constantly present. Though the Isthmus of Darien is only 60 miles in width, it is divided into two parts by a chain of high mountains. At the foot of these the alluvial soil is marvellously fertile, and the vegetation far more luxuriant than any European can imagine. It consists of an inextricable mass of tropical plants, creepers, and ferns, among trees of gigantic size which completely hide the sun, a truly virgin forest, interspersed here and there with patches of stagnant water, where live multitudes of birds, insects, and animals, never disturbed by the foot of man. A warm, moist atmosphere exists here which exhausts the strength and speedily saps the energy of any man, even the most robust. With all these obstacles which nature seemed to have rejoiced in placing in Balboa's path, there was yet another no less formidable, and this was the resistance which the savage inhabitants of this inhospitable shore would offer to his progress. Balboa set out without caring for the risk he ran in the event of the guides and native auxiliaries proving faithless. He was escorted by 1,000 Indians as porters, and accompanied by a troop of those terrible bloodhounds which had acquired the taste for human flesh in Hispaniola. Of the tribes that he met with on his route, some fled into the mountains carrying their provisions with them, and others, taking advantage of the difficulties the land presented, tried to fight. Balboa, marching in the midst of his men, never sparing himself, sharing in their privations and rousing their courage, which would have failed more than once, was able to inspire them with so much enthusiasm for the object that was before them, that after 25 days of marching and fighting, they could see from the top of a mountain that vast Pacific Ocean, of which 4 days later Balboa, his drawn sword in one hand and the banner of Castile in the other, took possession in the name of the King of Spain. The part of the Pacific Ocean which he had reached is situated to the east of Panama, and still bears the name of the Gulf of San Miguel, given to it by Balboa. The information he obtained from the neighbouring caciques, whom he subjugated by force of arms, and from whom he obtained a considerable booty, agreed in every particular with what he had heard before he set out. A vast empire lay to the south, they said, so rich in gold that even the commonest instruments were made of it, where the domestic animals were llamas that had been tamed and trained to carry heavy burdens, and whose appearance in the native drawings resembled that of the camel. These interesting details, and the great quantity of pearls offered to Balboa, confirmed him in his idea that he must have reached the Asiatic countries described by Marco Polo, and that he could not be far from the empire of Cipango or Japan, of which the Venetian traveller had described the marvellous riches which were perpetually dazzling the eyes of these avaricious adventurers. Balboa discovering the Pacific Ocean, Balboa several times crossed the Isthmus of Darien, and always in some fresh direction. Humboldt might well say that this country was better known in the beginning of the 16th century than in his own day. Beyond this, Balboa had launched some vessels built under his orders on the newly discovered ocean, and he was preparing a formidable armament with which he hoped to conquer Peru, when he was odiously and judicially murdered by the orders of Pedrarias Davila, the governor of Darien, who was jealous of the reputation Balboa had already gained, and of the glory which would doubtless recompense his bravery if he carried out the expedition which he had arranged. Thus the conquest of Peru was retarded by at least 25 years, owing to the culpable jealousy of a man whose name has acquired, by Balboa's assassination, almost as wretched a celebrity as that of Erostratus, if we owe to Balboa the first authentic documents regarding Peru. Another explorer was destined to furnish some not less important touching that vast Mexican empire, which had extended its sway over almost the whole of Central America. In 1518, Juan de Grijalva had been placed in command of a flotilla, consisting of 4 vessels armed by Diego Velázquez, the conqueror of Cuba, which were destined to collect information upon Yucatan, sighted the year before by Hernández de Cordova. Grijalva, accompanied by the pilot Alaminos, who had made the voyage to Florida with Ponce de Leon, had 200 men under his command. Amongst the volunteers was Bernal Diaz del Castillo, the clever author of a very interesting history of the conquest of Mexico, from which we shall borrow freely. After 13 days' sailing, Grijalva reached the island of Cozumel on the coast of Yucatan, doubled the Cape of Cotoche, and entered the Bay of Campeche. He disembarked on the 10th of May at Potonchan, of which the inhabitants defended the town and citadel vigorously, in spite of their astonishment at the vessels, which they took for some kind of marine monsters, and their fear of the pale-faced men who hurled thunderbolts. 57 Spaniards were killed in the engagement, and many were wounded. This warm reception did not encourage Grijalva to make any long stay amongst this warlike people. He set sail again after anchoring for 4 days, took a westerly course along the coast of Mexico, and on the 19th of May entered a river named by the natives the Tabasco, where he soon found himself surrounded by a fleet of 50 native boats filled with warriors ready for the conflict. But thanks to Grijalva's prudence and the amicable demonstrations which he made, peace was not disturbed. We made them understand, writes Bernal Diaz, that we were the subjects of a powerful emperor called Don Carlos, and that it would be greatly to their advantage if they also would acknowledge him as their master. They replied that they had a sovereign already, and were at a loss to understand why we, who had only just arrived and who knew so little of them, should offer them another king. This reply was scarcely that of a savage. In exchange for some worthless European trinkets, the Spaniards obtained some yucca bread, copal gum, pieces of gold worked into the shape of fishes or birds, and garments made of cotton which had been woven in the country. As the natives who had been taken on board at Cape Cotoche did not perfectly understand the language spoken by the inhabitants of Tabasco, the stay here was but of short duration, and the ships again put to sea. They passed the mouth of the Rio Guatzacoalco, the snowy peaks of the San Martin Mountains being seen in the distance, and they anchored at the mouth of a river which was called Rio de las Banderas, from the number of white banners displayed by the natives to show their friendly feeling towards the newcomers. When Grijalva landed, he was received with the same honour as the Indians paid to their gods. They burnt copal incense before him, and laid at his feet more than 1,500 piastres worth of small gold jewels, as well as green pearls and copper hatchets. After taking formal possession of the country, the Spaniards landed on an island called Los Sacrificios Island, from a sort of altar which they found there placed at the top of several steps, upon which lay the bodies of 5 Indians sacrificed since the preceding evening. Their bodies were cut open, their hearts torn out, and both legs and arms cut off. Leaving this revolting spectacle, they went to another small island, which received the name of San Juan, being discovered on St. John's Day. To this they added the word Culua, which they heard used by the natives of these shores. But Culua was the ancient name for Mexico, and this island of San Juan de Culua is now known as St. John d'Ulloa. Grijalva put all the gold which he had collected on board one of the ships and dispatched it to Cuba, while he continued his exploration of the coast, discovered the sierras of Tuster and Tuspa, and collected a large amount of useful information regarding this populous country. On arriving at the Rio Panuco, he was attacked by a flotilla of native vessels and had much difficulty in defending himself against their attacks. This expedition was nearly over, for provisions were running short, and the vessels were in a very bad state. The volunteers were many of them sick and wounded, and even had they been in good health, their numbers were too small to make it safe to leave them among these warlike people, even under the shelter of fortifications. Besides, the leaders of the expedition no longer acted in concert, so after repairing the largest of the vessels in the Rio Tonala, where Bernal Dyers boasts of having sown the first orange pips which were ever brought to Mexico, the Spaniards set out for Santiago in Cuba, where they arrived on the 15th of November after a cruise of 7 months, not 45 days, as M. Ferdinand Denis asserts in the Biographie Didot, and as M. Ed. Charton repeats in his Voyageurs Anciens et Moderns. The results obtained from this voyage were considerable. For the first time, the long line of coast which forms the peninsula of Yucatan, the Bay of Campeche, and the base of the Gulf of Mexico, had been explored continuously from cape to cape. Not only had it been proved beyond doubt that Yucatan was not an island as they had believed, but much and reliable information had been collected with regard to the existence of the rich and powerful empire of Mexico. The explorers had been much struck with the marks of a more advanced civilization than that existing in the Antilles, with the superiority of the architecture, the skillful cultivation of the land, the fine texture of the cotton garments, and the delicacy of finish of the golden ornaments worn by the Indians. All this combined to increase the thirst for riches among the Spaniards of Cuba, and to urge them on like modern Argonauts to the conquest of this new golden fleece. Grijalva was not destined to reap the fruits of his perilous and at the same time intelligent voyage, which threw so new a light on Indian civilization. The sic vos non vobis of the poet was once again to find an exemplification in this circumstance. Roman II, the conquerors of Central America, Ferdinand courts, his character, his appointment, preparations for the expedition, and attempts of Velázquez to stop it. Landing at Vera Cruz, Mexico, and the Emperor Montezuma, the Republic of Tlaxcala, march upon Mexico. The Emperor is made prisoner, navies defeated, the Noche Triste, Battle of Otumba, the second siege and taking of Mexico, expedition to Honduras, voyage to Spain, expeditions on the Pacific Ocean, second voyage of courts to Spain. His death. Velázquez had not waited for Grijalva's return before sending off to Spain the rich products of the countries discovered by the latter, and at the same time soliciting from the Council of the Indies, as well as from the Bishop of Burgos, an addition to his authority, that he might attempt the conquest of these countries. At the same time, He fitted out a new armament proportioned to the dangers and importance of the undertaking that he proposed. But though it was comparatively easy for Velázquez to collect the necessary material and men, it was far more difficult for him, whom an old writer describes as niggardly, credulous, and suspicious in disposition, to choose a fit leader. He wished, indeed, to find one who should combine qualities nearly always incompatible, high courage and great talent, without which there was no chance of success, with at the same time sufficient docility and submissiveness, to do nothing without orders, and to leave to him who incurred no risk any glory and success which might attend the enterprise. Some who were brave and enterprising would not be treated as mere machines. Others who were more docile or more cunning lacked the qualities required to ensure the success of so vast an enterprise. Among the former were some of Grijalva's companions who wished that he should be made commander, while the latter preferred Augustin Bermudez or Bernardino Velázquez. While this was pending, the governor's secretary, Andres de Duro and Amador de Larez, the controller of Cuba, both favourites of Velázquez, made an arrangement with a Spanish nobleman named Ferdinand Cortes that if they could obtain the appointment for him, they should be allowed a share in his gains. Bernal Diaz says, "They praised Cortes so highly, and pointed him out in such flattering terms as the very man fitted to fill the vacant post, adding that he was brave and certainly very faithful to Velázquez, to whom he was son-in-law, that he allowed himself to be persuaded, and Cortes was nominated Captain General. As Andres de Duro was the governor's secretary, he hastened to formulate the powers in a deed, making them very ample as Cortes desired, and brought it to him duly signed. Had Velázquez been gifted with the power of looking into the future, Cortes was certainly not the man he would have chosen. Ferdinand Cortes, from an old print, Cortes was born at Medellin in Estremadura in 1485, of an ancient but slenderly endowed family. After studying at Salamanca for some time, he returned to his native town, but the quiet, monotonous life there was little suited to his restless and capricious temper, and he soon started for America, reckoning upon the protection of his relation Ovando, the governor of Hispaniola. His expectations were fully realized, and he held several honorable and lucrative posts, without counting that between times he joined in several expeditions against the natives. If he became in this manner initiated into the Indian system of tactics, so also, unfortunately, did he grow familiar with those acts of cruelty which have too often stained the Castilian name. He accompanied Diego de Velázquez in his Cuban expedition in 1511, and here he distinguished himself so highly that, notwithstanding certain disagreements with his chief, a large grant of land as well as of Indians was made to him as a recognition of his services. Cortes amassed the sum of 3,000 castellanos in the course of a few years by his industry and frugality, a large sum for one in his position, but his chief recommendations in the eyes of Andres de Duro and Amador de Serres, his two patrons, were his activity, his well-known prudence, his decision of character, and the power of gaining the confidence of all with whom he was brought into contact. In addition to all this, he was of imposing stature and appearance, very athletic, and possessed powers of endurance, remarkable even among the hardy adventurers who were accustomed to brave all kinds of hardships. As soon as Cortes had received his commission, which he did with every mark of respectful gratitude, he set up a banner at the door of his house, made of black velvet embroidered in gold, bearing the device of a red cross in the midst of blue and white flames, and below this motto in Latin, "Friends, let us follow the cross, and if we have faith, we shall overcome by this sign. He concentrated the whole force of his powerful mind upon the means to make the enterprise a success. Even his most intimate friends were astonished at his enthusiasm in preparing for it. He not only gave the whole of the money which he possessed towards arming the fleet, but he charged part on his estate, and borrowed considerable sums from his friends to purchase vessels, provisions, munitions of war, and horses. In a few days 300 volunteers had enrolled themselves, attracted by the fame of the general, the daring nature of the enterprise, and the profit that would probably accrue from it. Velázquez, always suspicious and doubtless instigated by some who were jealous of courts, tried to put a stop to the expedition at its outset. Courts, being warned by his two patrons that Velázquez would probably try to take the command from him, acted with his customary decision. He collected his men, and in spite of the vessels not being completed and of an insufficient armament, he weighed anchor and sailed during the night. When Velázquez discovered that his plans had been checkmated, he concealed his indignation. But at the same time, he made every arrangement to stop the man who could thus throw off all dependence upon him with such consummate coolness. Cortes anchored at Macarca to complete his stores, and found many of those who had accompanied Grijalva now hasten to serve under his banner. Pedro de Alvarado and his brothers, Cristobal de Olid, Alonso de Avila, Hernández de Puerto Carrero, Gonzalo de Sandoval, and Bernal Diaz del Castillo, who was to write a valuable account of these events, quorum pars magna fuit. Trinity Harbour on the south coast of Cuba was the next resting place, and here a further supply of provisions was taken on board. But while Cortes lay at anchor for this purpose, Verdugo, the governor, received letters from Velázquez, desiring him to arrest the captain-general, the command of the fleet having been just taken from him. This bold step would have endangered the safety of the town, so Verdugo refrained from executing the order. Cortes sailed away to Havana in order to enlist some new adherents, while his lieutenant Alvarado went over land to the port where the last preparations were made. Although Velázquez was unsuccessful in his first attempt, he again sent an order to arrest Cortes, but Pedro Barber, the governor, felt the impossibility of executing the order in the midst of soldiers who, as Bernal Diaz says, would willingly have given their lives to save Cortes. At length, having recalled the volunteers by beat of drum, and taken on board all that appeared necessary, Cortes set sail on the 18th February 1519 with 11 ships, the largest being of 100 tons, 110 sailors, 553 soldiers, 13 of whom were arquebusiers, 200 Indians from the island, and some women for domestic work. The real strength of the armament lay in the 10 pieces of artillery, the 4 falconets provided with an ample supply of ammunition, and the 16 horses which had been obtained at great expense. It was with these almost miserable means, which, however, had given Cortes much trouble to collect, that he prepared to wage war with a sovereign whose dominions were of greater extent than those appertaining to the King of Spain, an enterprise from which he would have turned back if he had foreseen half its difficulties. But long ago a poet said, "Fortune smiles on those who dare." After encountering a very severe storm, the fleet touched at the island of Cozumel, where they found that the inhabitants had embraced Christianity, either from fear of the Spaniards, or from finding the inability of their gods to help them. Just as the fleet was about to leave the island, Cortes had the good fortune to meet with a Spaniard named Geronimo d'Aguilar, who had been kept a prisoner by the Indians for 8 years. During that time he had learnt the Indian language perfectly. He was as prudent as he was clever, and when he joined the expedition he was of the greatest use as an interpreter. After doubling Cape Catoche, Courts sailed down the Bay of Campeche, passed Potonchan, and entered the Rio Tabasco, hoping to meet with as friendly a reception there as Grijalva had done, and also to collect an equally large quantity of gold. But he found a great change had taken place in the feelings of the natives, and he was obliged to employ force. In spite of the bravery and numerical superiority of the Indians, the Spaniards overcame them in several engagements, thanks to the terror caused by the reports of their firearms and the sight of the cavalry, whom the Indians took for supernatural beings. The Indians lost a large number of men in these engagements, while among the Spaniards 2 were killed, and 14 men and several horses wounded. The wounds of the latter were dressed with fat taken from the dead bodies of the Indians. At last peace was made, and the natives gave Courts provisions, some cotton clothing, a small quantity of gold, and 20 female slaves, among whom was the celebrated mariner, who rendered such signal services to the Spaniards as an interpreter, and who is mentioned by all the historians of the conquest of the New World. Courts receives provisions, clothing, a little gold, and 20 female slaves. Courts continued on a westerly course, seeking a suitable place for landing, but he could find none until he reached St. John d'Ulloa. The fleet had scarcely cast anchor before a canoe made its way fearlessly to the admiral's vessel, and here Marina, who was of Aztec origin, was of the greatest use, in telling Courts that the Indians of this part of the country were the subjects of a great empire, and that their province was one recently added to it by conquest. Their monarch, named Moctezuma, better known under the name of Montezuma, lived in Tenochtitlan, or Mexico, nearly 210 miles away in the interior. Courts offered the Indians some presents, assuring them of his pacific intentions, and then disembarked upon the torrid and unhealthy shore of Vera Cruz. Provisions flowed in immediately, but the day after the landing, Tutile, governor of the province and ambassador of Montezuma to the Spaniards, had much difficulty in answering Courts when he asked him to conduct him to his master without delay, knowing as he did all the anxiety and fears which had haunted the mind of the emperor since the arrival of the Spaniards. However, he caused some cotton stuffs, feather cloaks, and some articles made of gold to be laid at the feet of the general, a sight which simply excited the cupidity of the Europeans. To give these poor Indians an adequate idea of his power, Courts called out his soldiers and put them through their drill. He also ordered the discharge of some pieces of artillery, the noise of which froze the hearts of the savages with terror. During the whole time of the interview, some painters had been employed in sketching upon pieces of white cotton the ships, the troops, and everything which had struck their fancy. These drawings, very cleverly executed, were to be sent to Montezuma. Before beginning the history of the heroic struggles which shortly commenced, it will be useful to give some details as to that Mexican empire which, powerful as it appeared, nevertheless contained within itself numerous elements of decay and dissolution, which fact explains the cause of its conquest by a mere handful of adventurers. That part of America which was under the dominion of Montezuma was called Anahuac, and lay between 14 degrees and 20 degrees north latitude. This region presents great varieties of climate on account of its difference of altitude. Towards the centre, and rather nearer to the Pacific than to the Atlantic, there is a huge basin at an elevation of 7,500 feet above the sea, and about 200 miles in circumference, in the hollow of which there were at that time several lakes. This depression is called the Valley of Mexico, taking its name from the capital of the empire, as may be easily supposed. We possess very few authentic details about a people whose written annals were burnt by the ignorant conquistadors and by fanatical monks, who jealously suppressed everything which might remind the conquered race of their ancient religious and political traditions. Arriving from the north in the 7th century, the Toltecs had overspread the plateau of Anahuac. They were an intelligent race of people, addicted to agriculture and the mechanical arts, understanding the working in metals, and to whom is due the construction of the greater part of the sumptuous and gigantic edifices of which the ruins are found in every direction in New Spain. After 4 centuries of power, the Toltecs disappeared from the country as mysteriously as they had come. A century later they were replaced by a savage tribe from the northwest, who were soon followed by more civilized races, speaking apparently the Toltec language. The most celebrated of these tribes were the Aztecs and the Alcolhues or Tezcucans, who assimilated themselves easily with the tincture of civilization which remained in the country with the last of the Toltecs. The Aztecs, after a series of migrations and wars, settled themselves in 1326 in the Valley of Mexico, where they built their capital Tenochtitlan. A treaty of alliance both offensive and defensive was entered into between the states of Mexico, Tezcuco and Tlacopan, and was rigorously observed for a whole century. In consequence of this, the Aztec civilization, which had been at first bounded by the extent of the valley, spread on all sides, and soon was limited only by the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. In a short time these people had reached a higher degree of civilization than any other tribe in the New World. The rights of property were recognized in Mexico, commerce flourished there, and 3 kinds of coin in circulation provided the ordinary mechanism of exchange. There was a well-organized police, and a system of relays which worked with perfect regularity and enabled the sovereign to transmit his orders with rapidity from one end of the empire to the other. The number and beauty of the towns, the great size of the palaces, temples and fortresses indicated an advanced civilization, which presented a singular contrast to the ferocious manners of the Aztecs. Their polytheistic religion was in the highest degree barbarous and sanguinary. The priests formed a very numerous body, and exercised great influence even over political affairs. Side by side with rites similar to those of Christians, such as baptism and confession, the religion presented a tissue of the most absurd and bloody superstitions. The offering up of human sacrifices, adopted at the beginning of the 14th century, and used at first very sparingly, had soon become so frequent that the number of victims immolated each year, and drawn chiefly from the conquered nations, amounted to 20,000, while under certain circumstances the number was much larger. Thus, in 1486, at the inauguration of the temple of Huitzilopochtli, 70,000 captives perished in a single day. The government of Mexico was monarchical. At first the imperial power had been carefully limited, but it had increased with the various conquests and had become despotic. The sovereign was always chosen out of the same family, and his accession was marked by the offering up of numerous human sacrifices. The Emperor Montezuma belonged to the sacerdotal caste, and in consequence his power received some unwanted development. The result of his numerous wars had been the extension of his frontiers and the subjugation of various nations. These latter welcomed the Spaniards with eagerness, thinking that their dominion must surely be less oppressive and less cruel than that of the Aztecs. It is certain that if Montezuma, with the large force which he had at his disposal, had fallen upon the Spaniards when they were occupying the hot and unhealthy shore of Vera Cruz, they would have been unable, in spite of the superiority of their arms and discipline, to resist such a shock. They must all have perished or been obliged to re-embark, and the fate of the New World would have been completely changed. But the decision which formed the most salient point in the character of Courts was completely wanting in that of Montezuma, a prince who never could at any time adopt a resolute policy. Fresh ambassadors from the emperor had arrived at the Spanish camp, bringing to Courts an order to quit the country, and upon his refusal all intercourse between the natives and the invaders had immediately ceased. The situation was becoming critical, and this Courts felt, after having overcome some hesitation which had been shown by the troops. He laid the foundations of Vera Cruz, a fortress designed to serve as a basis of operations and a shelter in case of a possible re-embarkation. He next organized a kind of civil government, a junta, as it would be called in the present day, to which he resigned the commission which had been revoked by Velázquez, and then he made the junta give him one with new provisions and more extended powers. After this he received the envoys from the town of Zempoala, who were come to solicit his alliance and his protection against Montezuma, whose dominion they bore with impatience. Courts was indeed fortunate in meeting with such allies so soon after landing, and not wishing to allow so golden an opportunity to slip, he welcomed the Totonacs kindly, went with them to their capital, and after having caused a fortress to be constructed at Querbislan on the seashore, he persuaded his new friends to refuse the payment of tribute to Montezuma. He took advantage of his stay at Zempoala to exhort these people to embrace Christianity, and he threw down their idols, as he had already done at Cozumel, to prove to them the powerlessness of their gods. Meanwhile a plot had been forming in his own camp, and Courts, feeling convinced that as long as there remained any way of returning to Cuba, there would be constant lukewarmness and discontent among his soldiers, caused all his ships to be run aground, under the pretext of their being in too shattered a condition to be of any further use. This was an unheard-of act of audacity, and one which forced his companions either to conquer or to die. Having no longer anything to fear from the want of discipline of his troops, Courts set out for Zempoala on the 16th of August, with 500 soldiers, 15 horses and 6 field cannon, and also 200 Indian porters, who were intended to perform all menial offices. The little army soon reached the frontiers of the small republic of Tlaxcala, of which the fierce inhabitants, impatient of servitude, had long been engaged in strife with Montezuma. Courts flattered himself that his oft-proclaimed intention of delivering the Indians from the Mexican yoke would induce the Tlaxcalans to become his allies, and at once to make common cause with him. He therefore asked for leave to cross their territory on his way to Mexico, but his ambassadors were detained, and as he advanced into the interior of the country, he was harassed for 14 consecutive days and nights by continual attacks from several bodies of Tlaxcalans, amounting in all to 30,000 men, who displayed a bravery and determination such as the Spaniards had never yet seen equalled in the New World. But the arms possessed by these brave men were very primitive. What could they effect with only arrows and lances tipped with obsidian or fish bones, stakes hardened in the fire, wooden swords, and above all with an inferior system of tactics? When they found that each encounter cost them the lives of many of their bravest warriors, while not a single Spaniard had been killed, they imagined that these strangers must be of a superior order of beings, while they could not tell what opinion to form of men who sent back to them the spies taken in their camp, with their hands cut off, and who yet after each victory not only did not devour their prisoners, as the Aztecs would have done, but released them, loading them with presents and proposing peace. Upon this the Tlascalans declared themselves vassals of the Spanish crown, and swore to assist Cortes in all his expeditions, while he on his side promised to protect them against their enemies. It was time that peace should be made, for many of the Spaniards were wounded or ill, and all were worn out with fatigue. But the entry in triumph into Tlascala, where they were welcomed as supernatural beings, quickly made them forget their sufferings. After 20 days of repose in this town, Cortes resumed his march towards Mexico, having with him an auxiliary army of 6,000 Tlascalans. He went first to Colula, a town regarded as sacred by the Indians, and as the sanctuary and favoured residence of their deities. Montezuma felt much satisfaction in the advance of the Spaniards to this town, either from the hope that the gods would themselves avenge the desecration of their temples, or that he thought a rising and massacre of the Spaniards might be more easily organized in this populous and fanatical town. Cortes had been warned by the Tlascalans that he must place no trust in the protestations of friendship and devotion made by the Colulans. However, he took up his quarters in the town, considering that he would lose his prestige if he showed any signs of fear. But upon being informed by the Tlascalans that the women and children were being sent away, and by Marina that a considerable body of troops was massed at the gates of the city, that pitfalls and trenches were dug in the streets, whilst the roofs of the houses were loaded with stones and missiles, Cortes anticipated the designs of his enemies, gave orders to make prisoners of all the principal men of the town, and then organized a general massacre of the population, thus taken by surprise and deprived of their leaders. For 2 whole days the unhappy Colulans were subject to all the horrors which could be invented by the rage of the Spaniards, and the vengeance of their allies the Tlascalans. A terrible example was made, 6,000 people being put to the sword, temples burned to the ground, and the town half destroyed, a work of destruction well calculated to strike terror into the hearts of Montezuma and his subjects. Lake of Mexico, 60 miles now separated Cortes from the capital, and everywhere as he passed along he was received as a liberator. There was not a cacique who had not some cause of complaint against the imperial despotism, and Cortes felt confirmed in the hope that so divided an empire would prove an easy prey. As the Spaniards descended from the mountains of Chalco, they beheld with astonishment the valley of Mexico, with its enormous lake, deeply sunk and surrounded by large towns, the capital city built upon piles, and the well-cultivated fields of this fertile region. Cortes did not trouble himself about the continued tergiversations of Montezuma, who could not make up his mind to the last moment whether he would receive the Spaniards as friends or enemies. The Spanish general advanced along the causeway which leads to Mexico across the lake, and was already within a mile of the town, when some Indians, who, from their magnificent costume were evidently of high rank, came to greet him and to announce to him the approach of the emperor. Montezuma soon appeared, borne upon the shoulders of his favourites in a kind of litter adorned with gold and feathers, while a magnificent canopy protected him from the rays of the sun. As he advanced, the Indians prostrated themselves before him with their heads downwards, as though unworthy even to look at their monarch. This first interview was cordial, and Montezuma himself conducted his guests to the abode which he had prepared for them. It was a vast palace, surrounded by a stone wall, and defended by high towers. Courts immediately took measures of defence, and ordered the cannon to be pointed upon the roads leading to the palace. At the second interview, magnificent presents were offered both to the general and soldiers. Montezuma related that according to an old tradition, the ancestors of the Aztecs had arrived in the country under the leadership of a man of white complexion and bearded like the Spaniards. After laying the foundations of their power, he had embarked upon the ocean, promising them that one day his descendants would come to visit them and to reform their laws. And if, as Montezuma said, he now received the Spaniards rather as fathers than as foreigners, it was because he felt convinced that in them he beheld the descendants of his people's ancient chief, and he begged them to regard themselves as the masters of his country. The following days were employed in visiting the town, which appeared to the Spaniards as larger, more populous, and more beautiful than any city which they had hitherto seen in America. Its distinguishing peculiarity consisted in the causeways which formed a means of communication with the land, and which were cut through in various places to allow a free passage to vessels sailing on the waters of the lake. Across these openings were thrown bridges which could be easily destroyed. On the eastern side of the town there was no causeway and no means of communication with the land except by canoes. This arrangement of the town of Mexico caused some anxiety to courts, who saw that he might be at any moment blockaded in the town, without being able to find means of egress. He determined, therefore, to prevent any seditious attempt by securing the person of the emperor and using him as a hostage. The following news which he had just received furnished him with an excellent pretext. Qualpopoca, a Mexican general, had attacked the provinces which had submitted to the Spaniards, and Escalante and 7 of his soldiers had been mortally wounded. Besides this, a prisoner had been beheaded and the head carried from town to town, thus proving that the invaders could be conquered, and were nothing more than ordinary mortals. Courts profited by these events to accuse the emperor of perfidy. He declared that although Montezuma appeared friendly to him and to his soldiers, it was only that he might wait for some favourable opportunity to treat them in the same manner as Escalante, a proceeding quite unworthy of a monarch, and very different from the confidence which courts had shown in coming, as he had done, to visit him. He went on to say that if the suspicions of the Spaniards were not justified, the emperor could easily exonerate himself by having Qualpopoca punished, and finally, to prevent the recurrence of aggressions which could but destroy the existing harmony, and to prove to the Mexicans that he harboured no ill design against the Spaniards, Montezuma could not do otherwise than come to reside amongst them. It may be easily imagined that the emperor was not very ready to decide upon this course, but was at last obliged to give in to the violence and threats of the Spaniards. Upon announcing his resolution to his subjects, he was made to assure them several times over that he put himself into the hands of the Spaniards of his own free will. These words were needed to calm the Mexicans, who threatened to make an attack upon the foreigners. The success of courts in this bold scheme was quite beyond his expectations. Qualpopoca, with his son and 5 of the chief ringleaders in the revolt, were seized by the Mexicans and brought before a Spanish tribunal, which was at the same time judge and prosecutor. The Indians were condemned and burnt alive. Not content with having punished men who had committed no crime, but that of executing the orders of their emperor, and of opposing an armed resistance to the invasion of their country, courts imposed a new humiliation upon Montezuma in placing fetters upon his feet, under the pretext that the culprits in their last moments had made accusations against him. For 6 months, the conquistador exercised the supreme government in the name of the emperor, now reduced to a puppet show of authority. Courts changed the governors who displeased him, collected the taxes, presided over all the details of the administration, and sent Spaniards into the various provinces of the empire with orders to examine their productions, and to take particular notice of the mining districts and the processes in use for collecting gold. Courts also turned to account the curiosity evinced by Montezuma to see European ships, to have rigging and other appurtenances brought from Vera Cruz, and to order the construction of 2 brigantines destined to ensure his communications with terra firma by the waters of the lake. Emboldened by receiving so many proofs of submission and humility, courts took another step in advance and required that Montezuma should declare himself the vassal and tributary of Spain. The act of fidelity and homage was accompanied, as may be easily imagined, with presents both rich and numerous, as well as by a heavy tax which was levied without much difficulty. The opportunity was now taken to gather together everything in gold and silver which had been extorted from the Indians, and to melt them down, except certain pieces which were kept as they were, on account of the beauty of the workmanship. The whole did not amount to more than 600,000 pesos, or 100,000 L. Thus, although the Spaniards had made use of all their power, and Montezuma had exhausted his treasures to satisfy them, the whole product amounted to an absurdly small sum, very little in accordance with the idea which the conquerors had formed of the riches of the country, after reserving 1/5 of the treasure for the king, and 1/5 for courts, and subtracting enough to reimburse the sums which had been advanced for the expenses of the expedition. The share of each soldier did not amount to 100 pesos, and they considered that it would have been more worth their while to have remained in Hispaniola than to have experienced such fatigues, encountered such great dangers, and suffered so many privations, all for the reward of 100 pesos. If the promises of courts ended in this beggarly result, and if the partition had been made with fairness, of which they did not feel certain, they argued that it was absurd to remain longer in so poor a country, while under a chief less prodigal in promises, but more generous, they might go to countries rich in gold and precious stones, where brave warriors would find an adequate compensation for their toils. So murmured these greedy adventurers, some accepting what fell to their share while fuming over its small amount, others disdainfully refusing it. Courts had succeeded in persuading Montezuma to conform to his will in everything which concerned politics, but it was otherwise in regard to religion. He could not persuade him to change his creed, and when courts wished to throw down the idols, as he had done at Zempola, a tumult arose which would have become very serious had he not immediately abandoned his project. From that time the Mexicans, who had offered scarcely any resistance to the subjugation and imprisonment of their monarch, resolved to avenge their outraged deities, and they prepared a simultaneous rising against the invaders. It was at this juncture, when the affairs in the interior seemed to be taking a less favourable turn, that courts received news from Vera Cruz that several ships were cruising off the harbour. At first he thought this must be a fleet sent to his aid by Charles V. in answer to a letter which he had sent to him on the 16th of July, 1519, by Puerto Carrero and Montijo, but he was soon undeceived, and learnt that this expedition was organized by Diego Velázquez, who knew by experience how lightly his lieutenant could shake off all dependence upon him. He had sent this armament with the object of deposing Cortes from his command, of making him a prisoner, and of carrying him off to Cuba, where he would be speedily placed upon his trial. The fleet thus sent was under the command of Pamphilo de Narvaez. It consisted of 18 vessels and carried 80 horse soldiers and 100 infantry, of whom 80 were musketeers, 120 crossbowmen and 12 cannons. Narvaez disembarked without opposition near to the fort of San Juan da Loa, but upon summoning the governor of Vera Cruz, Sandoval, to give up the town to him, Sandoval seized the men who were charged with the insolent message and sent them off to Mexico, where Cortes at once released them and then gained from them circumstantial information as to the forces and the projects of Narvaez. The personal danger of Cortes at this moment was great. The troops sent by Velázquez were more numerous and better furnished with arms and ammunition than were his own, but his deepest cause of anxiety was not the possibility of his own condemnation and death. It was the fear lest all fruit of his efforts might be lost, and the knowledge of the hurtfulness of these dissensions to his country's cause. The situation was a critical one, but after mature reflection and the careful weighing of arguments for and against the course he meditated, Cortes determined to fight, even at a disadvantage, rather than to sacrifice his conquests and the interests of Spain. Before proceeding to this last extremity, he sent his chaplain Olmedo to Narvaez, but he was very ill received, and saw all his proposals for an accommodation disdainfully rejected. Olmedo met with more success amongst the soldiers, who most of them knew him, and to whom he distributed a number of chains, gold rings, and other jewels, which were well calculated to give them a high idea of the riches of the conqueror. But when Narvaez heard of what was going on, he determined not to leave his troops any longer exposed to temptation. He set a price upon the heads of Cortes and his principal officers, and advanced to the encounter. Cortes, however, was too skilful to be enticed into giving battle under unfavourable circumstances. He temporized and succeeded in tiring out Narvaez and his troops, who retired to Zempola. Then Cortes, having taken his measures with consummate prudence, and the surprise and terror of a nocturnal attack which he organized compensating for the inferiority of his troops, he made prisoners of his enemy and all his soldiers, his own loss amounting to but 2 men. The conqueror treated the vanquished well, and gave them the choice between returning to Cuba or remaining to share his fortune. This latter proposal, backed up as it was by gifts and promises, appeared so seductive to the new arrivals that Cortes found himself at the head of 1,000 soldiers, the day after he had been in danger of falling into the hands of Narvaez. This rapid change of fortune was turned to the greatest advantage by the skilful diplomacy of Cortes, who hastened to return to Mexico the troops whom he had left there under the command of Alvarado to guard the emperor and the treasure, were reduced to the last extremity by the natives, who had killed or wounded a great number of soldiers, and who kept the rest in a state of close blockade, while threatening them constantly with a general assault. It must be confessed that the imprudent and criminal conduct of the Spaniards, and notably the massacre of the most distinguished citizens of the empire during a fete, had brought about the rising which they dreaded, and which they had hoped to prevent. After having been joined by 2,000 Tlascalans, Cortes pressed forward by forced marches towards the capital, where he arrived in safety. and found that the Indians had not destroyed the bridges belonging to the causeways and dikes which joined Mexico to the land. In spite of the arrival of this reinforcement, the situation did not improve. Each day it was necessary to engage in new combats, and to make sorties to clear the avenues leading to the palace occupied by the Spaniards. Cortes now saw but too plainly the mistake which he had made in shutting himself up in a town where his position might be stormed at any moment, and from which it was so difficult to extricate himself. In this difficulty he had recourse to Montezuma, who, by virtue of his authority and of the prestige which still clung to him, could appease the tumult, give the Spaniards some respite, and enable them to prepare for their retreat. But when the unfortunate emperor, now become a mere toy in the hands of the Spaniards, appeared upon the walls decked out with regal ornaments, and implored his subjects to cease from hostilities, murmurs of discontent arose, and threats were freely uttered. Hostilities began afresh, and before the soldiers had time to protect him with their shields, Montezuma was pierced with arrows and hit upon the head by a stone which knocked him down. At this sight the Indians, horrified at the crime which they had just committed, at once ceased fighting, and fled in all directions, while the emperor, understanding but too late all the baseness of the part which Cortes had forced him to play, tore off the bandages which had been applied to his wounds, and refusing all nourishment, he died cursing the Spaniards. Death of Montezuma. After so fatal an event, there was no more room to hope for peace with the Mexicans, and it became necessary to retire in haste, and at whatever cost, from a town in which the Spaniards were threatened with blockade and starvation. For this retreat Cortes was preparing in secret. He saw his troops each day more and more closely hemmed in, whilst several times he was forced himself to take his sword in his hand and to fight like a common soldier. Solis even relates, but upon what authority is not known, that during an assault which was made upon one of the edifices commanding the Spanish quarter, 2 young Mexicans, recognizing Cortes, who was cheering on his soldiers, resolved to sacrifice themselves in the hope of killing the man who had been the author of their country's calamities. They approached him in a suppliant attitude, as though they would ask for quarter. Then seizing him round the waist they dragged him towards the battlements, over which they threw themselves, hoping to drag him over with them. But thanks to his exceptional strength and agility Cortes managed to escape from their embrace, and these 2 brave Mexicans perished in their generous but vain attempt to save their country. The retreat being determined upon, it was necessary to decide upon whether it should be carried out by night or by day. If in the daytime the enemy would be more easily resisted, any ambuscades which might be prepared would be more easily avoided, while they could better take precautions to repair any bridges broken by the Mexicans. On the other hand, it was known that the Indians will seldom attack an enemy after sunset, but what really decided Cortes in favour of a nocturnal retreat was that a soldier who dabbled in astrology had declared to his comrades that success was certain if they acted in the night. They therefore began their march at midnight. Besides the Spanish troops, Cortes had under his orders detachments from Tlascala, Zempoala and Collula, which, notwithstanding the serious losses which had been sustained, still numbered 7,000 men. Sandoval commanded the vanguard and Cortes the centre, where were the cannon, baggage and prisoners, amongst whom were a son and 2 daughters of Montezuma. Alvarado and Velasquez de Leon led the rearguard. With the army was carried a flying bridge, which had been constructed to throw over any gaps there might be in the causeway. Scarcely had the Spaniards debouched upon the dike leading to Tacuba, which was the shortest of all, when they were attacked in front, flank and rear by solid masses of the enemy, whilst from a fleet of numberless canoes, a perfect hailstorm of stones and missiles fell upon them. Blinded and amazed, the Allies knew not against whom to defend themselves first. The wooden bridge sank under the weight of the artillery and fighting men, crowded together upon a narrow causeway where they could not use their firearms, deprived of their cavalry who had not room to act, mingled with the Indians in a hand-to-hand combat, not having strength to kill, and surrounded on all sides. The Spaniards and their allies gave way under the ever-renewed numbers of the assailants. Officers and soldiers, infantry and cavalry, Spaniards and Tlascalans were confounded together. Each defended himself to the best of his ability, without caring about discipline or the common safety. All seemed lost, when Cortes with 100 men succeeded in crossing the breach in the dike upon the mass of corpses which filled it up. He drew up his soldiers in order as they arrived, and putting himself at the head of those least severely wounded, plunged wedge fashion into the mêlée, and succeeded in disengaging from it a portion of his men. Before day dawned all those who had succeeded in escaping from the massacre of the Notch Tryst, as this terrible night was called, found themselves reunited at Tacuba. It was with eyes full of tears that Cortes passed in review his remaining soldiers, all covered with wounds, and took account of the losses which he had sustained. 4,000 Indians, Tlascalans and Colulans, and nearly all the horses were killed. All the artillery and ammunition, as well as the greatest part of the baggage, were lost, and amongst the dead were several officers of distinction. Velázquez de Leon, Salcedo, Morla, Lares, and many others. One of those most dangerously hurt was Alvarado, but not one man, whether officer or soldier, was without a wound. The fugitives did not delay at Tacuba, and by accident they took the road to Tlascala, where they did not know what reception might await them. Ever harassed by the Mexicans, the Spaniards were again obliged to give battle upon the plains of Otumba to a number of warriors, whom some historians reckon at 200,000, thanks to the presence of some cavalry soldiers who still remained to him. Cortes was able to overthrow all who were in front of him, and to reach a troop of persons whose high rank was easily discerned by their gilded plumes and luxurious costumes, amongst whom was the general bearing the standard. Accompanied by some horsemen, Cortes threw himself upon this group and was fortunate enough, or skilful enough, to overturn by a lance thrust the Mexican general, who was then dispatched by the sword by a soldier named Juan de Salamanca. From the moment when the standard disappeared, the battle was gained, and the Mexicans, panic-stricken, fled hastily from the field of battle. Never had the Spaniards incurred greater danger, says Prescott, and had it not been for the lucky star of Cortes, not one would have survived to transmit to posterity the history of the sanguinary Battle of Otumba. The booty was considerable and sufficed in part to indemnify the Spaniards for the loss they had sustained in leaving Mexico, for this army which they had just defeated was composed of the principal warriors of the nation, who, having been quite confident of success, had adorned themselves with their richest ornaments. Cortes at the Battle of Otumba. The day after the battle the Spaniards entered the territory of Tlascala. Bernal Dias says, I shall now call the attention of curious readers to the fact that when we returned to Mexico to the relief of Alvarado, we were in all 1,300 men, including in that number 97 horsemen, 80 crossbowmen, and the same number armed with carbines. Besides, we had more than 2,000 Tlascalans and much artillery. Our second entry into Mexico took place on St. John's Day, 1520. Our flight from the city was on the 10th day of the month of July following, and we fought the memorable Battle of Otumba on the 14th day of this same month of July. And now I would draw attention to the number of men who were killed at Mexico during the passage of the causeways and bridges, in the Battle of Otumba, and in the other encounters upon the route. I declare that in the space of 5 days 860 of our men were massacred, including 10 of our soldiers and 5 Castilian women, who were killed in the village of Rustipec. We lost besides 1,200 Tlascalans during the same time. It is to be noticed also that if the number of dead in the troop of navvies were greater than in the troop of courts, it was because the former soldiers set out on the march laden with a quantity of gold, the weight of which hindered them from swimming and from getting out of the trenches. The troops with courts were reduced to 440 men, with 20 horses, 12 crossbowmen and 7 carabineers. They had not a single charge of gunpowder. They were all wounded, lame, or maimed in the arms. It was the same number of men that had followed courts when he first entered Mexico, but how great a difference was there between that conquering troop and the vanquished soldiers who now quitted the capital as they entered the Tlascalan territory. Courts recommended his men, and especially those of navvies, not to do anything which could vex the natives, the common safety depending upon not irritating the only allies which remained to them. Happily the fears which had arisen as to the fidelity of the Tlascalans proved groundless. They gave the Spaniards a most sympathizing welcome, and their thoughts seemed to be wholly bent upon avenging the death of their brothers massacred by the Mexicans, while in their capital courts heard of the loss of 2 more detachments. But these reverses, grave as they were, did not discourage him. He had under his orders troops inured to war and faithful allies. Vera Cruz was intact. He might once more reckon upon his good fortune. But before undertaking a new campaign or entering upon another siege, help must be sought and preparations made, and with these objects in view the general set to work. He sent 4 ships to Hispaniola to enroll volunteers and purchase powder and ammunition, and meanwhile he caused trees to be cut down in the mountains of Tlascala, and with the wood thus obtained 12 brigantines were constructed, which were to be carried in pieces to the Lake of Mexico, to be launched there at the moment when needed. After suppressing some attempts at mutiny amongst the soldiers, in which those who had come with navvies were the most to blame, courts again marched forwards, and with the help of the Tlascalans, first attacked the people of Tepica and of other neighbouring provinces, a measure which had the advantage of exercising anew his own troops in war, and of training his allies. While this was going on, 2 brigantines bringing ammunition and reinforcements fell into the hands of courts. These ships had been sent to navvies by Velázquez, in ignorance of his misadventures. At this time also some Spaniards sent by Francis de Garay, governor of Jamaica, joined the army. In consequence of these reinforcements, the troops with courts, after he had rid himself of several partisans of navvies with whom he was dissatisfied, amounted to 500 infantry, of whom 80 carried muskets and 40 horse soldiers. With this small army, and with 1,000 Tlascalans, courts set out once more for Mexico on the 28th of December, 1520, 6 months after he had been forced to abandon the city. This campaign had for its theatre countries already described, and must therefore be passed over somewhat rapidly here, notwithstanding the interest attaching to it. To enter fully into the history of the conquest of Mexico would not be in accordance with the primary object of this work. After the death of Montezuma, his brother Cuitlahuac was raised to the throne, and he adopted all the measures of precaution compatible with Aztec strategic science. But he died of the smallpox, the sad gift of the Spaniards to the New World, at the very moment when his brilliant qualities of foresight and bravery were the most needed by his country. His successor was Guatimozin, the nephew of Montezuma, a man distinguished by his talents and courage. Cortes had no sooner entered the Mexican territory than fighting began. He speedily captured the town of Tezcuco, which was situated at 20 miles distance, upon the edge of the great central lake, that lake upon whose waters the Spaniards were to see an imposing flotilla floating 3 months later. At this time a fresh conspiracy, which had for its object the assassination of Cortes and his principal officers, was discovered, and the chief culprit executed. At this moment fate seemed in every way to smile upon Cortes. He had just received the news of the arrival of fresh reinforcements at Vera Cruz, and the greater part of the towns under the dominion of Guatimozin had submitted to the force of his arms. The actual siege of Mexico began in the month of May, 1521, and continued with alternate success and reverse until the day when the brigantines were launched upon the water of the lake. The Mexicans did not hesitate to attack them. From 4,000 to 5,000 canoes, each bearing 2 men, covered the lake and advanced to the assault of the Spanish vessels, which carried in all nearly 300 men. These 9 brigantines were provided with cannon, and soon dispersed or sunk the enemy's fleet, who thenceforth left them in undisputed possession of the water. But this success and certain other advantages gained by Cortes had no very marked consequences, and the siege dragged slowly on, until the general made up his mind to capture the town by force. Unfortunately, the officer who was charged with protecting the line of retreat by the causeways while the Spaniards were making their way into the town, abandoned his post, thinking it unworthy of his valour, and went to join in the combat. Guatimozin was informed of the fault which had been committed, and at once took advantage of it. His troops attacked the Spaniards on all sides with such fury that numbers of them were killed in a short time, while 62 of the soldiers fell alive into the hands of the Mexicans, a fate which Cortes, who was severely wounded in the thigh, narrowly escaped sharing. During the night following, the great temple of the war god was illuminated in sign of triumph, and the Spaniards listened in profound sadness to the beating of the great drum. From the position they occupied they could witness the end of the prisoners, their unfortunate countrymen, whose breasts were opened and their hearts torn out, and whose dead bodies were hurled down the steps. They were then torn in pieces by the Aztecs, who quarrelled over the pieces with the object of using them for a horrible festival. This terrible defeat caused the siege to go on slowly, until the day came when 3 parts of the city having been taken or destroyed, Guatimozin was obliged by his councillors to quit Mexico and to set out for the mainland, where he reckoned upon organising his resistance, but the boat which carried him being seized, he was made prisoner. In his captivity he was destined to display much greater dignity and strength of character than his uncle Montezuma had done. From this time all resistance ceased, and Cortes might take possession of the half-destroyed capital after a heroic resistance, in which 120,000 Mexicans according to some accounts, but 240,000 according to others, had perished after a siege which had lasted not less than 70 days. Mexico, and with the city all the rest of the empire, succumbed less indeed to the blows dealt against it by the Spaniards than to the long-standing hatred and the revolts of the subjugated people, and to the jealousy of the neighbouring states, fated soon to regret the yoke which they had so deliberately shaken off. Contempt and rage soon succeeded amongst the Spaniards to the intoxication of success. The immense riches upon which they had reckoned either had no existence, or they had been thrown into the lake. Courts found it impossible to calm the malcontents, and was obliged to allow the emperor and his principal minister to be put to the torture. Some historians, and notably Gomara, report that whilst the Spaniards were stirring the fire which burnt below the gridiron upon which the two victims were extended, the minister turned his head towards his master and apparently begged him to speak in order to put an end to their tortures. But that Guatimozin reproved this single moment of weakness by these words, "And am I assisting at some pleasure, or am I in the bath?" An answer which has been poetically changed into, "And do I lie upon roses?" The Spaniards stir the fire burning below the gridiron. The historians of the conquest of Mexico have usually stopped short at the taking of Mexico, but it remains for us to speak of some other expeditions undertaken by courts with different aims, but which resulted in casting quite a new light upon some portions of Central America. Besides, we could not leave this hero, who played so large a part in the history of the New World and in the development of its civilization, without giving some details of the end of his life. With the fall of the capital was involved, properly speaking, that of the Mexican Empire. If there were still some resistance, as notably there was in the province of Oaxaca, it was of an isolated character, and a few detachments of troops sufficed to reduce to submission the last remaining opponents of the Spaniards, terrified as the Mexicans were by the punishments which had been dealt out to the people of Panuco, who had revolted. At the same time, ambassadors were sent by the people of the distant countries of the empire to convince themselves of the reality of that wonderful event, the taking of Mexico, to behold the ruins of the abhorred town, and to tender their submission to the conquerors. Cortes was at length confirmed in the position he held after incidents which would take too long to relate, and which caused him to say, "It has been harder for me to fight against my countrymen than against the Aztecs." It now remained to him to organize the conquered country, and he began by establishing the seat of government at Mexico, which he rebuilt. He attracted Spaniards to the city by granting them concessions of lands, and the Indians by allowing them at first to remain under the authority of their native chiefs, although he speedily reduced them all, except the Tlascalans, to the condition of slaves, by the vicious system of repartimientos in vogue in the Spanish colonies. But if it is justifiable to reproach courts with having held cheaply the political rights of the Indians, it must be conceded that he manifested the most laudable solicitude for their spiritual well-being. To further this object he brought over some Franciscans, who by their zeal and charity in a short time gained the veneration of the natives, and in a space of 20 years brought about the conversion of the whole population. At the same time, Cortes sent some troops into the state of Michoacán, who penetrated as far as the Pacific Ocean, and as they returned visited some of the rich provinces situated in the north. Cortes founded settlements in all the parts of the country which appeared to him advantageous, at Zacatula upon the shores of the Pacific, at Coliman in Michoacán, at Santisteban near Tampico, at Medellin near Vera Cruz and C. Immediately after the pacification of the